I'm off for just a couple of days. Off seeing family, doing the family thing. And I come back, and an entire country hates Moser now? Is that what I saw? Moj has pissed off Greece?
Who are you?
That really happened? That quickly? See, this is why you need somebody, Nelly. This is your job. You're supposed to keep him in check when I'm not here. You know Berto's not going to do that. This is where you come in.
Do you know how quickly he started ripping Valanciunas yesterday? That was about 7:02 and 30 seconds. That was less than 5 minutes into the show. I did not have time to regulators mount up. He just started shooting from the hip.
I'll tell you this right now. I agree. I'm over this guy. You know what? If you don't want to be a part of something that could result in you getting the first ring, then get the hell out of here. My only question is, how was this not made very clear and aware to everyone involved in the trade before the trade happened? At the end of the day, this is still working out for the Nuggets because Dario Saric is no longer on the roster and the contract is no longer on the roster. But you know what? Then get the hell out of here. Like, the thing that makes me the most upset, even if they made this trade and immediately when the trade was made, Jonas Valanciunas said, you know what? I don't want to be, and the only thing that makes sense to me now is, I thought maybe a leverage play because the last year that contract wasn't guaranteed, so maybe he's trying to get that guaranteed, and he goes, I'll threaten to leave if you don't X, Y, and Z. Okay, then I could get that. You want to play a little bit of hardball? Go ahead. If it's not that, if the reason behind Valanciunas not being here is, well, I don't want to be a backup anymore, and I want to be a star player, even if it means not playing in the NBA. Then go. Don't do this will I, won't I thing. Get out so we can have the money and maybe make a run at an Al Horford, who I think fits better anyway. Now, I would still be pumped if all of this turns around and Valanciunas says, hey, you know what? I think I got caught up in it for a second, and we were negotiating a little bit too hard. That's my bad. I'm good to come back. Then I'm happy. Like, I still think Valanciunas is a great backup center, and he would be the greatest backup center that Jokic has ever had. Fine. But I don't like the indecision. That's what's bothering me. Because there is somebody, because here's what happens. If Al Horford all of a sudden signs without the Warriors or something like that, and a week from now, Valanciunas makes the decision to go play for Greece as opposed to the Nuggets, then what do the Nuggets do at backup center? You're stuck in the same position you've been forever. That's what I want to avoid, is that particular scenario. So I'm watching all of this unfold, and again, as much as Moser might have pissed off an entire country, you know what? Then I'm going to sit there in the trenches next to him and start taking some shrapnel too. Because I'm very bothered by it. Very.
And by the way, for some context, if people aren't on Twitter, I shared the video clip from Twitch yesterday of Moser saying, quote, I'd rather have a sewer rat in a cage on the bench than this guy, referring to Jonas Valanciunas. And then somehow that found its way over to Greece, and people who are fans of the Panathinaikos club that he might sign with started dropping some replies that were not too complimentary of Moser in Greek, but thanks to the translation feature, we found out what they were saying. So if you want to have some fun, go to that, check the replies, check the quotes.
One of my favorites was somebody just said this. I hit the translate post, and it just said, nice guy. That's all it said. Which I'm pretty sure there is sarcasm that's allowed in Greece as well. Point is, I'm just over the game. Okay? Like, if you're asking a girl out and she's like, yeah, I might, then you know what? Let's not then. If it's that big of a decision for you to make to choose between me and another dude, then go be with the other dude. I don't care. The problem is, this isn't the dating pool. There's not, quote, the proverbial other fish in the sea. There's one fish, and it's Al Horford. And if you don't jump on that in a hurry, then there's going to be nothing. You're picking at scraps after that. And you're going to be put in the same position as you were beforehand. Now, you could keep some of the money, you could keep some of that stuff for a trade down the line, but I think that the trade stuff has already been used up. Like, I don't want to do one-for-one trades anymore because I don't think they're going to work. Now, you found somebody to take the Saric deal. Maybe you think a Zeke contract could happen or something. I don't know. But it would give you money to at least have a bargaining chip. But again, the thing that I'm bothered by is very simple. You either want to be part of a very, very much contending championship team or you don't. You want to be a star somewhere else. Jonas Valanciunas, it's been made. The NBA has made this very clear to you. You're not that guy anymore. You are not starting center material. And you might have been unhappy when you were playing that role on some suck-ass teams. And you know what? To a certain extent, I wouldn't even blame you. Because that does seem like if you're playing a backup role in Washington for over half the year last year, yeah, I probably wouldn't be happy either. And then you get traded to a Sacramento team where you're playing a backup role to a team that's barely making the play-in. Wouldn't like that either. It's not this situation. He hasn't been a starter for, last year. Started pretty much every other year of his career. But do you want to play a key role? And here's the thing, Nelly. Like, I'm not even convinced that he's just relegated to non-Joker minutes, which could be, 13 to 14 minutes. In big games, maybe 11 or 12. I think they could have been on the floor together. I really do. Valanciunas can shoot. Valanciunas has a little bit of like a mid-range game to him. Valanciunas, you've seen around the league, there's multiple teams. I mean, Minnesota kind of started this, but they go with some really big lineups sometimes because it poses problems.
You could do the oops all bigs lineup and have Joker at the 5, Zeke at the 4, Valanciunas at the 3? Well, AG at the 2? How weird do we want to get here?
It's just like as long as you can match up good enough defensively, that's all it takes. Adelman, we saw, by the way, was willing to play some zone. Like, I'm just saying they could have been on the floor together. I don't think he was just relegated to like 11 minutes a night. That's all I'm trying to get at. But if he wants to go be a star for what looks like a really good team in Greece, like for a non-NBA team, they have NBA talent. They got Kendrick Nunn on that team. They got Juancho. They got there's somebody else I'm forgetting, but another NBA player that's on that roster. Like, they look to be a stacked team for a non-NBA roster. You want to go be a star in a league that doesn't have the Jerry West logo on it, then by all means go ahead, but stop the game. Tell the Nuggets I am completely not interested in being a backup in the NBA. I'm going to go to Greece. And you go, all right, fine. And then you get Al Horford on the phone immediately. My only hope here is that the Nuggets have been in contact with Al Horford and they're playing the same game with him, and that's the only reason he hasn't signed anywhere yet.
Has he just fled to Estonia too? Do we actually know where Al Horford is?
Like, I'm not kidding. I hope the Nuggets are on the phone with Horford. And the reason he hasn't picked up anywhere else is because he sees the golden opportunity that could be presented to him in Denver. And he's like, I might hold out to see if that thing's still going to be available. Like the other options that he has, when you talk about the Warriors are, I almost feel like the Warriors are discussed in a way that they're relying on the history of that team as opposed to the here and now. The Warriors are good, but I think their championship material days are long gone. Like when you got a roster that kind of features, okay, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, like that's an interesting trio of players. Their average age is 36 between those three. It's a 35, a 37, and a 35-year-old. After that, you're talking about Podziemski and Moody Moses Moody.
Moody Mosey.
I don't know what else they really have to offer. They have a trio of guys who are good but very old, and that typically doesn't mix into championship contention anymore. And if you're adding Horford to that list, God, you could, if you want to jump on NBA 2K12, that's a hell of a team. Horford, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy Butler. The problem is this is 2025. Playoffs are coming. Good. Every time I hear that, I think that that's some sort of sketch. It's like it's Kane Thompson playing Kendrick Perkins. But that's it. I'm just like, I'm over it. I'm in the Moj camp. See ya. Peace out. Get the hell out of here. If your direct response to playing with what looks to be a championship-ready roster with the best player in the world on it is, I don't know, then beat it. It's very simple. Very simple strategy.
By the way, I love sometimes when there are different interpretations of language translations. So one of those angry comments at Moser that we got, one of those replies, if you use Twitter's translation through Grok, what the guy said in Greek was, "How did he screw you over like that, you idiots?" And then if you take it to Google Translate, it says, "How did he you over like that, you..." It's a little different.
I like the Google translation better.
And then one of our listeners used the translation and replied and said, "He has a contract, you," word that's used for a cat mostly.
I mean, it's true. He signed the deal. Again, if he came out, let's say that Jonas Valanciunas, it turns out that he is going to be back in Denver, and he goes, look, I tried to do a leverage play because my last year wasn't guaranteed, and I wanted it guaranteed. In fairness, I'll sit there and be like, okay, if this was all some sort of leverage play to get a few extra bucks guaranteed on your contract, then I think we could all kind of understand that. Nobody would want to walk into a last year of a deal with $0 being guaranteed in, what is it, his contract, like $10.5 million, having that up in the air. I don't think anybody would. You'd prefer just to be like, give me a definitive answer. How much do you want me on the roster? Because then you could play the opposite side. Well, if you guys wanted me so bad, then why not guarantee the final year? That's understood. But if I just was listening to a podcast from this European basketball analyst, and he said part of the appeal is to go play for what I think he was calling this Greek team, the Panathinaikos, whatever that is. He said that is like built to be the best European team ever.
Panathinaikos.
There you go. Perfect. If that's the case and you want to go play for them and be the star on that team, then go ahead. But again, you're either in on the idea I get to play with the best player in the world and compete for a championship, an NBA title, or you're not. Or you're more interested in the glitz and glamour of being the guy's name on the marquee. To me, I'd rather be a role play on Broadway than the marquee in Olathe, Kansas. But that's just me. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, so news comes down yesterday that David Hextall is a new piece of the Avalanche bench, and he will join Jared Bednar and company as an assistant coach. You might remember him as the head coach of the Seattle Kraken when they eliminated the Avs from playoffs. I do like this move. A guy with some experience heading to the bench. Now, his head coaching experience hasn't been like all sunshine and rainbows. Don't want to paint the picture that way, but it's somebody that has experience in making adjustments on the fly in the middle of a game. In his defense, in the stops that he's had, the results haven't been totally amazing, I suppose. But his teams did get worse after he left, if that counts for anything. Like, I don't know how much of a deck you were working with in Seattle, but had mild success in getting them to the postseason fairly quickly. Obviously made the playoffs a couple of years when he was in Philly back in the mid-2010s. But both times when he left those rosters ended up doing worse than doing better. All I'm saying is for somebody that's got the experience in making adjustments on the fly, putting him on the bench in scenarios in which, hey, remember how the power play wasn't rolling for seemingly weeks on end, especially when the postseason got around? Maybe he can help in that department, and that should be sort of the goal. But when you got a team like the Avs, you, as an assistant coach, should be able to make adjustments on the fly and really honing in and saying, if that's your job, is to figure out the power play, you can't say I didn't have the pieces. And I think for, maybe one of the first times in his career, he's going to be working with a pretty great team that has a lot of different pieces to kind of shuffle around and make things work. I like the move. If nothing else, adding experience to a bench that, much like the Nuggets, is in the middle of a championship window, in the thick of one with some really good players on it, some of the best in your franchise's history, I think you give them as many pieces to work with as possible. And the Avs, I know this is old news from a long time ago, but it's the first time I've been on the air since it. Putting Burns on this team, I think, is great too. Veteran guy, we all understand that, but you're looking for reliable pieces to throw onto that blue line that, I love the term that Moser uses, it's fire and forget missiles. Give them a host of dudes like that you just know what you're going to get. Like, this is, I think, the Lindgren type of replacement where it was a veteran guy that you put him on the ice and you know exactly what you're going to get. I think Burns fits the same mold. And it was something that you needed. I mean, you had some guys that if they were thrust into positions on that blue line to play bigger minutes, your Middletons and Malinskis and guys of that ilk, could you get away with it? I think you probably could, but this just provides, I think, a lot more stability at a place like that. And as you try and fill out the rest of this roster, there's holes to fill. There's bodies that you need in there. But again, what we're talking about here isn't the main thing. You aren't looking for a major piece to be moved. Your top 6 is set. Your top 4 is set on the blue line. And then it's just a matter of filling in the pieces from there on out. Can you find guys that if they give you 10 minutes on any given night, you trust them to do it? And it's a lot easier to find that than it is, hey, I need a second-line center to give me big-time minutes and provide some backup to an Nathan McKinnon. So far, I like the Avs offseason. Obviously, there's got to be more little like nips and tucks as this thing goes along, but I think they're doing a good job. On the Jokic front, I love how everything gets twisted, and it's part of the reason why I hated when Kroenke even brought up the remote 0.0001% chance of trading Jokic, just because any news surrounding him becomes, photoshops of Jokic in a Lakers jersey. So Jokic informed the team that he's not going to sign the contract extension this offseason. And this is where, if you go back to it, maybe we can find the audio, Nelly. There was a question that was asked. I don't remember which press conference it was with Kroenke, but it was asked about, are you going to give Jokic a contract extension this offseason? And he said, we'll offer it to him. I don't know if he's going to sign it, and it's for this exact reason. If Jokic signs it now, as opposed to waiting another year, Jokic is due to make a ton more money if he waits another year. Here's where I kind of like it. People have used this as well, good, it holds the team accountable. Make sure they're staying competitive or else he won't sign the contract. I don't think this has anything to do with signing the contract eventually. And it has everything to do with getting every dollar that he can from his NBA career, which he's going to. And if there's positive news, if you have the same mindset that I do anyway, on Jokic turning this down and you thinking like this is good, here's the reason for it. I always have in the back of my head that Jokic's career is just going to be like that sort of Barry Sanders thing, where he's like at the top of the game and then just poof, he disappears, never to be seen again. There's few players that in the middle of their greatest years in primes just hang it up. Without some sort of underlying injury issue or something else going on in their life. They've just had enough of the game.
The only players that do that are ones who play for your Detroit Lions.
Well, they do have two pretty big examples, in Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson. Now, I'm sure there are others that I can't think of off the top of my head, but when you have somebody that's wired the way that Jokic is, I always think, well, maybe it's going to be one of those situations where it's like he's just gone. And I think what this indicates is that he's playing longer because he's getting another year on his contract. If that's what he's waiting for is the extra cash that comes with the extra year, well, that means that Jokic is going to be in a uniform longer than, what is it? It would be 5 years from now, so 6 years from now. And that's the point. I want Jokic play. Selfishly, Jokic could play on this team till he's 50 if he wanted to. And it wouldn't bother me for a second. Because I think Jokic at 50 could still get 10, 7, and 6. But all I'm saying is I don't think this is spinned into a negative thing. I think this is positive. This just means he's going to be around longer. Texter says he had concussion issues, but Andrew Luck was beat to hell. Like his body it took an absolute beating. And that's why he hung it up. I don't know who the other examples would be. Again, dudes who didn't have injury problems or anything else going on that just said, I'm retiring.
No, Andrew Luck, you remember he had a turnstile for an O-line, and wasn't it someone on the Broncos who sacked him and he lacerated his kidney? Like his rib punctured his kidney? I'm telling you, for a guy, and God, he played a physical brand. He had a little bit of that. If he took off and run, he was going to take a hit sort of thing. But he was willing to stand in the pocket, get shellacked for a deep ball 50 yards downfield, knowing he's going to get hit with that helmet right underneath the chin. But again, I see this as nothing but a positive.
Jokic doesn't sign the contract because he knows he can make more money if he waits, and so he's going to wait. Texture says Tom Brady hung it up in his prime. Yeah. Pat McAfee, okay, yeah, he was a punter. But yeah, Jim Brown is another pretty classic example. Jim Brown's one of them. It is true. McAfee was like top of the game. I mean, you just don't think of punters the same way, but he was. He was like the best punter in the game, and he's hung it up to like, I'm going to go podcast. And you're like, that's a weird decision. And now he's like the biggest podcast in the world. What'd they sign him for? FanDuel gave him like $300-some million, more than he'd ever make punting. So he made the right decision. And that's right. It was Danny Trevathan that lacerated Luck's kidney. That sounds brutal. Never lacerated a kidney before, but I can tell you right now, I don't want them. Really don't. It's all right. Don't you have two of those? Don't you have, you got like a spare? The kidney is the spare tire of the human body.
Because you just need one to be able to pee. So go ahead, lacerate one. Just use the other one, Andrew.
I found this hilarious, by the way. So they tested this out last year in the G League, and it's in effect for the Summer League. And I don't know if you guys talked about this or not. You probably did. Don't care. Nelly, did you guys talk about the end of the quarter heaves and what they're doing with that in the NBA now?
Yes, Berto brought that up because it's the Jokic rule. Jokic is the only player in the NBA who's not afraid to throw up these buzzer beaters and ruin his shooting percentage.
Like, can we all think about this for a second? Imagine being so obsessed with your statistics that the one time a game that you might get a last-second heave at the end of a quarter, and if you multiply that over the course of the year, I think Jokic had in the 30s last year. He had like 33 or 36, something like that. So 36 in 82 games, and he did that every opportunity it was presented to him, every single one. If you, as just a normal player that's not Jokic, were to take those every opportunity that you got, we're talking about like 15 total tries would be like the high end of what you'd be attempting. And let me just check here real quick. Nelly, if you had to take a guess, the leader last year in... Oh, you got to find a more advanced stat page than this. Or how about I'll just go to like the Nuggets. How's that sound? The leader in field goal attempts on the Nuggets. So shots taken like overall.
It wasn't any statistical category. I assume it's Jokic. Was he the shot take leader?
He was. Hang on. I got to find. See, this is why I try to do this on the fly. I don't know why they don't have a page right here next to it. All right, so here we go. Oh, perfect. Most field goals attempted by one player in the NBA in the 2024-2025 season was who? It was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Now, give me a guess on how many field goals he attempted, Nelly.
Let's see. Oh, man. I'm going to go with... See, I never know with these games if you want me to go super high or super low to make your point. I'm going to go with 750.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander attempted 1,656 field goal attempts. So let's just use a Moser term, extrapolate this out. 1,656 field goal attempts last year from Shai. He averaged about 22 per game to get to that number. Now, let's say every time he was presented with an end of the quarter heave, he took it. All ballparked at 30. And I'll be super high end. So that would take his attempts from 1,656 to 1,686. No tangible difference in your field goal percentage whatsoever. And yet these guys refuse to do it because it's an ego game. It's disgusting. You're there to do a job. And it just shows how weak-minded some of these guys are. What, your field goal percentage on the season went from 48.2 to 48.1? That really bothered you? I mean, it's so dumb. So dumb. Jokic's field goal percentage, at least three-point percentage, took a little bit of a hit from doing those heaves. And he still finished at 42% for the year. You're fine. I just don't get it. Like, how is every single NBA guy the same dude who thinks the same way and their mentality's just off? It's wrong. Anyway, I just thought it was hilarious. They're like, hey, to encourage this, and because we know you guys are mentally fragile, we'll say that this doesn't even count as a shot unless you make it. It's a free shot at the hoop. It's the same thing as like those end of quarter or end of game dribble out the clock stuff, and nobody wanted to get hit with the turnover, so the NBA said, okay, fine. Because you guys, your egos can't handle it. We'll go ahead and say it's a team turnover. Like they're doing with this. It's a team miss. So dumb.
That was one of my favorite things that Rob Perez would do, Worldwide Wob, is he would go through all these shots throughout the NBA season where someone had a chance at the last second heave, and they would wait until just after the buzzer and then huck it up from 70
Every
feet.
time.
And it was great. You could watch guys specifically wait till the buzzer before the attempt, and Rob would compile a thread of these throughout the season. I'm going to miss that.
Every single time you'd see that. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Back after this. All right. Again, a lot of stuff that I'm sure ground you've already plowed from over the last few days. I hope you all had a great 4th, by the way. I hope you all have all of your fingers and limbs, and there's no missing members of your bodily family, let's say, on the way back from the 4th.
What's that video everybody shares every year of the guy in the wheelchair trying to get away from the
Put
fire?
it in reverse, Terry!
Put it in reverse,
Put
Terry!
it in reverse, Terry!
It's a tradition like no other.
I'm not a huge fireworks guy. Like, I'll never be the guy that goes, like, I got to go to Wyoming and get $1,000 worth of the big boomers. Like, I got no interest in that. And I like watching other people light them off. I will say this. I was in Omaha for the 4th. And there's no rules and regulations. Like, there's no fear of fire coming your way if you do the firework the wrong way type of stuff. I've never seen a sky permanently lit for about an hour. Every direction you looked, it was I don't know what it was like here, but every direction, it almost felt like the sun was still out. It was nuts.
I think the only time I've ever seen that was if you remember 4th of July in 2020, when we were still in the thick of COVID, I lived pretty close to downtown, and I remember walking around my neighborhood, and every street corner, someone was just shooting off fireworks, and there were cars trying to drive by, and people were going, sorry, I got the street full of Russian candles, so
yeah,
you figure it out.
So just quickly here, some stuff that I noticed from over the last few days. Marvin Mims did an interview with Sirius XM NFL Radio. I think it was on Pro Football Talk. And here's the quote. He said, "You can really feel that times are changing for us. People always like to say win now mode. With the way things went last year, we were projected to be last in the league last year and wound up making the wild card. Guys that were here last year, they believe. The guys that are coming in, they want to make an impact too. I think everyone's hungry." It's the first time in a long time that the optimism felt within the Broncos organization is tangible. All the other stuff was hope. It was, I think if this and this and this and this go right, and look, I'm as guilty of being optimistic as anybody. Like, I'm an optimistic guy, just by nature. I like to think that things are going to go well. I think it's a healthier way to live. But especially in sports, like, there's some obvious cases where things are not going to go well. And then there's other ones that you can, I think a lot of people did this when Teddy Bridgewater was here, maybe. That, hey, if the defense is good enough, Teddy's just got to keep it together, and then X, Y, and Z can happen. Was never a huge believer in it. But I was like, you know what? I guess you could convince me if the defense plays well enough that he's not going to make mistakes, you can win some games. The difference this year is that you don't have to play that game. You've seen the evidence. You saw Bo Nix come on strong at the end of last year. You saw a defense. It did actually get worse towards the end of last year. I think a couple of injuries had more to do with that than anything. I'm curious to see if Kansas City was in kind of a we have to play this final week sort of thing, and you didn't pitch a shutout against their backups, where they would have finished in some defensive statistical categories as a team. But they got better. I think this is such a huge season for Sean Payton. He's not taking over a sinking ship and having to flex seal a whole bunch of things just to keep it together. He's not saddled with a quarterback contract that is long, punitive, and a guy he has no interest in working with. He's got hand-picked stuff now. Everything about this Broncos roster screams Sean Payton. And to have that with the backing of a year's worth of success makes this very exciting. And they've gone all in on defense. They had a good defense already last year and then made their most major investments in the offseason, their top 3, were at safety, at linebacker, and at corner. I suppose if you want to throw Ingram in there, maybe you say tight end, but I think that he's probably fourth. He was certainly fourth on the list of guys, or I guess John A. Barron was last chronologically, but he's a first-round pick. Their biggest investments were in defense. And to me, that screams two things. That he already felt good about the offense, and he felt like the offense, despite having some weaknesses, was more little tweaks as it was opposed to major sort of intervention. They didn't add to the wide receiver room, really. Yes, they drafted someone on day 2 to come in there, but I think the guys you're relying upon are mostly the same guys from last year. It's a lot of Cortland, Mims, Vele, Troy Franklin, that sort of group. And if somebody else can step up into the fold and be a player, then good for you. But improved at tight end. You know, the tight end numbers for the Broncos are like sickening. If you just go year by year what the Broncos have done from a pure tight end perspective, you're going to be shocked. And it should be the easiest bet in the world. Now, they don't have this kind of bet on sports books. But if they did, the easiest bet you can make is that the Broncos will have a tight end with better numbers than anybody else since Peyton Manning was here. I mean, I told you last year, your leading reception guy at tight end was Lucas Kroll, who had 19. The year before that, your leading tight end was Adam Troutman, who had 22 catches on the season. The year before that, your leading pass catcher from tight end was Greg Dulcich, who had 33 on the year. The year before that, it was Noah Fant, who had, in his defense, had 68. But those numbers, 68 catches for 670 yards and 4 touchdowns from Noah Fant, that was in 2021. That should be, in my estimation, pretty easily what Evan Ingram should get you. Because Fant kind of hovered around his number, or that number, his entire career in Denver. So he had a 62-catch season in 2020 and a 68-catch season in 2021. Both of those for 670 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns. That should be like the minimum of expectation for Evan Ingram, who is seen as more of a playmaking, almost wide receiver-esque sort of tight end. But there are tangible things to be very excited about. And that's the first time in a long time. You add on top of that what you hope to be a viable rushing game. You add on top of that what you hope to be a nice little 1-2 punch between Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. And I think you couldn't ask for a better sort of result if you're Bo Nix and you're looking for help offensively. Texture says, what happened to Greg Dulcich? Injuries happened, and then he just didn't play well. Like, remember, they gave him some run at the beginning of last year, and they just were like, we can't do this. Through 4 games, he had 5 catches for 28 yards on 12 targets. And I think that, combined with the fact that he couldn't block all that well, led to him being shipped out, and he's still, I believe, in New York right now playing for the Giants. But that's all the stuff leading up to this season, that this is where it gets fun. This is where, you're in the same place. We mentioned this last week, but when's the last time you've been super hopeful for playoff runs from the Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos at the same time? Well, this year might be the first in a long time. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I'm off for a couple of days, and I return, and Moser's got a country mad at him. Is that what I'm to understand? that he's pissed off Greece? In the 2 days I'm gone. I'm looking at Nelly, and I'm like, dude, I know I'm not here, but somebody else has to take the mantle of, like, keeping him from harming himself.
Who told you that?
I spent the last 24 hours trying to translate those hieroglyphics they keep sending at him.
I know.
You know, those little marks. And I'm like hitting the translate button. It's hilarious.
Never in my life did I think that I'd make Greeks angry.
I mean, Moj, I'm gone for 2 days. What did you do?
All right, Sparta, you want to get it on? Then let's get it on.
Sparta! Here's my favorite one, by the way. I hit the translate on one of them, and it just said this. It said, nice guy. That's all it said.
Dude, where would we be without the translate button?
I know. It's such a great invention.
And I'm like, I guess I had no idea, and I blame myself for this. I had no clue that there were that many crazy Greek basketball fans.
Have you seen some of their games?
Yes, but I didn't realize that they were monitoring what a guy like me would say. They must be, who knows? I don't know what they're doing, but they're all over my bacon. We replayed the video of me saying, so did you see the video?
I did. And you know what, Moj? Let me just tell you something right now. I'm in your foxhole, buddy. Like, yeah. I'm there with you. I'm like, you don't want to be here, then get the hell out of here.
That's what I said. I said I'd rather take a rabid sewer rat in a cage sitting on the bench than this guy. Well, then all the Greeks, he doesn't want you anyway, you a wipe. And, all. I'm like, all right, give me some Greek cursing, give me some.
Can I say one thing real quick? We've talked trash on a lot of different countries on this show over the years.
I've never had a problem with Greece.
I did not have the first country to respond to our show being Greece.
Hey, listen, if you want to go Greece, let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
If you hey, man, you ain't what you used to be, bro.
Well, okay.
I tell you what. You grab your gyro in one hand, I'll grab my cheeseburger in the other hand, and let's go.
So I know you guys have hammered this the last couple of days.
I got some good intel on the Jonas Valanciunas stuff today, boys.
Good. So I'm looking forward to that.
So just to start this off, here's a quote as he talked to some media members in Europe about the situation that's unfolding right now between the Nuggets and, is it Panathinaikos? That's
Panathinaikos? About as close as you can get.
Panathinaikos.
He said, you can say anything. A lot has already been said. All kind of thoughts. The bubble burst. Everyone shared what everyone thinks. We'll find out when the first game is played. Everything will be clear. When the trade is finalized, we'll come up with a plan. The Nuggets will express their wishes, how they think, how they see it, medical, other details. That will depend on the team. That's what he said.
I don't know what the hell that means.
I know. And the only thing I thought in the middle of this is what's pissing me off. What is the riddles you're speaking in here? Why am I trying?
my riddle.
Yeah, why am I trying to, like, you're a troll that I have to answer your riddle before I get across the bridge? Like, what's this about? Either you want to play or you don't. And I don't understand what the holdup is between this. If he just said, you know what? I want to play in Greece because I want to be a superstar in another league and not a backup. Okay, fine. If that's the deal, cool. Moving on to trying to acquire Al Horford. But you aren't saying that. You're speaking in code.
He's speaking in code because he doesn't know how it's going to end up, and he doesn't want to offend one side or the other. That's why he's speaking in code. He's not outright saying what he wants, because if he does end up back in Denver, which I think is going to happen, and I'll tell you why in a moment, he doesn't want to offend Nuggets fans like he already has. He doesn't want to start anything, so he's trying to keep it as down low as possible without revealing too much. That's why he's speaking in code. That's why.
What is there to know here? If this is all leverage play to get the last year of his contract guaranteed, then again, I think I could understand that too, that I wouldn't want that uncertainty on a contract either. But
well, allow me to explain some things that I've learned over the last 12 hours. Will you allow me that? But before I get to that, I spent some time in the lab this morning, and I don't know why I went down. I woke up at 4:05 a.m., and I'm messing on my phone, and I fell upon GarageBand somehow. I've never even opened that app. I don't even know what the hell it is. It just came to me. And I developed my own beat. And I said, if I'm going to give you long monologues about subjects, I want my own music behind it, my own theme music. Dion's got his, I want mine. And I made this on my own. Nelly, can you play for the boys? Yeah. I hope Twitch can hear this because I made this music. This is homemade, like my dad's homemade wine. It's all me, Moser. I did this.
I should have taken today off.
Gator? Hey, Nelly, I don't want any random horns during my theme music. I made this. And let me tell you what's going on.
Who do you think I am?
With Jonas Valanciunas. 5 reasons
By the way,
why Jonas
you have a
Valanciunas.
dot. You have a dot on your nose.
5 reasons. I put a 77 on your course yesterday. 5 reasons why Jonas Valanciunas is not yet a Denver Nugget. He is a bit disturbed that he's played for 5 teams in 5 years and he's tired of moving around. He sent his family back to Lithuania, reportedly, because he's tired of moving around. It's a family thing as much as it's a lifestyle thing. He's tired of the vagabond lifestyle. The money's about the same when it's all said and done. The money that he's due to make in Denver versus the money he's due to make with Panathinaikos, whatever that team is about the same when it's all said and done per year, okay? So it's not a financial thing. It's not a financial boon for him to stay in the NBA. And he wants a bigger role, a better role. He wants a role where he is the centerpiece of a team. Those are the reasons why Greece is enticing to him. And lastly, it's enticing to him because he was told by his European agent that it was pretty much a done deal. Wait a minute. That agent never spoke to the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets, from what I'm told, boys, have had many conversations with Jonas Valanciunas since this thing went down. In fact, he has spoken to the Nuggets head coach, David Allman. They're talking about a role that'll see him play what he wants to play on this team. Now, he's not a starter. He's a backup. But his caution was...
He's been a backup for some years now.
Sure.
A couple years now.
He's been a backup. He's also been a vagabond. And I don't blame him for, having to move all those teams, all those cities, but I'm not the one who signed that 3-year contract. He did. He's the one who's put pen to paper in New Orleans for that $30 million contract. That's his doing, not mine. It's not the Nuggets. So the Nuggets are under the impression that give it some time, let him stew, let him think about it, talk to the necessary people. He's already talked to Adelman. He's talking to teammates, talking to players, and time will heal. The Denver Nuggets are under the impression that he is going to play for them, and they are not going to back down on this unless things went really off the... If the wheels fell off, okay. Problem is, Horford's not waiting around for that.
Yeah.
Al Horford's not going to be there all summer.
Right.
So the decision is, if you really believe Valanciunas is the guy, you better believe it because Horford's not going to be there if he's not the guy. They believe it. They believe he's going to play here, and they believe time will heal. The end.
Well, okay, so to the first point, you're tired of moving your family around. I don't think that this is some sort of short-term play for the Nuggets where they're going to give him 2 weeks and then it's not going to be Dario. He plays twice. You're like, oh, this isn't working. Enjoy the bench unless we can trade you. I think that this is a commitment. You're going to be Jokic's backup. I actually wouldn't be surprised, Vic. I don't think he's going to be a 12-minute-a-night player. I think there could be situations in which you play both him and Jokic at the same time. We've seen teams put 2 7-footers on the floor before. I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah, you can't promise that because you don't know what it's going to look like. I can tell you, they expect him to be a professional. They expect him to play for the Nuggets. He is trying to see how far he can take it. That's all. He's playing the game. He misses his family. His family's back in Europe. He wants to be closer to them. He's tired of moving around. I get it. I get all that. I really do. But these aren't the Sacramento Kings you're playing for. These are the championship contending Denver Nuggets. It's a different deal here.
If they guaranteed that last year of his contract, do you think that changes things?
And 100%.
Yeah.
100%. because it would give him some stability.
Right.
You know, now the reason why I think the Nuggets are secure in the fact that he's going to play here is because the last thing this Greek team, what's its name of it again?
Panathinaikos.
The last thing this team wants to do is damage its relationship with the NBA, and they're really, really sensitive to that. Okay, they want to be hands off unless he's released from his contract. They can't do anything if he's not going to be released from his contract. They ain't going to mess with it. So no matter what you hear from your Greek fans there, Moj, who are invading your social media platforms, they want no part of this unless he is released from his contract. They can't. They can't afford it. Can you imagine? This is the NBA. If the NBA wanted to end that league, they could. They essentially could. They could just start stealing all their players.
Why in the world did he ever get the notion? Why in the world did Panathinaikos ever get the notion that he would be let out of his contract?
Well, I'm going to tell you. how it happened.
Okay, hold on a second. He's got a valid NBA contract.
Yeah.
He's legally obligated to honor it.
Can I tell you how
What
it
makes
happened?
him think he can just bolt off for Greece?
I'm going to tell you how it happened.
That's some big cojones there, brother. And I don't listen. I get all the reasons, the family and the this and the that and whatever. You've got a valid NBA contract. You want to break it? Nobody gave you permission.
Mm-hmm.
You're obligated. You have no leverage. What is your issue, man?
Well, calm down, and I'll give you the issue.
The fact that you go to Athens for a physical, that takes a lot of cojones right there, brother.
Let me give you the background, but Steve,
Please.
before I do that, please give me my theme music.
Oh, for God's sake.
Please. I'm not going to do it until you give me my theme music. Give it back to me. Don't just take it away on a whim. That's mine. I made that. Thank you. I want to take you back a couple months ago. Sacramento was eliminated from postseason. This is before the Nuggets even entered the picture. This agent of his, this European agent, had no knowledge of an upcoming trade. He talked to Jonas Valanciunas, and Valanciunas told him he's tired of this game. He's tired of moving from team to team. He's tired of it. This started weeks before the Nuggets were ever in the picture. And then the Nuggets got involved. Why would Sacramento allow him to talk to Greece? You saw what Sacramento's doing. They're salary dumping, man. They wanted to make changes. They brought him as a backup. He wasn't happy there working behind Sabonis. So they were fine with him talking to Greece. They had no problem with it. No problem whatsoever. Well, then the trade happened. The Nuggets have a problem because they view him as a legit piece on their bench. And that's when it became an issue, Bosch. Thank you, Natalie.
Not to mention,
Hold on a second.
No, you can't speak under my theme music, so shut it off when Moser talks.
That's fine. Nelly, if you could, when I counteract Vic today.
You started this, Vic.
It's your own fault.
Mhm.
All right? Nelly?
But I made mine. Yours is going to be something from Van Halen.
Yeah, it will be. Of course it will.
Well, of course. See, I made my music. That's the difference. See, in this, Twitch can't hear this.
So
see,
what?
now the entire internet, the television audience, everybody else outside radio, they can't hear this music because it belongs to somebody else.
Let me counterattack. Okay, so Sacramento wants to let him off the hook. Fine. They want a salary dump. Hey, you want to go play in Greece? Fine. You want to go play in Antarctica? You want to go post up a penguin? Go right ahead, Jackwagon. Who the hell's buying out his contract? Are you just letting you off the hook? Or are you paying hard-earned bread to the Sacramento Kings to get out of your contract? Because I'll tell you this. You want to go play in Greece and eat falafels and euros all day? Fine.
That sounds good.
You're paying us $10.5 million. You're giving us the money. You're buying out your own contract, Jack. That's all there is to it. So lay it down.
Look, I don't know if he'd be good at it, but I would say this.
Lay it down. Lay that money down on the table. Cash on the barrelhead, JV.
Moser, I thought you picked this because this band is Rat, and you'd rather have a sewer rat, a rabid sewer rat, than Valanciunas.
Pretty weak that you have to select music you didn't produce.
I don't know if he'd be any good at it, but A Penguin playing post defense would be the cutest post defense I've ever seen.
It might be. It was so okay. So
Do you remember Paul McKeskey? They called him was it the Walrus? What did they call him? They called him something.
I don't even know who that is.
Hang on, you want to see my impression of a Penguin setting a pick?
Sure. Here's Brett Kane.
It's actually a good pick.
He's waddling up to the mic, and he's turning sideways, and he's waddling. Okay, good. That's not bad. Vic, so basically, listen, as far as the Nuggets are concerned, even if this guy got on the spaceship and went to Mars tomorrow, the Nuggets are still net winners because they got rid of Dario Saric.
That is true.
But we're not talking about our feelings of getting rid of a guy who didn't play. We're talking about you gave up something to get something, and that something that you got, you don't get. So where's the compensation?
And this
what do you if you're the Denver Nuggets, even if you're happy to rid yourself of Dario Saric, you gave something to get something. What are you now getting? Hey, Adam Silver, what are we getting? Hey, this guy won't come back from Greece. We can't kidnap him and put him on an airplane. What do we do
This
then?
isn't you asked a girl out and then she turned you down for another guy and then you go ask another. There's no more girls. There's Al Horford's the last girl. That's the last girl.
It's an NBA issue because he's got an NBA contract. It's not just a contract with the Kings, the Pelicans, the Nuggets. It's an NBA contract. That's why the league is watching this very closely, and that's why this Greek team does not want to mess around. I'm telling you, this Greek team, you can be as impassioned as you want about doing your thing. You don't want to mess with the NBA. They will hurt you. If you want to open this up where you can steal players, let's go. They'll raid your roster. Well, you want to play this game? Let's go.
303-504-0925.
Pack at the meat. What is it?
Pack at the meat.
Panathinaikos.
Panathinaikos.
Now, I got a chance. I watched some of their games, and I was doing some. Man, it's an amazing crowd, and that's one of the things that fascinates. Obviously, Jonas Valanciunas to be a part of that. It's amazing how their games come across. It's awesome. Everything about it is awesome. But you know what? You should have thought of that when you signed that 3-year contract. That's you put pen to paper, man.
Well, and they have assembled a, if I understand this correctly, like a super team, the best European team that's ever been assembled.
Well, it's all guys who couldn't make it in the NBA.
It's
anymore.
Kendrick Nunn, Chetty Osman, Wancho plays for them,
Wancho.
Jerry and Grant, Wenyan Gabriel.
Yeah.
What do you mean, movie star Wancho?
Movie star Wancho.
Movie star
That's right.
Wancho.
The thing is, the best argument for Valanciunas is this. Here's the best argument. Here's why I think he's going to be here. And Moj, you got to calm down here. Here's why he's going to be here.
I'm calm, bro. I'm calm.
This opportunity will still be there a year from now. Next summer, he'll be 34, 33, soon to be 34, and the money's still going to be there with this team.
Right.
They may say, no, it's take it or leave it. It'll be there. If they want you this badly at this age, they'll want you badly next year. Figure it out. Leave your team, leave your family there for another year, or bring him to Denver's a nice town. Jonas, Denver's nice. Family would like it here. It's not Sacramento. Moser lived in Sacramento. Moser, do you care to compare and contrast Denver and Sacramento for Jonas Valanciunas, please?
I was born and raised in Sacramento. There ain't no comparison, bro. Ain't none.
Again, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
All I'm saying, Moj, this is a warning to you because I know yesterday you got all kinds of flack from Greece. Just be careful what you say because this guy is going to be a Denver Nugget. Unless it really goes bad. If it really goes bad.
But Moser's speaking for, I think, a bunch of people in Denver, including myself, which is, if it's this hard of a decision for you to come onto a championship roster and back up the best player in the world, then kick rocks.
I understand. Right. You're impassioned. I'm the same way. I felt the same way. I'm like, if you don't want to play, don't play here. But there's more to it. These are conversations that have taken place. He has spoken to players and coaches with the Nuggets organization. And until I hear it from his own voice, not this code that he spoke yesterday at that thing, that's code words. Those are code words.
Why is he speaking in code words anyway?
I told you why he's speaking in code words, because he doesn't know yet.
Well,
he knows where it's headed, but he doesn't know yet.
Well, he should know. He's got a valid NBA contract.
He's hoping that the Nuggets relent. He's hoping that they throw their hands up and say, all right, fine. That ain't going to happen.
Well, we'll get back to this in just a little bit. 303-504-0925 back after this.
I'll make you a promise.
You know it's good. You know it's good. Be honest. You're impressed with that. I did that. I did it.
You didn't do anything.
I did it on my app, GarageBand. I produced that.
Dude, a left-handed baboon could produce this.
Okay.
This isn't music.
Okay, I'll give you, I did that in 5 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes and see what you can do. You don't even know what that is on your phone.
I have no interest. Yeah,
That's
I couldn't
what I
care
thought.
less. Vic, I'm going to make you a promise, all right?
You know what? Make Symphony Number 40 by Mozart. Do that for me.
Yeah, exactly.
See, you know what that beat represents? It represents energy, dark energy. Something's happening. Something's coming. Something's cooking. That's what it represents. That's what the show is. We're cooking.
Moj, yesterday.
Can I make a promise, though?
Please.
I'm trying to make this promise, but the beat won't stop. And maybe the beat can't stop. Maybe that's part of our new life, Brett. Vic's beat is part of our life now.
You say getting hit in the face with 10
Yeah,
pounds
10
of
pounds
beat.
10 pounds of beat all night. I'm not going to freak out about this anymore, okay? I guess I'll expect him to be a Denver Nugget. And
Well, I just heard, just
Whatever.
heard from Nelly that, now I wasn't here, but I would have said the same thing, that DMac called us all soft because his
Why?
take was if he's under contract, then you force him to
you
play.
force him to.
And I'm not forcing people into do anything. If you don't want to be here, then get the hell out. Like if Moj has a contract and he just decides he doesn't want to do the show anymore and he hates us, then leave. You know what I mean?
Well, no, it'd be like I want to go, wherever else. Fine, get out of here.
Hey, man, this happens in business all the time.
Understood, dude. But the NBA is not like other business, okay? It's different.
I understand that too, but I'm just saying that it's not like it hasn't happened in other places before. 1997, I had an opportunity to come home and work in Denver. I was working in Phoenix, Arizona for the CBS affiliate. Had a chance to come home. I had an offer.
Used to be on the news.
They would not let me out of my contract. I had to wait 9 more months to get out of my deal.
And what did you do?
I eventually got out of it, and I had to pay off my bonus.
Did you? Yeah. Did you wait?
I had to 9
Okay.
months.
Then dude should wait.
But from a personal standpoint, Moser, I'm just telling you, I wanted to leave right away.
Understood.
I wanted to come home.
Understood.
So I guess you're beating up the guy for wanting to do what he personally. I get it. I get it. You want to go home, or it's not home. It's Europe.
Okay, Vic. If he wants to be in Greece, why will the Nuggets now try to force him to come here? Or will they try to convince him and make it seem like this
Forcing
is a wise
is not the word. Persuading.
He's
assuaging.
obligated. Right, he's
Assuage.
obligated.
How about assuage? Look it up.
Okay. I know what it means. That's fine. And maybe it'll work. Maybe this thing will come out like roses for him.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I know. He's got a wonderful opportunity to do something he's never done before, and that's win an NBA title. Now, if you want to go to Greece and win a title and think it's somehow equal, that a Greek title equates to an NBA title, go ahead and kid yourself if you want to, because it does not. An NBA championship is the ultimate, and everybody knows it.
Moj.
Again, if the guy doesn't want to be here, I don't want a malcontent.
He's not going to be a malcontent. I'm assured of that.
So if
He's
he does,
not gonna come in
if he
here-
does show up and he does
He's not
play
going to come in here and
basketball-
purposely miss free throws because he wants to be home.
Okay.
He's going to be, the convincing is going to be this. That deal will still be there. Give us a try. Give us a year.
Well, let's get back to this in a second, Moj. Some news yesterday in the Avs front is that they got an assistant coach, and it's Dave Haxtell.
Dave Haxtell. Yeah.
Well, this is the part where I just spent
I
the last
put it-
10 minutes providing information about the topic. This is where you can use my beats, provide information about the topic.
I put it on a tee for Hockey Guy, and
my
Hockey Guy's
God.
response was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dave Haxtell, of course, former head coach of the Seattle Kraken.
Same one that took down the Nuggets.
Oh, the
or
Nuggets.
the Avalanche, sorry.
Yeah, they ain't taking down the Nuggets. That is correct. So Haxtell comes in, and a guy who's been around for some time, got the opportunity to coach the Philadelphia Flyers, obviously, was the head coach for North Dakota for a long time. In fact, the old WCHA days, dude, North Dakota and DU used to get it on. I mean, get it on. It's great. Good stuff. You had Magnus Arena. You'd see those stupid green sweaters in there. Ugh. Gross. Haxtell was the coach. Like, first, he was an assistant coach there for some time, and then he was the head coach there for quite some time before he got the Philadelphia Flyers job.
So is this like just to get another set of eyes on things? Is this to replace Bennett?
Well, this is a guy, honestly, he was up for the Jack Adams in 2023. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought he did a pretty good job with the Kraken. Again, this is a situation where you take over an expansion team and you try to put all the pieces together as quickly as you possibly can. Obviously caught the Avs at a good time for Seattle. I think he's a good coach. And listen, I know Jared Bednar, I know they went through a lot of candidates, a lot of folks, okay? A lot of interviews, a lot of discussions, a lot of stuff. Take your time with this. Make it right. It's been a couple of months, right? And if this is the guy that Jared Bednar settles on as an assistant coach for him, then it's good enough for me.
But is that the Bennett replacement, or is he just
No, that's essentially, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So this is, if you're having some problems in the power play, he's making tweaks and adjustments to it.
And people were bringing up his power play numbers in Seattle as the head coach and this sort of thing. You can't even remotely begin to fathom how much different it's going to be with the personnel that he has here in Colorado.
Yeah, I don't think he was working with a full deck in Seattle.
That's exactly right. I mean, obviously they put together what city, so there you go. I mean, that's going to be his charge, and I'm sure he's going to do a good job.
So as far as what the Avs have left to do in this offseason, how many different holes do they have to fill still, Moj?
I think they've got to find one more D-man. They've got 7 NHLD right now, and that includes Heaton Middleton.
So you're not saying necessarily a guy that's going to be your sixth dude in the blue line pairing. It's just body.
I think their pairings are pretty well set right now.
Is it Malinsky and Burns?
I'm sure it will be.
Yeah. Okay.
Boy, that's going to be awkward. Big guy, small guy.
Well, we got Manson and Girard.
I know.
Is that awkward?
No, but awkward's not the right word. Just funny, I guess.
Mismatched?
What is the right word, Vic? Search for it.
Well, give me my theme music.
No. Enough of it.
All right, think of the word now. Here you go.
So they need one more D-man, and then as far as
the line combos are concerned, and again, I don't know where that D guy comes from. Does he come from? They still have money to spend. Here's what they're not doing.
Is there any news on the EJ front on that?
No, I haven't talked to him. I probably should talk to him. I haven't talked to him. No, I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
But here's the story, is that I see what they're not doing, and I like what they're not doing. The guys that are out there and available right now with the money that the Avs have, they're not necessarily guys you want or guys that would fit. So why it'll work itself out eventually. You will find those guys eventually, even if it's not right this second.
Could you see them hold on to that extra change until the season, mid-season, deadline approaching, and then strike then?
Because I want to say you've got enough to, quote, get by right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the team that you ice will be a good hockey club.
Right.
Well,
okay?
They're going to have more bodies than they did last year to start the season. Remember that?
That is correct.
Hasn't started yet. Knock on wood, please.
I knocked on my wood. You've got a healthy – here's what's amazing. You've got a healthy Gabe Landeskog ready to go.
Yeah.
Vic, Gabe Landeskog is healthy and ready to go, bro.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so you've got your captain back, but you've got obviously an up and down the wall winger who will go hard to the front of. You got the dude back. I always said this whole time. I said we're talking about his money and using his money. I said, but what mostly you want is you want the player because he's a good player.
Yeah.
You want the player. They got the player. I'm thinking that they would hopefully see a young guy, whether it's a Prishapov, an Ivan, Steinberg, anybody be able to come up and actually be a dependable bottom six forward.
Right.
Dependable. If I'm a young guy with the Colorado Eagles, young guy in the system, I look at this as an amazing opportunity to make not only the NHL club, but to make an impact.
Sure.
To actually show that I belong in the National Hockey League.
That you're trustworthy.
It's just waiting. The opportunity's right there in front of you. Go grab it. Go take it. I'm not saying all the dudes are going to do it, but how about a dude? How about two dudes?
Yeah.
There's got to come a time when these dudes mature enough to the point where, okay, you're going to become an NHL player. And I'm not talking about a big factor NHL player. I'm not talking about scoring 20 goals or anything of that nature. What I'm talking about is a guy who is reliable in the lineup to fill a role.
You're on to something here, Moj, because how many different guys that you would consider those like maybe reliable, dependable dudes within your lineup have come from the Avs system over the last few years? It's not a lot. It's not. They've given guys opportunities, and they haven't really taken advantage. They gave Newhook chances at it.
Right.
And Newhook couldn't do it. They've given guys ice time that just turns out like we just can't keep doing this. So all of the guys that you consider trustworthy pieces in the lineup have come really from the outside and been acquired.
They did not re-sign Jean-Luc Foudy. He's gone. They did not offer him a contract. But here's all the guys that have actually spent time in an Avs sweater, okay? TJ Tynan. Wagner's been around a long time in the NHL. Yuri Inala, Oscar Olausen, Matthew Steinberg, Jason Poland, Ty Felleber, Ivan, Nikita Prishapov. Who else? Who am I missing? There's somebody else.
They used a whole bunch of guys last year.
There's somebody else.
Did you say Steinberg?
Matt Steinberg. Every one of those guys suited up for the Colorado Avalanche last season at one point or another. Can anybody step in and grab a roster spot and not just be a hole filler, be a contributing player at the National Hockey League level?
I feel like Malinsky did that. Like, he earned enough trust
You're
to kind of get
You're
that.
damn right he did. And he just got a brand new contract for, well, a one-year deal as an RFA, but yeah, he's an NHL player now.
A texter says Logan O'Connor was an Eagle. Logan O'Connor's been on the big league club for a long time. Long time. I'm talking last few years as somebody within the system stepped up and really taken hold of a professional spot.
And LOC will be coming back too, okay? Just later, correct. I guess I would hope that he'd be back by Christmas, but I don't know. I would hope that would be like the very end of his recovery. So we'll see.
But that's what you're looking for, at least for the rest of this offseason and heading into the actual regular season for the Avs. Now, some news that came down, and I got to tell you, you go back to that quote from Josh Kroenke, the only thing that makes me upset when he even brought up the remote 0.0001% chance of trading Jokic is whenever Jokic news comes about, you see photoshops of him in other uniforms, and it's bothersome. And that thing happened yesterday. So we'll get to what I'm talking about next.
Hey, listen, it's summertime. It's going to be 100 degrees today. Vacations, barbecues, beach days. Long nights with the people you love, right? Season to feel alive, but if your energy is down, your drive is off, you might be suffering from low testosterone, and getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all of the summer activities yet to come. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in. Guys start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year in your early to mid-30s, and then before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to. The brain fog is going to go away. Your sleep is going to improve, as will your workout. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call at 720-440-7900. Schedule an appointment. Or better yet, go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes-no answers. It'll take you 2 minutes. Find out if maybe you're dealing with low T, because if you are, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So, I want to talk about Joker, but just quickly, some news from the NBA. Oklahoma City has signed a 5-year, $250 million fully guaranteed contract to Chet Holmgren now, which combined with Shea's is $535 million to those two. It's projected by Shams that Chet's first-year salary will be from Bobby Marks. His first-year salary under this new contract is going to be 25% of the projected cap.
First of all, you never talk over new edition, ever. Secondly, they're going to have to start paying players. And they're going to have to run into the same situation most teams are in right now. The payments have begun, right? I think they, based on salaries and payroll, they have another year of a clean sheet. It's another year of a clean sheet before it becomes an issue there.
They just need to call it
Decisions.
a winning tax. That's
Yes.
what it is. If you win, you pay a tax of your players get $8 billion apiece.
Are you telling me that Chet is getting an average of $50 million a year?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
In that case, Meteor, take me now. Come do me.
You didn't see this coming? You didn't see that guy getting a max contract? I did.
Vic,
Are you kidding me?
Vic.
You know who else
I'm
is
not
gonna
talking
get a
to you
max
right
contract?
now. I'm talking to some meteor floating about outside of our solar system that has its eyes set on Lone Tree, Colorado. Come do me.
Okay.
Right now. I don't want to live in a world where Chet Holmgren gets $50 million a year.
Well, I don't care how
I
much he
can't
makes.
I
What's
can't
your
live in
problem?
that. I can't live in that world. It's the principle of the thing.
SGA makes a ridiculous amount of money, but he's the MVP. Chet Holmgren now makes max contract. Guess who else is due to make a max?
It's you know what it's like? It's like a I don't know, a kebab skewer in his shoe. When you look at his leg, you could Brett, as Brett eloquently once said, you could break his ankle with a paper airplane.
Is your answer Jalen Williams?
Yep. He's going to make max, and they're going to have 3 max contracts, and they're going to have the same conversations we've had in Denver over the last 3 years. Can a team ride with 3 max deals? It's going to hit them. So you got to take advantage of it when you can.
Well, speaking of, when this was said by Josh Kroenke at a press conference on the 24th of June, sorry, now hit me with that hot key, please. Hot keys. Turn them up. Turn up my hot keys.
Hot route. I don't even know what a hot route is.
We're definitely going to offer it. I'm not sure if he's going to accept it or not because we're also going to explain every financial parameter around him signing now versus signing later. Be completely transparent. That's the way we always are. And then he makes the best decision for himself and his family, and we'll support him in it.
So that was him talking about offering Jokic the contract extension this offseason. He said, we're going to offer it. I don't know if he's going to take it. And Jokic has decided not to. And immediately, because of that press conference, where then it turned into, well, I don't want to get into the scenario where we have to think about trading number 15, and then it just takes off from there. So this news comes down, and then I see photoshops of Jokic in a Laker jersey next to Luka, and I'm like, all right. This isn't a negative at all. I think it's a huge positive. He's waiting out for more money.
Yeah.
And in turn, if you're a Nuggets fan, if you're like me, you always have in the back of your head that Jokic is going to like Barry Sanders or Jim Brown at one year and just say, I'm done in the prime of his career. This is adding an extra year to the contract. This is adding an extra year of easing your mind of that happening.
I 100% agree with you. The fact that he wants to extend his career. You know, the biggest issue with Nikola Jokic moving forward, the biggest fear was that he would just walk away, walk into the sunset, and go with his horses at the age of 30.
Yeah.
Right? Well, this indicates to me that he wants to play it longer. He wants to make more money. It's hard to walk away from that kind of money. Mm-hmm. And if he were to wait and sign that 4-year deal, that extension later, it would make him a Denver Nugget through the age of 36. He'd be in the Nuggets uniform for 16 seasons, 16 years as a Denver Nugget.
Yep.
That's a long career, longer than some had assumed for a guy who wants to be in Serbia with his horses. And the reason is, number one, he likes basketball, but number two, and this could be number one, he likes money. Let's not fool ourselves here, people. Everybody, let's put all our what is it? Hands on the table? Is that what it is?
Cards on the table?
Cards. My hands are on the table right now.
What do you lick?
Your hand. Money motivates human beings. Money. Now, some have other motivations.
Me money.
Some have other motivations.
Like what?
I get it. Motivations. Jonas has motivations to be back in Europe. And
like
Yeah,
Greece.
yeah.
Yes.
I wanted you to say it.
But if the Denver Nuggets turned to Jonas Valanciunas and said, we will guarantee you the second year of your contract, trust me, it would not be an issue because money motivates. Nikola Jokic is not walking away from the money that the Nuggets can offer him. And by not signing the deal this summer, I was at a dinner party last night, and I'm asked, well, why is Nikola Jokic leaving the Nuggets? I go, what are you talking about? Well, he's not signing the contract. And again, on the surface.
Wait, you were at a dinner party?
Yes. On the surface,
we
that
still
may
call
look
it
bad.
Brett, have you ever been to a dinner party? A dinner party
Hung out
is
with
something.
friends.
A dinner party is what basically your parents did. They went to another couple's house and had a dinner. They went to a dinner
Dress
party.
nice.
Dress nice, correct. You go to Dave's for a barbecue and drink beer, right? It's
And
not,
then somebody makes food.
and Vic is a dinner party kind of guy. Probably puts a scarf on, stupid little glasses.
Rode my Vespa there. At this dinner party, the inquiry came up right away. Why doesn't Joker want to play with the Nuggets? I go, what are you talking about? And this contract came up. I said, no, you're not looking at it right. In fact, I should have called Brett because you gave a great explainer. It just proves that he wants to be here longer because he's going to make more money for a longer period of time. That's what it means. It's not a big deal. It was never a big deal. The Nuggets were pretty forthright from the beginning. They were very transparent. We want to sit down with him and let him know that more money's available at a later date.
Vic, I thought that you and I and Brett had settled this notion at the time. I thought the notion when ESPN droned on and on about it, for God knows what reason, about Joker leaving, I thought we put an end to that pretty darn quickly, that is not the case. He is a Nugget for life.
You know
Stop
what?
being so ridiculous about it. But people
you're a
only
Denver
hear what they
Nuggets
want to
fan,
hear. Is that it?
If you're a Denver Nuggets fan, you couldn't be happier because right now checks and balances are happening, right? Government is made on checks and balances. Here are the checks and balances of the Denver Nuggets. Nikola Jokic now has options because of his contract. You don't want to upset Nikola because he is your core. He is your franchise. So you want to make sure you surround him with the necessary pieces, the necessary players to keep him happy and pay him a lot of money. What have the Nuggets done in the last month?
They've built a team.
They got more players around him.
Exactly. Nikola Jokic is happy. His team is better. And next year comes more money. Money. So everything is working perfectly. It's a perfect balance. Checks and balances. The team is better. Nikola's going to be here forever for the rest of his career. He ain't going anywhere. And the only wild card now is when Jonas Valanciunas sees fit to return here and play here. They're going to hold a press conference, by the way, later this month. The Nuggets are, where they plan on introducing all of their new players, okay, sometime after Summer League. And I fully expect Jonas Valanciunas to be there. I know there are a lot of people from Greece watching our show right now because I see him on the Twitch feed. There's some translations.
You're kidding.
Buenos dias.
We welcome.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that on the Twitch feed we do have people from Greece?
Yes.
Are these
We welcome the Greek fans, okay? And we want to point out that the guy right there with the whatever that hair is under his lip, he's the guy that insulted your culture yesterday.
I did not.
He's the guy.
I thanked on the X machine. I thanked the Greeks for philosophy and for their architecture
And for Euros. Euros are great.
Yeah, and I love Euro. Yeah, I mean I love me a good Euro.
Yeah,
and then what'd you say?
Well, they're all mad because they want him, and I'm like, you can have him.
Well, I don't know what I said during the 6 o'clock hour, but there was a man by the name of Kostas Drakopoulos that said,
Is that the Peruvian guy?
he said,
It doesn't get more Greek than that.
tell to this boy at the left to be careful with his words.
Okay, listen.
I was on the left, by the way, of the screen. I was on the left.
The Greek guy is telling you, hey, watch your mouth.
I didn't say anything
listen.
bad about Greece. I would love to go see Greece. It looks
So would
beautiful.
I. I got a
Greece.
Vic,
Keep
I
your
got a,
grubby hands off my backup center, though.
I got a text here from the 6261. Brett, could you help me out with this too?
6261?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to read it to you. I'm not sure why Moser thinks Valanciunas is some whiny, petulant little girl who's going to drag the team down. Stop being so dramatic. So what if he wants to play in Greece?
No, you're missing it entirely. Can I speak for you for a second?
6261. Brett is going to speak on my behalf, and he's going to do it very eloquently.
He's going to speak on Moser's behalf because half of Greece wants to kill Moser right now.
If Jonas Valanciunas came out and said, I'm done with the NBA life, I want to be a star on this team in Greece, and I want stability with my family. So I am not playing in the NBA and playing in Greece. That's fine. He didn't say that. I'm going to give you again what he said. He said this: when the trade is finalized, we'll come up with a plan. The Nuggets will express the other details. That will depend on the team.
The medical
He's
thing is
speaking
interesting.
in code.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like. If you had a definitive answer, I want to play in Greece, then go play in Greece.
He's
But you
speaking
weren't
in code
saying that.
because he doesn't know the answer yet, and he doesn't want to offend either side. That's why he's speaking in code. What else did you think he was going to say? He knows he can't be released unless the Nuggets release him. He knows that. He knows that there's a chance that, well, a very good chance at this point, that he'll be playing for the Denver Nuggets, so he's going to speak in code. Meanwhile, under the table, he's like, gosh, I wish I could just go. Well, he's not going to.
Well, here's the thing, though. I guess this is what's bothersome. The reason he's speaking in code is because he doesn't want to go to the NBA. He doesn't want to play for the Nuggets. If he did, he would just say, all right, I'm going to play. Mm-hmm. But he's waiting to see if he can get out of it.
Vic, it sure seems like he just wants to be in Athens. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, he's romanced by what that team has to offer. It's a wonderful team. It's the best team in that
I'm
league.
sure I would be
And
too,
the
but he
scene
has a
is
valid
awesome.
NBA contract.
I get it.
He's
I get
screwing
it.
not only the Nuggets, but the league.
That's why he's
You
going to be a Nugget
can't
next year.
allow him to do
the
it.
NBA,
So-
I'm telling you, the NBA is watching closely, and the NBA, I'm sorry to say this to our Greek fans, NBA ain't going to let this happen.
Hang
you
on.
don't want to mess with the NBA when it comes to fighting contracts.
Hang on
because
to this for just a second, Vic. For just a second, I want to get right back to it, along with Katie called out our boy yesterday, too. It wasn't just the Greeks.
Wait, she called out me?
It's Katie Wingy, too.
What in the hell? What the hell did I do?
We'll continue this in a second. Stick around.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this yesterday. Would you rather have Al Horford or Jonas Valanciunas as a member of the Nuggets?
Right now, I'd rather have a sewer rat than Jonas Valanciunas.
I don't want somebody who doesn't want to play here.
I don't either.
I'd take a rabid sewer rat sitting on the bench in a cage
But what if
over
you
this
hear,
guy.
What if you hear different? What if it was just an agent mix-up? What if his intentions are
He was an
far
agent
different?
mix-up. Yeah, his agent's a real moron.
I'm just saying.
Well,
what,
yeah, he
what
is.
if?
It sounds
let him
like-
speak. Let him
'cause-
speak first. What
Right.
if what he has to say is much different than what you're hearing?
That was yesterday. As you guys were talking about Jonas, and again, I am kind of in the Moser foxhole here. I agree with him. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But I don't like this speaking in code, and I have to decipher a riddle in order to see what your motivations are.
I can't. Listen, the entire country of Greece cannot be hating me. They can't.
Well, sure they can.
No, they can't, because there are 12 teams in the Greek Basketball League. I've been doing a little investigation here, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Panathinaiko, whatever the hell.
Panathinaikos.
That's the biggest team. Their capacity.
Yeah, they're like the Yankees.
That is correct. Their capacity is about Ball Arena.
Mm-hmm.
Over 18,000. I mean, they pack
And
it
they
in.
are passionate.
Some other teams have a capacity of like 1,350.
Yeah.
Like this, just little buildings, right? But this is the big stud building. Okay, good. There's got to be fans of 11 other teams. Everybody can't just be a fan of Panathinaikos. Panathinaikos. They got to be a fan of Mykonos or Peristeri or Ares or Cardista or Colossus. There's got to be fans of other teams. So I'm today, by the end of the program, in fact, I'll ask all my Greek people out there, all you Greeks who do love me, why don't you tell? Probably aren't many.
Why is there an assumption that there are Greeks that love you?
That's a dumb assumption. You're right. Tell me which team I should root for other than whatever.
Panathinaikos.
That team. You give me another team, and I'm going to become a fan of one of these Greek teams before the end of the show today.
Let me answer some of the questions, some of the things I'm seeing right now on our Twitch feed, because I don't have access to.
And by the way, yes, I was emotional about it, Brett, and I said that because I don't like my team being
jerked around.
Yeah, yanked
bottom line is,
around. It's silly.
Here's the truth, and Nuggets fans are not going to want to hear
I'm
this. but it
defending
seems
my
like
team.
The Greek basketball fans are much more passionate about this and invested in this than Denver Nuggets fans are. That's the truth. All right, that's just an unbiased truth. I mean, look at this. They've invaded our radio show. It's not like we're going to Greek sports talk radio to hear from their perspective. Does that perspective exist? Is there a way we can get to Greek sports talk radio and see what they're talking about right now? We're not. But let me answer some of the questions I'm seeing on our Twitch feed from Girgos Bartskwas, who writes in, he communicated it wrongly, but if in the NBA somebody wants to, what does he say? If in the NBA someone does not want to be here, he leaves. Not necessarily to Girgwas, because you can't just leave if you're under contract. Now, if it helps both parties, you can leave. You can't just walk. You have a year left on your deal. That's a contract. I don't know how it works in Greece, but we have contracts. We have legal procedure here. Piece of paper you sign, this applies. So in Greece, if you sign a contract and you just walk away from that contract, is that cool? So if there's a Greek player right now, if Kendrick Nunn decided he wanted to play for the Nuggets tomorrow, but he's under contract with Panathinaikos, can he just walk?
No.
You know the answer to that question. Don't. And here's the other thing. It's for family reasons, writes Mr. Vibe. It's family reasons. Will the NBA and the Nuggets keep a player who doesn't want to be there and his mind is elsewhere? Well, I know what the family reasons are. His family now lives there because he was traded 5 times in 5 seasons. So his family decided, I'm sick of this vagabond lifestyle. But guess what? You signed the contract. Yeah. There are a lot of European players that play here in the USA whose families maybe don't want to be here. Where do you think Nikola Jokic is going to live when he's done with his career, guys?
He's going to live in Sombor, Serbia.
Do you think if he had his choice of the matter, where would he live?
Yeah,
as much as he loves Denver. As much as he loves Denver.
Lyman?
So he's sacrificing.
No offense, Lyman.
So Jonas's family's more important than some other families? You signed the contract to make your family wealthy. You signed the deal. You signed a 3-year, $30 million deal. Why? To help your family, correct?
Yeah.
I didn't sign it. Nobody made him sign it.
There have been plenty
That's on paper.
Vic, there have been plenty of guys that are under contract in the KHL. The prime example is Kirill Kaprizov. The Minnesota Wild, I mean, he burst onto the scene, right? You could tell right away he's a stud. He wanted to come over earlier, but he was under contract in the KHL, and they would not let him out of the contract. The two leagues are like, we're gonna honor your. Now, if you want to work something out with his team, you can do that kind of thing. But it's got to be worked out. It's not just, hey, I'm gone. You can't do that. It doesn't work. And what Valanciunas wants to do is just say, you know what? You don't owe me anything, but I'm gone.
All right, well, let me get on the other
That's
topic.
not the way it works here. Go ahead, please.
Let me step on the other one.
Sure.
The response then is, well, okay, I agree with you guys, but if you're a team, why would you want a player who would not give you 100%? Jonas Valanciunas, from what I'm told by everybody I spoke to,
Total pro.
I spoke to a lot of people yesterday. He's a professional, plays hard no matter what. He may not be happy. He was not happy in Sacramento. You could tell he wasn't happy. Played hard when he was in there. What leads you to believe he may not want to play in Denver next year, but what part of him being a pro tells you that he's not going to play 100% when he's out there?
Vic, that's probably the least of my worries, to be honest. I think that if he is in a Nuggets uniform, he's going to play his butt off. I think he's going to earn his money. There's no doubt in my mind that this guy has been a total pro his entire career. He's busted his hump. He's earned he's earned everything he's gotten in the NBA. And I all the reasons given, and I saw that video that you sent to that Lithuanian cat who was explaining why Valanciunas probably wants to play in Greece and the reasons for it. And I dig all of that. But the fact of the matter is that you can't just bolt. There's no doubt if he is in a Nuggets uniform, he's going to be a total pro. And you know what he's going to do? I guarantee you this is what's going to happen, Brett. He's going to be up there in front of the city and county building, and he's going to look over 500,000 screaming Nuggets fans in front of him. You and I, Brett, are going to be Vic's going to be on a fire truck. You and I are going to be on the little jacks, the shooters at 6:30 in the morning. And he's going to go, you know what? This was friggin' worth it.
Let me tell you
this
what,
was absolutely worth it.
This is why
I know he's going to do that, Vic. I get it.
Yeah. But this is why I tell you guys.
We got to get it handled now.
I tell you this all the time, and I live and die by this. And I know fans are passionate about players, and there are stands, right? We talk stands. They're the fans just of specific players. This is why I live and die by the credo. I'm a fan of Denver sports. First, I love certain players. I admire and respect all players. Without you, we wouldn't have our jobs. We wouldn't have this to do. I get it. But at the end of the day, it's about the city, the team, and who you represent in this community. Players come and go all the time. Throughout our lifetimes, players will come and go. They'll represent and leave. Their loyalties are to their families. Rightfully so. That's where they should be. Not necessarily to your city and your community. Some do. Some have it. Most do not. That's the truth.
Well,
That's the truth.
Katie Wingy has a theory as to why Moser is so passionate about this. So this was during a little crosstalk between...
Let's see. I've got a country up my tailpipe, and now Katie Wingy wants a piece of me. All right?
This was crosstalk between DMac, Rob, Katie, and Kreckman before Kreckman and Lindahl.
Generally,
You guys are really taking this personally.
Well, not like Mark Moser, who called him a sewer
I know,
rat.
I heard that this morning, and I was like, Moj, come on.
Yeah,
I think Mark Moser has maybe just a little bit of an abandonment issue.
Something.
Like, I think this is maybe some deeply rooted trauma that Moj has to work through.
He did go back to his high school sweetheart. He did that. That
might be
that
right.
actually did happen.
I wasn't even talking about the personal side of things, but maybe that is something to look into.
But in
I'm
all
just talking about all the
seriousness-
things that really upset Mark Moser all have to deal with abandonment.
What do you think, Moser?
Spot on.
It's a theory. I mean, it is. but Vic, hold on a second. Vic, you don't suffer an abandonment issue, and you defend your hometown teams. You just did.
That's why I don't do this abandonment thing. That's why players come and go. Coaches come and go. You know what? I respect you while you're here. I appreciate your work and your services. At the end of the day, this is my town. I'm here for the long term. You're not. I don't care.
I feel the exact same way. And I don't think that people understand. Maybe it's because I have too good of a perspective. That's what it is. You know what? That's what it is, Brett.
Oh,
My perspective is too friggin' good on this. Do you Nuggets fans understand the era that you're currently living in? Katie Wingy, love you. Do you understand the current situation? I don't know in my lifetime, Vic, because it's been my lifetime and your lifetime. They've never been in this franchise has never been where they are right now.
Well, see, Katie's spoiled. She walked into the golden era of Nuggets basketball. She didn't suffer Nug life.
She wasn't in the bowels of McNichols Arena in an 11-win season banging your head against the wall because you can't do anything and watching Priest Lauderdale lug his big ass up and down the friggin' court. Hang on a second. Okay, sorry. I don't think it's taken Vic's lifetime and me 30 years of my life to get where we are right now. Vic, I don't think when this era is over in my lifetime, and I hope it's a long one, we're never going to see this ever again. Ever.
So that's why you're extra cautious about this.
I'm not cautious. I'm pissed. I'm like, dude, you don't understand how important this window is to us here in Denver. So you cannot be jerking my team around right now.
That's running out of time. My life is running out of life.
Yes, Coach. That's it.
It will play itself out. Time will heal. A month from now, when he figures out, when Jonas hangs out in Athens and it's 106 degrees every day with immense humidity.
Well, it's going to be 100 here.
He'll figure out that Denver in the summer is pretty damn cool compared to Athens, Greece in the summer.
So
he'll figure it out.
In conclusion, Moser does have abandonment issues. That's what we've decided.
And also, in conclusion, by the way, we have all these Greek people chiming in.
I just protect my teams, guys.
I'm going to protect my boy Moser for a second. If you're going to go after my boy, you got to go after all of us. If Greece, you got a problem? You want some? Greece, you want to come at this?
Hey, Greece.
Feel free. Yeah, what you got, Greece?
I'm a fan of your Euros and yogurt.
What do you think you're going to do?
Vic,
take on the NBA?
They've invaded our YouTube chat, too. YouTube is overrun by the Greeks.
Greece, I love you. My country's right next door, Italy. If you want to play, let's play.
Let me remind Greece something, too. Last thing. Hey, Greece, love you. Thank you for all of the great philosophy. I mean, you basically set the world afire with the list of great philosophers. Vic studied philosophy at Notre Dame. I mean, obviously, Socrates and Aristotle might be the biggest of all time. You gave us brilliant architecture. The Parthenon is just breathtaking. I mean, everything that came out of Greek culture is brilliant. But this ain't 340 BC, Jack. It's 2025, and we got NBA games to win. Playoffs are coming. We've got NBA championships to win. Okay? All you Pathological.
Panathinaikos.
All of you fans of the Yankees of the Greek Basketball League, good for you, man. You seed 18,000 plus. You got all the bread in the world in Greece to buy NBA players. That's great. Well, we don't have those kind of regulations and whatnot in the NBA.
We actually have contracts.
It's hard to win here. Dude, I don't have another 50 years on this earth to go through what I've gone through as a Nuggets fan up to this point.
For all the homies,
so please understand that.
For all the homies listening in Athens, I know this isn't a direct translation. It's probably hard for you to get, but we're trying to win a championship here, okay? It's very important that Jokic has a backup center. We're very, very, very intense about it. All right, get back to this in a bit, back after this.
feeling. Woo!
Hey, so,
I
I played golf a couple times with my pops and my brother when I was back in Omaha. By the way, Vic, hottest 5 days of my entire. I cannot describe 95 degrees with 90% humidity. I couldn't breathe. I showered 3 times a day. It's the most insane feeling.
That's why Colorado summers are the best in the world. The best in the world. I know it's going to get hot today and people are going to complain about the heat, but there ain't nothing like a Colorado summer. Trust me, we'll be in Italy in 10 days, Moj. Your reaction is not going to be the same as it is right now.
Hey, man, been there, done that. Hot as heck.
So listen for a second. I played in a scramble one of the days, and the group that we were with, nice guys, but they
stink.
No, they were actually pretty good, but just some guys took a while to hit the ball. When you're that hot, you're like, dude, come on, let's go.
Just swing the club.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys see the video of the dude who was hammered and playing slow?
Yeah, I saw
in
that.
front of what he didn't know was former NHLer Nick Tarnasky.
Yeah, the guy was drunk. I mean, I almost felt bad for him. His friend was trying to get him out of there. He was egging on this poor guy. The guy didn't want to fight him, but ultimately had to get him off the course. He was just drunk.
He was basically saying, I don't want to hurt the little fella. Okay, so have him quiet down.
And Tarnasky was nearly a 200 PIM guy in the league in limited, minutes.
But you can't scream and yell as if you're, what's homeboy's name? Who was Gerard Butler in 300? What was his name?
Was he King Leonidas?
King Leonidas. Yeah. You can't huff and puff like that.
Did you see him do one of these? Oh, for God's sake.
You can't huff and puff, and then the first thing that happens is you get thrown in the pond. Okay, that can't be the number one
And then he
thing.
comes out of the pond like the Loch Ness Monster thinking he wants more.
He's like, okay, I just got me some E. coli, and I just got me some brain-eating amoeba. Let's get it on some more.
But when you're getting punched and you're getting your ass kicked, and the guy, each time he hits you, goes, bang! 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 That's a tough look. I don't care how drunk you are. That's going to live forever. I don't care that it's a former NHLer that did that to you. Somebody yelling bang each time they plant one in your jaw and throwing you in a pond. And then to be like this is the last warning you have. To basically hip toss you 10 yards in the air.
Dude, that's on his friend. That's on his friend. You could see the guy can't even speak. He's done. His friend's got to get him out of there.
I think he tried, Vic. The guy, the purple shirt, he flexed like he's in a. He flexed like he's in one of those like a bodybuilding company. He went. Then. So
it's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen.
Tarnasky, as he's punching the guy, and he's telling him, enough. And the guy keeps coming. He's like, enough. And the guy keeps coming back. Vic, he's punching him and going, bang! 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 And you can hear the punches connect as he's yelling, bang! I mean, it was...
Is it me, or are there more fights on the golf course these days, or is it just because the camera phone... Was it like this 30 years ago, Moj? I mean, do you recall golf fights?
I've seen one.
I haven't seen one. No, I haven't seen.
I've never witnessed a golf fight before, and now they're happening every day.
You ever had any? So you've never had anybody ever throw down at old Rolling Hills?
I've never seen a fight on the golf course. I've seen angry people. I've seen people say, "Hey, you hit into me." I've seen people yell at each other. Fine, but a fight?
I had a teenage girl hit into me last week.
Did you fight?
No, I didn't. I said to myself, okay, message received. I'll let you go through. It was her and her mom, and she bombed the ball, too. Mm-hmm. I mean, from the ladies' tee, she must have hit it 240 down the middle. I'm like, okay, message received. Go on your way. Go right ahead. No big deal.
The tears that were falling from my face the first time I watched that video, and then the second time, and then the third time.
Yeah, I'm laughing right now, dude. It was hysterical.
Because we've all maybe We've all had like an accident before where you fall into a pool or something. You get out, you get your clothes on. It's like it's an awful feeling just to wear wet, drenched clothes.
Yeah, it's awful.
But for that guy to come back after that and say, you know what, I'm going to eat a couple punches after this and just make this even better for myself.
You know what's cringe? Do you guys follow? There's this girl on Instagram. She's a beverage cart girl, and she does these videos. She like hides her phone. It's so cringe to watch middle-aged men hit on these beverage cart girls like idiots, thinking they have a shot.
Gross.
And some of the lines they use and things they say, it's unreal to me. What? I mean, I've seen it, right? When you have these big tournaments and stuff, and you're playing with dudes, you're like, what are you doing? You think she's going to drop the golf cart and say, "Oh, marry me, whisk me away"?
By the way, what is it about a woman in a golf cart that makes men jump into a time machine and say, "Hey, toots"? Okay, what's that about? Okay, I really don't know what that is.
It's unreal. It is crazy. But what are your thoughts on this? There's a public course. I'm not going to name it. Denver Public Golf. That has a there's no beverage cart girls. They're beverage cart guys. 2 of them. And they don't play that game.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what? I hang on a second. In the name of equality, this course, the next time I play it, I'm going to start hitting on these dudes. Just in the name of equality.
I got to see if it's as impassioned as it is the other way around.
Brett, you got to go up to one of these cart bros and go, "Hey, sweetheart, you'd be a lot prettier if you smiled."
Oh, dude, that video of Tarnasky. Oh my God.
Start a bakery with all them cakes, huh, boys? Yeah?
Dude, just the
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't even the pond because it should have been over then. It was the bangs. It was the enough, dude, enough. And it was the bangs.
But Vic's right.
For
he
God's
comes
sake.
out of the water like Jason from Friday the 13th.
Nelly, do you have the bangs? Not the foul language, just the
Yeah, if you can cut around it.
Just cut around it and get the bangs.
You know what though? It was too made for television. It was like he knew it was being videotaped, so he was playing up to the camera that's rolling.
I don't think he was, dude.
I think that was just an angry man who
Yeah.
was
Think
caught
so?
in the moment.
Yeah, I really do. Wait, who's playing up to it? You mean the drunk guy or Tarnasky?
No, the guy throwing the punches.
Tarnasky? No, I think he's just wants the guy off him.
All right.
No, I think that was a man who realized that I could take this dude out however I wanted to, and so I'm going to make a little show out of it.
Do you want to go? You can't go to. Not. By the way, Tarnasky is not a little guy. He's 6'2" and about now in his retirement. He's probably 235, 240. I mean, he's a thick dude.
I almost spit out my coffee. Somebody said, "Imagine."
Nelly, let me know if you do. You see it, Nelly?
This is so bad.
I know.
Oh my God.
Wait, is this the first time you saw it, Nelly?
I had not seen this. Oh my! Have you seen? So have you seen that episode of South Park where Randy keeps fighting parents at Little League games, and he gets the snot beat out of him, and then he stands up and he goes, "I didn't hear no bell." That's what this drunk dude's doing.
know.
Just throwing the towel.
So, dude, if you can just cut around the bangs.
Yeah, but it's not even fun to watch because he's so intoxicated. I
Dude,
think
he's like a rag doll.
And the hip check, dude actually went airborne. You know that, right?
No, it
He
was like
flew through
5 yards.
He flew through the
clean
air.
in the air.
All right, as you cue that up.
You going back, you fucking moron. Oh, bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Dude, you could hear the fist meet face.
I know. You can hear it. What? Nelly, okay, hold on. Just cut out the first. Don't just go right to the bangs. Just right as tight as you can, please. And one more time, please.
Bang! Hey! You want to go, guys?
That's hard.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man.
How do you ever?
That's somebody's son.
You know what I do?
Here's the thing, though. If he just ragdolled him without the guy doing anything, if he was just drunk and he did that, then that's one thing. The guy kept going at him. It's like, what do you expect?
You know what I'd do if I was that guy? I'd move to Greece and join Paquetanos.
Getting a lot of comments off our YouTube now. People have invaded our YouTube page watching live.
What do you mean,
all
the
of you in
Greeks?
Greece and
Hi,
Europe.
Greece.
And, I know we have listeners and watchers all over
Hey,
the globe.
are we
and
going
appreciate
to
you joining the show?
Are we going to find that pub in Rome that carries our show?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Should
when
we do
get
that?
there on the 19th.
Yeah,
Let's go to that
you want to
pub.
do that? Okay.
Hey, pub in Rome, we're coming at you. But I want to react to some of the comments being made because I just want to make sure we're fair about this. Listen, I love and respect all cultures, obviously. And I love and I've watched some of the games in the Greek league, and they are impassioned fans.
They're impassioned,
great
Vic,
fans.
and it's a good
Yeah.
brand of basketball.
Oh, it's awesome to watch.
Okay, so
but there's a reason. Listen, I'm going to be very blunt here, and this may hurt your feelings, but it's okay. There's a reason that our country, the U.S. of A., our best soccer players, for example, where do they play their soccer? Where do they go?
Overseas.
Why do they go overseas? Why?
Because that's where the passion
Where
and
the
the money
best
is.
players in the world,
Yeah,
and
the
that's
best
where
players
the
in
most
the world.
money's
Yeah,
made, correct?
yeah.
There's a reason the best players in the world come to the U.S. to play basketball. We have the best league.
It's the best.
We have the most money.
Same reason they come
And I
to
don't
play
need
in the
to tell
National
you why.
Hockey League.
It's the
Same
reason why your best player in Greece, Jonas, plays for the Milwaukee Bucks. Otherwise, you go play for Olympiakos, whatever it's called. Otherwise, he'd play in Greece. He plays in the U.S. That's not an affront on your culture and your country. That's just business. It's just the way it is. It's the reason why the world's best football players play in the National Football League. It's why the world's best baseball players play in the United States. We have the best leagues in those respective
Say
sports.
hockey.
And, of course, hockey. Hell, we took the best players where the sport was invented, and they can't even win a championship anymore. They can't win a Stanley Cup because it's played in the U.S. I'm not trying to be a U.S. jerk about it. That's just reality. You have a contract with an NBA team, the best league in the world, with 1 year left on it. That's just how it's going to work.
Part of my situation and my passion about this, and I hope that everybody in Greece understands this, and I'm glad that we've had people come to us from Greece. Appreciate it very much. Perhaps you don't understand, Greeks. The timing of this is awful. There are only so many big men in this league that can back up Nikola Jokic. There are only so many. The guy has talent. The Nuggets need him.
He would be the best backup big that Jokic has ever
had in his career. And there's no Al Horford aside, who probably will end up in Golden State. There is nobody else because this thing is dragging on.
Yeah.
If this was a month ago, then and you couldn't do it then, but let's say this is a month ago and you can come up with plan B, that's fine. Or it's not even fine because you want this guy to be on your team because you need him. But this isn't a month ago. This is now, and everybody's gone. Guys have been dealt. Dude went up to help me out. Indiana. I mean, got traded to Indiana to make way. Miles Turner took off, right? So all these other pieces have just gone into place, and the Nuggets are going to be left without a chair, and that's part of it too.
Well, I'm curious.
The timing is awful.
I'm curious to know what Sacramento told the Nuggets front office when the deal was made. Again, it's a minor miracle that the Nuggets were able to get off Dario Saric's contract. Straight up trade. That to me is like, whoa, that's a win right there. And then the bonus was that you get Valanciunas. That was a bonus to the original deal. I'm curious to know if Sacramento had conversations with Valanciunas before the end of the season that he wanted to leave. He wanted to leave sooner than later because he was sick of playing for bad teams in 5 different cities in 5 years. I get all that. And his family was back home. I get all that. I feel for him. We all have families. We all love our families. We all have to make sacrifices for our families. But you're the guy who signed the contract, 3 years, $30 million, and you have 1 year left. So if Sacramento lets you out, that's on them. They probably wanted him out of the contract because they're trying to shed money. Denver doesn't have the same aspirations. Denver wants you. It's a different demand. It's not my fault Sacramento traded you.
Okay,
It's not the Nuggets' fault.
I got a follow-up question to that then. And it's about contingency plans. The only reason why Valanciunas would be so guarded in his answers about this is because his preference, at least the only thing that makes sense to me, his preference is to play in Greece. And he doesn't want to say the wrong thing in case he can't get out of it and he has to play for the Nuggets, so he wants to be like political in his answers and not give you something straight. But if his desire was to play with the Nuggets, then this isn't a question. He goes, well, I'm under contract. I got to go play in the NBA. Like, that's what he would say. But he hasn't been saying that. So, with that in mind,
his preference is to be in Greece.
Is there a contingency? And this is what I'm wondering on the Nuggets side. If things go south enough to where he ends up in Greece, are they doing something specific that we'll get to next? All right, this is taking a turn. There's a response to Vic, and we're being threatened in some way by some Greeks.
I just said we have some information. I didn't even take a shot at the Greeks like Moser has.
So Vic said
I
this
didn't take
morning.
a shot at them. It's getting stupid.
Vic said this morning, got some intel on the Valanciunas situation with the Nuggets, now on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. To which someone from Greece responded, I wish you to suffer from hemorrhoids. Yours sincerely, Athanasios.
Whoa, Athanasios. That's a good.
I wish you to suffer from hemorrhoids.
Let me tell you something. Athanasios, that's 2 thumbs up. That's good stuff right there, buddy. That's a good response.
Oh, my God. Good Lord. So now they're on Vic's Bacon, which is good. During the break, I checked out. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. I checked out our YouTube feed. Big mistake.
We might be the biggest show in Greece
We
today.
might be the biggest show in Greece right now. I don't know how all these... Nelly, how did all the Greeks find us? Mm-hmm. Is it because of my spouting off yesterday? Is that it? Am I the one that...
finds a way.
I reckon. How did all the... In fact, if you're from Greece and you're listening to the show right now, I'm just curious how you found us in the first place. Did somebody here turn you on to us? Was it a Lithuanian guy? I mean, how in the heck did we get here? But people... the Greeks are saying things like, he's coming here whether you like it or not. I mean, they're saying free Jonas. They're basically threatening us. They're saying,
Moser,
look,
can I,
they're like, too bad, American jerks. He's coming here. It just cracks me up, man.
Guys, for those that did not tune in at the top of the show, can I quickly recap what I've understood to know? I've talked to several people over the last 24 hours about the situation. Nelly, please give me my theme music for this. Thanks. All right, here's what we know. Jonas spoke yesterday, didn't say anything. He spoke in a coded language. Basically did not want to upset the apple cart if he were to come back to Denver. I have spoken to some Nuggets officials. They are confident, beyond confident, that Jonas Valanciunas will find his way to Denver, where he will meet with the media along with their new members of the team later this month.
That'd be awesome.
He's already been in contact with Coach Adelman and different members of the front office. He's talking to them. They're talking to him. They understand his plea. They understand his situation. Now they want him to understand theirs. He's under contract for 1 more year. At the end of the day, I think he plays for the Nuggets. And next year, if he wants to pursue this Greek fling, more power to you, because it's a team option next year. However, let's say he has a great year. Let's say he plays beyond his salary.
And they pick up his option?
The Nuggets can pick up the team option next year. I'm asked, who made this incredibly awesome music that Vic has? I did.
Nobody
on
said
GarageBand.
Not a single person.
Not a single person asked that.
What are you talking about? Alt Gatekeeper just asked it on Twitch. Nope. Am I not reading that correctly?
Yeah, no. That's the handle of your brother. Okay,
no,
so knock it off.
I made that music. I made it by myself on GarageBand. That's my theme music. Trying to get the information out there. And that's the information. The Nuggets are going to have this guy on the team unless all the wheels fall off. And when I mean the wheels falling off, I mean him like pounding the table, insisting he can't. One clue that you need to look into here. The agent, Lithuanian agent, who organized this deal, he has scrubbed his name from all social media. He's gone invisible. That's a sign. He's not talking about it. He's like taking a step back.
Here's my question. Is there a contingency? For example,
the Nuggets?
Vic, are they talking to Al Horford, do you think, right now?
I'm sure that the conversations are being had, yes. There's a reason Al Horford is still available.
Well, that's
we
what I
know
was
Golden
wondering.
State wants him. We know Golden State. I know for a fact Golden State wants him.
Oh, they absolutely do.
But the reason why Al Horford is waiting around, twofold. Number one, the Nuggets can pay him more.
Yep.
They can pay him more Because if this Valanciunas thing falls apart, hell, the Nuggets have access to the full MLE. They can pay him more. And number two, I think he knows deep down the better chance to win it all is here.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, if you're looking at championship situations, Horford's what, 39?
39.
Yeah.
And he won 2 years ago.
But who would you rather have? Who would you rather have?
No, that's what I'm getting at. The three best players on the Warriors are who right now?
Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And I think Draymond still has
still
something.
probably
I'm not sure how
there,
much
yeah.
he has.
That's a 37-year-old, a 35-year-old, and a 35-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's if you're relying on a championship there, like, they're still good. It's not gonna happen though.
Would you rather have a 33-year-old Valanciunas or a 39-year-old Al Horford? Now, I think the Nuggets will end up with Valanciunas, and they have their reasons why. I would fall in the Horford camp for this reason. He's a proven commodity in the playoffs. Forget the regular season. See, the Nuggets in regular season, you'll survive the regular season. I'm talking about when the games matter most in the playoffs. Who do you want on the court? And I think a guy like Al Horford is of more value than a guy who doesn't have the same playoff experience. Horford's won a championship, and he was a vital role in winning that championship.
Well, and I think Horford can still play some defense. Like, if I had a choice, I think I'd have Horford regardless of Valanciunas' situation. But regardless, Valanciunas would still be the best backup big that Jokic has ever had. That's the truth. Like, Valanciunas is good enough where you could do, at this stage of Jokic's career, hey, you want the night off? I know you could play tonight, but just to give you a night off.
Take the night off and let Valanciunas. Yeah, Valanciunas can
Yeah.
handle it tonight, no problem. Especially a team that maybe goes with a smaller lineup. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of options when you have that guy in your lineup. A lot.
But it's amazing how this situation has been turned. And again, if you see the comments from Valanciunas, it's very guarded and coded and not really leaning one way or the other. And that says to me that he probably doesn't want to play here. But the bottom line is, I think you just convince him you're going to get paid over $10 million to have the cushiest gig in the league. And it doesn't mean that you aren't going to play. Like, you are going to play.
So
and be a vital member of what you hope to be a championship team.
And he said, you said, depending on which translation you read, that once it's finalized, he will come to Denver and he'll listen to what the Nuggets have to say. Okay, that's all well and good. But my position is, you'll listen to what the Nuggets have to say, or you're going to do them that favor? You're under contract, bro.
Moj, there are some rumors and words out there that the Nuggets perhaps will capitulate and guarantee the second year of his contract.
Okay.
I would not advise that. I would not advise that for many reasons. But number one, I think the NBA would look upon that and say, no, don't do that, because now a lot of these players would have that same leverage and threat, right? What would stop another player from doing the same thing to a team? And all of a sudden, that causes some havoc.
Well, you know what? That's business, though. Like,
yeah, but here's
I think
the thing.
if that's what you have to do to guarantee what I feel like is a very, very vital thing of the offseason, which is finding an actual backup big, then I would do it.
But, Brett, he's not supposed to have
I wonder if the Nuggets...
this leverage. I mean, it's
but
not
he does.
But it's not supposed... No, he really doesn't.
No, he does, though.
But see, we don't have all the information. Guys, I want to stop you right there. We don't have all the information. Here's the missing piece of information we don't have. We just spent the last 5 minutes saying how good Al Horford would look in a Nuggets uniform, this and that. What if the Nuggets know something about Al Horford that we don't? That,
as in,
I don't know.
Like, just throw something out there.
Maybe he's got an injury that we don't know about.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's considering retirement. We don't know about.
Okay,
it. Maybe
let's go down your path real quick. All right, so the Nuggets, let's say they don't want Al Horford in the end. It's not going to work. And Valanciunas says, I'm not getting on a plane, or I'm not coming back, or whatever. What are the Nuggets' options for a backup for Nikola Jokic? Because it appears that it's a rookie who had a blown Achilles, and that's it. There are no other options, are there? What will the league do to help compensate the Nuggets in some regard? As far as I'm concerned, they already won the trade because they got rid of Dario Saric, but you can't look at it from our perspective that way. You got to look at it as, hey, man, you gave up something to get something, and you didn't get that something. Now what happens? That's the way I look at it.
You got money, though. Like you would get money.
Yeah, but there's nobody to spend it on.
Somebody could be mid-season though. Like maybe you make a trade mid-season for a backup big somewhere on a team that's not going to do anything.
You know who I really want? And somebody just brought this up on Twitch. Is Vucevic a possibility? Vucevic,
that's if they buy him out.
Well, no, look at it this way. I had a conversation with a fellow media member about this yesterday afternoon. So Nikola Vucevic, who by the way, is the guy who told me at the All-Star game several years ago that we've been mispronouncing Nikola Jokic's name for years. I asked him, I said, how do you properly pronounce it? He said, it's Nikola. And I go, well, I just asked Nikola, and he says Nikola. And he says, no, he's saying that because he doesn't want to offend you guys. And he says, I go, oh, true. Nikola doesn't care. But Nikola Vucevic would be ideal. He's good friends with Nikola Jokic. They're pals. He plays a similar brand of basketball. Trouble is, he's currently due to make $21 million next year. That's a big price tag. Two things can happen. The Bulls can buy him out. Why they would do that, I'm still unsure of why. Why would they do that? Or how about this? What if the Nuggets said, all right, Bulls, you don't want that on your cap space, right? You want to get rid of that contract. What if we trade you Jonas Valanciunas and his $10.5 million contract? He's going to walk, so that's 10.5.
So you split that number in half for Vucevic, and then they let him go.
But you got to make the contract somewhat similar, and we add another player to the mix. What if we trade you Nikola Vucevic and Zeke Naji?
No, you trade you Valanciunas.
I'm sorry, Valanciunas and Zeke Naji.
It's Big Vucevic.
I mean, sure, I'd be down. It's just it's so many moving parts right now.
You know but
Vucevic would be taking the biggest step back in his career. He's been a starter every year.
I understand that, but it depends. What does he want now? What are his aspirations?
Yeah.
Chicago is not interested in Vucevic anymore. They're not. They want out of that contract. How desperately do they want out? Would they be willing to buy out, or would they be willing? This is a walkout for them. This is a gift. We're giving you a $10 million player who's going to walk away from his contract. That's $10 million in cash for you. All you have to do is settle the other $10 million. How do we settle it? Well, we'll give you $9 million in Zeke Naji. Find a way to play him if you want. I mean, I'm just. That was an option. We were talking about it yesterday with a friend of mine, and he actually came up with that idea. It's gorgeous if it could work.
I like it. That's the thing. They have some options, but not a lot. There's like a couple, but they're also very convoluted in getting there. As you can tell, you can listen to us anywhere, including Greece, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injure lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Buenos dias. Back after this.
All right, attention all listeners and viewers from Athens, Greece. We love our air conditioning here in Denver, Colorado, especially on a day like this where the temperature is going to hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's due to hit 100 today. You better make sure your AC is working. That's all you have to call AAA Services. For $49, $49, they'll come out and tune up that AC. Sometimes it's just a little thing. Sometimes the device isn't working on the wall. Sometimes it's one of those little pipes that goes inside that's frozen over. Whatever it may be, AAA Services, $49 tune-up fee going on right now. Call them up at 303-313-3333 or online at aatoday.com.
mean, Nelly, you can't. Don't egg this on. We're getting actual threats. You're threatening Moser at least. Look, I'm out on this. I don't know. Nobody can be mad at me. I haven't said anything rude.
Somebody said, you guys aren't allowed to step foot in Greece anymore. You're getting beaten up if you do. All right? I have no problem with Greece, man. It's all about the dude.
All right, so hang on a second.
Well, I don't care about Greece. I ain't afraid of Greece. What are you Greeks going to do? What? Get your economy in order.
Hey,
what are you going to do?
Hey, I've got to ask a resident cyclist something.
Hold on. Okay. I've waited on this long enough. I'm not going to make this about another country because we've had enough of these beefs today. But it is taking place in another country. The Tour de France cyclist helmets got to go. I don't know why are you looking like you came from another planet to go ride a bike?
You know what they look like?
Time trial ones?
Yeah.
You talking about the time trial?
What are we doing
They're in Cannes today, which I've been in many, many times. They're in Cannes in a time trial. Vic, every dude looks like an idiotic beluga whale. Every single dude's got this.
They took a piece of grandma's Tupperware, put like a visor on it, and they're like, this'll work.
They look like they're just dorks, man. You know, back in the day, man, they didn't even wear helmets back in the day, man. You just go for it. You know what I mean? And now these guys, it's like they put Remco Evenepoel in a friggin' wind tunnel and said, look as dorky as possible, bro, and go for it. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot.
It's just insanity.
Vic, have you ever seen anybody on the street with one of those? Going up Lookout or anything?
No, I mean, listen, when you want to win a race, especially a time trial like that, you'll do whatever it takes for wind resistance. I get it. I don't even like wearing the tight jersey thing. I just wear a normal shirt these days when I ride. I'm speaking to my friends who are cyclists, fellow friends who, I don't understand all the tightness either. I'll wear the tight pants with the cushion on the butt because the butt hurts. But why does this have to be so tight? What do you gain from this?
Look, who's the best cyclist who's ever lived?
Well, it depends.
Bernardino?
I mean, Lance Armstrong was pretty damn
awesome.
good.
I mean, in my opinion, Lance Armstrong has achieved more than anybody in the history of the damn sport.
Greg LeMond was pretty good.
Greg LeMond was damn good.
Google Lance Armstrong. That's the helmet this guy wore. It's
Eddie
just
Merckx
a bike
is
helmet.
a hell of a rider.
But it's just a bike helmet. What's the point of the Planet Krypton helmets that they're rocking right now? Is it really going to shave off that thousandth of a second that you need?
Do you think they'd wear them if it didn't? Don't be dumb. Of course.
Yeah, really seemed to affect this guy right here that won all these Tour de France. It really seemed to affect him.
Okay. Hey, baseball guy, how'd you feel when Barry Bonds would go up to the plate with all that armor on the left side of his body?
I felt like that was a cheat.
I was watching.
I really do. It feels like because you could lean over the plate where
do you
one
remember
off
that?
the elbow. Yeah, but that served a purpose. It was protective.
Well, this serves a purpose. It's air resistant and gets you better time.
No, it's
you look like
aerodynamic, not air resistant.
You look like an idiot.
But you look stupid. I don't know how to. What am I supposed to say?
It's a beluga whale look. That's what it is.
This man demolished the competition for years. That might have been something in his blood, but whatever. That aside, with that helmet. And if I put that version of Lance on that helmet against all these nerds biking right now, Lance would smoke him.
I was watching women's professional softball the other day. You ever done that?
Not professional.
It was the Vipers versus something. I forget. Anyway, these gals are up at the plate, and by the way, they can rake. But they're at the plate, and they've got the full-on body armor, and they're wearing it. They're taking it. They're taking pitches, inside pitches off the elbow, and all kind. And I'm like, they stand in there hardcore, and that body armor works, man. But they are all Barry Bonds'd up big time. They got it all on the arms and everything.
I think what you're making fun of a sport and the equipment in a sport. You just don't know why it's there.
Oh, I do know
I
why
know
it's there.
why it's there.
It makes them more aerodynamic. I know why it's there.
But they are
I don't
ridiculously
care.
large. Yeah.
Like, honestly, if something made you look how about this? if in baseball I wore that helmet and somehow that contributed to an extra 5 feet on barreling up a ball, I'm just going to wear the regular helmet and say, you know what? If it goes out, it goes out of the park.
Okay, what were your thoughts when you first saw the Tesla truck? What do they call that thing?
Cybertruck.
Yeah, what were your thoughts? I still think it's the most ridiculous, ludicrous-looking vehicle I've ever witnessed in my eye. I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. When I see people drive that thing, now I love their cars. Their cars are beautiful, beautiful. I mean, just sharp. But that thing, whatever that thing is, I don't get it.
But how does that correlate at all?
Well, here's how it correlates. You think that's ugly. I think something's ugly. We both think something's ugly. There. I gave my opinion. You gave yours.
I don't think this is a debate, though. They put on that helmet knowing it looks stupid.
And somebody drives that truck knowing it looks stupid.
Let me give some love to Stephen Greeley. Greatest cyclist ever, Dave Stoller. From Breaking Away.
Breaking Away.
Yep. Hey, dude, Dave won.
Dave was a stud.
He was a
taped
total
his feet
stud.
in the pedals. Brett, you ever had your feet pedaled or taped? Gosh, damn it. You ever had your feet taped to the pedals in a race? They taped his feet down.
Hey, the Moocher and Mike and Cyril, they won a couple laps, man. They won a couple laps.
Here's the real question.
Dave is the one who did it all and brought it all
And
home
he was
for the gutters.
He was all scratched up, Moj.
Yeah, he was all scratched to heck. The Italians, those dreaded Italians, stuck the bike pump in his spokes. Come on, man.
Does DMac have one of those helmets? That's the real question.
I don't. That's a great question. I do not know.
I can't confirm DMac has the tight shirt.
Yes! You got your Justin Fields.
I can't participate in a sport where you look like that. Can't do it.
Well, you can't do the sport, so you shouldn't talk about it. You couldn't do it. You can't do it. No, I'm serious. I mean, I love when you guys see, I'm allowed to rip cycling because I can do it. I can go up the mountain. You can't. I gave you a bike today. You couldn't go up the mountain. You'd quit.
90% of these guys, if they were standing at the edge of this room, which is about 20 feet, and I said, throw me that baseball, they couldn't throw it to me.
That's fine. They're not making fun of baseball. You're making fun of their sport, but you can't do it. You can't ride a bicycle up the mountain.
Don't care.
You'd quit.
Don't care.
Okay.
Don't care.
Do you think they care about throwing a baseball?
Vic, I don't know how many times I got to tell you this. I play real sports. I'm not trying to be the best at exercising.
I really
okay?
don't give a
It's very simple.
Hey, I just found something out here as we're off of our Nuggets talk for a bit. Hey, the guy, remember the bad guy, the jerk in Breaking Away, Vic? You remember that guy, the frat guy who drove the Corvette and all that kind of stuff?
He's in a lot of sports movies, that guy.
That guy was also the guy that got popped in Die Hard. He's the guy that goes, Hans, Bubby. That's the same dude. Remember the guy in Die Hard who thinks he's going to get John to come out of the rafters, right? And then Hans pops him.
Yeah.
That's the same dude. I can't believe it. That's what a small world, man.
Hey,
we are done with this segment.
Let me touch on this in the Denver Post today. Headline, Denver Post, good article. Very informative. Luca Evans writes the article. Broncos and mayor's office inquired about urban renewal tax incentives for potential Burnham Yard stadium site. As we told you on this radio show, we've been telling you for months now, the stadium is not leaving the city of Denver. I've made that well known here that Denver is not going to let the Broncos walk. It's not going to happen. The Broncos don't want to leave Denver, but at the same time, all that talk about going to Lone Tree and Aurora, they were doing that. Why, Moser?
To try to get leverage.
And the leverage is now in full effect because they're talking about these tax incentives. The Broncos owners are very wealthy, obviously. They're going to build their own stadium. Mm-hmm. They don't need anybody's help. Correct. It's not going to be like the old stadium where a lot of it came from Denver's tax money. But tax incentives are an entirely different thing. And in this article, I've learned the incentives come in this effect. So a lot of the properties in that Burnham Yard district, they're considered, here's the term, blighted properties. Well, if you've ever been around that area, those of us who've actually been, they've been blighted for a long time, people. So the city has to deem them blighted properties. They haven't been deemed blighted. And the reason you deem them blighted is because now you can give tax incentives under the title of urban renewal. The Broncos go in, they build their stadium, they get incentivized under urban renewal tax incentives. What is a blighted property? Something that is hazardous to public health. Something that aggravates traffic problems. Have you ever driven in that area? I think both would apply.
I would agree with that, although, again, it's the Burnham Yard area, Vic, there's still businesses there. There's a lot of warehouses and all that kind of thing that are right there.
I understand.
There's like metal. I'm trying to think. There's like metal shops.
Yes.
There's just a bunch of stuff.
There's a blacksmith.
There's a lot of stuff
There's a blacksmith.
Hey, Moshe, put it this way. There's a lot of stuff that you could easily deem blighted.
There's transmission shops. I mean, there's all kinds of things there.
There will come a day where you and I will be deemed blighted.
I'm already blighted,
and
bro.
it's going to end soon.
I'm already
you guys
blighted.
are hazardous to my health.
But I think the fact that the city and the Broncos are having this discussion all but makes this official. Nobody's reported it yet. The Broncos aren't talking. They've already purchased property. The mayor's office has made it well known they don't want the Broncos to leave. It's only a matter of time, guys.
Can we, let's one more time, I'm going to describe to people where this property is that the Broncos have allegedly, is it known that they've been buying it up, Vic, or is it allegedly?
Under LLCs. I mean, no one from the Broncos has said we're buying property there. There no Bronco player or coach, executive has ever commented on this.
So, what?
He said player, coach, or executive. I would just love if DJ Jones was like, yeah, we're buying it up.
Yeah. Hey, we got it. Yeah, we got it. I already got a condo being built down there. So, Vic.
Did you see what Lucas Kroll said the other day?
I can't believe
He said
it.
he's got property there now.
Unbelievable. Basically, it's on the east side of I-25. So if you're driving down 25 toward downtown right now, it's basically north of 8th Avenue and south of, let's call it 13th, but probably all the way to Colfax. We'll call that Burnham Yard, okay? That whole, how much of it they would use, I have no idea. But let's go 8th Avenue to Colfax, and then as far east, you'll go to...
You're not going to go to Colfax because Metro has those stadiums there. They're
actually,
stop
right.
there.
Yeah, you're right.
They're going to stop on whatever that street
13th Avenue, I think. But you also have Buckhorn Exchange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably stay. I tell you what's going.
Well, the Buckhorn Exchange has to stay because that's a
historic.
It's a historic building and it's historic.
I like this idea. Texture says
restaurant.
Move the stadium to the airport and change the name of the team
There
to
it
the
is, right
Denver
there.
Broncos of Aurora.
It's
okay.
By the way,
so if you see it on our screen, so the Buckhorn Exchange would be the furthest east of that. Anybody who's been to the Buckhorn Exchange, that is Burnham Yard.
a lot of the people, a lot of the property owners in that area, they've been paid, and others, that's why do the Broncos don't want people knowing that they were doing this because they'd hold out for more cash.
Well, then who broke the story?
Well, a number of people have been talking about it. Business Denver, I think, one of those business pages in Denver, they initially found out that these LLCs were being run by the Broncos. The point I'm trying to make is Denver Water, which is located their new campus. They built a brand new campus located right in the heart of that area.
Yep.
And I know we have a lot of listeners that work for Denver Water. Remember that day they were saying hello?
Yep.
Denver Water, you about to get paid, baby. You about to get paid.
Denver Water is there, but there's just a lot of empty concrete and weeds too.
You would think that Denver Water were near water. Like, your campus is in the middle of the railroad tracks. Why don't you move it somewhere near a reservoir? Why aren't you like on it? Shouldn't the Denver Water campus be near water? Find some water. Find a body of water. Move it there.
Well, dude, that's a brand new building, isn't it?
Oh, they just built it.
Yeah. So now what do? You incorporate that?
Out.
Do you incorporate that into your? You can't knock it down.
Shouldn't an ice rink
Just
be
put it
around
up.
ice?
Sure you do. I've seen newer buildings knocked down for. This is a stadium.
Dude, it's brand new. It's like a beautiful brand new building.
Dude, this is Sports Talk Radio. We're talking about the future of Denver sports. I want that stadium with a retractable roof ASAP. I don't care about water. Shut my water off for a year.
I can move them, but I ain't tearing that building down. I'm going to repurpose
Take my water.
that
You
mother.
can have my water. I got a little river up here. We're good.
Nelly, find Denver Water on the map, please. I got to see if we can incorporate that building into this.
Why?
That's right
This
there.
doesn't even affect you. You live in Pueblo.
It's right there.
Get back. Do it. It's right there. Okay. We're fine. Hey, yeah, they're fine. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, you almost followed your
Yeah,
check.
I did. Yeah.
The only thing I heard is Vic said, shouldn't Denver Water be around water? That's what we've learned from this conversation.
Well, I was shocked to hear their campus was in the middle of a rail yard. Shouldn't you be checking the water levels?
I would say, Vic, that if the airport wasn't around air, I would be a little weirded out about that, too. Yeah.
Hey, Brett,
Mm-hmm.
take a guess. How old was Aristotle when he croaked?
31.
Those people were young back in the day. 37, I'll say.
62, man.
Oh, wow. He made
it.
How old was Alexander the Great?
He made it. He made it to what?
What do you mean? He made it to what? He
made it. You said he made it.
He wasn't in his 30s.
Moj, Alexander the Great conquered continents.
I know.
How old was he when he croaked? Look it up.
And I'm looking here at Plato.
Alexander the Great was 32 years old when he croaked.
Yeah, but you know what? He croaked he shouldn't have croaked, but he got something. Yeah.
What do you get? Oh, what do you get? Scurvy?
No, I mean he didn't get killed in battle.
STDs?
He got what did he get, Nelly?
Well, there are two separate accounts, but one is that he developed a fever which worsened until he was unable to speak.
Yeah, there you go.
How old was King Tut when he died?
18.
That dude was like a teenager. He's like 16.
He was 18 or 19 years old.
Yeah.
Young dudes.
He had a nice night. Look, man, you lived to be 18 years old and you reigned for 9 years. I mean,
that's pretty good.
Wait, 1 second ago we were talking about how Vic wants Denver Water to be near water. Now we're talking about King Tut's untimely death.
Good question.
Welcome
Well,
to
I just
Summer
want all
Radio,
these new
boys.
Greek viewers from Greece who have tuned into the show. No,
That's what we're doing.
A worldly show.
We're a worldly show now. Yep.
Man.
Hey, what have you done since the Ottoman Empire?
Listen to
that's
this.
a shot. You're taking a shot.
King Tut had a partially cleft hard palate, a mild case of scoliosis. Additionally, he was diagnosed with a flat right foot with
do you know why?
hypophangelism.
Jacked up.
Do you know why?
While his left foot was clubbed and had bone necrosis of the second and third metatarsals.
Do you know why? Because you had the Jamie and Cersei Lannister thing going on big time for a long time, man.
Hey, they had the same issue that we have going on in Villa.
Exactly.
Can I just...
Villa San Miquel might as well be flipping Alexandria, Egypt, man.
Let me ask you something.
What?
If, when I walked in here, I was a 9-year-old with a cleft palate, scoliosis, a flat right foot, and a clubbed left foot, and I said, I'm in charge now. What'd you guys do?
Wow, bro.
Just tough to take orders, I think, from somebody like that, is all I'm saying. I mean, it was back, 1300 BC.
Real quick, Trevor on the Twitch feed says, apparently the Greeks are gone. The Greeks couldn't survive that map talk. All par for the course with these dudes. Pretty much there, Trev. Pretty much, T-Rev.
All right.
Oh, good Lord. And that's what makes this show whatever it is.
Back after this. I don't know if I can do the show anymore.
Kane, did you get that hoodie I left you?
I did. Oh, is that a
Cartel
hoodie?
Golf?
Yeah, I did. By the
How
way,
about those?
yeah, the extra gift that you gave me, are those the Russian ones?
Those are the counterfeit ones. Show people. Just I want to warn people. So I bought these online. I got again. I get got online all the time. So I bought a bunch of these Zins online, and they came at a really great price. Well, I put one in my mouth. I said, this doesn't taste like Zin.
Huh.
So, this does not taste. It could be anything.
So this is the counterfeit.
It's counterfeit Zin that's being sold right now.
And this is the real. I don't see the difference.
If you look at the font, now I want you to look at the actual pillow. Pull the pillow out. It's a little thicker. It's a little different pillow. They're counterfeiting everything these days, Moshe. Moshe, have you ever had counterfeit Copenhagen?
No, but you know what? I feel...
Dude, they look the same to me.
Pop that sucker right in your dome, right? But pop one in. You tell me if they look the same.
I'm trying to think. There was something that I thought. I have a pair of Cole Haan shoes that I bought.
The feel's different.
Yeah, I told you. It feels different.
Yeah. I bought a pair of Cole Haan shoes some years ago, Vic, that I think are counterfeit shoes. I think they are.
Dude, years ago, my buddy did business in China.
Yeah.
And he brought me back a set of Callaway, back when the new Callaways came out. This was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Brand new set of Callaway irons. I'm like, wow, dude, you did that for me? He goes, yeah, dude, I got them in China. Cheap. Played once with them. The back started falling off.
It's hard for me to focus on doing the show. Because all I'm doing now is I'm doing the
same thing. Dude, in a million years, I could never have imagined that this program, which is seen by Romans all over the place, Rome loves us, right, Vic? Rome loves us.
We're big in Italy.
Dude, when we land in Rome next week, I expect the red carpet to be laid out for us.
If you're in Italy from July 16th to the 27th and you do not lay out a red carpet for us, we will be offended.
Absolutely. But the thing is that I never in a million years could have envisioned that we would be in a battle with Greece. That the Greeks, Brett, what are they saying to Vic and to me and to you? And they're saying mean things.
They keep calling Vic grandpa.
Yeah, and the hemorrhoid, I wish you, what is it, Nelly? I wish hemorrhoids upon you. What did he say?
Let me bring this up. Yeah, it was, I wish you to suffer from hemorrhoids. Yours sincerely, Athanasios.
Okay, so Athanasios wants you to have hemorrhoids.
Athanasiou.
Call me Grandpa. Come on, let's go to Lookout Mountain. Let's race up the mountain right now.
A lot of these Greeks are all over Vic's bacon now because he's the one who said, all he said was, I have some intel.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Can I tell you, why is that always
hysterical.
your go-to?
That's all I
Isn't
got.
that what Biden did? You think I'm old? You want to have a push-up contest? All right, you win. Let's go race Lookout. Yeah, tell
That's
the
all
Greeks.
I got.
Say that to the Greeks. All of them that calling you grandpa, say, race Lookout Mountain with me and just have them wonder what that is.
Yeah, come get some of this altitude, Greekers.
You're all sea level there, Greece. I've seen you swing. I know you swing. Just say that to the Greeks. See what they say about that.
Here's the thing.
I just find it hysterical that the Greeks are all over us, man.
What is upsetting them, though?
I don't know.
Valanciunas isn't even Greek. He's Lithuanian.
I know, but the fans of that team, everybody says that Olympiakos is that's the really good team.
That's the well-known team.
What's that?
That's a very well-known team.
That's correct. And they just won the title last year, but the year before that, Panathinaikos.
Panathinaikos.
That team won, but Olympiakos. Those are the two big teams.
Well, the team
Panathinaikos
came in second this past season. They lost to the Olympiakos.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
What?
Everybody stop for a second. I have to do a segment of the show that I don't do very often, but I like doing it. It's called reading. This from Eurohoops.net, the big site for European hoops.
Okay.
Okay.
The Jonas Valanciunas saga might have arrived at an ending point with the Lithuanian center expected to stay with the Denver Nuggets despite the huge offer from Panathinaikos. According to Vic Lombardi, the franchise and the experienced player have agreed on staying together, especially if Jonas Valanciunas' second season with the Denver Nuggets is guaranteed. Quote, the Nuggets believe he will play here and time will heal, it was said during Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 show. Our show is already clipped on this website.
Wow.
And when Lombardi is asked if Valanciunas is going to stay if he gets a second year guaranteed, his answer is 100% because this will give him stability. It is to be noted that the tone of the show was more insulting to Panathinaikos, with Lombardi not pronouncing the name of the EuroLeague powerhouse the right way and a couple of inaccurate stereotypes being reproduced.
Wait a minute. They're saying I confirmed a report that he's got a second-year guarantee.
Yeah, yes.
At no point. All right, let me step in. At no point did I verify or confirm anything about a second-year guarantee. Let's make that clear right now. All I've said is that I'm confident they'll come to terms on something, that Jonas will be here, and whether it's, hey man, you can go there next year. Tough luck. That's the only confirmation I have.
To be noted that the tone of the show is more than insulting to Panathinaikos.
Hey, reach out to the author and ask them if they want to join us on the show. Ask if a member of that team wants to come on the show.
Nobody insulted Panathinaikos. Nobody insulted them.
We just can't pronounce the damn name.
And
Panathinaikos. Nobody insulted them.
We just said it's not the NBA. It's not the NBA.
Listen, if you're insulted that we say that the NBA product is superior, then you're just dumb. Because that's just the way it works. I've said before, the best soccer players in America go play in Europe. They go play overseas because that's where the best soccer's played. The best basketball players come to the NBA.
Oh, no, the story just got updated.
It did?
According to Vic Lombardi of Altitude Sports, Greece is dumb.
No, all I'm saying is this. Let me ask you guys a question. The best players in the world come here. There's a reason the best Greek player of all time plays for the Milwaukee Bucks, and he's not playing for Olympiakos. There's a reason for that.
And there's a reason that his brother is playing for the Milwaukee Bucks and not in Greece.
Exactly. And let me give you another thing. You think if Nikola Jokic had his druthers, if somebody said, Nikola, we'll make you the same deal to play for Belgrade or Sombor, where do you think he plays basketball?
He's going to play in Belgrade or Sombor.
Why does he play in the US of A?
Because that's where the money is. That's where the best players are.
The end. That's it. The end. The end. That's the end. There's nothing else to say.
Again, I feel like this got twisted a lot into some battle between Greece and us, and that's not the situation.
But if they want to go, let's go.
Come on, man.
I don't want to be on some list I would like to see Greece one day. I don't want to be on a list.
I have no interest in going to Greece. I have friends that are Greek, great people. Some of the nicest human beings. Shout out Ted's Clothier. Nicest human beings in the world. I have no interest in going to your country. Too hot.
Can I make an admission here, too? And this is a big one. This is really bearing my soul to you guys and to the listening audience. Brett?
I'm listening.
I loved, and still to this day love, the movie
My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Great movie.
I love that movie. I love all the characters in the movie.
I love Greek food.
Nick, Diane. Nick. I love Gus. I love her parents.
I like Dukakis.
Olympia Dukakis?
Yeah.
She was in Moonlighting. She was great in that movie. This is not a battle between us and Greece. We need our dude to win a title. We need to take the load off Joker. The timing of this is awful. There's nobody else out there except 39-year-old Al Horford, who probably will end up in Golden State or retired anyway. There's nobody else.
Okay,
We're too far along in the game here to have this guy walk on us. If the Nuggets own his contract, he's under contract.
If the Eurohoops team is still listening,
Come on,
I want to
Eurohoops.
make something clear. I will admit, as a show, we get very defensive of our team. There's a time in which all of Los Angeles, including the best basketball player, one of the greatest to ever live, in LeBron James, hated and tweeted about our own Vic Lombardi.
That's correct. The
Lakers daddy! Now, it doesn't mean that Vic hates Los Angeles, but he's very defensive of his boys here in town.
I own property in Los Angeles.
Hey, where was LeBron? Was he in France?
He was in France.
He was in France, and he tweeted at Vic Lombardi.
He said, "I am the sun.
I am the sun. You revolve
He
around."
didn't tweet at me.
Yes, he
tweeted
did.
at you. Stop the nonsense. It was right.
Now you guys are taking
No,
this
it
too
was
far.
He
you.
tweeted in a response to you. Yes, he did.
He might not have hit you up by name, but he was talking about you.
Yes, he was.
Look it up.
It's Vic. We talked about it for a month. Anyway, the point is this. I got no problems, except I went to the Eurohoop site. Dude, right on the front page, it says, Valanciunas reportedly staying in Denver with his second year guaranteed. And
That's so dumb.
I know.
This is why the internet is dumb.
I know it is.
The internet is just.
Oh,
we
my
just did a
Lord.
study. We did a case study on this show. Why you cannot believe the internet? Hell, you can't believe us. You can't believe information or communication of any sort.
And they cite Vic on
The
this show.
update, but Eurohoops do an update. That's not the report from Vic. Vic didn't report anything. He was giving his opinion.
I don't think. Do they have opinion sports talk in Athens? Is there a sports show we can tune into?
I don't know. But clearly, you never said that even one time today in the program. You're not representing the franchise. You never said it. Yet that's what they take what your opinion is. Like, look, I think if they give him a second year, he'll probably stay. And he'll be here after the summer league to meet with people. Blah, 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 blah. It cracks me up. They took and ran with it. It's just
funny.
Plus, I don't like the look on my face on the still shot.
Wait, there's a photo?
Vic,
Well, no,
they embedded a video from
They
the
embedded
show.
a video from our show. And in the still shot, before you click it open, my face looks stupid. And it does anyway, but it looks even more stupid. It has to be noted that the tone of the show was more than insulting to Panathinaikos, with Lombardi not pronouncing the name of the EuroLeague powerhouse the right way.
Yep, this is it, Vic. See it right here, right behind us.
Can you play that? I want to know what they heard and how they translated that, because it's a case study in why the internet cannot be believed. There's no credibility in what you read anymore.
The video that they embedded is actually just for the entire live stream.
Oh, just a live
It's not a
stream.
specific
Gotcha.
clip.
Okay.
Well, they didn't even cue it up.
Well, so right now, if you play the video on the website, it shows us bringing up the website behind you.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's hysterical. I mean, I just think it's.
So anybody who's reading this article, especially if you're Greek, just know Vic did not report anything. He was giving his opinion on something.
And a Greek guy just chimed in, most punchable face in Denver.
Whoa!
Hey, you know what, Greek? All right.
Whoa. Let's go.
Greece. I played nice. I love you. I thank you for everything that you've given the world. Thank you.
Oh, man, I'm reading some of these comments. Some of the things that are being said. This is awesome. They're just killing us.
Hey, play the
us.
Nelly, would you please play the Olympiakos anthem? Apparently that Greek team has a killer anthem. How about when we come back? How about that?
Why are you trying to now acquiesce to it?
No. I'm not talking. Not Panathinaikos. Olympiakos. That's going to be my new favorite team, I think.
Oh, you're going for their arch rival team.
I may go for the arch rival now.
Well, again,
I may. Although I may. There are some other teams, dude, that haven't won like in forever. I mean, they got some teams that haven't won. Like Aris hasn't won in forever, man. What?
So this is why our YouTube feed got inundated with the. You were asking where they found it. It was this article is where they found it. That's what happened. Anyway, all right. Vic started a beef with Los Angeles, and now I started with Moj having a problem with the country, and now it's two of you. Hopefully I'm out on this.
Oro, we're going after Finland.
All right.
Find a way.
Back after this?
All right, so, Brett, Nelly seems to have found the Olympiakos theme. Now, for soccer, football.
Don't do
Go
this,
to the
Moj.
Greeks.
Moj, don't do this, man.
But we don't know if the same theme is for both the soccer team and the basketball team.
Crossing a line here, bro.
Is it a killer tune there, Nelly? Oh, hold on. Trump.
This sounds like you're going on a Splash Mountain at Disney World.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda does.
It doesn't instill fear.
This sounds like the Greek version of the San Diego Superchargers.
Yeah, they say it's
a little bit. Yeah,
it's like really old. Maybe that's not the right one, so that's all right. Thanks, Nelly. Appreciate it. Cracks me up. Anyway, how long is this going to last, Vic? I don't know. Are we going to have Greeks all up on our backside every single day between now and the time this is resolved? I mean, what are we doing here?
I don't think you wanted to do that. Now, once you play theme music, because I made my own theme music,
right?
You cross a certain line.
Okay. And your theme music, Vic, is what?
I made my theme music at 4:06 a.m. For all you Greeks threatening the show out there,
all right.
Feel this.
Oh,
this is what's called foreboding.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, can I play some audio? I don't know. We don't know much about the undrafted signings of the Nuggets, but one Tamar Bates is. Here's one thing I know about him. He's got a left-handed shot, and it looks prettier. I also now know that he's a funny guy with a really good personality. He talked to PhD yesterday. Remember, this is a Missouri kid. Born and raised in Kansas City.
I thought he played for Indiana too, didn't he? I thought he was a Hoosier first and then a Tiger second, I thought.
But he's a Missouri kid.
Yeah, he's a Missouri kid, correct. Sorry, yeah.
So grew up, he was born, raised in Kansas City.
All right.
So DMac asked him if the Broncos got you a custom jersey, would you wear it?
If the Broncos decide to make me a jersey with my last name on it, I'll accept it. I'll hold it up. Fans cheer, put me on the camera, whatever. But in terms of me putting it on,
yeah.
Now look, if they're not playing the Chiefs, I might be able to, but I'm not gonna make no promises in terms of just because I'm homegrown. Like that's my team, but I'm in Broncos country. It's a respect thing. And, I'm gonna support the Broncos as well. Just being the professional basketball team and football team in the same city. So, it's all love.
Respect, baby.
I like that kid.
I like that kid already, man.
I do too.
I have no problem with a kid who grew up in that area, bringing in loyalty with him. That's fine. That's fine. You know where I draw the line. It's when it passes generations and you just can't get over it and all that. I mean, he's new to this community. I get it. Totally get it. It's when a guy who's been here 20 years won't let it go, and the kids won't let it. That's the part of me where I get a little upset. Like, at what point do you let it go? At what point do you say, okay, I live here now. I'm going to root for the teams here now. This is where I live now.
Agreed.
I love that answer. I loved it.
Hey, is the Nuggets' first Summer League game tonight?
Mm-mm. It's tomorrow night. It'll be live on Altitude Television.
Tomorrow
we have pre-
night.
and
Okay.
post game, by the way.
Okay, cool. So it's tomorrow night.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What?
I want to go to Greece at some point, and I feel like you guys are ruining this for me.
Oh, dude, we're gonna make up. It's not.
It's all
not.
in jest.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
it's not
joke.
all
A
of Greece.
Wonderful country, wonderful people, wonderful culture. They're passionate about their teams. If you watch some of the videos of those games, it's awesome. You
It
people
is
deserve
awesome.
a ton of credit. You guys love your sports, and
It's just the Panathinaikos peeps. It's those peeps. Every other peep seems to be pretty cool with this.
now this, on the other hand, I just got this email. Hello.
You got an email?
Yeah. This is a little PR. Hello. Broncos legend Jake Plummer is working alongside USA Pickleball as it kicks off its Golden Ticket Tournament in Colorado Springs.
Oh, no.
Would you be interested in coming on site to cover any of the following? Highlights of the week, competitive play July 9th through the 13th, learn to play clinic. How should I, do they know what, do they understand my response? Do they know where I fall on this?
Like, do they know your relationship with Jake? Is
my
that what
relationship with that sport?
No, with that sport.
Oh,
not
with
not
the
with Plummer.
sport.
But the problem is
I
now.
love Jake. Jake's my guy.
I love Jake too, but Vic is. You might be the most anti-pickleball person I've ever known.
Hate it.
Yeah.
I've played it. I don't mind the game. I hate the way it's growing. I hate the way it's taking over. It's like a mushroom. It's a fungus. It's feet fungus. That's what it is. It's toenail feet fungus.
Hey, Jake is in the fungus business.
That's a good point.
Or the fungi business.
I was playing tennis the other night, and I'm thinking to myself, why would somebody play pickleball over tennis? In tennis, you move, you run, you lean.
Yeah, people get old, Vic. You're good. Let me try to explain something to you. You're not going to be Vic Lombardi, super athlete, forever. Okay, there's going to come a time when you need to shrink the size of that court a little bit.
Then I go.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you that some people choose to stay active on a smaller court.
Ooh,
We're nothing. We're dead. We're dust.
I found another article here. This from EuroPickleball.net. It is to be noted that the tone of the show is more than insulting to pickleball.
That's all we need is we just need Latvian pickleballers on our ass.
Exactly. We're starting international incidents.
It just cracks me up, man. It cracks me up.
So anyway, look, the result of today is just kind of, I don't know. And I'll be honest with you, when it comes to the Valanciunas stuff, I don't know if Valanciunas is going to make really anybody happy in the middle of this. I think he's kind of pissing off both people.
It feels like he's going to have to make a decision one way or another and live with it.
By saying nothing, you're making both parties mad. And that's also a bad place to be.
Well, it's not only bad for the Nuggets because they need the player. And they have a real good chance to win it all with the player. No guarantees, obviously, but they have a real good chance.
Okay.
But the timing is poor, and it's bad for the NBA to have guys under contract just bolt with no repercussions.
All right, so Brett, you play the role of judge.
Okay.
Moser, you play the role of the Nuggets. Denver, you represent the NBA.
Absolutely.
I'll represent the other side just by reading some of these tweets I'm now getting. All right, here we go.
Moser,
Get your
where's my
gavel.
Where's my gavel?
It's in my bag.
Go get it. Go get it.
I'm going to fix it today.
All right, so we're gonna lay out the argument from both sides because
court is in session. Order.
All right, I represent the good people of Greece. This team is called what again?
Panathinaikos.
Thank you. Writes in Polypulp on Twitter. Writes in, it's the same money after taxes.
Order. It's not called Tweeter. It's called Twitter.
This person writes in, hey, it's the same money after taxes. He'd be a starter for our team and a major star, and he'd get better endorsement deals. Plus, it's only a 3-hour flight away from his family. It's a big draw for him.
Here's my counter, Your Honor. He's under contract to the NBA. A contract that he willfully signed and is obligated to. There's an agreement between FIBA and the NBA and EuroLeagues and the NBA. You can't just have players bail out of contracts in the NBA to come take the money in Europe. It won't be allowed by maybe even the Greek League because nobody wants to go down that road. Litigating players going back and forth between Europe and the United States of America. He has a chance to win something he's never won before in his life. A real championship. An NBA championship against the best players on planet Earth. Not some little Greek league, 12-team league championship. And no offense, but the best basketball on earth is played in the NBA. He's under contract. Play.
You're boring the jury now. You're talking too much. Just get to the point.
I'm done.
Here's the counterpoint from the Greek folks. This man's been traded 5 times in 4 years. Too much instability for young children. So he sent his family back to Europe. You got to respect his wishes.
He willfully signed a 3-year contract, knowing he could be traded 5 times in 7 years. He wanted the money. He got the money. He's under contract.
The judge has heard both sides. I am ready to make my ruling.
And listen, the Nuggets need him.
From both sides.
Nuggets need him. Sorry, Your Honor.
I have heard enough to make my ruling. Judge rules. Panathinaikos does not help Jokic win another title. He stays in Denver.
He gone!
Court is adjourned.
Perfect.
What about the Denver fans who say, well, what if he doesn't give it at all?
Court is adjourned. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
A quote from our own Vic Lombardi was misinterpreted and improperly put on a European hoops basketball website. Your quote about Valanciunas and what would get him to stay. So, Vic, I'm going to give you your theme music. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to set the record straight. What were you saying, and how did this European site misinterpret it?
I said that I believe the Nuggets and Jonas Valanciunas will come to terms. I think time will heal. And I think when enough time goes by, he'll figure out that this is probably the best move going forward, to come to Denver, play his year out here, and then we'll see what happens after that. He can always go back to that team next year. I think the move, he's already spoken to people in the Nuggets organization. I think it'll soothe itself out. And no point did I say they came to terms on a second year. And none of that. None of that. It wouldn't surprise me if terms were massaged at some point, but not right now. He is property of the Denver Nuggets under an NBA contract.
And when he's when he's in front of the city and county building after the parade, he's going to be thankful he stayed.
And if that's not a good enough argument, I will bring AG over, throw you in a pond, and give you a couple bangs. Bang! Bang!
That's incredible video. Incredible.
Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What up, people? Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane tried to start a war with the Greeks. I enjoyed that this morning. Still no news on Jonas Valanciunas and whether or not he's going to honor the terms of his contract and come here and play in Denver.
I don't know that Moser should be picking a fight with the entire Greek population.
Moser's a friend to the European continent, but as soon as you get down into that Aegean area, I think that's where his goodwill goes away.
It's not a group of people that you want to get on their bad side. I've known some pretty powerful Greeks throughout my life. The Spanos family, who were my dad's employers at the San Diego Chargers at the time. I coached one of their sons as well at Sanford. And so I'm in good with the very strong, powerful Greek families.
Are we not continuing the war with the Greeks here? Because we have to choose a side. Like, if we join Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in their tirade upon all of Greece, and certainly Palatinakos, or as Vic was calling it, Olympic tacos, which I think is way better of a name. We either have to join them and therefore are on the side of the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic finally getting a true number 5.
I don't think it's as simple as that. I really don't think it's that simple.
Or we don't join them and now we're enemies of the state, and I don't love that either.
I am picking a fight with Lithuania. I want to fight Lithuanians.
Well, the Lithuanians don't really, they haven't said anything here.
That's the point, though. Fairly pacifistic type of a nation. The Greeks, man, they run a lot of things. The underground is run by a lot of good Greeks. Coached another Greek quarterback. We named him the Big Greek.
Are the Lithuanians famously pacifists?
Have you heard any of any Lithuanian conflicts in the last 25 years? I mean, once the Iron Curtain fell, they've just kind of been minding their own. You know what, Raj? I'm not going to choose.
So we're fence-sitting here?
No, I'm not. You know what I'm choosing? I'm choosing the side of the Greeks because I love my family. I love life.
Whoa! You heard it here first. Mike Sanford doesn't want the Denver Nuggets to be a good basketball team. More concerned about his own skin than the Denver Nuggets challenging Oklahoma City for a title next year.
Should I be mad at the Greeks for wanting a good basketball player? Should I be mad at the Greeks for that?
If he's our basketball player, yes.
Is that the Greeks' problem? No, the problem lies with one person. It's Jonas freaking Valanciunas. It's not the Greeks' fault. So lay off the Greeks, Moj. Picking stupid fights.
It's too good, man.
Great food.
Speaking of fights, did you see that golf fight on a Canadian golf course between
I did.
a former NHLer? So was it Rich Tarnasky or something?
Oh, I didn't know they were actually I thought it was just a viral video of somebody getting mollywopped.
Well, essentially it is. So
I didn't know there was any tie to any sport.
So
real sport.
A mega drunk dude on a Canadian golf course was they could barely stand up. They're taking forever. And behind them is a foursome of guys who are just trying to keep up the pace of play. Ready to play. And Nick Tarnasky.
I could see you being a ready to play guy.
Oh, I hate a slow golfer.
I know, and you're probably back there. I bet your body language is terrible. Okay, you guys good? Having good? You guys having fun with there, huh? Just taking extra shots, huh? Just mulligans every hole? Everybody gets 3 shots per
See, I won't do
shot?
that, but I'll rat on you. I'm not going to be the guy that
you are.
I'm going to call a marshal. If you're making my round that should be 4 hours on the nose into 5+, I'm going to call a marshal on hole 2. So I'll do that. But Nick Tarnasky is a former NHL. He played for the Florida Panthers. These guys are taking forever, and he gives them all these warnings. Drunk dude thinks he's all tough and steps up to just another random guy. He thinks Nick Tarnasky is just a dude. Meanwhile, the guy's got 500 penalty minutes in the NHL. Goes to the KHL, he fights there too, and gets absolutely mollywopped by this dude. It's phenomenal. It's an absolute masterclass. And I think KJ Nelly's got this thing all cut up. They've beeped out all the words. If you can find it, I do want to play it. It's phenomenal.
I'd love to see the video of it. You do have video too, right?
It's on. I don't know. It's on the internet. I don't control the screen behind me. I control what goes into the microphone. I control what comes out of these vocal cords. I can't just like wave a wand, bippity boppity boo, and make something go on there. I wish I could. I know I'm the fairy Raj mother. I don't have that many powers. I get it. It's a fantastic masterclass. Unless you know for a fact, as I drop my wand.
Here we go.
Unless you know that you can beat the crap out of a guy that you are talking, you know what to, don't do it. He gets absolutely he gets thrown into a lake, and if you're looking, it's a long video. If you're just going to stare at the video, you're going to be sitting here on silent air for about 60 seconds.
So you don't think that'll make great radio?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I know it won't.
All right.
Be my guest.
No, I'm good.
Are you sure?
I don't want to do that
sure?
to our
Okay,
awesome
all right.
listeners, man.
Like, Moj is picking a better fight with the entire country of Greece than this drunk idiot was in the golf course.
I keep hearing these people, okay? Right now, I'm reading the text from the Shot Mazda text line. Make sure you get your thoughts in at 303-504-0925. And they think that the people of Greece are, like, soft. Do you realize how much of the underbelly of America is run by Greek families? You don't mess with the Greeks, all right? Just going to tell you right now. You know Petros Papadakis?
No.
He's the guy who talks like this in L.A. He does college football.
I don't know. Are you telling me he runs America?
You like getting nailed by the king?
You like getting nailed by the king?
No, that's him?
That's Petros Papadakis.
You're telling me that he runs America?
No. His family runs America. The Spanos family. Owners of the Chargers run
the
America.
Spanos family are like the least powerful family in the NFL.
I'm not talking about NFL,
when you
man.
look at NFL
I'm
owners,
talking about
the
the
Spanos
under.
family is like they're impoverished compared to who owns the Broncos.
I'm talking about the dark world.
If you're gonna throw out some power families, you're
here he goes.
Spanos is
Oh, he's
across the
going.
NFL. Come on.
Oh, he's going now. Okay, so here we go.
The guy gets absolutely mollywopped.
So was that hockey player that big?
He's 6'1", 235 pounds.
These other people are tiny then. What's his name again?
Nick Tarnasky.
Nick Tarnasky looks like he is 6'11", 300 pounds compared to these pipsqueaks that are trying to pick a fight with him.
Like, they are.
6'1",
Do you have the
235
audio
is
from
not
when he
that big.
actually punches the dude? Can you play it for me?
You guys need to get off the golf course. Yeah, we will. No, now. Pack up. Go now. Get in your car and go. I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself. Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Wait until he grabs him and punches him.
Told you.
Wait.
You want another? You want to? Came at me. Alone, man. I got it all on record. It's around the goal. I got it all on record.
I got it all on record.
Hey, you want to go, guy? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't keep going back, you moron. Hey.
Boom!
Bang! Come on, man. Bang! I'm not trying to get in there.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Enough.
The best part of the video, Tarnasky knows he's going to beat the wheels off of this dude so badly, he's giving himself his own DC Comics play-by-play. So when he punches the guy, it's not enough to know that, like, fist is meeting bone. You can hear that. Yeah. He has to give him a bang! Bang! He's unreal.
He's doing his own narration as he's
play-by-playing
the guy's face.
He's play-by-playing it. You know who that, like, who's the kid from Gonzaga, like 15 years ago?
I love arm sleeve floral golf shirt guy that peels his gloves off. He took his sunglasses and slammed them on the ground like that's supposed to scare a guy that's been in the National
former
Hockey
NHL
League.
enforcer.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm real scared of you throwing your stupid blenders onto the golf surface.
Adam Morrison. Do you remember Adam Morrison? Gonzaga sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He was in LA. Was he a Lakers pick?
Kind of a good dirty
or
stash
a Thunder
guy.
pick.
He had
dirty stash, long,
dirty.
greasy hair. He was a ratty looking dude, but did not miss in college and was famous for, especially in college in his first years in the NBA. And he kind of flamed out in the NBA. Didn't really turn into anything.
What his career stat line is.
He was famous for being like the nastiest trash talker during his actual shooting motion since like Larry Bird, and would be rising up for a three, telling you what he was going to do next. Like that's how nasty he was at Gonzaga. That's what Tarnasky did when he was fighting the dude.
He was really fun to watch in college.
That was back before Gonzaga kind of felt hateable.
Adam
Like Gonzaga's kind of hateable now, aren't they?
Adam Morrison.
Now that like Mark Few has them bagged, like they're always around there.
His last season playing in the National Basketball Association was 2009-2010. Isn't that wild? Like I feel like he's a fairly recent superstar.
No, he feels of yesteryear to me.
And or I'm just very old.
Like Cam Hayward feels way more contemporary than Adam Morrison does. But maybe it's because Hayward had a much longer NBA career and much more fruitful in terms of his salary.
I mean, so Adam Morrison in his NBA career.
Did I say Cam Hayward, Gordon Hayward?
Yeah, I was thinking I'm like the Pittsburgh Steelers guy.
Gordon Hayward, I apologize.
I was mad at yesterday for being in the top 10 for interior defensive linemen.
Speaking of being mad, at ESPN ranking the top 10 in positions, yesterday they did defensive linemen, and Zach Allen was left on honorable mention. You thought you were mad yesterday. Wait until I tell you what position group got ranked today.
Ooh, is this a tease?
That's on the other side.
Oh!
You can always watch Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on your YouTube app today. It is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, which is a daily recap of the very best stuff that you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. One more time, search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line today. Have your voice be heard. Been talking about the war that Moj is starting with the Greeks. A war that Mike Sanford might want to start with our buddies at ESPN. Over the past few days, as it is for the month of July, like NFL.com comes out very slowly with their top 100 players. Left off the list, he was an honorable mention, but not in the top 10. Famously behind Cam Hayward, who is like 37 years old.
We said he was 38 yesterday.
Might be turning 8 this season, something like that. There's been another omission. And this time, it comes in the edge rusher category. Your top 10 edge rushers in the NFL.
Nick Bonito is not a part of it.
Nick Bonito is not a part of it. Honorable mention, Nick Bonito.
Okay.
Honorable mention number 2. He is behind Brian Burns, honorable mention number 1 from the Giants.
Okay.
He is ahead of Jonathan Greenard from the Minnesota Vikings and ahead of George Karlaftis from Kansas City. Those are your 4 honorable mention players. Others receiving votes: Josh Hines-Allen from Jacksonville, Khalil Mack with the Chargers, Rashawn Gary with the Packers, Trayvon Walker with the Jags. Was he number 1 overall pick, Trayvon Walker? He was way up there. I don't know if he was number 1, but he was way up there.
Is he a Georgia guy?
Yes. Montez Sweat with Chicago, Greg Rousseau with Buffalo, and Chop Robinson with Miami. Those are all of your honorable mentions or players that received votes from the ESPN cast. We'll go in reverse order. Number 10, Jared Verse. Better or worse than Nick Bonito?
Better. He was the defensive player of the year, rookie defensive player of the year. What were his numbers, though?
Trayvon Walker, yes. First overall out of Georgia. Daniil Hunter.
So Jared Verse, hold on, sack-wise. So our number for our fearless Nick Bonito.
8.5 last year for Nick Bonito, right? No, sorry, 13.5.
Yeah, Jared 13.5. Jared Verse had 4.5 sacks, guys.
So is he better or worse?
Yeah, Nick
better or worse?
Nick Bonito is a better football player. Guys, so Jared Verse is the top 10 right now?
He's number 10.
Okay. So Jared Verse last year had 36 total tackles. He had 4.5 sacks and 2. He did have 2 forced fumbles, which was obviously a very good number. Compared to Nick Bonito's 12.5 sacks. Nick Bonito, like, people want to throw shade at his ability to defend the run. Nick Bonito last year.
13.5 sacks for Bonito last year.
13.5 sacks, 33 solo tackles, 2 forced fumbles, an interception for a touchdown. Nick Bonito's like a player that just nationally is just not respected.
Is it because he had one bat, like his first year when the hype was through the roof because of where they drafted him?
He was still a second-round pick. Am I right?
Right.
That's like,
I mean, but the hype was they got a first-round edge rushing talent in the second
pick. That's nearly a third rounder. Why are people like? What were the expectations for a guy that's nearly a third rounder? You're the last pick of the second round.
All right, moving on. Daniil Hunter, Houston Texans.
Daniil's done it longer.
30 years old. He was ranked last year 8. 28.5 sacks over the last 2 years with Minnesota and Houston.
Good player. I'd say more productive career to this point. Arrow pointing slightly down. Nick Bonito's pointing more up.
Hunter last year was first in the NFL in pass rush win rate at nearly 27% with players that had a minimum of 200 snaps in the league. He was ranked first in pass rush wins at a total of 77 and incompletions credited with 36. So that's essentially guy feels big dude running at him, throws ball inaccurately because of big dude running at quarterback.
Cavemen like
smash.
Food.
That is Hulk smash stat. I love that.
Hulk smash.
Will Anderson, On that same team,
Good.
Houston Texans.
Good.
25 years old, better or worse than Nick Bonito?
Better.
Number 7, Aiden Hutchinson, Detroit Lions.
Better.
Way better.
Really good.
I think that's too low for Aiden Hutchinson considering he was injured last
simply
year.
because of the injury.
Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati Bengals.
Better. I mean, he's the sack master. Sack king last year.
Nick Bosa, San Francisco.
I don't know, dude. I think
That-
the arrow's not good right now on him.
The arrow on both Bosa brothers, you go, I feel like they should have been way better than they actually were.
When you eat androgen, testosterone enhancers for 15 years, it catches up to you eventually. Those guys look so roided out of their minds.
So Bosa starts the top 5. Max
Dude,
Crosby is
how
number
about Nick
4,
Bosa?
bad man.
Nick Bosa's only 27 years old.
You
feels
think
so
he's
much
older because
older.
of Joey, don't you?
Yeah. But like Nick Bosa last year, 9 sacks. Year before, 10.5 sacks. He had the one monster year in 2022.
There's only 4 players over the
18.5.
last 5 seasons, rather 6 seasons, to have had at least 60 sacks and 10 forced fumbles. Nick Bosa, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Trey Hendrickson.
So Joey Bosa is en route to Buffalo. Am I right?
Joey Bosa, yes.
He's the
former
Charger.
He's 29 years old. He's the one who can't ever stay healthy. Like, Nick Bosa is healthier than Joey Bosa.
Yeah, if you look at Nick Bosa, outside of the COVID year, he's played in 16 games, 17 games, 16 games, 17 games, 14 games. Which isn't bad. He just hasn't, I haven't felt the dominance the last 2 complete seasons that I felt in the 2022 Super Bowl year.
Ahead of Nick Bosa is Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders.
I have the biggest man crush on the way in which Max Crosby plays the game of football.
Explain that.
He's clearly a really good pass rusher. But it's being in the stadium last year, the arena, whatever you want to call it, at Allegiant against the Broncos. And there's like, the Raiders were so bad so many different places a year ago. They're like playing for, like, what are you even playing for? That dude's motor, when you watch him in person,
his hair's on fire every snap.
Every single snap. He redirects on run plays that are run to the exact opposite outside zone area away from him. And he finds a way to string out plays and make a play like 27 yards away from where he started his position. He is just if I were to draw up the how of a player that I love, like,
not the physical attributes, but the way that you approach the game.
I would want to have 18 Max Crosby's on my football team.
You know, who's the special teams player that we had a few years ago? I want 22 Janos.
Yeah.
22. If I could have 22 Janos, you want 22 Max Crosby's. 60.5 snaps per game is the most among all edge defenders in the NFL.
Guy loves ball, and he wants to play all the ball.
Number 3, Micah Parsons.
Obviously, freak athlete. Does so many things athletically. Length, strength, size. I'm anxious to see what the trajectory of his career is going to end up being.
126 pressures since 2023 are number 1 in the league.
What was he last year?
He was ranked number 3 last year. His lowest ranking has been number 6. His highest ranking was number 1 2 seasons ago. He's just 25 years of age.
Micah Parsons last year had fewer sacks than Nick Bonito. Yep.
Didn't he only play like 12 games, though?
Well, availability is your best ability.
He
is it
played
not?
13 games, and he finished a sack and a half behind Nick Bonito. Let's not just look at the sack number and go like, oh, yeah, Nick's better than Micah Parsons. Bonito played 17 games last year.
Micah Parsons, what's his career sack record? His 14. 14.
It's a pretty good season.
Yeah.
It's a really good season. We're talking about Nick Bonito as one. We've been doing it for how many weeks?
He's not a top 10 player.
According to ESPN.
He's not a top 10 player.
You and I have been
Micah
talking about
Parsons
that.
deserves $90 million annually.
Well, because what's the lowest amount of sacks that he's ever put up in a season? It was last
13.
year with
12.
12 last year, which is essentially a sack a game. My big argument against paying Bonito has been show it to me a second season.
I agree.
Now, if he shows it to you, then you run into the issue of him being way too expensive, right? But like the reason why Parsons wants to get paid that money is because he's a 3-time All-Pro. He's a Rookie of the Year. He's finished top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year twice in his career, top 3 Defensive Player of the Year twice in his career in just 4 full seasons. Like, there's a reason why Parsons can go, yeah, I'm worth the money. I do this on the daily. Benito's done it once. I think he's great. I think you should pay him because I like betting on the lower end of the cash spectrum and hoping that the guy's going to pan out. But yeah, he deserves way more money than Nick Bonito right now. Because he does it every game.
It's been consistent for 4 years. What I like about Nick Bonito is that he's gotten better as the years have gone on.
Yes.
And the value that you're getting out of Nick Bonito, if you're
it's through the roof right now.
You're talking about a guy that was the last pick of the second round. Micah Parsons was drafted when?
He was 12th overall in 2021.
Which is what he should. I mean, he's a freak. You guy's a freak.
What a draft that was for defensive players and I was gonna say non glamour positions. The quarterback's bad, very bad. That's the Trey Lance draft.
Is that a Kenny Pickett?
No, that
Mac
is
Jones?
Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
Bad draft.
Ooh.
But after that, you go Jamar Chase 5, Jalen Waddle 6, Penei Sewell 7. J.C. Horn 8, Pat Surtain 9, Devonta Smith 10, another quarterback bust, Justin Fields at 11, Micah Parsons 12. Like, that is a phenomenal draft. I haven't even gotten to Rashawn Slater. What a top 15 of a draft. Holy smokes. And that was the draft that like DMac lost his mind because you didn't take a quarterback? Those are the only bad picks in that the entire top 15 of that draft.
You know what, Darren?
You could throw Kyle Pitts in there too, but like the book's still out on Kyle Pitts.
It is. You want to know something, Darren? I know you really wanted Justin Fields. The guy you took and settled for in your eyes.
He's the best defensive player in the world.
He is. He's going to be up for an ESPY. You know what?
Well, you drafted a Hall of Famer instead of a guy who is bounced around now 3 organizations and will inevitably lead the New York Jets to a 5-win season. Yeah.
Yep. That's the guy you could have had, DMac.
I understand the argument, like always draft the quarterback when you don't have. I get it. I get it, but like,
it does
you can't look
matter.
back on that and go, "That was a bad draft."
It does matter who the actual player is.
Okay, long way to come back to this. That was Micah Parsons' 2021 draft year. Stellar draft year. TJ Watt, number 2. What don't you like about TJ Watt?
He's not JJ.
He's not JJ, but he's really close, brother.
So I was in the building when the Broncos played the Steelers, hosted the Steelers at Empower Field. The wow factor watching TJ Watt on a play-by-play basis pales in comparison to Max Crosby. As a football guy, a connoisseur of really, really good, complete football, TJ Watt's a good player. He's an overachiever, frankly. He is not Max Crosby.
You're saying that he's not J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt played 17 years in the league, and yes, he was injured for many. He's one of the players that you look back on. He is a shoe-in first-ballot Hall of Famer, J.J. Watt, correct?
Correct.
5 first-team All-Pros, Defensive Player of the Year 3 times. He is a shoe-in first-ballot Hall of Famer. And you go, T.J. Watt is not his brother J.J. If you remove, right, those injury-plagued seasons of 2016 and 2017. I know he had some others after he got to 30. Can you really say that about TJ? Total sack, and I know it's a vanity stat. Total sack numbers for JJ Watt.
108.
114 and a half for JJ Watt.
TJ, sorry.
TJ has 108. And he's only 30, and he stays healthy every year. By the end of TJ Watt's career, by the end of his career, and TJ already has 4 first-team All-Pros and a Defensive Player of the Year award. By the end of TJ's career, he will be a better player historically than his brother JJ. I'm not here for any TJ Watt slander.
TJ, he played all 17 games last season, which is awesome, right, Raj? Availability is big time. He had 2 fewer sacks than Nick Bonito. Next.
Myles Garrett, number 1.
It's pretty good.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
It's pretty big. That's the thing about Myles Garrett that stands out to you is a lot of these guys
his
are
motor's
really,
also through the roof,
it
too.
Is. He's just a huge human being, man. He doesn't look like to be as twitched up as he is, but to do it at the dimensions of 272 pounds. He moves like a guy like Nick Bonito in his 240s, in the 40s of 200. Does it at 272 freaking pounds.
He and TJ Watt are essentially the same player for their entire career. They stay on the field. They put up big-time sack numbers. Now, Garrett hasn't thrown up a season at 19 or 22 and a half sacks like TJ did, but 4 first-team All-Pros, Defensive Player of the Year back in 2023. They're the same dude.
Myles Garrett's been the model of consistency. He came into the league in 2017, and outside of his rookie season, which he only played 11 games, he's had 13.5, 10, 12, 16, 16, 14 sacks. And not to mention the amount of forced fumbles that he has. 3, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 3.
So that's the difference between...
You want to know who's crazy with forced fumbles?
Micah Parsons.
Well, TJ Watt too, man.
So
My
that's...
word.
When we talk about the next step of Nick Bonito to becoming those guys...
He was a 2 guy, right?
Now, I thought you were going to be a little bit more upset with Bonito not being in the top 10. I think he could be 9 or 10 right now.
Yeah.
Honorable mention feels right because he's done it for one season. All of the dudes in the top 5, Watt, Parsons, Garrett, Crosby to a lesser extent, all of those dudes cause turnovers. All of them. Bonito hasn't. And Myles Garrett, like, he hasn't to the level that, like, TJ Watt and Micah Parsons have. Watt's got 12 career forced fumbles. Parsons has 5 or something. No, 9 forced fumbles. But that's the next step for Nick Bonito. You want to be that guy. You want to be that north of $30 million. You have to find a way. And again, I'll always bring it back here. And I know I got yelled at on text for a few days when I brought this in originally and brought it back up yesterday. That's why you bring in Von Miller. Think of a better forced fumble artist in the modern history of the game from an edge rushing standpoint. You can't. It's Von. He's the gold standard. So if you want Nick Bonito to take the next step, you bring Von in. None of this crap about he's going to be taking snaps away from young players. Screw that. They brought in DeMarcus Ware to do the same thing. And look what it did to Von. You want Nick to be a $30 million pass rusher? Bring in Von Miller this year. Osmosis.
Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base is apparently infiltrated the Altitude Sports Radio text thread because they are pissed at me.
Yeah, when you gave me the is TJ Watt really that good? He's that good. He's a freak.
Congrats on what he had, half a sack more than, or do you have a half a sack less than Nick Bonito, who's not?
He had 2 full sacks fewer than Bonito last year.
But Nick Bonito is not a top 10 player. So let's just keep talking about that. What happened last year with Nick Bonito just didn't really happen. It was fake. Tell me what you've done for me now, right now. Nick Bonito's arrow is continually trending up. It's my guy. It's my favorite player in the Broncos organization.
Really?
In terms of offensive-minded, play-calling human beings. Terrified of those types of pass rushers.
You're more scared of Nick Bonito than you are of Pat Surtain.
Oh, yeah. I can game plan away from Pat Surtain. I can build my concepts to be pure progression reads where the ball just doesn't have to end up in the direction of Pat Surtain.
But does that affect your offense less than a Nick Bonito coming off the edge? Because if you're game planning let's just even say it's as simple as I'm going to remove a third of the field.
Yeah,
the hash mark that Surtain is on, I'm removing it. Does that affect your game less than oh no, Nick Bonito is going to sack my quarterback once today?
Nick Bonito, the problem with a player that is the thing about what I love about Bonito is twitch, bendy, athlete, ballistic. Not just a big Myles Garrett 270 bull rusher. scares the heck out of you because you've got to borrow some help somewhere in your pass protection. So you borrow it from either a running back, and if you use the running back to chip and help a tackle on a guy like Nick Bonito, guess what you lose? You lose your checkdowns. Checkdowns move the sticks in the National Football League. Watch all the 2-minute drives. How many of those are balls that are completed to receivers? Dang near none of them.
Patrick Mahomes makes Isaiah Pacheco look like a running
Check
back
down,
that like
7
everyone
yards.
wants.
Check down, 11 yards.
Yeah.
Check down, 6 yards. First down, game over. You lose your checkdowns because you have to chip on a player like that, you got problems. Or you use a guard. Well, then guess what? Where do you think Zach Allen starts getting his? Because you're now using a guard up, and now Zach Allen's getting one-on-ones with either the opposite guard or the center because he's an interior pass rusher that gets moved all over the place. And oh, by the way, Jonathan Cooper, I know he's not a sack pad. He's not going to pad his stat line with sacks, but he is that Myles Garrett body type, that thick, off the edge, bull rush guy. And that's why the Broncos are really good on defense. We shouldn't be talking about that Nick Bonito is like, we'll see. You've done it once. No, it's the sum of the parts. And I think a big reason that the sum of the parts with the defensive front for the Broncos is so dang good is because Nick Bonito is a guy that he requires your attention. And he's going to be a guy, if you don't give him attention, watch the numbers for Jonah Ellis, Jonathan Cooper, Jonathan Franklin-Myers, and certainly Zach Allen. Those are going to go through the roof.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to the Altitude Sports Radio's Morning Sprint every day here from 10 a.m. to noon. PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy will take you guys home from 3 to 6 today. What up, people? Join us 303-504-0925 on this beautiful Wednesday. It's going to be like 100 degrees outside. Happy you're with us. The Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. We'll have NFL notes coming up at 11:15 today. We'll be joined tomorrow by Chris Armas, Rapids head coach. Normally we get him on Mondays, but the Rapids 2 games this week. They play tonight in LA and then back at home Saturday evening. They need some wins, so we will have Armas on tomorrow at 10:45.
Let's go get at least a point in LA.
Yeah, they need to start turning it on here.
We need to go.
Speaking of coaches,
we got a new one?
Yeah, the Avs have filled their let's call it offensive assistant coach vacancy.
Power play just got better.
We think so. So Dave Hackstall is the guy who they just hired, and Hackstall is the former. Thank you, Connor.
Is that Dave?
That was Connor.
Oh, okay.
It's Connor. I wish that was Dave. That'd be cool if Dave had the same voice as Connor McGahee. You could just flip him out. Hackstall is the former head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers back in like the mid to late 2010s. He gets fired there, hired by the Toronto Maple Leafs for a season as an assistant coach, and then rehired by the Seattle Kraken to be their first head coach in franchise history. Famously beats the Avs in 7 games in that first series where Valanciunas just leaves halfway through the series.
For all of you, go ahead, continue, please. For all of you, the huge Dave Hackstall connoisseurs out there, little Dave Hackstall trivia for you.
Oh,
what's the alma mater?
North Dakota.
Okay.
Played at North Dakota, was
Wow.
a head coach at North Dakota, won a national championship at Nodak.
Tried.
Yeah, he's a good coach in the old WCHA.
What's the mascot of UND?
They're now the Fighting Hawks, but they used to be the Fighting Sioux.
Which you can't do anymore.
You can't do it anymore. However, when you go and play up at that stadium, it's called the Ralph Engelstad Arena in North Dakota. The guy who built it, I think he's like a big oil baron guy, Ralph Engelstad. Every single one of the seats are hand-stitched Fighting Sioux logos. There's also like hand-carved logos into the marble on the floors and everything, and those aren't going anywhere. They're now the Fighting Hawks. It's what a stadium. There's nothing, and then it's, you know what it feels like? It feels like Lucas Oil Stadium in Indy, where you get into Indianapolis, and yeah, it's a city, but like, you know when you crest up the hill?
It's a city-ish. Indianapolis. I mean, it's not much going on. I went there for the combine. I'm like, yeah, is there a place to get 1 beers? Not much.
So, you know when you crest the hill coming up on Lucas Oil? So, like, it's in the heart of Indianapolis, but when you come up I-70 and you cross over 465.
It's kind of the Taj Mahal.
It's the only thing you can see. It's kind of the same thing in North Dakota with the Ralph. What was I talking about? Dave Hackstall?
Yeah, Dave Hackstall. Famous.
Again,
Fighting Hawk.
Great college hockey arena. Hackstall does not have a great history as a head coach of having awesome power plays. Like Philly and Seattle were both either middle of the road or just south of middle of the road in terms of power play when he was their head coach. However, when he goes to Toronto and he has all of those offensive weapons at his disposal as an assistant coach, Toronto's power play ran at like 20. Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, Morgan Riley in Toronto, and he doesn't have to deal with an aging Sean Couturier or Jakub Voracek or Claude Giroux in Philadelphia with no one on the point to really run those things. As a head coach, when he has more things on his plate, he typically isn't as great. I like the fact that they bring in a experienced bench boss who doesn't have to deal with running the whole show. And most importantly is this. Dave Hackstall has history of coaching Nathan MacKinnon. He was an assistant coach on Team Canada in the 2017 and 2019 IIHF World Championships. No, men's World Championships. So he's coached Nathan MacKinnon. He's been on a bench with Nate. He's been on a bench with Mackenzie Blackwood, who was a goaltender for that team in 2019. I love that. It's a little bit of familiarity. You need to bring in a good voice there. The one thing that he does really well, Hackstall, his forecheck is it's a really, really relentless forecheck. And the Avs could use a little bit. They're a great skating team. I don't think they're as effective in the offensive zone with their forecheck as they are in the neutral zone.
Raj, what do we know about the relationship that exists between Jared Bednar and Dave Haxtell?
I don't think there's much. Like
they've
never been on staffs together.
Do you think this was 100% of Bedsy going through the process like any coach does, where you interview a ton of guys, you get them on the board, you find out if there's anything that you can pull and draw and learn schematically and or philosophically? Or do you think this is something that was made at the higher-ups level?
It's finished at the higher-ups. It's finished by McFarland and Sakic. But Bednar almost assuredly is part of that situation, definitely part of the conversation. Like, hey, is this guy good on your staff? Bedsy can also look back at a playoff series with Haxtell and go like, yeah, he bettered me. He was better than me in that series.
Has Bedsy been surrounded by NHL head coach pedigree?
Nope.
On his staff. Most of his guys have been his guys.
Yep. He has never had a former NHL head coach on his bench.
And Haxtell is clearly his own tree because he's been a head coach at the Division I level at one of the best programs in college hockey and then 2 NHL jobs. His career, if you look at Dave Haxtell's career win-loss record, it's good. But he just hasn't been able to get it done as a head coach in the postseason. But it's not like you look at it at his Wikipedia page and it's like Mike Sanford's head coaching record. It's a good record.
But I would also say that like it's a fine record for him. His numbers haven't been great.
289, 143, and 43. That's a really good record.
What, in college at Nodak?
Well, that's his complete head coaching record. Now, like North Dakota, he was the head coach there. I mean, it was not really any year he went and just won. You know, he had one season where it was 32 wins, 9 losses. Every other year they're an incredibly competitive league. You're about 8 games above 500.
He's a middle of the road NHL head coach. He will likely get another shot to be a head coach somewhere else because of how successful the Avs are likely to be either this year, the year after, or the year after that. He'll likely get one more.
The Philadelphia Flyers would love to be 41, 27, and 14.
Of course they would.
39, 33, and 10. 42, 26, and 14. Would the Flyers take that at this point in time?
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would.
Would the Kraken enjoy being 46, 28, and 8 right now? They probably would.
I like the hire. I think it's a good hire, man. I don't think it's going to like change the world.
Is he the type of guy that could be the next head coach here?
See, DMac asked me the same question. I would say likely no. I think this is a stop for Haxtell, much like Toronto was in the couple of seasons between coaching with Philly and Seattle. That I'm going to rehab my head coach image around the league because the NHL is it's a dip back league. It's a double dip league for head coaches, as most professional organizations are. I think this is more like, hey, Vance Joseph, you sucked in Arizona. Come back to Sean Payton, have a great defense, and then go get another head coaching job 2 or 3 years later. I think the same thing is happening with Haxtell. You weren't great with Seattle. You had one good season, one really like upstart good year, but you weren't great there. Come to Colorado where you have all of these offensive weapons, fix their power play, which has been scapegoated, right? That's the reason why Ray Bennett is gone. They're saying he's the reason why he didn't get through. Ray Bennett's power play is the reason why he didn't get through. So Haxtell come and fix that. The Avs go on a run next year, and then when there's 8 head coaching vacancies next year, Haxtell's interviewing for him.
I'm just glad that Dave Haxtell comes in with an incredible amount of experience where he can draw on his time with the Indianapolis Ice as a player and the Minnesota Moose. Dave Haxtell. It's his playing.
Minnesota Moose is a good name for a team.
Like it.
Good name for a team.
I'm just mad at myself that I never went to a Minnesota Moose game, although they were a 3-year team. 94 to 96.
It does strike me as odd because you're Mr. AAA baseball hat.
COVID. I lived in Minnesota during COVID.
That's a tough go.
I never once went to a Wild game. Never once went to a Timberwolves game. Never once went to a Vikings game.
It's okay. It's Loserville, USA.
The only games I went to, Twins. Cool park.
Target Field?
Yeah, good place. Nice place.
How are the Twins doing? Are the Twins competitive this year? I have no idea.
It's Loserville, USA.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I need to hear.
You know what? We're talking about the Twins. I just found out. And the Rockies could go on a incredible streak to finish out the year. But it would take over a 50-game win streak to get back to 500. You were over 50 games under 500 right now. Holy cow.
Hey, but at least Hunter Goodman hit a home run to break up a shutout last night. He's got 17 bombs on the season.
You know what's cool
17?
is that DMac is really leaning into covering the Rockies and painting the picture that there's some positive things happening right now with the Rockies.
There are not.
Okay. DMac's the guy that hates second place parades. What about 32nd place parades? Or worst ever parades.
Worst in a century parade.
What are we doing, Darren?
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Hour number 2 of the morning sprint. Raj, Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson, PhD coming up next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. Rapids will be tonight on 92.5. We'll have Chris Armis joining us tomorrow at 10:45 to recap that game out there.
That win. Put it out.
I hope it's a win.
Into the universe. Right?
We knew this was going to happen like 2 weeks ago. Nikola Jokic is going to delay his extension until next offseason. So
didn't catch our show off guard.
No.
We've been talking about it forever.
This makes sense. He can add an extra like $80 million and another year.
Cool. Pay him everything.
It makes sense for him financially.
Pay him more than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in a year.
We'll get to the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and OKC thing that just happened this morning as well. But like, it adds another year to Nikola Jokic and would keep him here through age 36, which is longer than I think most fans thought he would be in Denver. This is a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
As long as he's not playing for Panathinaikos.
Olympic tacos.
Be careful. The Greeks are watching.
No, I don't want the Greeks are watching. It is a big brother thing, isn't it?
Moj, listen. If you're out there, the Greeks know exactly where you are currently. They know where you're at.
Speaking of Shai signing his big deal, Chet Holmgren signs his rookie extension as well. So they win. Now you have to pay your players. That rookie max extension is 5 years, as much as $250 million. So you have, I believe, like $500 million between both Chet and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander right now, maybe just north of it.
Raj, where are we at as a show with Chet Holmgren? Do we hate him?
I don't like looking at him. He bothers me a little bit.
Do you think he looks like a Bond villain?
Yeah. He could be Bond villainy to me.
Got some Bond villain vibes to
He's
him.
angular enough to be, yeah. Maybe that's the reason why I don't like him. He's too angular. He's too skinny. He's too gaunt.
Do we hate his personality and his demeanor on the court, or just kind of the way he looks?
I think I would like having him here in a Nugget uniform.
Oh, yes.
But I can't get the stupid commercials out of my head, therefore I hate him.
It's another thing I missed is I could have watched Chet Holmgren play high school basketball at Minnehaha Academy.
What a girl needs, or whatever they changed that to.
He was a Minnehaha Academy guy, Minnesota. You know that?
I did not.
Yep.
They're going to have to make a decision here on Jalen Williams. And they're having contract negotiations with him right now. They've got one more year, right? OKC's got one more year to win at the current version of the Thunder. And then you get into second apron like that. If OKC wants to do it, they have to do it now. Because if you have to make the decision to sign Holmgren, Shai, both to their max extensions, which are already done, if you're going to sign Jalen Williams, you come dangerously close, if not already get into Nuggets territory of last year, where your depth goes from having 10 to 12 dudes that you could play on any given night to 7. Good things are happening for the Nuggets, man, and that's the reason why Valanciunas has to be here. He has to be here. You have to find a way to supplement Nikola Jokic with cheap players behind him, whether that's him or Al Horford. It's good news. I thought OKC was going to be dynastic, but yes, you were right. You got to pay these guys.
Outside of the fight that we've picked with the Greeks, the Jonas Valanciunas situation, would it be wise on the part of the Denver Nuggets to say, okay, so you really want to play for Panathinaikos?
Olympic tacos.
We'll go 3/4. We'll give you 3/4 of the salary. We'll get relief from. You pay 1/4 of it, Panathinaikos. So it'd be roughly $3 or $4 million.
Nope.
I'm saying you do that now. Because guess who's on the market? And we talked about it yesterday. Evan Sidery of Forbes covers the NBA. Says it is likely going to come down to the Denver Nuggets and the Golden State Warriors for Al Horford.
You don't have to do it right now. I don't think you have to rush it.
But what if Al Horford signs with the Warriors?
If Horford wanted to be a Warrior, he'd already be a Warrior.
Because they just flat out don't have the cap space.
And also, there's no other centers. For teams that are looking to win now, and Golden State is trying to find that magic, that lightning in a bottle in the final years of Draymond and Steph, like, can we do it one more time? And that's the reason why you look at Horford. Nobody else is out there as a center.
So Alex Ryanemi is 10 Benzer. You are in the shoes of the financier of
You're not
the
allowed
brain
to use
trust.
the other name that you thought up of?
John Benet Walzer.
I love it.
Yeah.
People got upset about that, but it's like
one or
been
two
30
people.
years.
Sorry, guys. There's plenty of people named John Benet in the world, I think.
I've literally never heard of another one, but okay.
Not many males either, but it could. Raj, if you're in that situation, you're saying that you would only take 100% salary relief in order to let Jonas Valanciunas
screw
walk.
you territory.
100%.
90. You pay $9 million, we'll give you a $1 million kicker on the way out.
You wouldn't take right now.
No.
75% relief.
Nope.
And you have Al Horford on your team, and you have secured your bench unit to go compete for a title next year.
No, because I don't think that Horford's going to be signing in the next 3 hours. If this takes a few days, right? The trade has to be finalized.
You just said that Al Horford, if he wanted to be a Warrior, he would be a Warrior.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's not right now?
Because he might want to be a Nugget. Because he's holding out, and the Nuggets can pay him more.
Yes. You could get it done now.
We had this conversation yesterday. Who's the better player right now? Valanciunas is the better player.
I don't know, man.
Horford's a future Hall of Famer. We went through that exercise yesterday, which was mind-blowing. Al Horford is a future Hall of Famer. But right now, Valanciunas is the better player.
Completely different players.
They are completely different. But Valanciunas does more. Valanciunas can shoot from outside just like Horford can. But he can give you more minutes. He can give you more physical minutes on the inside. He's longer.
God, that's been a bit of a lazy take by all of us here, that he's an outside shooter.
I never said he was an outside shooter.
But I keep hearing that. Everybody say he's a good shooter. People have watched a playoff series where he made 2 or 3 3-pointers in a game, and they all of a sudden think he's a dynamic 3-point shooter. If you go through the final games of Jonas Valanciunas this past season, all right, which started, his final game was the play-in game, the 9th place versus 10th place, 0 3-point attempts, okay? 0. He hasn't made a 3-pointer.
I'm not saying he's an outside shooter. I'm saying he can shoot from 3 for a guy who's 7 foot tall and plays primarily in the paint. He's not Ray Allen. I've never said that before.
In the entire season, brother. The entire season. Guy made fewer than 10 3-pointers.
That's okay. I'm not concerned about his ability to shoot the 3 at a large clip. He's a 5. That's the issue for the Nuggets, man. They haven't had a 5, so they've had to stretch the floor, and they haven't had guys who can hit that 3 consistently. When you bring in a 6'11" dude who's 250 pounds, you don't have to rely on the 3. You don't have to rely on perimeter shooting. The fact that he can do it at a career clip of 34% as a 7-footer excites me. But do I want him sitting on the outside? No. That's the reason why I would prefer Valanciunas over Horford. He forces you to play inside, but he gives you the ability to stretch on the outside. Horford is now a much more proficient outside shooter than he is an interior defender or interior presence. We went over that yesterday, right? He's going to be a guy who can shoot 4 threes a game for you. I don't know if I want that out of my backup 5. He's not Ray Allen. I don't need him to be.
Yeah, he's had a really interesting career.
Valanciunas does not shoot 22% from 3. He shoots 34% over the course of his career.
Shot 22% this past season. 8 of 37.
Okay, you can say that in the 24-25 season. What did he do in 23-24? He's 31%, 22-23. He was 35%. He was 36% the year before. I'm going off his career averages.
He had, in 2021 and 2022, that season, he did make 57 3-pointers. So, to your point, that's not long ago. He was 57 of 158 for in back-to-back years, he was nearly a 37% 3-point shooter, which is good, to the point that it's not like he's never shot 3-pointers in his career. For whatever reason, he just hadn't done it recently. I don't know if he's had a wrist thing, or just hasn't been a huge 3-point shooter at least in the last 2 seasons.
I'm okay with that. I don't need my backup to Nikola Jokic to be a high-volume 3-point shooter. I need him to have the ability to step out and hit one every now and again. The focus on Valanciunas should not be, can you hit from outside or not? And that's not what I've been saying. I've been going, he can do it. He doesn't do it as well as Al Horford, but he's way better on the inside than Horford is at 40 years old right now. The answer is Valanciunas. You want him here. You want him here. And no, am I paying $7.5 million to allow a Greek team to take him? No, I'm not. The answer is screw you, pay the 10, or come here and play. I don't want to kick him out the door like Mose does. Mose called him like a rabid dog or something like that. I want him here. And I think he kind of wants to be here too. Like, he hasn't really come out and say he doesn't want to be there. There's speculation, his agent throwing things out there. What he said yesterday was until the trade goes down and we can actually talk about this thing in the same room, it's still up in the air.
Great question here. And I don't know the answer. And that's why I like the Champ Mazda text line. Will somebody please tell me why the Nuggets couldn't sign both? Even if they keep Jonas Valanciunas and still have 5.7 MLE, if he's serious about winning another championship, could they not bring in Al Horford as well?
If Horford is willing to take that money, the answer is yes. But what did he make last year with Boston? $10 million? Is he willing to cut his salary in half? I don't know if he is. The reason why Horford is still keeping the option open of the Nuggets over the Golden State Warriors is because the Nuggets have the ability to pay him more if Valanciunas isn't on the roster. That's the reason why this is still a possibility. And we also talked about this. Like, is the motivation to win another championship? I can't say that's necessarily true for either one of those two dudes.
He's like a $9.75 million average annual value in his last 2 years.
Is he willing to cut his pay essentially in half if Valanciunas is still on the roster? I would think the answer is no. He's holding out because Denver can pay him a lot of money.
Well, and the Celtics are done, basically. They're done.
They're toast.
Yeah. Okay, how about this? Here's the answer to the question. NBA insider Mark Stein reported Sunday that Al Horford is destined to join the Warriors this offseason, and the Warriors can offer just the $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level to offer him. So he's just sitting there waiting. Is it the Nuggets MLE, or is it the Warriors MLE, or the Nuggets going to have some extra cheese to play with? And we're waiting for Jonas.
If he wanted to be a Nugget, he would already be a Nugget. If he wanted to be a Warrior, he would already be a Warrior. This is a money play from Al Horford. It's also a money play from Jonas Valanciunas. Guarantee the second year of my contract so I know where I'm going to be. I know where my family's going to be. Or let me go to Olympic Tacos, Palatinacos, and settle in Greece for the rest of my career.
It's
all money, baby.
This is the most on-brand Greek, Lithuanian, Dominican game of musical chairs. Musical chairs that we're dealing with here.
Greek,
Lithuanian, Dominican, American. And let's just, for why not? Let's just throw Serbian in there. Because Nikola Jokic is kind of a big part of this.
What type of music do you play for that game of musical chairs?
Polka.
NFL Notes is next.
Panathinaikos.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. You guys can watch us on YouTube. You can also watch us on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. KJ, what's first?
According to Luca Evans of the Denver Post, the Broncos and Denver Mayor Mike Johnson's office last year made inquiries about the use of urban renewal tax incentives as the team explores a potential new stadium site at Burnham Yard. Denver Urban Renewal Authority Executive Director Tracy Huggins said the Broncos and the mayor's office held preliminary conversations in 2024 during the process to talk about the redevelopment process. Quote, there were in total maybe 3 conversations. Again, it was both the city and the Broncos just really wanting to understand what it meant, what it would mean, and how we would do it, end quote. No specific plan was discussed, but the Broncos are evaluating several potential new stadium sites, which have been reported, obviously, between Denver, Lone Tree, and Aurora. So it's been confirmed that they talked to Denver and Lone Tree's mayors thus far at some point. It appears that Denver is and has been been able to put more effort into keeping the Broncos in town. So I'll ask you guys, should the Broncos want to stay in Denver, knowing how the landscape has shifted and will continue to shift here in Colorado?
Yes. The Denver Broncos need to be in Denver. It's a great sports town. Period, point blank, end of story. There's been a lot of these communities that have built stadiums well outside of the footprint of a downtown. And you can get into all of your politics, whether you think that the city of Denver's gone to crap or you love the city of Denver. At the end of the day, the Broncos need to stay in Denver.
Yeah, a lot of the money's moving farther south. Like, I get why Lone Tree's enticing. There's a lot of people who've been moving down into that area, or Castle Rock and even Colorado Springs has had a boom in the past few years. Like, I understand it. It needs to stay in Denver proper.
It's the identity of a city. It's the identity of a region. I just like when there's some type of just concentrated area. And a lot of people will say, get the Broncos out of Denver because Denver's just gone to crap. Well, guess what? The Broncos building and massive development, it's going to help Denver. So you should be rooting for that.
There's no reason to take them out of the city, man. No reason whatsoever. Also, if like your argument is Denver's gone to crap, it's, 9 Sundays, 8 Sundays out of your year. Go. Mm-hmm. Deal with it. Get in, get out. It'll be fine. You're not going there every other day. It's okay.
Show me a city in America that hasn't kind of gone to crap in the last 20 years.
It would be a travesty if they're gone. The Burnham Yard that's where it should be.
Like the San Francisco Giants, you want to talk about an area that's gone to crap?
Oh, what I know, but like,
it's still an amazing place to go watch a baseball game. It's a great spot.
I thought you were going to talk about Levi Stadium.
Well, yeah, that's the point.
Taking them out of the area.
Right, the San Francisco Giants have chosen to stay in a cesspool of a city. I still love going to a baseball game with getting pelted by the sun in a random location with nothing around it. This sucks.
It's going to be Burnham. It's too enticing.
Santa Clara, California is essentially the equivalent of having the Broncos play in Lone Tree. And I love Lone Tree.
Let me ask you guys this real quick.
No, they're not moving to Mississippi. They're not going to be the Hattiesburg Broncos. Okay, KJ?
Gosh, man, Coach, you beat me to it, gosh darn it.
The Jackson Broncos led by Coach Prime.
No, led by Coach Mike Sanford.
Oh, okay.
In that case.
You don't want to see me down in the SIP.
Watch yourself.
Sanford's like, in that case, get the Broncos to Mississippi.
Let me ask you guys, there have been rumors over the years in regards to Broncos ownership potentially having visions for building a city, like a little, like complex around the Broncos stadium to kind of like put their own imprint on it. Do you guys think that would play a part in whether they move out of the city?
Tap in on what the Cronkies are doing in their whole urban expansion. Your family, hey, I want a piece of this. What can you do, cousin? Right? Like, do that.
Don't they call that gentrification?
Yes.
I mean, it's what happens.
There's nothing you can do to stop it, man.
I've even seen in certain cities where you build a minor league stadium or minor league ballpark, and it ends up being a really fun area. Like the city of Louisville I hate the city of Louisville. I lived in Kentucky. It's awful. The only decent area of Louisville, it's kind of fun to go out and hang around, is right around the Louisville Bats AAA baseball stadium. It's really cool. Same thing with Memphis. The Memphis Redbirds, AAA affiliate of the St. Louis Cardinals. AutoZone
Sugarland
Park.
Skeeters.
A lot of fun, man.
In Texas. Yeah, there's some good spots. The Syracuse Mets, not a great spot to go to a baseball game up there. I'd stay away from that. KJ?
You guys watch one and then you miss three, and then you watch one and I'm trying to catch you up.
Earlier in the show, you guys talked about the ESPN list where Nick Bonito was ranked outside of their top 10 edge rushers. And you guys kind of highlighted.
Raj agreed with it, but continue.
Okay. Well,
Raj thinks Bonito's kind of ham and egg, just an average guy. Keep going, please.
You're good. You guys were highlighting kind of the justification behind why or why not. And it kind of got me to thinking about another player. Chad Ochocinco Johnson currently is hosting a wide-out workshop with some of the top wide receivers in the NFL. A few names that are in attendance: T. Higgins, Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Reed, Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and our very own Cortland Sutton. Now, this could be chalked up as just a few NFL wide receivers working out, or it could be chalked up as Cortland Sutton trying to sharpen his tools with other number one receivers around the league. What will it take for the Broncos and us, the media, to view Cortland Sutton as a true number one wide receiver in the NFL?
All right. One of these things is not like the other when you read off the list of guys that are a part of. Okay, so let's talk about the names. Chad Ochocinco, T. Higgins, Jerry Jeudy, Jamar Chase, Robbie Chosen, Tyreek Hill, and then Cortland Sutton? He's like the ultimate team player, the ultimate sacrifice. And those other guys are the ultimate divas. I'm the guy. I'm the number one guy. I don't know if I love Cortland hanging out with that crew right ahead of contract talks.
Robbie Anderson's part of that group?
Robbie Chosen.
Well, why is he there?
Because he's the chosen one, man.
What are we doing?
Because he's got a massive Instagram following, probably.
I guess. So what is?
By the way, Steve Nelson got a haircut. He's got his hair nice and combed. I've never seen him look so sharp. Continue.
Cortland Sutton, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, 81 receptions, has him just behind Tyreek Hill last year in terms of overall rankings for receptions. Tyreek had fewer yards, fewer touchdowns. To get him into true number one territory, he needs to get into the 1,200, 1,300 yard conversation. I think I'm cool at 12. And if you stay at 8 touchdowns, maybe even pop it up to 9 or 10, then we get into, all right, you are in the conversation of CD. Is he as high CeeDee Lamb? No, but he'd be a true number one after that. You have to put up bigger numbers. That's the only way that you can do this.
Well, at least Robbie Chosen's at the event.
KJ, what's next?
You guys watch one and then you miss three, and then you watch one and I'm trying to catch you up.
Glad Robbie Chosen is calling your eye coach.
I refuse to call him Robbie Chosen.
Oh.
It's also like Ron Artest is Ron Artest.
No, he's Meta World Peace.
He's Ron Artest.
He's still going?
Is he still alive? Are you trying to kill Ron Artest? Meta World Peace?
Is he still Meta World Peace?
You hate peace?
I mean,
I would assume his name is still Meta World Peace, but he's always Ron Artest to me.
He's still kicking. He's now known as Meta Sandiford Artest.
Sanford? He's a member of the Sanfords?
Sandiford. Sandiford.
So he's a mixture of both. He is Meta Artest.
He is Meta Sandiford Artest.
Okay, I'll take that.
He's a distant relative.
I'll take that. But Robbie Chosen, I do not choose you.
No.
KJ?
Yesterday, we got audio of Kirk Cousins and his situation in Atlanta from season 2 of Quarterback, which is now out on Netflix. Well, today we're going to get into Joe Burrow And a very interesting scene between him and head coach Zach Taylor during their December 15th game versus the Tennessee Titans.
Ball start. Offense.
The penalty train rolls on.
What the f*** are we doing, man? Wake the f*** up. Mental mistakes all day. Way to finish the day. That's a great drive to finish it. I know it's a frustrating, embarrassing performance by us. Embarrassing. Listen, we'll address it. But at the same time, let's enjoy some wins. That. We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Okay. We jumped off sides 8 times. I know that.
I don't know if that was the most exciting thing about Joe Burrow in the Netflix documentary. The coolest thing was the fact that he's a nerd and he thinks about fossils all day.
Well, I think Joe Burrow has proven himself with a lot of whether it's the Kevin McAllister lookalike outfits as he's going to a football game, or if it's I'm engaged, but then there's a supermodel that's house sitting for me, and then my house gets broken in while she's in there.
He's living a great life right now.
Well, he's also the most interesting man in the world. Between having Peyton Manning levels of expectations for his football team.
Right, didn't that, you know what that screamed? That was quick call in the effing plays.
Yes, that was Peyton Manning.
That's exactly what that sounded like.
That was just like I've heard about Peyton Manning when he was at the Denver Broncos and the Indianapolis Colts. He would not allow ESPN to be on the televisions in the cafeteria because it was distracting to everybody, and he didn't want anybody to hear what the outsiders.
He's Nate McKinnon smacking Snickers bars out of Nikita Zadorov's hand.
That Burrow has that, but yeah, he also is apparently a huge fan of fossils.
Somehow there's this one fossil that proved Darwin's theory of evolution. It's called the Archaeopteryx, and we got to see, there's like 12 of them in the world. We got to see one of those. And we got to see the little old lady that freaking works on it, grinding.
We went to the Natural History Museum. They took us behind the scenes and showed us some really cool stuff. It's like a library of fossils that they don't show everybody else. It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
And they had the career like field guy that goes and finds them talking to us about it. It was pretty cool.
Paleontologist?
Do they have any eggs?
Yeah, they did have some eggs.
Why were fossils on my mind? I don't know, because they're cool. When aren't fossils on your mind? They go back millions of years.
He's my favorite quarterback not named Bo Nix. It's either him or it's Josh Allen. Josh Allen also has that same, like, I enjoy things that are happening around you.
Is he the next
generation? Good job on Mary and Haley Steinfeld.
Is he the next generation, Raj, of Aaron Rodgers, but way cooler? It's like the eccentric, unique, mysterious, but like Joe Cool on the field, but then really unique off the field.
I think he's way cooler and way more approachable than Aaron Rodgers ever was.
Doesn't he feel like a modern day version of Joe Naismith? Like, I think that
Joe Namath?
Namath. I'm sorry. Namath, my bad. I got the basketball guy mixed up with him.
You were thinking Kansas Hoops.
Is he? I don't know if he's as like outspoken and like Broadway Joey.
Broadway Joe, yeah. But you know, Joe Namath was also a slayer. Certified slayer. In his own
can't walk around wearing a white mink coat and not slay it, you know? Good for him. He's awesome. I'll watch Joe Burrow play football or talk about fossils any day of the week.
Is he coming to town, or are the Broncos at the Bengals? Again.
If I remember correctly, I think the Broncos are heading to the Bengals.
Play last year?
The Broncos, let me look at the schedule right now, are home against Cincy week 4.
Let's go, man. Week 4, we get Fossils week 4?
Fossils week 4. That's a tough 3-game stretch, man. Again, you're going to be 2-0 after 2 weeks. You're scared of Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts for some
scared.
He's
going to be way better
scared
than
of
AR5.
Daniel Jones.
Even though we learned that AR5 is a much better red zone accuracy passer than Bo Nix is yesterday.
At the Chargers, home against Burrow and Cincy, and then at Philadelphia is a brutal 3-week stretch to end September and open up October. Brutal. Give me one more, KJ.
You guys watch one and then you miss 3, and then you watch one and I'm trying to like catch you up.
So we've got a little drama coming out of Kansas City regarding the Chiefs.
This is great.
One of their radio hosts in Kansas City saw, pictures like we all did of Mahomes being shirtless. And he went on to call him, quote, fat. And then he also went on to call him, quote, embarrassment. And so Mahomes' trainer, Bobby Stroop, fired back with a now deleted message on Twitter, quote, send me your location. You obviously need attention. If you want to see what his shape is, go make it through a practice at training camp or run hurry up offense scrambling back to back to back plays. You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look, it's a performance, end quote. How in shape or shredded should a starting NFL quarterback be?
Not. They're not. Starting NFL quarterbacks, so many of them, guys, they do look like a bag of milk when they take their T-shirts off. What does Matt Stafford look like? A bag of milk. What does Jared Goff look like? A skinny bag of milk. He's scubby.
A skim bag of milk.
That's one of my favorite terms is scubby.
Scubby? Skinny
chubby. Jordan Love, he's not shredded. Patrick Mahomes, like this. I listened to a segment yesterday. Katie Wengie was on with Nate Kreckman. It was an awesome segment, but my daughter was in the car and she's like, hey, can we stop this segment? Everybody's talked about Patrick Mahomes being scubby for the last 7 years. It's who he is. He's functional to play the position in the National Football League. Padding is a good thing. It is. With regards to the amount of hits that you take. Do you want to?
That's great.
Do you want to wear it 3% body fat? Interestingly, though, Bo Nix is he's pretty fit. He doesn't carry around a lot of body fat, I'll tell you that.
It's valid to have that thought process on an athlete or a quarterback when they underperform. When they are not living up to contractual expectations, it is totally fine for you to go, that guy isn't in shape. When he's Patrick Mahomes and he's in the Super Bowl every damn year, you shut your mouth. Like, it's okay when James Harden comes into camp and he's overweight because James Harden hasn't been the same version of James Harden in like 3 or 4 years. Like, it's okay to go, are you a little bit too fat for the money you're making? When it's the best player in the world, you just go, nah, I'm not going to say anything.
The thing that I think gets lost on...
Like Alexander Ovechkin. You're upset that he doesn't have a six-pack? The guy scored 44 goals at
But like I go back to some of the highest level athletes of our era are guys that didn't have anything that even got close to resembling a six-pack. Chuck the Iceman Liddell, the original knockout artist of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
I think you're going Chuck Liddell.
Dude,
awesome.
he had a humongous core. Some would call it a beer belly. That guy generated power with a massive core. He didn't have to be a V. Those are called bodybuilders. Those aren't functional freaking athletes. Alexander Ovechkin, that core that he has, that's called the engine, man. And honestly, the
Russian
same
machine
thing.
don't break.
And bands that make her dance. But Patrick Mahomes is the same way. He's always been the same way. You've never looked at Patrick Mahomes and been like, oh, that guy's really good because he's shredded. Did Tom Brady when he was in the combine. Talk about
Tom Brady's more jacked right now than he ever was in his NFL career.
He didn't want to be jacked because it can be counterproductive to carry around 2.9% body fat and have 330-pound wildebeest chasing you around on a daily basis.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. MLB's All-Star Game just under a week away. I think it's Tuesday of this coming week. Hunter Goodman will be there. He smacked his 17th homer of the year in a 10-2 loss to the Boston Red Sox yesterday. But news from MLB, they're going to be using robo-umps in the All-Star Game? Heck yeah, give me more. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday, Coach Mike Sanford.
Underrated banger of a song right there.
Oh, banger.
Who is this? M83?
This is not M83. This is, I don't know who this is, but it's not M83.
Have you heard M83?
M83 is like Midnight City.
They did the intro music for a lot of the features on College Game Day.
Yeah. Midnight I don't know who this is. We Are Young. It's fun. It's called Fun.
There you go.
This is fun. What an appropriately titled band.
M83 does Midnight City, and that's talk about a banger. That's an all-time banger. Midnight City by M83.
KJ, is the disc jockey that you are, do you have any M83 right now for us?
I'll give him some time.
Hey, mine is Outro by M83.
Also phenomenal.
That's the one that I always think about. Who's the awesome author that's got the deep, grizzly Southern voice down in the Egg Bowl down in Alabama? Wright Thompson. You know Wright Thompson, he does the voiceover narration for a lot of ESPN pieces. So it usually drops as Wright's telling some awesome stuff. Is this Midnight City?
It is.
Okay. This is a good one.
It's a good tune. It's a good bop. Makes you feel like you're ready to go out for a night on the town.
Yeah. It seems like this is kind of like ketamine and vodka sodas.
Yeah. Johnny Jazz Cabbage on the text line goes, Midnight City makes me feel like I'm in a movie.
Yeah.
It does. Major League Baseball is allowing the automated balls and strikes system to the All-Star game on Tuesday, which I think is a fantastic step toward actually using that in regular games. Because did you see the Giants and Phillies game a couple of nights ago where just in the middle of the game, the umpire who was in corners, we're just going to give this thing to the hometown team. And it was as bad of an umpiring performance as I've seen.
Zach Wheeler of originally a San Francisco Giant.
Originally a Giant and then was a Met.
I can't remember that he was involved in a bad deal for the Giants. Losing him was a bad deal.
I don't remember what the original trade was, but they're going to be using the robotic testing system. So like robot umps are coming.
So there is going to be an actual robot behind the catcher.
Is it
going to look like Rosie the robot from the Jetsons?
Who would you rather Rosie the robot behind home plate? Because I don't want to just get rid of the umpire. I'm cool with replacing the umpire with an actual robot.
I want a real robot. But I want it to be all 90-degree angles in its build, just like Rosie the robot.
So R2D2 is just
two-rounded.
He's out?
Two-rounded, yeah. And I want it to have anytime there's a strike, you just see that arm go, yeah.
Like, would you take the Terminator?
No, I want Rosie the robot.
What about Wally? Because then we can get some like humorous. Wally would be a really good home plate umpire. He'd be funny as hell. I would take Wally. Who are the best robots?
Are we doing a robot segment?
I don't know. Why not?
Are we doing a robot power rating?
I can't take power rankings away from Kreckman and Lindahl.
Let's just go with. I'd say that this is one of the most telling arguments in human history. Outside of the very obvious, most important argument in human history is who would win an ultimate death match between a mama grizzly bear and a silverback gorilla.
I think it's a grizzly. I think it's a grizzly bear.
I mean, the answer is.
I think it's they're way bigger.
No, opposable thumbs.
Well, gorillas don't have opposable thumbs, do they?
Gorillas, they're basically us. Just way bigger and stronger.
Yeah, but I think they're like half the size of a fully grown grizzly.
Who wins a death match? RoboCop, Terminator 3.
Terminator 3. Schwarzenegger wins all the time. You get those Arnold presses going, man, and you're a cyborg at the same time, he wins. I would throw Terminator. I would throw the T-800 behind home plate. I would put him behind home plate before I put CP3 or C3PO behind home plate.
I don't know, man. RoboCop was a bad dude, man. I mean, I
would 100% put it. Iron Giant is too big. Like Optimus Prime behind home plate, you won't be able to see the game. You can't do it. Unless he transforms into something smaller, you could put like a Camaro behind there. I'm okay with that.
be my guest. But Wally would be too damn funny. I think Wally would be hilarious. He's my home plate umpire from now until eternity. I want it. I want it now. I think it would be fantastic.
Recently, yes.
Zoutro.
Talking about robots and power rankings. Recently came out in Silicon Republic. The number one robot in pop culture history. Modern day history.
R2-D2.
R2-D2.
Yeah, he's funny too.
You're hired.
But he's not angular enough for you. We hate angular Chet Holmgren.
Does R2-D2 lack arms?
He does. He has like stabilizing rollers on each side, and he also has like a little like a welder.
No, the umpire. It's obvious who it is.
Who?
C-3PO. The big brass.
C-3PO works. He can be snarky.
Be a perfect
right.
ump.
Like my umpire, even though he is an automated balls and strikes system, which is what they're putting in for the All-Star game, and hopefully what they're going to put into Major League Baseball as soon as next year. I still need personality behind my balls and strikes. I want them to be perfect and correct, but I need the personality. C-3PO gives you that. He's snarky. He can speak in any language. So if the guy at home plate doesn't understand him, he can whip something off in Spanish, Japanese if Shohei's there. C-3PO's a good one. I'll give it to you. He's not too big.
Cool, Carl.
I love it. Do we know the origin of that drop?
Cool Carl came from...
Is Krecker actually talking to a Carl?
He was doing a post-game show for the Broncos, I think, and someone was screaming about incompetence. And I think Carl was screaming about that. I'm almost positive that's what that is.
It's the legendary drop. It's our best one.
It's a good one.
It's number one.
Carl. It's the best one on the show. All right, we figured it out.
Show
C3PO.
or station?
Oh, station. Sorry. You know what I mean. All right, that's going to do it for us. PhD's coming up next. Tyler's back. Welcome back, Tyler Polumbus.
It was settled by Google AI. In a hypothetical death match between a mama grizzly bear and a male silverback gorilla, the grizzly bear would likely be the victor.
It's going to kill him.
Congratulations, Raj. Your first win.
For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. I win things. PhD's next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Look at this. The whole gang's back together. Kind of a day early, but good to have everybody back.
I was supposed to take today off.
You were on the schedule. This is kind of funny. You were on the schedule as having today off.
I am happy to leave. I mean, I'm happy to take another day off.
I wonder how many people have ever done that in their lives.
Take that L on the way out.
I think a lot of people have sort of said, I could use an extra day. But I wonder how many people have ever scheduled themselves for a vacation and just said, I forget when I'm coming back.
I guess so. I took this time off, and then it felt like a long vacation. We had Thursday and Friday, and then I took Monday, Tuesday.
Were you just like, that's enough?
That's good? I thought today was the day I was supposed to be back.
Well, I'm happy to see you, but I mean, you weren't scheduled.
You're supposed to be, I forgot how to turn the button.
That's all right.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Apparently I was supposed to take today off also. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you did, but I'm just looking at the
No, you are. I mean, in hindsight, now that I'm looking back on it, I definitely I took Monday through Wednesday. In my head today, I thought today was the day I was supposed to go back.
That's better.
I mean, I wasn't doing anything. I was just doing a little staycation.
You got to make sure they got that on the schedule.
I know. I got to get that day back.
Yeah, that leads us to some sort of weird work ethical dilemmas. Like, theoretically, then, could you leave anytime you wanted today? Like,
don't piss me off.
If you got an official PTO, you can leave right now.
I mean, you're kind of here on your time.
I am.
Well, I did just the opposite.
Well, that's more common. Yeah. A lot of slackers do that. I'd like another day of vacation.
The Warren put in, because he did all the stuff, put in for last week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We had Thursday, Friday out, and then Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
I thought I would just put in Monday.
Yeah.
So I said, she's looking on Sunday. He said, oh, listen, I asked for Tuesday off too for you. I went, well, okay.
All right.
All right.
Wait. Well, you bring up a whole nother topic.
I had a whole Monday in the water.
The warden puts in your vacation time.
I tell her the dates, and
she does that.
Oh, she's computer savvy.
You don't enter your own. You have your wife do that.
I have before, but yeah.
But this time,
yeah, she feels involved.
So wait a second. Who put in for the what? So she put in for the day, and you didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have everybody
back.
Here
again, it just proves really that she probably doesn't listen.
Listen, I think I'm going to hang out as long as you guys don't annoy me. If you annoy me, I'm out.
You got some flexibility.
I actually have some breaking news here.
Is it still no dumb summer?
Steve Nelson is here. Yeah, it is, of course.
Tyler,
that Dan has been on some vacations.
He's got some time.
The boss just put a paper on my desk. I have the original email that Tyler Polumbus sent from my iPhone to our boss on June 13th, and he said, "Hey, I will take July 7th, 8th, and 9th off."
Yeah. In hindsight, I remember doing that. I remember that now. Yeah.
Hey, well, let me ask this.
That's pretty funny.
You know what? I'm just trying.
It would be funny if you just got up and left.
I'm just trying to get Employee of the Month. That's all.
No, that should be worth it, right?
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
I just got one question. When did Steve Nelson get his bad haircut?
Oh, I know. There's a whole story. We went through that a little bit. It's
was that bad in like the Michael Jackson sense? Like, is bad, or is it bad?
No, it's bad as if you're. Did he put in for the
Employee of the Month also?
The GM job or something?
Steve Nelson?
Yes, it put in for the GM.
I should have laughed.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
I thought that was a possibility.
I should not have chuckled like that.
Hardworking, very intelligent, creative.
That was like a full-throated chortle. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Answer the question.
I just wondered. I mean, why not?
Steve? I mean, that sounds like a Steve question.
You know, while I do appreciate the vote of confidence, I don't like dealing with people. I don't want to deal with people. I'll deal with 3 people at a time, but that's about the max I can do.
No, I also want you guys to know, though, that last week when you were both out, I was really fighting through it. I was legit sick the whole week, but we had no one to freaking work. So I was like, I got to work through this thing.
Do you know Sanford had the vid up in Steamboat?
I might have had
Did you have the vid?
I wouldn't know. Who tests for the vid?
Apparently Mike Sanford.
Okay, I guess so.
You got to make sure.
But I got something, and I gave it to Rob, apparently, which I feel a little bit bad about.
Yeah, he was in here yesterday, too, but he seemed okay. You probably had the vid, I'm going to guess.
I might have. I don't know.
I mean, Sanford had it.
Somehow I got sick in the middle of the summer. That's all I know.
Sanford said he was knocked out.
It's been a legit, 12, 13 days, and today's like the first day that I'm feeling better.
But you probably had the vid, bro.
I was sick.
What's the vid?
Like, is that not the worst
COVID.
thing ever when you're sick during vacation?
Oh, it's the worst. It's the you probably did have it. I don't know if you can go retro check.
Yeah,
for it these
I'm going to
days.
tell you this. I'm not testing for that. So if I got that, I got that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know you could still, but, that's probably what you had, I guess. I don't know. You feel good today? Are you all right today?
Just got a summer
I'm feeling
cold.
better for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because technically, if you weren't feeling
If
so
you
hot.
weren't, if you weren't, or you were still contagious, whatever you had, you could leave.
All right. Well, we got plenty to catch up on. First of all, congratulations, Bruce Brown is officially a member of the.
Well, that officially all the stuff getting officially done now.
Officially done now for Bruce Brown. Press release, the whole thing, and I was told that they're gonna hopefully have a big old presser, perhaps after summer basketball, with everybody. But that would bring up Big Val. And the morning show this morning was waging a war with the entire country of Greece. And I'm not exactly sure who we're communicating with, but there were a lot of people from Greece interested in what Denver perspective was on the Big Val situation. So I haven't talked to either of you guys about it, so I got some thoughts, but I'm
Well,
curious
tell us
what your
thoughts are, and I'll tell you.
No. Let me go last. Because
I think it's big to do about nothing.
All right. How so?
Well, one, there's an agreement. He can't just leave and go over there because FIBA and the NBA signed deals, or European basketball, I think it's still governed by FIBA, but I don't know, signed deals. We don't pilfer other people's players if they have a contract. So he can say he wants to go over there. That's great. He can also forfeit $10 million, and they could either say, we release you, which if they do, then it sounds like they'll go and sign Al Horford, or he plays. And I'll say this: there's no way he was going to make $10 million in Greece. Now he's been around the league a long time. Greece may be closer to his country, and he's thinking, "Hey, at least I'm closer to home. It's easier to get there. It's a hour and 15-minute flight to my hometown. It's so much nicer. Blah 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 blah. I'm just tired of the grind of 82 games, not 84 like the NHL, but 82.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. Either if he really wants out bad enough, then again. Because now the rumor is Al Horford wouldn't mind here. I think he put Denver as his top two choices.
Heard it's Golden State and Denver. Yeah.
So you might say, hey, go ahead, denounce your contract. We get that $10 million back. I also think it could be his only leverage is, I want to go over there. And they say, okay, we'll guarantee next year too.
Well, that's what it really feels like to me.
That was my initial thought.
Maybe, but really, he really doesn't have a whole lot of leverage with that either. It's not like the Nuggets have to do that. They own this dude.
Well,
all you got to do is say, show up to work. We want you to be here. And technically speaking, you get to win the battle. You don't have to cave on anything if you want to, because apparently the Nuggets have been after this guy for a few years. And if they want to do that, they can to make him happy. But I do think this is going to be much ado about nothing like you. The only question is, do you want to be in a situation with somebody that doesn't want to be here? If he really doesn't want it.
But that's another thing, too. I don't know if it's necessarily that he didn't want to be here. His agent going, listen, we can either do one of two things. We can get next year guaranteed at $10 million, or a guarantee from them that they won't match. We're going to win a championship this year. You're going to kill it, and you're going to make $15-20 million next year.
I think a lot of people are getting very emotional. Katie Wingy accused Mark Moser, who said he'd rather have a rabid sewer rat than Valanciunas because he was
He's got
emotional.
issues with Val guys.
And, well, perhaps. And that, abandonment issues, like as soon as you express any interest that you don't want to be here, then you're the worst person in the world. And I think that's maybe Mark Moser's issue. But the other guys were like, you don't want to be here, then see you later. Well, that's just rewarding bad behavior. You don't do that as an organization.
You do a lot. You say you don't do that, but teams do that all the time.
Well, the Nuggets
teams reward bad behavior all the time.
Well, I'd make the argument bad teams reward bad behavior. But the Nuggets put it out there through Shams that, no. We want you here. So they were happy to leak that information without making a public statement. But who do you think Shams is talking to, okay, when that gets out there? Right. All right, so they wanted the word out there that they want him here. And so it was very emotional here for the past couple of days. Like, really? It was very, it was all this kind of,
Didn't get a phone call.
Crazy sort of thing. Well, I don't want to bother you on your vacation. I mean, you're taking extra days off.
Dude, I did a podcast and a radio show while I was on vacation when the Porter trade came down.
But when it's settled, well, come on. This is big, but it ain't that. That's
nuclear.
This
is part of that fallout that all of a sudden you went, and Tyler and I were doing the show. You were gone then. Tyler and I were doing the show after draft, and Tyler's. It seems like they ain't gonna do nothing. It is what it is. And then all of a sudden, you're like, whoa,
that's crazy.
All of a sudden,
it was
you got
insane.
Cam Thomas, who I liked during the All-Star break, or Cam Johnson, who I said during the trade deadline to keep an eye on him.
No doubt.
So I like that move, and then you're able to add Bruce Brown for a cheap contract, and Hardaway Jr. comes in late with that. That's going to be a good deal, and Valanciunas, man, that just puts you over the top. You went from no bench to wow.
Yeah, and what was so amazing about it all is it all started with, to me, what felt like the most untradeable contract on the team, and Michael Porter Jr. And you got that deal done, and you got a player that, statistically speaking, is identical, except for he can shoot off the dribble and probably a better defensive player. And then that freed up the ability to do all these other things, and it started with the dude that I thought was the most untradeable guy on the team.
I think the mistake we made in that is we were just a little too myopic in our own situation. We probably should have been a little smarter to just look at other teams of misery, that just were going nowhere, that were in money situations. And when you look at it that way and you see the Nets having, 5 first-round picks, I mean, that's a team that's, we should have – well, we did talk about Cam Johnson at the trade deadline. We talked about him quite a bit. So we probably should have just said, hey, man, this still could happen over here. Or look what the Sacramento Kings are really doing. Who knows what's going on there. It's not so great. There's a lot of teams where life is just not that great. Then there's other teams that's building, and then there's other teams that are trying to hold on. Well, we're a try-to-hold-on team. And we should have been looking at more teams that aren't doing that great and probably would have been a lot more obvious. That being said, the Valanciunas thing to me was the most because you were getting rid of Saric. I get you. Some other teams might not be doing great, but you got to be kidding me that there was a way to sort of move on from that.
Yeah, you could probably even make the argument, even if you lose Val to Greece, which I don't think is going to happen, but even if you did, you can still make an argument that it was a good trade, just simply because you got rid of Dario.
It helps.
Well, and then you cleaned up $10 whole million.
It's amazing how much money you open up, but they really do want Valanciunas. They really do want him.
Well, and you said it a while ago, they've kind of had an eye on him for years.
Here's the deal, though, and after being emotional for a couple days, and see, a little perspective, a little calmness, a little sanity returns to the airwaves. This is just about money.
Yeah.
This isn't anything new.
And you know what? I would be surprised if Val knows the puddle that it is. This is agent stuff. This is all agent
You know what's
stuff.
weird about that, though? Is
he's quite
got
aware of it now.
He's got 2 different agents, from my understanding. So the European agent is different than Nicola's agent.
Yes, and apparently that's commonplace for European players, as I found out yesterday.
So then the European agent probably. Well, I think Joker initially had that. I don't know.
A lot of European guys do.
I think it was a bigger Joker not signing his extension than Valanciunas doing this.
We'll get into that. And I think that's not a big deal either. It's
he's
a
gonna
smart
make a
deal.
lot more money.
We can explain why. And when you boil everything down, it usually, we're talking about family and flights to Lithuania and yippee fans and Parthenakos or whatever it is. It's not that. It's about getting the second year of his deal guaranteed by the Nuggets. Yeah. It's not that complicated.
No, it really isn't.
And he's not
or completely scratched off and a guarantee that they will not pick it up.
Whatever.
So he can be a free agent.
The agent clearly is just trying to get more money, and they're trying to use whatever leverage they can. And he probably is sort of like, oh my God, what is going on here? He's probably not a bad guy at all.
Yeah.
He probably has been put through the ringer, moving his family around. I understand he did move his family back to Lithuania because the dude's been for 5 different teams in 5 years. I mean, my God. But we'll get him a nice house in Parker or wherever. It'll be. Well, what school? What should he be going to? You guys?
Smoky Hill.
Sure. You can live in Piney Creek. Forget Regis.
He's got a 6'7" sophomore son.
Does he really?
No, I don't know. I was going to have you start really pushing. Having you really
funny.
pushing for Smoky Hill.
Well, I would be. All right, and then let's get into the Jokic situation too, because that's talk about people are making a big deal of that. No, just we'll explain. Plus, we'll tell you who the real enemy is. It's not the country of Greece, but there is an enemy over there. Details next.
We're definitely going to offer it. I'm not sure if he's going to accept it or not because we're also going to explain every financial parameter around him signing now versus signing later. Be completely transparent. That's the way we always are. And then he makes the best decision for himself and his family, and we'll support him in it.
All right, that is Josh Kroenke explaining the Nikola situation. And just for you to know, this is not complicated why Nikola Jokic did not sign the option. He was given it. He could have if he wanted to extend his max contract deal. But he'll literally, if he waits one more year, make an extra $80 million.
Yeah, because the estimation is the salary cap always goes up 10%.
So
that's all. Just another 80.
Well, like an additional 80, it'll be 200 and blah 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 blah.
Because this is like $208 million for
something.
3 years.
It's something just ridiculous. So now, if he waits, it's another $80 million. By the way, if he serves out the entire contract after signing that extension theoretically next year and plays it out, he'll play till he's 36, which is a 16-year NBA career, which by anybody's standards is a long NBA career. So for all the people that would like Jokic can't wait to this, that, the other thing, he likes money.
Well, and think about this. Say he only played out his contract that he's currently on and decided I'm going to stay home. He'd still get 11 years, which is still a pretty good career.
Yeah.
And his last year is making, 56? Should be okay.
Nikola Jokic is going to be he may sign a deal after that because there's just more money to be had. Who knows? I mean, who in the world is turning down that kind of money? It's ridiculous.
You see the numbers that he's looking at, and I saw a projection of what Cooper Flagg will make over the course of his career if he reaches all his max contracts.
What's that?
$1 billion.
That's what's wild.
$1 billion is how much he's projected to earn.
I guess basketball's doing okay. I guess it's doing all right. So nothing to worry about there.
They've learned how to use social media and make money off of it, haven't they?
Who's that?
The NBA.
The NBA is doing well. And Panathinaikos, you want to take on the NBA? Yeah, okay.
Panathinaikos.
We want to not honor contracts and we want to whatever. Juancho would look good as the 12th man for the Nuggets. How about that? How about we go put that, Who's your best player? I bet you we could get him away from Panathinaikos if we wanted to. So watch out. See, here's the enemy here. The enemy is, I think it's kind of the agent. It's a little bit Panathinaikos.
Yeah.
The enemy is not the country of Greece. I mean, what do any of us have against the country of Greece?
No.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, beautiful coastline.
Euros? Do you like Euros?
I don't like bailouts.
You don't like bailouts? Well, Tyler going all political right there. Tyler jumping in the deep end of the pool.
Make sure you talk to that GMC pickup you're driving.
Well, in theory, the enemy would be this basketball club. It's one of 12 teams over there in the old Greek league.
And I don't see how they're going to pay him $10 million.
Well, it's 10 million euros.
Oh, which is even more than 10 million.
It is actually.
So they'd pay him 10 million.
But it's that over 3 years.
Oh, so it's 3 point whatever.
Here's what I read about. I'm not smart enough to know this on my own. I read that over the course of 3 years, it would amount to more total dollars than 1 year with the Nuggets after you look at taxes and agent fees and all that sort of stuff that I guess he wouldn't have to pay over there. But not a lot more.
It probably is about money. Everything in life is about money, and you probably can solve a lot of problems by guaranteeing the second year of the contract. But I don't know, man. There's a part of me that does wonder: is this a guy that just is homesick? Is this a guy that truly?
And he's played how many years he got in the league? 13, 14, 13. So, it might be a point now. He's got young kids and he likes Europe better and he wants to stay there. He's tired of all this travel. You play once, maybe twice a week when you're in Europe. Here's my biggest fear. Now, this guy was American. They used to do Americans dirty over there. I had a buddy who went over there and played and signed a nice contract and more than he could have made here. And plus he could extend his career. Got hurt, tore his knee up, was out, and they decided about 2 weeks into the injury, they stopped paying him. And
Really?
he ended up having to find a way and fight his way to get back home. And I think they still owe him like $180,000. They just, you ain't playing, we ain't paying you.
Well, the CFL
Guess what the NBA does, or some NFL players. As Deshaun Watson, how he's getting paid for not having played and being injured. Yeah, so I've always been leery of, you want to go over there? Okay.
Have fun.
Have fun.
By the way, Panathinaikos did not win the championship last year.
I mean, listen, he has had he's been letting his agent do his dirty work, or agents do his dirty work for him. He did speak at the, what do you call it thing?
B8 Basketball Summit in Lithuania.
There you go. The BA Basketball Summit and not here.
Nailed it.
It could have come out and just been like, yeah, hopefully us and the Denver Nuggets could just get a long-term deal done. But that's not what he said. Nor did he specifically say that I don't want to play for the Denver Nuggets, but he certainly didn't go out of his way to put the conversation to rest. So I don't think this thing is as necessarily as simple as you guys do, that, hey, he does want to be here. I think there's a huge part of him that does not want to be here. There's a huge part that does not want to be here. And then you get to the point of, do you want a guy that does not want to be here?
Well, that's what made Mark Moser say this.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this yesterday. Would you rather have Al Horford or Jonas Valanciunas as a member of the Nuggets?
Right now, I'd rather have a sewer rat than Jonas Valanciunas.
I don't want somebody who doesn't want to play here.
I don't either.
This is where it gets all emotional. This is where, the abandonment issues of Mark Moser come into play. And this is where everybody, do you guys remember how everybody felt about Valanciunas when everything went down the second time?
Yeah, but that was different.
How he was never going to play here. We'd never want him back. Blah, 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 blah.
But that was us not wanting him back. And then you knew quickly that was going to change once you realized the dude was good at hockey, and it did. This is different. This is the player not wanting to be here, not us not wanting him to be here.
So if he does eventually end up with the Nuggets, will you then hold it against him that he at some point didn't really want to be with the Nuggets?
Not if it's about money.
Not
No.
if he comes and plays.
Yeah, okay.
Who cares?
I think it's just about money. I mean, I think you can use other things as an excuse, but I think it's just about money. But what's funny is that Panathinaikos is their own basketball club like the Nuggets are, compared to, say, the Dallas Mavericks or the Los Angeles Lakers. So there's been people on social media, on YouTube and Twitch, who are fans of Olympiaos, which won the Greek league. They beat Panathinaikos. They actually won it last year. So we actually have allies in this, because the folks at Olympiaos, they don't want him there either.
No, they don't. They don't want him there.
So this is the theme song for Olympia. How do you say it? Olympiaos. So I want to just put out a olive branch to Olympiaos to say, I think we're together here. So we're not anti-Greece, kind of pro-Olympiaos.
Listen, he's 33 years old, married. I don't know if he has kids or not. If you looked that up,
He does have kids.
So it may just be saying, "Hey, listen, let me go out. The last 3 years, stay close to Lithuania, playing in Greece. Listen, European basketball again. I think you play once, maybe twice a week tops. Let me go do that. Live on the Greece coast.
Athens.
Greek coast. Athens.
Beautiful place.
So let me go.
Not like
hang out.
Olympiaos, though.
It sounds like a pretty appealing life.
Yeah. Make a few $1 million less this year, but my lifestyle will be a lot better.
Am I happy with what I got?
By the way,
and he's not talking about $80 million difference like Nikola Jokic.
Olympiaos is actually in Piraeus, Greece, which looks like an exceptional place to live.
Well, there you go.
I think the Athens is overrated. Find myself a big Olympiaos fan right now.
That's what Troy said.
That's right. That's some decisions to make there. So what's been funny is just seeing all these people, there's Olympiaos fans that are watching us right now, all fired up.
Really?
I swear to God, you can see it on the YouTube stream. You can see it on Twitch.
What's the other one that he's going to?
Panathinaikos.
This is probably them big time NBA center. He's still a good player. Somebody asked me yesterday, what's the difference between him and Horford? Horford's much older,
39, just turned 39, Jim.
Yeah, so he's much older. I think that Valanciunas is a Nikola light, can play more like Nikola. I don't think you have to change a lot of stuff up with how you run it. He can play a lot of half-court offense, but he's a hell of a threat down around the block. But Al Horford would be a great leader. And the one thing they've had from senior members of the NBA on their bench the last few years, going back to Paul Millsap, is guys that were great locker room guys. Yeah. And Al Horford, I don't think that Al Horford's necessarily a better player. I don't than Valanciunas, but I think he's a much better leader.
Well, in theory, you could have them both. Now, I don't know if Al would want to do that, and maybe he just is trying to figure out what's going to be the better fit for him, not financially, because I don't think there's going to be a huge difference between Golden State and here financially, whatever he's going to make. So maybe he really doesn't want Val to be here, but in theory, the Nuggets could get both of them.
Rent downtown San Francisco might be a little more expensive than Denver. Not much, probably, but a little bit.
I think he could swing it.
Maybe
he could live over in Oakland.
I think Al Horford, had you not brought up Valanciunas, would be excited. In fact, I mentioned Al Horford's name when we did one of the crossovers with Nate and them. I said, "Listen, Al Horford's a free agent."
Forgive me for being like the one dude on the station that isn't overly thrilled about signing a 39-year-old. Like, that doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah, but you probably haven't watched the Celtics play a lot of basketball last 2 years.
I feel like I've watched the Celtics as much as any other team in the NBA. I mean, for a non-Nuggets team, I would say I've seen as much of them as anybody else.
I think he'd be a great 16, 18-minute guy off the bench.
Who's a better player for the Nuggets? Valanciunas or Horford?
I think Valanciunas still, but I think that also is 6 years of age. But I think Al can still play.
Do you think the Nuggets should offer him the second year guaranteed?
Well, yeah, because that's a $10 million contract that would be easy to trade at the trade deadline.
It would end the drama.
Either this year or next year.
The drama would be done if they did that.
I wouldn't want the second year if I'm him. I think you guys got it backwards. I think he wants to get rid of the second year. Why would he want the second year guaranteed?
It's another $10 million.
I think it's one of the two things.
Yeah, but I mean, is he banking on being worse, or is he banking on playing a Denver Nuggets team with Nikola Jokic and he's going to have the best year of his career, and I could go from making $10 million to $18 million?
Well, that's a fair question.
Well, no, I agree, Tyler. It is either one of those two. Either give me the guarantee that I get $10 million a year, and again, that's an easy contract to trade for the quality player he is, or give me a guarantee that you won't pick it up because it's team option next year.
Yes,
guarantee you won't pick it up, and I'll see you guys in mid-August, and we'll start working out.
All right, how do you think this thing settles up?
With him playing for the Denver Nuggets
and go Olympiaos, by the way. He just ends up here.
I think probably so.
He had a very word salad statement yesterday. It was hard to understand what the hell he was talking about, but who knows what got lost in translation. It was like, well, when the first game starts, we'll see.
Yeah, he said when the trade is done, we'll see what conversation the Nuggets want to have.
It's a bit late when the first game starts. But
well, when's the trade official? Still an official?
It's not official yet. I mean, these things take like Michael Porter Jr. trade was official yesterday. Bruce Brown is official today. I mean, it's going to go through. This is going to happen.
So it's Junior's not official either?
No. That was official yesterday.
That's official yesterday too?
Yeah. And Bruce is today. So, yeah.
You added two defensive guys that scored a three on your bench that you didn't have last year.
Oh, it got better.
Here's a good idea on the text line that probably solves the best of both worlds. I'm in the camp that if I'm him, I don't want next year's guaranteed. You guys are kind of thinking maybe he does want it guaranteed. We'll just switch it to the player option rather than the team option, and then he gets the best of both worlds. Then he gets to make the choice.
But then you get pushed around a little bit by the agent and the player too, and is that what you want?
No.
Well, do you like the guy or not? I mean, it's not getting pushed around when you like a guy.
Well, there you go. And
I don't consider that getting pushed around.
Welcome to the world of trying to negotiate. Once I realized this is simply about money, I was like, oh my God.
This is about money. Pro sports is 99% about money.
It's nothing about the kid and the school and the this, that. This is about money and that.
When Latrell Sprewell said, listen, I got kids to feed, and when they offered him a 4-year guaranteed $9 million a year contract, which at the time was huge, and he's like, oh, I can't accept that. I got kids to feed. And then never signed another contract in the NBA.
Right. Remember last year, Cortland Sutton was, I'm not showing up for this. We were all talking about Cortland Sutton kind of last year in the offseason. It's just about that.
Got a few $100,000 bump.
So when we look at this, the only thing that has us kind of, up in arms is the fact that you would consider another country besides America to play in the first place. But this is just the leverage he has, so he's using it.
Yeah, but then they go, listen, so you can make 10 million this year or 10 million euro over 3 years.
I'll tell you.
And guess what will be there next year?
What's the dollar-to-dollar exchange?
Well, 10 million euros is probably like 11 million.
Yeah, it's something like that.
But so you get 11 million over 3 years or 10 million right now.
Okay. I'll take the 10.
Yeah.
See, but these are the articles, and then there's the taxes, and then there's this and that, the other thing.
Well, you don't think Greece has taxes?
Apparently, yes, they do, but it's apparently not what it is here in America, what he'd be paying. It'd be less, and that's how it translates. Listen, man, I think it's just about the money. I think it's about his agent trying to get as much money for him. I don't think it's about anything else. And in all honesty, if it is about other things, if this guy's motor isn't about winning at the highest level at age 33, then okay, maybe we are seriously better off without this dude. But from what I think it is, it's just about money. As long as it's just about money, I don't really care if he's a little grumpy.
Euro, if you make over 40,000 euros a year, your tax rate is 44%.
Yeah,
okay.
It's more.
I don't know.
What's the max here is like 37, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm reading articles from Greece and Lithuania and then, Eurobasketball.com.
Now, maybe they're allowed to pay for part of the taxes.
I have no idea.
I don't know if that happens.
There's stuff out there that says this, that, the other thing, and the money's all kind of the same.
Well, there's also
over
a
time.
solidarity contribution. Additional solidarity contribution is applied to higher income levels ranging from 0 to 10%. So he could be now at 54%. Rental income is taxed separately. It's income. Okay, tax reduction or tax.
We don't need the tax code, Scott.
I mean, he could eventually be paying 54% of his contract in taxes.
If anybody thinks this is anything but money, I'd like to hear why.
Yes.
Seriously.
It's either he wants freedom.
I guess I'm not convinced it's entirely about money. I'm not. I think this is a pretty unique one. There are many ways to hold out. There's many ways to go about getting a new contract here in the NBA without threatening to go over to Europe. You don't hear about this one every day.
Well, I think the Euro thing does two things. One, it says I still want to play basketball, so it's not like
I'm
done playing basketball.
Second, he's not at the end of his career.
No.
He's not like Boogie Cousins playing fight basketball in Puerto Rico. He's not Stephon Marbury selling shoes in China and Dwight Howard in Bangladesh or where the hell he's playing basketball. It's not one of those guys trying to milk it. This guy's still a very valuable NBA player. That's why the deal was so awesome to get him in the first place. You're telling me at age 33 you're just done? That's it? It's a wrap? And you spent 13 years in America, well, Toronto actually too, in Canada.
Yeah.
And your life goal wasn't to win an NBA championship? That wasn't the number one thing?
Well, listen, if your life goal is to win a championship, do you really want this trade?
I don't.
Forget
if
about
that's
wanting
it.
to be here or not be here. If you don't want to win a championship, then I don't want you here.
I will agree. That to me is more significant than anything.
Yes.
But I don't buy it.
No, I think it's about money, and it's either the money or freedom buys you by the contract next year or an extra $10 million.
It's PhD here on 92.5. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, summertime's here. You want to have your best energy, the most fun, get outside, even if it's warm, get in the pool. You don't want, sleepless nights, lousy workouts, and maybe not so special moments, when the sun goes down. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you back. They can get you back to life and functioning better in every aspect of your life. And if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, they have success rates well over 90%. Okay, here's the deal. Schedule a consult. The initial visit's $99. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, they're here to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. You can call them at 720-440-7900 or visit my great friends at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We're having some folks check in from Greece.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're far-reaching.
I don't speak Greek.
Well, who does? It was pretty funny because you can just go to like Google Translate and type in anything in English and just shows up in all sorts of squares and rectangles and whatever, Greece things. Just post that. So, Vic this morning was somebody from Greece was wishing hemorrhoids on Vic. And so I just typed in Google Translate, should Vic have hemorrhoids? And it pops up in Greece.
Nice.
Grecian.
Greek. In Grecian. It's a light gray green.
It's a funky looking language for sure, man. It's like, whoa.
Oh, it's one of the old
symbols,
languages, right?
Is it in Latin, more or less?
It's got me. And we got this guy. Shout out to the boys from Sydney, Australia. Here for Nuggets and Jokic news. 4:40 a.m. in Sydney, Australia.
There's been 2 or 3 times I've met people that come up here and will vacation during basketball season.
Yeah.
And come to a Nuggets games from Australia. I met a couple.
Really?
Last year, year before last, yeah.
What are the Nuggets ties in Australia? What am I missing there?
Jokic is just, I think he has just gone, he's worldwide. He's a worldwide joker. I don't think there's any Australian ties. I don't think people in Australia give a crap about somebody else from Australia. I mean, Giddy is from Australia, right? But I mean,
remember,
I heard it was Dario.
Torrey Craig played over there, and then we brought him in from one of their leagues, and then the Nuggets actually scrimmaged one of the Australian teams one preseason, brought him in. So I don't know if that put a tie back with them or not.
Listen, I'm sure people in other countries love their countrymen that play in the NBA. Of course, that makes perfect sense. I just think the Joker is he crosses all boundaries.
Did you know we had an Australian that was on the Nuggets championship team?
I did. White dude.
Whoa.
Shocker.
No, I mean, keep going.
No, I know, and I can see him. I can hear him.
White dude?
I think. Am I wrong?
Well, his last name is...
Jack White.
Jack White. You got it.
Yeah. White dude. Oh, I was really right.
Yeah.
So there you go. That probably is your tie.
That white dude.
The white dude.
Probably got a bunch of fans with the Nuggets for Jack White.
Jack White. Right. He was supposedly a great three-point shooter. I remember that. That's right. Jack White.
He had a jump, though. Boy, that guy could get straight up quick.
He was like a kangaroo.
There you go. There's the Australian ties. Keep going.
He was like an incredible wallaby. I don't know what happened to Jack White.
He played the next year in either Memphis or Miami, I believe.
You know who's getting a little run
Memphis.
and getting
Good
some
job.
money? Jay Huff is getting a little money here and there.
Oh, he just got paid, didn't he?
Yeah, like what? I got a little like Jay Huff like envy that we just didn't hang on to him. Why didn't we hang on to Jay Huff? I like Jay Huff.
Because he was another one of those newbies that came in that the staff at the time wouldn't play him.
Seems to be doing all right now.
Yeah.
Hey,
what'd you guys think about the new coaching staff? Some of the people they added.
Pretty interesting. Well, I like short guys. So the more short guys they bring in, like Berea, I'm the bigger fan of.
Yeah, because
and Rodney's here. That's
great at basketball.
Well, they're the scrappers.
JJ Berea was.
Had a career.
He was a thorn in the Nuggets' eyes for a long time.
It looks great on paper, but you probably know these guys personally. So what do you think? What's
I mean, I've talked to JJ just in glance, stand out the half court or something like that, and really the same thing for my other guy.
How far back do you go with Rodney Billups?
Was he on the staff too?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Rodney. I knew Dudley and JJ.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Rodney's here too?
I go back to Rodney when he was, all the way back to when he was coaching DU. Heck, before that even. He was coming to games with his mom and dad when Chauncey played here. And Rodney's been at the game for the last, all season. I don't know if he was scouting or doing whatever.
You fans of the moves? That's all good?
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's great. I think Rodney's an up-and-comer, and I think Dudley and JJ probably too. And they brought players in, right? They got basketball people in.
This kind of changes the subject here a little bit, not really, but does it surprise you guys at all that within like 24 hours, basically, I mean, in the big picture, of getting yourself 2 new GMs, you allowed these guys to just totally reshape the entire DNA of your basketball team?
I've seen people say,
I mean, don't hire a guy unless you want to let him do his job, right? So that's what all good bosses will do. I will hire the right people, and I will empower you to do your job, and I'll trust you to do your job. But that doesn't mean it's easy. You've had a vision for this team. The Rockies have had a vision for this team for a long, long time, and that included Michael Porter Jr. You bring these guys in, and basically within 24 hours on the job, you said, all right, I trust you that much. Go ahead and blow this thing up.
Well, my guess is there was just a lot of consensus of what changes need to happen. It was actually probably relatively easy to push through. What must have been difficult for Calvin Booth is to feel like a man on an island by himself because he did not have a great relationship with Malone. Like, that's where you get stuck. And I've seen a lot of people critical of Calvin, this is what you do, Calvin Booth. But I've got some empathy for Calvin, man.
Well,
if you don't feel supported in what you're doing, then it's got to be hard. Whereas this time around, everybody acknowledges what the issues were. Everybody.
When Calvin was hired, I thought he made two significant moves that I'm not sure that Tim Connelly would have pulled off. So we can say, why didn't you do anything the last few years? And if you, some reports that he was handcuffed, some reports there was such a fight between them that play my young players or not, whatever.
What were the two moves?
Well, when he brought Bruce Brown, he traded KCP here for Will Barton.
Oh yeah, he did get rid of
and they
Will
got
Thrill.
Bruce Brown for really nothing. And basically, I think as a free agent, the problem with Bruce Brown is that we'll let you play point guard, which is what he always wanted to play. I guess he was at BC, right? Didn't he play at BC? He always looked at himself as a point guard. Well, they laid him back up. They won a championship. He's a backup point guard at the end of the year, right? And KCP, I'm not sure that Tim Connelly would have ever gotten rid of Will Barton.
Well, there you go. By the way, we had and I don't know what kind of impact he'll be with the team this year, but you always root for good stories. Tamar Bates, two-way player from Missouri, was on with us yesterday. He is a huge Chiefs fan and Royals fan, but he is a gargantuan Chiefs fan.
Ooh. So, well, if he knows what's good for him, he'll go the Christian Brown route.
Well, Christian hates the Chiefs. Yeah. Christian was one of those dudes though that is hating the hometown team. People like that sort of thing. But Tamar Bates loves the Chiefs. We had him on yesterday. He was fun. Summer League action gets going tomorrow. I love Summer League.
You can watch it on altitude.
I absolutely will. I promise you that.
Oh, we also made a change to the G League. Andre Miller's gone, and gosh dang it, who did we send over there?
I forget his name. I saw
he was on the staff last year.
Yeah.
What's wrong with me?
Did Andre take the assistant job in Utah?
I don't know. I thought they just got rid of him.
I was under the impression he was going to get a front bench job in the league. So
okay,
keep an eye on that.
All sorts of little changes going on. Avalanche got a new assistant coach.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, used to beat us when he was coaching the Kraken.
Hey, when we come back, I want to talk about this because remember in the playoffs, going in the playoffs, it was Avalanche. Oh, we're high on. Everybody's down on the Nuggets. Then all of a sudden you're like, well, wait a minute. We're all high on the Nuggets and kind of down on the Avalanche. And then I think we did a thing, who's got a better chance next year? And I think, after the playoffs, they were all out. We said, well, we still think the Avs had maybe the best chance. And the Nuggets aren't going to do anything. Now all of a sudden they've done everything. And the Nuggets, the Avalanche are signing 40-year-olds.
So what do you want to do?
Well,
he wants to go sign Al Horford.
I just find it amazing that the tidal wave of emotion between
where we are right now.
Avs and Nuggets.
Find out where we are right now. All right, we got that. I'm not going to bore you with Rocky stuff,
but you are.
Last time I looked, they were 20-69.
You never say that unless your intent is to actually do that.
But I got something. And
have they won 21 yet?
I'll bring you up to date on all that goodness. Plus, the most awesome thing ever by an ex-NHL player on a golf course. I mean, the golf fight was fantastic.
Don't fight an NHL enforcer on a golf course. Don't do that.
Was one of the great.
Was it the guy that got thrown in the water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That breakdown on the way here on PhD. Well, welcome to the show. When we have more from Valanciunas, we'll bring it to you. We're for the most part, although Tyler thinks there's a little bit more to it, but voice of clarity, Scott on the return says this is probably just a money thing, and that's kind of where I landed too. I don't think it's about much more.
I think money solves everything. Don't get that twisted. I do think money can always solve anything.
So we shall see where this goes. But to our friends in Greece, we love you. But we're not so high on the folks that are
Panathinaikos
fans right now. We're kind of leaning more towards Olympiaos. They won, after all. Might as well go for a champion. So we're not starting to start a war with Greece.
Panathinaikos.
I mean, you can understand, the issue isn't with Greece, it's with this club. But this club has been very quiet too, by the way. They haven't said much, but they did bring him in for a physical or something.
Guarantee you the agent called them up and said, hey, you want to take second again? Excuse me. You want to take second again? You want a chance to win this whole thing?
That's right. That's right.
And then they said, oh, yeah, we could do it. And then, Aristotle. What was it? Aristotle Onassis. They can get a little cocky. I watch those movies.
Mm-hmm.
So you get these rich Greek billionaires saying, well, yeah, we'll fight the NBA. Again, one or two doesn't fight.
But we're happy to take your anti-Panathinaikos heat if you want.
Panathinaikos.
Can we just make this very, very simple? There is nothing that Jonas can do to force the Denver Nuggets to let him out of that 2-year, $20 million deal. There's nothing he can do. I mean, if the Nuggets just want to say you got to play, then he has to play. It's as simple as that.
And
Sign a contract.
If he doesn't show up, then he just didn't get paid.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of years ago, he signed a contract.
Either way, here's what you do. You got to get the trade to go through. Because then it's all you.
What would stop the trade from going through?
But then I don't know.
Nothing.
So if the trade goes through, then you make the trade and then you deal with it and you say, well, I'll either let you out and you still save $5 million by getting Dario Saric out there, right? You cost you nothing if you can't sign Valanciunas. Or he doesn't want to play here. Good, we let you out. We saved the $5 million from Dario. And Al, will you play next year for 13?
Yeah, and you guys did see the tweet from Shams, right?
Which one?
Well, it was pretty simple. He just said that the Nuggets informed Valanciunas rep that the franchise fully intends to have him honor his contract.
Yes, that's Nuggets management leaking that information to get it out there. That's what that is. Yeah, for sure. So here we go.
So Denver says that. If Denver does that, end of conversation. You play for the Denver Nuggets.
Or you forfeit the money, or perhaps, I don't know, have to pay it back or whatever. If you violate a contract, whatever penalties are involved with that.
Well, I know
you could retire, I suppose, but the Nuggets would still retain your rights.
After they made the announcements of the trade of Thomas coming, not Cam Thomas, what is it? Cam
Johnson.
Johnson coming here, Valanciunas coming here, and Bruce Brown coming here. This is even before Hardaway Jr. was announced. I think the betting went from minus 2,500 to minus 500 or something.
They became the third best favorites.
Yeah, from in the middle of the pack before that, I think, or seventh or eighth or something like that. And that was before Hardaway. So
pretty good.
Yeah. And again, they don't build all them big structures by being real wrong all the time.
All right. Well, Opa, we'll get to more of it later.
What did you guys think? If all these trades go through and everything's copacetic, did they just play themselves into and you said if they're not in the NBA, you said conference finals next year?
If they're not playing in definitely conference finals. If the Nuggets with everything they're doing aren't in the conference final, that is a real big bummer because they shouldn't be any worse than a 3 seed. So they should have at least 2 home playoff runs. Seriously. With the lineup they have, a 4 seed would be disappointing. 3 seed would be like eye roll. Okay, we can deal with it. But, come on.
Does this roster on paper this year right now would have won the NBA championship this year?
Who's the coach?
Adelman.
So they still fire Michael Malone with this lineup?
Well,
That's a tricky question. Like, at what point do they have this lineup? Because here's the problem. They dug themselves a hole in the beginning of the season. So if they had this lineup last year at the beginning of the season, you would have still had Michael Malone.
But you had this lineup in the playoffs.
All right, I'll play the game. You have this lineup in the playoffs and Adelman's the coach. See, I really go back to that because, like, Malone leaned on Jokic so much, and the thing with Valanciunas, if you have him, you got to play him. So you've got to adjust your playing style, your rotation minutes, everything. I think that's the plan with Valanciunas. I think the whole thing is like, oh, you're not going to play. No, you are going to play.
Yeah.
That's why you're here. So Malone would have had to change his style.
And you know what? Here goes the main thing again. That might have been told us. Listen, well, we're going to pay you. You're going to play, and you can play him with Joe. You're going to play 18 to 24 minutes every night,
which means you'd have to play. You'd have to play alongside of him for some minutes.
Some minutes. And he's like, "Oh, that's worth more than $10 million."
Well, right.
Yep.
We get down to that.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we could go. We could look at the rosters and just go player for player. There's probably a pretty legitimate argument to be made. This is a better roster than the championship roster.
Maybe. I mean, they got the makings of it.
Listen, I think we always sleep on the movement of Jeff Green, but I thought Jeff Green was fantastic.
Well, I was just
the postseason.
I was just thinking that in my head is, would Valanciunas be a better option than Jeff Green? I mean, Jeff Green was pretty damn good.
He was good in the playoffs.
But KCP, like, dude was nails. And Michael Porter Jr. was a ghost. So would Cam Johnson be a better playoff performer than Michael Porter Jr.? And the answer to that is probably yes. He might not be as good all the time in the regular season or not as good on paper or explosive as MPJ, but I bet you Cam Johnson's a more consistent playoff performer than MPJ.
Statistically speaking, they are identical basketball players.
They became identical. They became identical. Cam, good for him, by the way, because he keeps getting better. But unbelievably, crazily, Michael Porter Jr. seems to be physically a little bit more reliable in terms of staying away from injuries than Cam Johnson the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, he played more games. That's a big key. The interesting thing is when he was limited minutes and shots, Cam Johnson was shooting like 45% from three. So that's very similar. I mean, that's Michael's type skills. In the last couple of years, especially the last year in Brooklyn, he was counted on to be kind of more of the guy. I think he's going to move better. I think he's a more willing defender. And I think he's going to kill it on cuts.
All right, how about this for a question? I'm sorry I hedged on yours. Does this lineup as it exists beat Oklahoma City in 7 games?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if you're swapping out player for players that are nearly identical, Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson, that's the only difference in your starting 5. And you did nothing but get incredibly deeper. Yeah.
Well, I think so too. So I think this team, the way it's constituted, if you get Valanciunas there, and maybe even without him, maybe even with Horford, I don't know, you might be all right. But I think it helps with Valanciunas a lot. Yeah. I think he would be the best backup big man to Jokic ever in Joker's life.
Well, I was talking with Scott Bay yesterday, and the last time you could really go to a legit backup big that they played on a consistent basis, they went to the Western Conference Finals in the bubble. That was with Plumlee.
Yeah.
That's really the last time they had kind of a legitimate backup center to Joker, and he kind of faded his last year here. Was struggling a little bit. Malone stopped playing him as much, right? I think Valanciunas is going to score enough. He's salty around the basket, good free throw shooter. I think he's a nice player.
I get nervous too, Tyler, about 39-year-old Al Horford. I have some serious hesitations on that. I know he was productive for Boston. I get it. And I was looking at an old man hitting YMCA three-pointers just like everybody else.
And he had to play a lot of minutes because Porzingis didn't play.
But in all honesty, Cornette was a more interesting big man to me for the Celtics as a backup than Horford. And Cornette actually just got paid. So, I don't know.
But he's more
I'm not against adding an Al Horford. He just doesn't feel like a difference maker to me at this point in his career.
He feels like a guy who's just going to run out of gas.
It's hard to imagine what could he have left outside of a 3-ball.
I totally agree with you on that. I know what he's done, but 39 ain't young there.
No.
And Valanciunas is 33. And DJ would give you a good game every once in a while, but he was in great shape.
Not really.
And he would run out of gas.
A good game for DJ was relative.
Here's the
Well, he
difference.
wasn't even given a chance late in the season.
Let's
He was
say
just
Al
benched.
Horford and Valanciunas both can play 82 games. That's a big.
Okay.
I mean, that's big, right?
That'd be huge.
If they're both equal on that as far as games played, I think you could in a season play it. You'd be more able to play Valanciunas 20 plus minutes a night than you would be Al Horford.
I just want the length of a true backup center. That's what I want. I want that, and Al doesn't provide you that.
That's pretty good though.
I tell you what, though, we're pointing out a lot of reasons right here why we shouldn't get personally miffed like Mark Moser and sewer rats about this, and just calm down a little bit and let this play out, okay? And understand that this is probably a money thing anyways, and I'm sure he's not a bad guy. In fact, everything I hear about the dude is that he's a really great guy, and he's very professional, and it's just been listen, man, you guys would know what it's like to bounce around. It's tough. 5 teams in 5 years, kids, wife, the whole thing, that sucks.
Yeah, and I think it's all about, and I think this is agent driven, but I think it's all about one of two things: guaranteeing next year or guaranteeing you're going to release him next year.
Mm-hmm.
And then you bank on, I'll come back, I'll back up Joker, we'll win an NBA championship, I'll average 18 minutes off the bench.
Would it be the worst thing in the world for some concessions for the Nuggets just to get this,
no
settled?
I mean, when you make trades, you make concessions all the time.
Right, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
It's actually it's total standard procedure.
Well, what you do is you can also make a handshake agreement that we will not pick it up next year to the agent, and it never gets publicized.
The only thing you have to really hope for is that there aren't bad feelings here. I mean, if bad feelings are now developed and now the Nuggets are getting offended, now this thing's got the potential to get blown up.
Listen, I told. In fact, I had a conversation with Calvin.
Like if I'm the Nuggets, but if I'm the Nuggets, there is a part of me like, really? Screw you, dude. Like screw you. You got a chance to come join the Denver Nuggets. You got a chance to come play with Nikola Jokic, and you're sitting here playing games with us. You're sitting here acting like we're not good enough for you. We're not good enough for you.
Well, again,
that's the emotional part of it.
Yeah, when I told Cal, I had a conversation with him late in the season, obviously while he was still here, and I said, and listen, I think Tim Connelly's great, but if I had one knock on Tim Connelly, he gets too emotionally involved in his players.
Okay.
He gets too close to him. He trades guys and takes them to dinner.
So
you don't need best friends out here.
So which is the Nuggets executive handling this? Is it Tenzer or Wallace?
Well, once it comes to contract, it's probably Tenzer and Josh.
So who's going over to Lithuania to have dinner and figure things out and just kind of,
that would probably be John.
John Wallace.
Yeah, if you're talking about going and having dinner.
Well, I don't know. Somebody's got to.
But if you're talking contract on the agent, that's going to be Tenzer.
Does something have to be smoothed out? Does there have to be a little Lithuania trip?
No.
Does there have
Here's what everybody's losing sight of. It's amazing to me. Now, Moser probably just deflecting because the Avs haven't done dinkus, so he just wants to deflect as much as he needs to deflect. But to me, this is a nothing. This is gamesmanship of contracts. You've got a finite number of years you're going to be an NBA player or an NFL player.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah. And if listen, your last year, you got 2 or 3 options. You sat in a room and wouldn't sign a contract because your agent was talking to another guy at the same time, and you agreed to terms while you were in the room of another team.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this is.
Okay, it just involves country, so it feels a little bit more dramatic, but it ain't no different. Okay.
Listen, the world's history, you throw a lot of world's history to Greece.
I don't like to think that much. I do have a fight on a golf course with a hockey guy.
I didn't realize the guy that won's a hockey guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize he'd played hockey. I just watched the video.
Oh, yeah. We'll break it down next.
Okay.
All right, guys and gals, hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. When you go to Phil Long Ford, we're talking about one-stop shop and don't have to drive all over. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find it at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price. Guys, relationships matter in life. I've been a customer since my rookie year, and I keep going back to Phil Long Ford because they always get me taken care of. They get me in, they get me out, they respect my time, and they give me the best price. The same thing's going to happen to you. With an award-winning service department, remember to keep your new vehicle serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
right. In all honesty, I had never heard of Nick Tarnasky before. Oh, what a great name.
Hockey name.
Oh.
Tarnasty?
Tarnasty.
Tarnasty?
40 years old from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, Canada, whatever pond that's
Dang,
from.
I mean, everything about this is kind of BA. Rocky Mountain House, I mean, all of it.
Played for Tampa, Nashville, Florida, but also played in the KHL in Russia. Played for some team called the Hartford Wolfpack, the San Diego Gulls. Like, this is a dude who just,
AHL team
was scraping to get by and just didn't want to give up. And, big dude, 6'2", 224.
What position he played?
Center.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, so he was a left-handed center, big dude. Probably threw down a little bit here and there. Let's look at penalty minutes. Yeah, pretty heavy in penalty minutes. His total penalty career, 881 total career penalty minutes. Spread out through a lot of smaller teams, but had a cup of coffee there. Well, not a cup of coffee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 years in the NHL?
Pretty good.
Hey, better than most, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So he's out there in, I don't know, Canada.
That
for
had
sure.
to be Canada, some of those voices.
All right, so Steve, are we going to put the whole video to break it down? So we can just throw it out here for you. Now, the nature of the golf fight is that they're trying to play through. Is that right? It's like
The group in front of him is super slow.
Yes, they were taking forever.
they're super slow and super hammered. So you got to understand the one dude that's trying to, really not. Okay.
Back up. Go now.
All right, pause it for a second.
And go.
The guy that's saying, yeah. Listen, man, I think he probably does all right in the gym, okay, and he's got a goatee and he lifts weights a little bit.
I mean,
but
he was ready to roll now. I mean, that dude, I'll give this guy credit for one thing. He was not afraid of the moment.
his degree of pumping himself up to fight
Hey,
is
well,
next
you
level.
ever been in a fight, DMac? You got to get yourself rolling before that.
But
thing.
if you're looking at the guy in the back that's just watching with his head tilted, hands in pocket, he's going, you don't know who you're messing with.
Yeah,
I mean,
we also need to really set the context of this thing. This whole fight is because this guy that is now screaming that he wants to get in a fight, they're playing too slow on the golf course.
Right, and he wouldn't let him through, and they were drinking, and
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Okay, so he's trying to get himself psyched to fight Tarnasty, who's done nothing but fight his entire life. But still getting in a fight on the golf course is going to get your adrenaline pumping. All right, here we go. Go ahead. All
You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
right, he runs at him, and the fight engages.
Come on, man.
Tarnasty throws him in the pond.
After he told him he was going to throw him in the pond, by the way.
Told you. You want to know?
and his buddies go, hey, leave him alone.
Here he comes out of the pond. Are we done? No.
Bang. I loved when he's hitting him, he's saying bang.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron. Come on, man. Enough! Are you still cheering on you? Enough!
He gets up a third time, and he throws him.
Get him the out of here! No, it's not going to go well for us. It's not okay. Take him home or get him out of here. Get moving! I said stop looking like an idiot! Get out of here!
That is the best.
Man, that is a lot of exhaustion on a golf course.
Now,
I'll tell you that much.
The question
That is
is,
great.
did Tarnasky birdie the next hole, or was he so juiced up he snap hooked it into the tree?
He should have just got up there and hit that dude's golf ball off the tee.
Have you guys, because you guys have both been in big boy fights, have you ever added sound effects to your punches?
I can't say.
Come on, man.
That's a different level of confidence in your fighting. I can't say that I've ever done my own sound
both
effects.
of you have thrown, so have you ever said, all right?
I mean, I might have grunted a couple times, Bang!
I tried
I'm going to throw you in that pond, and then he actually does it.
The funny thing is, the guy's buddy that got beat up. He's like, man, kind of leave him alone. But the guy kept coming and charging him.
He was the one that was one there.
Yeah, so
He kept coming.
So like, what are you supposed to do?
What are you supposed to do?
Hey,
Bang.
Come on, man.
His buddy, come on, man.
Throwing in your own sound effects as you're beating the snot out of a guy is just next level.
I guarantee you,
it's so great.
Tarnasky and his boys for the next 10 years, whenever they go out and have drinks or play golf, all they're going to do is talk about the sound effects. They're not even going to remember the fight. They just remember this. Bang.
Bang.
As good as that is, I love when the dude first got chucked in the water, someone said this in the background.
Off to a good start, buddy.
Off to a good start, buddy.
I didn't even catch that. Oh, man.
Off to a good start, buddy.
And now we've got the bad and or good of social media. Good in the sense that it's really entertained us. Bad, that dude who just got whooped is going to live in infamy.
To a great start, buddy.
Now, let me ask
Off
this.
to a good start, buddy.
If that fight is in Centennial as opposed to Calgary, are we having a lawsuit today?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Listen, you get your you know what beat like that. You just got to crawl in a hole, man. You can't come out with a lawsuit. You got to take that whooping.
I mean, listen, Tarnasky, the guy did come at him every single time. I mean, he probably didn't have to, when you're throwing the sound effects in.
Hey. Come on, man.
He's so calm.
So
like that's a dude that's been in a million fights. So when you were that calm, cool, and collected.
Well, it clicks in at some point, right?
Yeah. The guy that whooped, right? You said looked like he looked in pretty good shape, whatever.
He's okay. He's like average guy.
Yeah, average guy in the gym.
Average, yeah.
But do you think now, the next time he goes to the gym, guy walks by him while he's doing the bench press, the guy walks by him and just goes, bang.
Hey. Come on, man.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, now if you're that dude's buddy, you have an obligation the rest of your life to just bang.
Oh, yeah. Anytime he raises up.
What'd you say? Bang.
Yeah, every time he raises up like he's going to be, big chested again.
Yeah.
His buddy needs to just go bang.
Well, I'm just going to guess his buddies are just like the next golf time. Hey, what time you want to play? Bang, bang.
Oh, that's got to be his
I'm
nickname.
just going to guess that's his nickname from now on. Hey, bang, bang. What time we going?
Dude, imagine he gets home, and by the time he gets home, he's got the wife. He's got the wife sitting at the door, hands like this, tapping the foot.
Bang.
He's like, "What?" Because I guarantee you that thing went viral by the time he got home.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
I wouldn't keep going back, you moron.
I wouldn't keep coming back.
Hey, you're off to a great start, bud.
You know what? I got to say, Canadians are freaking funny as hell, man.
Yep.
Canadian culture and the dry sense of humor in Canada it really is phenomenal.
Well, you got to believe
it's fantastic.
The guy that Tarnowski and them played with, know the guy. They're probably boys.
God,
maybe
I'm
one or two
crying.
of them played hockey. I'm telling you, the guy in the purple, when the guy's first crowing on top of the name, the guy in the purple, he's like, dude, it's the look of, you don't know what you're stepping into.
You have no idea. If you only knew.
I am dying for the boys on Spit and Chicklets to break this one down and hear
I
what
hope
Whit
they
and Biz
do.
think about, bang bang and what's going on. I mean, it's fantastic.
It makes me wonder what they're really saying during hockey fights. I mean, are they doing the same thing?
That is a great question. We should get like Scott Parker on or something and say, hey, Scott, do you ever throw in your own sound?
Hey. Bang. Come on, man.
Do you know Scott Parker in the offseason used to put chains on his hand and go punch trees just to toughen up his hands?
I didn't know it, but I can believe it.
Yeah, no, that's a true story.
That
He'd put
makes
chains
sense.
on his hands and just go punch trees.
Okay.
We had him in studio, and you and I are big guys, and he's not as tall as us.
He's tall for a hockey player.
You can tell that's a big guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and he
his
ain't
fists,
afraid of it
his
either.
fists are about like this big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. Everybody can talk tough when it's time to actually throw down. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You can say whatever you want, but most of us would just scamper away.
Off to a good start, buddy.
Off to a good start.
I mean, dude got thrown in a pond.
Yeah, but hold on.
Crawled out of a pond for more.
Let's break this down. Once you get thrown in the pond, you can't quit there, can you?
Now,
Now, after you get punched down, when you get punched down on the first two bangs, maybe
we should actually be giving this guy a little bit of credit. I mean, he did keep going back for more. Maybe he's a little bit tougher than we think.
All I know is if you're ragdolled, when another human being
throws you in the
tosses you in the air, not once, but it turns out twice in that video.
Yeah.
And tosses you like a rag doll.
I can confidently say, Scott, and I'm pretty sure you could say the same thing. I've never been tossed like that.
I have not either.
Ever.
I've been tripped and no. but somebody were to toss me like that.
Yeah. Well, he didn't come back after that.
I'd like go. All right, play through.
And Dom Kitsu came real close one time, actually.
And Dom Kitsu. All right, good stuff here, man. I got some Deion Sanders stuff for you. So I haven't heard this yet, but they were doing Big 12. So what is
coaches.
Deion's health status here? What's going on, Tyler? Do we know?
It really is like a giant mystery. All I know is he's been away from the facility for what feels like months now.
Well, since the end of the season.
It seriously feels like months. We had the Big 12 Media Day, and he's out there for that. He did say he's back in the building and he's back to his responsibilities, but whatever illness he had, apparently it was enough to keep him out for months.
All right. Well, I told you now that I'm a.
And you never did. He's had some real serious stuff, by the way.
I know. I feel bad.
Well, life-threatening stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
no
the
doubt.
blood clots are life-threatening stuff.
Yes. He almost had his foot amputated.
Yeah.
I mean,
And he was looking like, hey, it's good to lose weight and all and be skinny, but it's like, like really looking skinny.
Right.
You know, like I hope everything's okay.
Travis Hunter wouldn't spend some time there.
Jacksonville's we got to get into Jacksonville. They're becoming much more interesting. They're going to be
They got
fun.
a new coach too, right?
They got like the vibes with the Jags too are interesting. Everything's kind of cool around there right now. All right, so I haven't heard this. This is Prime and a reporter at the Big 12 Media Day. So let's hear this little showdown.
Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletics, sometimes y'all be on that bull jump, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that.
Wow.
But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
I didn't know he's got a beef against the Athletic.
It's new CBS, I guess. I don't know.
I guess so.
Oh, maybe. Hey, you ban a guy at the start of the season, you win 9 games. Maybe he's thinking, hey,
I got to pick somebody.
You know, I feel
let me
like
get the
bull
Athletic
junk
this
is
time.
that is way underutilized.
Bull junk.
That's a pretty solid one.
It's a good one.
You've been on that
Yeah.
bull junk for about 3 years now.
By the
DMac.
way, is that
But doesn't it have dual meaning when you say bull junk?
What happened to get you?
Because, I
Like
mean, there's
you've
junk.
been all over that bull junk?
do you think it was an inappropriate question?
No.
So
Especially
pretty-
since he's been gone.
Right. Pretty fair. Like, what's a day look like for you?
I think it's a pretty easy question.
Does Deion being defensive about it make you a little bit worried that maybe every day is a little bit kind of tough for him and he is going through some stuff right now? And he doesn't really want to address
I think he
it.
went through some serious stuff.
I've no doubt it was serious.
Yeah.
I don't think any coach is taking months off from their program
Mm-hmm.
and staying at home unless it is like life threatening.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope the best for Prime. I agree with you, too. And maybe that's why he just got a little defensive. It really wasn't a bad question. It's just not something that Prime wants to
Well, I mean, listen,
address.
after you just invested in them season tickets, do you want to go up there and not see Prime on the sideline?
Be tough. I mean, the games are selling out left and right, and it's crazy. I mean, it's kind of funny being about to be a CU dad. We're about to make the first payment, so I'm about to be able to claim all of it. But I'm paying attention to way more of like that sort of stuff. Can I tell you how cool? I mean, newsflash, how cool CU is. But we are so excited for it, and being up there more and sort of getting a vibe of everything. It's like let's go. And I get it that Travis and Shedeur aren't there, but hey, that family weekend against Wyoming sold out in like 5 seconds, and the vibe up on the hill, and
maybe we're coming.
Tyler, I'm out at the UMC for the knowing what that's all about and figuring things out. But it all does center around him now. You know, without Shedeur and Travis, the attention is all on Prime, even more so than it was. So without him around, it's not the same.
Unrelated to Deion, I saw Julian Lewis was there, the freshman QB. I don't know, KJ, can you hear me? Yeah. Was Caden Salter there also? He was? Okay, so both QBs were there. I was just curious if it was just Julian or if they were
Down
both
on the
there.
ranch in Texas?
No, at Big 12 Media Day.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like it's a 2-quarterback team, right?
From what I've been told, we should expect both to play.
Fascinating. How are they going to do that?
I would expect Caden Salter to probably be the starter. He's the veteran. He's the transfer from Liberty. And you got packages for Julian Lewis. So maybe he gets, I don't know, 3 or 4 series a game.
How confident are you that Prime's going to be okay to coach this year?
I have no idea. I don't know how to answer that.
Not very.
Not very. I mean, there's at least well, how about this? Do you have a little worry that there's going to be some issues?
Well, sure. I mean, he's been away from the team for what feels like months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the exact timeline, but it feels like it's been months.
Felt good enough to go to the Big 12 Media Day, though, which is good, right? I suppose. Is that down in Texas, too?
Well, he did say when he was there, let me see, KJ sent me this tweet, but he did say while he was there that he has been back in the building. So
okay.
Dion told ESPN, I'm already back. I'm here today. I'm handling my responsibilities, so I look forward to it. I can't wait. But then this is a really interesting line. He said, you've got to understand, some of the young men I haven't even met yet.
Ooh.
How is that possible?
Because he's been gone.
Yeah, but there's dudes you haven't met?
Maybe he's been gone longer than we even realize. I don't know. When do guys come in?
How much
How do you
have
recruit
seen
somebody
him?
without beating them?
How much have you seen him or seen of him up there since the pro day?
I can't recall anything.
Well, there hasn't exactly been a reason to have seen him, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well, but you like maybe a couple press conferences when we signed this guy, this guy, this guy. I mean, all the coaches used to talk about their recruiting class, didn't they?
Yeah, but you've only got like 2 days a year that you do that.
We missed one of them.
I don't know. What did
I don't think so.
Did he talk about recruits in the offseason?
Yeah.
What's it other coaches in CU do after the spring game? Were they usually
I mean, they're
a presence up there, or
yes, they're in the building, they're working, they're recruiting, they're still doing their deal.
So he has missed a significant amount of time where coaches in the past have been around. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So the question, I guess,
I don't know. I keep hesitating because
You're not sure.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know the timeline.
Okay.
Nobody's given me a specific date. Nobody's told me how long he's been out. I mean, this has all been very, very vague.
Mhm.
So I can't give definitive answers to this.
Okay. Well, I wish him nothing but the best and pulling for CU big time, and hopefully he's all right. That he got a little defensive and confrontational with that reporter on a pretty
mundane question.
Makes me a little concerned that there is some stuff going on. So we'll see.
Sort of par for the course, though.
Well, it's par for the course for things he doesn't want to address and talk about.
Right.
Yeah, so
What
it
does
is
bolstered mean?
It is par for the course. You're right, but it's also an indication that there's something behind it. Because if he doesn't have a problem with a question, he's usually pretty quick and nice enough to answer, and it's not that big of a deal.
With rain.
He tends to get defensive about things that are kind of a big deal. So, but I'm all for Prime coming back and them having a good year, and I hope they do. When does that start, by the way? When does CU start? When does that get going?
Well, I mean, they've had summer workouts that are probably going right now. And then training camp starts usually 2 weeks before NFL. So I bet within like a week or two.
Wow.
I think so.
Holy cow. So it's really right around the corner.
I think so.
Hey, what are you guys going to do about Ralphie, too?
She's running this year, so it's the same Ralphie.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
You're told that?
I know that for a fact.
Okay.
It'll be the same Ralphie this year.
No matter what?
I think this is
make or break year?
I think so.
Contract year?
Yep.
Okay.
Tyler, you didn't put in the call to Ted's Montana Grill and get your wishes fulfilled?
What is wrong with you? Like you are a guest around here.
Wow.
You are not a part of this thing.
College football teams typically been there all practice sessions early August. So he's right.
All right. We'll have no dumb questions coming up next. All right, it's DMac here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone. Oh, my gosh. Come on, man. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, just like bleh. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they know what that's all about, and ththey're the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. If you're a guy in your early to mid 30s, you're starting to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. It happens. Not great. But there is a solution. Okay, here's how you start. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They draw your blood, and they have results within 30 minutes. You'll get reviewed by a Colorado licensed medical provider, discuss all the options. Listen, the appointment's only $99. And if you sign up for treatment on the day of your appointment, it's free. So get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Call 720-440-7900 or simply visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, I'll open the floor. I got a couple here, and Steve's got one good to go, but you guys are the ones who've been away for a little bit. Don't know if got anything in particular that's been rolling around in your brains as you're back here today.
I did something this week. I think it's the first time I've ever done in my life.
All right.
I want to see if you guys have ever done this.
All right. Let's go.
So my brother's was driving downtown. We're out in the country, in Oklahoma, and get a call. Hey, Scott, bring a chain. I need you to tow me.
Okay.
So
car's stuck?
No, it's
every time you go to Oklahoma, you've got some crazy story like this with your brother.
I've never done that.
All right,
He's that guy.
All right, so you got to tow me.
Yeah, so my dad had a chain in the back of his mule. Everybody who lives in the country knows what those are.
Okay.
Picked that up, threw it in the back end, boom, 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 pulled there. Took his hitch off his trailer, put it on our truck and put it on mine, did this, boom, boom, boom. So next thing I know, I got towing back about 5 miles back to the crib.
Why are you towing him?
Well, car won't go.
Car's busted.
It's some computerized thing and an actuator or something.
I'm sorry, what are you using to pull him?
It's my pickup.
I know, but
a chain.
A chain.
Yeah.
Not a strap, a chain.
Chain.
Okay.
But I told my brother about 5 miles back up the thing. And
so what's the question? Have we ever towed somebody?
Have you ever towed anybody in your car?
I don't know, but they say you're not supposed to do it like that. Because now that dude's got to be paying close attention behind you.
Well, but I'm doing it with country people.
Yeah.
And learn this. You know how you stop? Like you come because there was a couple stop signs. He stops you.
He stops you.
Yeah. Because that way he goes, I'll stop you. And then you can feel the chain kind of slug as you just lay off the brakes.
I got to admit, I've never done anything
I've
like
never done it
that.
either.
No, that would be nerve-wracking. So this is to save a couple of bucks like calling a tow truck or something.
Well, but you're also out in the middle of nowhere, so to get a tow truck there, you're going to sit there for an hour and a half, and Scott's 5 miles away.
Quicker way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how'd you do it? That sounds like a good manly thing to do.
I did it, and boom, 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 got it in his little place where he could work on it, and worked on it.
It sounds like a good country bumpkin thing to do.
Did he fix it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just took some computer thing off the truck. It was
I'm going to guess this is a very satisfying experience.
Well, I don't know. I was like you said, though. I was a little nervous the whole way.
Yeah, okay, but you did it, and it's like a good manly country bumpkin sort of, way to go.
I'm not sure I could do anything more country bumpkin.
That's pretty country bumpkin.
Than towing your brother in his pickup down the road.
I don't know. Last time you went, he showed up with didn't he show up with one of those cats or something? He had to dig a ditch for you.
Oh yeah, front end loader.
Yeah, the vast majority of people would just call a tow truck, and that's how they would handle that situation.
In the city.
In the suburbs, anywhere, Scott.
No, you're little.
Name me a town in Colorado where I would do that rather than call a tow truck.
Oh, if I had somebody that would do that for me,
I got you. But standard operating procedure where this is going to save me so much more time.
I don't think it's about the time. I think it's about the money.
Okay. Well, where do I got to go in Colorado that we're doing this instead of calling it a tow truck?
How many guys are you going to tow and know how to fix their own car?
I mean, Elizabeth, Larkspur. Where are we going?
Yeah.
Right? Erie. Lyman.
Empire.
I did that.
Empire, yeah, definitely an Empire, no doubt. Up Berthoud Pass, no doubt about that.
I did that in high school. I did that with a buddy in high school. He had some straps in the back of his truck, and his truck got all messed up, so I tied that to the back of my Explorer Sport.
There you go.
And, pulled him.
At Greenwood Village.
So there you go. At Cherry Creek High School, DMac?
You got it done.
Yeah. Hey, Greenwood Village, you're getting pulled over by the police and getting a ticket for breaking down.
In Greenwood Village, you get pulled over the police. They probably help you for free.
No.
You don't think so? No. Okay. Steve, what's your no-dumb question?
I have a gym etiquette question. So Tyler and Scotty, I need your help.
I'm your man.
And DMac, you can sit and listen with me.
Thank you.
So there's this guy at my gym who, whenever he's
wait. You go to a gym?
I do. I do. I need to exercise.
Willing suspension of disbelief. Don't interrupt again.
This body is a temple.
He's a cardio only guy, clearly.
Let's go, Steve.
So there's this guy who, whenever he lifts heavy, this dude yips like a mouse loudly, and it fills up the whole gym. Like wherever you're standing, you hear him going.
Can you give me an example?
He's going, and
Is he jacked or not?
Oh, he's one of those dudes that's like, he's not cut, but he's bulky. You can tell he's muscular, but he's not defined.
You know, it's funny. I do have some sound of Steve Nelson lifting.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Yeah, that's what I do on every rep.
What's the question?
Sometimes it goes beyond mouse yipping, and it sounds a little bit more like DMac when Bo Nix got drafted.
Wow, that's exciting.
And it's just so uncomfortable to listen to this dude make these noises in this small space. So I guess my question is...
Well, obviously you're not... What's that purple gym?
Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness. You're obviously not a member of Planet Fitness because they don't allow that.
Yeah, I guess I need
What do
to
you
switch
mean?
over to
They
there.
don't allow that.
They don't allow you to grunt?
They don't allow noises lifting weights.
What?
That's one of their rules.
Yeah.
How do you regulate that?
That's one of their
if you're
things.
a big
Are you
meathead,
being serious?
Yeah, they're like a non-meathead sort of gym place. It's like you can't. There's no embarrassment factor here. Like
Remind me to never go to Planet Fitness.
Well, they're not
bunch
looking,
of losers over there.
They're not looking for you the way you look right now. You're not their client. Don't worry about it. You're
All
good.
right.
The question is, though, what noises are acceptable to make in the gym, and what's a good volume and quantity? Like,
So-
if you were going to tell this guy how to fix it up.
I generally speaking, try to not grunt until my last rep. So I just hold it in. They say to keep breathing, right? But sometimes I hold it in, and then you got to give out a nice little, oh yes.
I think if you're in the meathead section, you can grunt all you want. I mean, that's what it's all about.
But not
isn't
like
it?
that. Not like a little mouse.
Problem is when you spend as many time on dumb scrolling videos, and you see these big giant meatheads, and they're grunting over doing a deadlift, and Anatoly comes up at about a third of their size and does it 3-4 times, and you're like, well, why are you really grunting?
That dude's a good follow, by the way.
He's a great follow. He's hysterical.
But you're like, he ain't grunting. In fact, he's just talking.
Yeah,
to
but
you
he's a
like,
world-class weightlifter sort of guy.
self-made, by the way.
I gotcha. I don't know, man. It's the realm of you guys, not me and Steve. Steve, I don't know. Like, where were you when this was going on?
I was in the same room, just like Hamilton. I was in the room where it happened. What do you want me to say?
What I mean, is that small of a
listen,
gym?
The recumbent bike and the bench press are like literally 10 feet
No,
away.
I really do want to know what Steve Nelson is doing in the gym.
I was just about to ask. So when he's yipping, what are you doing?
I'm pumping iron too, bro.
What were you doing?
What does that mean?
It means
he's using
it means picking up weights, and gravity makes it tough to do so. So you work out the muscles.
Scott, you know what the silver dumbbells are, right?
Well, yeah. Or I was going to go. Do you do the color coded ones?
The
rubber the rubber all over them.
Oh yeah, you can mix those in every now and then, and like you said, Tyler, a good metal 7.5. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I just use the ones in the pool, but that's me. I think you're fine to do whatever you want when you get, depending on the.
I don't know. This got me thinking about. I was at the gym 2 days ago, and
Your nemesis there?
No, actually, I said hello to my nemesis the other day.
Oh, good.
I did. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna say hello. I'm gonna make sure that he knows
that you've recognized
that I recognize him, and I'm coming for you.
Yeah.
Right?
2 alphas.
Yeah, 2 alphas. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna be nice now, but it's on. Look, we all work hard in the gym, but have you ever been like around a dude in the gym that like within a 10-foot radius, you could just smell him within a 10-foot radius?
Oh, no.
There was a dude a couple days ago that I'm telling you, I couldn't get away from.
Was that bad?
And I just want to be like, man, like maybe mid-workout shower, like maybe you should think about that.
Wow, that is crossing the line.
Mid-workout shower?
Maybe was it after the show or before or in the morning?
It was after.
So maybe
I was done day off, but it would have been after.
So maybe it was a construction guy just got off work and he went straight to the
See,
gym.
that's what I'm thinking. Because there's no way he could have just permeated like that just from 30 minutes in the gym.
I'm gonna say you're allowed to smell however you want to smell when you're working out.
Not like that. Nope,
I
not
don't
like
know,
that.
man.
Nope. If you can't come in within 10-foot radius, and I'm telling you, the gym dispersed. Like he had a whole corner to himself, and it was not just me. And this is a packed gym, that it was not just me. People would not go within a 10-foot radius of him.
Did it smell like he had soiled himself or something? Or was it like that?
It smelled like he had like a legitimate problem. Like there are people that have got problems with that.
Okay.
You ever actually accidentally toot while you're lifting?
You know what? I thought about that the other day. What really is the difference between a plane and a gym? In a plane,
Feels like a
everybody
joke here.
rips because you feel like nobody
Circulated air.
It's circulated air. Nobody's going to know. Everybody's got on headphones. You're in a gym. Everybody's got on headphones. You really could probably do whatever the heck you want to do in the gym.
Oh, I rip all the time. It's just, I just let it go.
Off to a good start, buddy.
Do you do the walkabout when you do it?
Sometimes.
Do you do the crop dust, or do you sit there right where you're sitting and
I'm just, during that class in the pool, I'm just like, hopefully everybody's okay. All right, big question of the day is coming up next. The big question really is about Valanciunas and where we think this is going and what's going on. Now, we don't really have any other big news aside from the word salad that he put out at the B8 basketball summit in Lithuania that was like, well, when the season starts and when the deal gets done and, when the creek rises, we'll see where everything lands. So let me just go through it with you guys. Where do you think we are and where do you think it's going? And we're not trying to start a fight with the country of Greece, although we're definitely slanting towards Olympiaos. More so than Panathinaikos. However you say it.
Hey, before we really get into it, let me ask you this. This is the only deal that hasn't been made official, right?
Left
for the Nuggets, yes.
Why?
Well, the Bruce Brown thing just was official today. Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson deal was just official yesterday.
So I would have guessed that they needed the Michael Porter Jr. deal to go down first before anything else could happen because that was the first domino, right? So the Nuggets couldn't actually make any of these other moves work unless the Michael Porter Jr. one was official. But everything is official now, and it feels like this one, honestly, was one of the more simple trades. It was just player for player. It was just Dario for Val.
Yeah.
And, what's the holdup?
Well, I don't know what the holdup was with this other stuff, too, but I think it's a fair question if this thing drags out maybe through the end of this week.
Okay, so
I'm willing to give him a couple of days grace period because it seems like I don't know. I don't know the reasons. It seems like paperwork or whatever takes a couple days, Scott.
I don't believe what I'm about to say here. It's I guess more of a rhetorical question than anything else. But okay, let's say the Nuggets like we're on our show acting like, well, we're not offended. Let Moj be offended. Let the morning show be offended. We get it. Everything comes down to money. Whatever. What if the Nuggets are offended? What if they are? What if they're like, forget you? Like you don't want to be here? Would there be a world in which they would void the trade and just say, you know what? I guess we'll keep Dario for now.
No, I don't think. Because to me, it's a win-win. If you make the trade, you've lost $5 million. Now you're bringing in 10, but then again, he wants to go so bad, and you go, okay, you go. Now you went from losing 5 to losing 10 because you already made the trade. Once the trade done, so you want to get the trade done. Or that they're really counting on him. This is who we really, really, really want, and so they're going to think, well, listen. And if so, it's a great ploy by their team. If the team knows, and I say team, if Valanciunas' team, his agents know they really, really want you, then that does give them leverage to say, hey, listen, we want next year guaranteed or we want an extension.
The ability to get rid of the Sarge contract and a player who's a nice enough dude, but you didn't want, I think is enough for the Nuggets to sign off on this trade no matter what. Now we get into a dance about, whether you're coming here or not. I believe, and it feels like, Scott, you believe the same thing, and Tyler, you may believe the same thing too. At the end of the day, as emotional as we're all getting about this, that, the other thing, and battling the country of Greece, it really isn't about broken dishes and family. It's just about money. So it's important to know in this deal, the first year for the Nuggets is guaranteed, the second year isn't, and it's the team option. That's probably enough to use whatever leverage you can to get the best deal you can before the season starts.
Yeah. So here's the only slight difference. I'm in agreement with you guys to the degree of money solves everything. There's hardly a thing in the world that money cannot solve.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't think it's just as simple from Jonas's point of view that it's just money. I think there's legitimate intrigue from his point of view of going back to Europe. There's something about that is honestly appealing to him, whether it's the kids are getting older, whether he doesn't want to move them across the continent twice a year.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, there is something that is legitimately appealing about going and playing in Greece.
Great question. So in any negotiation that you guys have been involved with, if you're going with one team or another, or one place to another, there has to be some validity in some ultimatum, right? I mean, there has to be something that actually is
something's going to transpire out of it.
But because if it's not true, then it's just a false threat, and why would anybody take that seriously?
Let me ask this: if it's true he wants to play in Europe, like Tyler says, wouldn't that be the same situation if he didn't get traded? He stayed in Sacramento.
Yeah, I think so.
He'd still want out of his contract.
Yeah, and I think Sacramento knew it. By the way,
right?
Or knew enough about it. Listen, I think it's a believable enough threat that it makes sense. Like, if he doesn't play in the NBA anymore and he gets paid $4.5 million a year to live in Athens and be closer to home, is it really awful? No, it's not awful. It's believable. But you'd also be giving up all your chances ever of winning an NBA championship and possibly, like you pointed out, making some really big money if you bet on yourself and you got a few years left. And he's only 33.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, if I'm him and if this is about a contract deal for me, I don't want the Nuggets to guarantee that second year. That's the opposite of what I want.
Well, that may be bigger. The hang-up then is I want control of it because he goes, listen, he may be thinking this: we're going to win an NBA championship or at least play for it. I'm going to have a great year, because they're going to play me. They've told me they want me to play 22, 24 minutes a game. Well, if that's the case, $10 million. That ain't worth $10 million in today's
because
market, right?
A lot of this is like, hey, man, you can buy a nice house in Cherry Hills Village for a year, put your kids at Creek, and you're going to be all right. Things are going to be okay. So the whole, family has to live in Lithuania thing. Now, that does suck if you're moving from city to city to city. So it would suck if you did all that and then the Nuggets traded you at the trade deadline. And sure, it'd be a little bit better if you knew you'd get at least 2 years in one city basically wrapped up. You probably feel better about that too. So I think you're right about some stuff. I mean, it could be like that.
Listen,
and you guys both retired. You guys both retired when you still could have played. Why?
I didn't want to move.
The exact reasons that I just talked about. For me,
right?
My kids were at an age that I was going to have to make a decision. Are they going to go to two different schools for the next year or two?
Right.
Or am I going to leave them in Denver? Am I going to go play somewhere else? Or what's it going to be, right? And so they got to an age that you made a decision for the kids.
There you go. So that could be legit too. I mean, you could have played another year for sure. Scotty, I don't know. You probably had a year or two left. You probably had more than a year or two. Tyler, you might have had 3 or 4.
Well, why has he got 3 or 4 and I only got a year?
No, dude,
you were older.
Yeah, I mean, you were lucky to get. I mean, let's be honest.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I love it when DMac takes shots at us. I mean, isn't that the best?
That was a compliment to you.
Hey, listen. I'll take compliments, but I won't take a non-athlete shot at an athlete. I won't accept that.
How many years do you think?
Shot out of here.
How many years do you think you had left?
If I wanted to play and move, 3 or 4 probably.
All right. Well, there you go. That's a lot of money, bro.
Yeah, well, but it wasn't the money it is now.
Pitter patter.
Nowadays, I'd be talking $5 to $8 million.
Yeah, but relative.
There'd have been no doubt. I got offered to go back to Cleveland for $550,000. And instead, I decided to do radio for 45.
I was going to say, what's the margin of difference?
Yeah, 40,
I understand it wasn't 5.
45. Yeah.
I mean, that is percentage-wise the equivalent of turning down like a $5 million deal.
Yeah, well, maybe so. And I probably should have in hindsight. But listen, and here's another thing. You live in Denver, even in the winter times. I lived in Detroit for 2 years in wintertime. I say, am I going to Cleveland now? Now, Orlando came and talked to me in December. But I'd already not done anything for 9 months, 8 months. I hadn't even worked out.
Well, that happened to Tyler, too. You got a call from the Bears, right?
Yep. But if Orlando would have come to me in July like Cleveland did, I would have gone to Orlando. Instead, they came at me in December, and I was like, man, I mean, literally, I hadn't lifted a weight. I hadn't done nothing but play golf and drink beer.
I didn't entirely have my mind made up, but I did have my mind made up that it was Denver or nothing. And when Denver didn't show up, at least on the time frame that I wanted to, and I think they would have, because I know there were injuries, and I really do believe there would have been a spot there. But when they didn't show up, I was just like, all right, that's it.
Who got hurt in 2016? Like, had you just sort of stayed with it, like, what changed in 2016?
God, I don't even remember, but I do remember there being injuries. I do remember there being a need.
There was something. How about when David Diaz-Infante was doing radio at KOA, and in the middle of the season, and were you working with him when that happened? Were you already gone by that time? So Doc is like doing fill-in radio at KOA, and like long snapping. I think it was a long snapping sort of issue. And I'll never forget this. I see him in the elevator, like on a Tuesday, and on Thursday he's on the field playing with the Broncos in the middle of the season. Weird things happen. But Valanciunas, it is a different situation because different than you guys that was like, I don't know this, I don't know that.
He's a
His
guy
offers,
he can get you 12, 14, and 8 rebounds a game.
Right. Like, he's not at...
I'm going to sit at the end of the bench and be a cheerleader and an emergency guy.
Well, hold on. Let me do a heat check here. Do you guys think he is at the end of his career?
I think he's in the last 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah. He's on the back half.
If he plays with the Nuggets this year, will he still have the same opportunity in Greece?
Yes.
You see lots of guys go over there when it's all said and done. Guys that are out of their prime.
Well, I think it's mostly guys out of their prime.
Well, I mean, prime's probably not the right word.
Or not good
I mean
enough.
guys that are no longer good enough to play in the NBA.
Correct.
I had been offered 2 or 3 times during my career to go over to Italy. And that was the big league back then. Used to be the Italian league.
Tempting.
And but the money was equal or a little better, and I didn't have to move family to a whole other country. So I always would just stay here. But I had always thought that I said, when I get done, okay, I'm gonna go spend 2-3 years in Italy.
Wouldn't that be fun?
And then radio, my dream job.
45 grand.
Yeah, radio called me and said, hey, how'd you like your own show for 45 grand?
Can't turn that down.
No. And then we're about half a year in, they go, hey, we're going to move you KOA. And they go, ain't the same price.
All right, so where do we think this is going to go? Seriously, where do you think it's going to go?
I think he's going to be in training camp in San Diego if they go to San Diego. I haven't even heard where they're going to do training camp this year because they've been doing San Diego.
I mean, Nuggets have they're now playing the game, so they put something out through Shams, and they told Shams that we fully intend on having him honor his contract and being a Denver Nugget. And if they intend on doing that, and they're okay with dealing with an unhappy camper, then it's really simple. There aren't any choices. He doesn't have the choice to go over there. That's not a choice that is available to him. The Denver Nuggets have to provide that to him. And if the Denver Nuggets are unwilling to provide that to him, this is really, really simple. He will be here.
I think he'll be here too. I think the Nuggets have a little time here too because Summer League is going to start tomorrow.
Listen, let me tell you what's also available that I've not heard.
Yeah.
Al Horford said he wants to come here. We're one of the top teams.
Yeah.
That's in your back pocket. It may not be forever.
Is it a this or that?
But if this Greek team really wants Valanciunas, this is a legit deal, and Jonas wants to go there, they can lay him out of the contract. But guess what? Greek might say, "Hey, by the way, we'll pay you $2 million to let him out of his contract." So now you say $5 million's over there. You've just gotten $2 million cash that goes into your team bank account. By the way, we'll go sign Al Horford. This is business right now. This right now is when Ben Tinzer's earning his money, him and Josh right now.
I was going to say, is what happens, scale of 1 to 10, 10 guaranteed happening. 1, you just blew it. This right now impacting an NBA championship for the Nuggets next year. This right now.
Well, they're already a better team.
1, you blew it. 10, it's really important you figure this out.
I don't think you can say you blew it because with or without him, you're already a better team than you were.
Okay, so this is not that big of a deal.
Well, I mean,
this is not make or break for a championship.
This guarantees one
Well, I mean, how important is this? I guess that's where I'm going.
I think it's
Let me rephrase it.
I think it's monster.
Like is a championship on the line right here, right now with this decision.
As long as Al Horford is still available. Now, again, you're going to go from a dude that's going to play 20 to 24 minutes a game to a dude that's probably going to be around 16, 18. Maybe. But I'll say this. I told somebody last night, Valanciunas is a better player. Horford is a better leader. And I go back to when Jeff Green, and I told you a while ago, Jeff Green, we always talk about losing Bruce Brown, but Jeff Green's departure was huge too after that championship year, because he was a true stabilizing voice from Joker to Jamal to the rookies. And I think that's what Al Horford would be if you brought him in. He'd been around now. I mean, he's an older guy.
Better chance to win a championship with him or Valanciunas?
Both. But I think
equal?
Yeah. But I think first off, there's nothing preventing the Nuggets from having both. But I feel like for Al Horford, it's me or him.
Yeah, because you probably.
Well, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's very
fair. You know what? If you got both of them, then Al Horford's your backup for Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, but Tyler brings up a great point. If Horford has choices, why the hell would he choose this if Valanciunas is going to be here as well?
I actually think Al Horford wants to come here, and that's why he hasn't signed with Golden State yet.
Yeah, to see what's going to happen.
But he's trying to figure out what's happening.
Right. But why would he want to be here with Jonas? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm 39 years old. I want to play.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. What if they don't get either guy?
That'll be tough.
I think you're running that risk at this point. Well, you're not running that risk as long as you're willing to keep an unhappy camper. You can force him to be here. You can force Jonas to be here.
His reputation is really good. So I know what you're saying. Like, he'd be a grumpy Gus. He'd be a locker room pain in the butt. That's not his reputation, though. But are you assuming that he would be like that if he was held here and, he didn't really want to be here? Are you assuming he would be a negative presence in the locker room if he didn't want to be here in the first place?
That depends on if it's really about money or not. If it's not about money, then I think he would be unhappy because he's trying to make a choice for his family.
He would just be naturally miserable.
And if you're preventing me from making the best choice for my family, I'm no longer a happy dude.
Well, listen, this is a tough choice for the Nuggets because if that's going to be the case, then they really should move on to Horford and just do the best they can because it's going to be miserable behind the scenes.
Al at 38 played 60 games last year and averaged 28 minutes a game.
Yeah, that's what. Do you have his other numbers there?
That's pretty good.
What were his? Points and rebounds. What are you talking about? Are we getting 8 to 12 points? Are we getting 6 to 8 rebounds?
Let me look.
If you are, then you're kind of okay. And I know he can shoot a three. Who's a better 3-point shooter, Valanciunas or Horford? Horford's pretty good.
Horford, his last 3 years. Last year was only 36%, but it's 42 the year before and 45 the year before that.
Should we just move on then? Should they really seriously just say forget it? We don't need this drama and focus on Horford and go from there?
He averaged 9.6 rebounds.
He averaged 9.6 rebounds?
He averaged 9.6 rebounds.
Well, that's pretty good. He's 39 though, Scott.
Yep.
He's 39.
5-time All-Star.
I gotcha. It's 39. 6 years older than Valanciunas.
Yeah, that's the holdback. But again, he was a big key to that team last year, especially with Porzingis gone. He's a guy that if Joker misses 3 or 4 games, it's the same with Valanciunas. That's why you want either one of them. Valanciunas because of the age, maybe. But if Joker also,
but disaster if you don't get one of them.
Hurts that elbow, and needs to miss 3 games, you got a guy that's a pretty good starter. Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's a disaster, but it's not good.
Let's Football Go comes up next.
Okay, guys and gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Just make the commitment to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. It's honestly as simple as that. Call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You will love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best in the industry at what they do. And guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. And that's why I want you to call today. Because what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So no reason to delay. Pick up the phone. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Bang.
That was a nice little slick edit there, Steve.
So Burns, they signed Burns.
Brent Burns, yeah.
40.
Yeah, it was played like 950 straight games.
Do you know how many games Al Horford's played? Oh, 950 straight.
It's ridiculous. He hasn't missed a game since like 2013. What's Horford played?
He's played like 1,138 games.
In total.
But
Are we advocating for
No.
Horford here? Is this
But
what's
just
going on?
if the Avs got Brett Burns and the Nuggets got Al Horford, does somebody in town not have to put those two in a commercial?
The old guys.
AARP.
Yeah, exactly. MountainHighAppliance.com. Find all your greatest appliances at the best prices. MountainHighAppliance.com. Steve Nelson, our final. Steve, you've done a fabulous job for 3 days. I know you're doing double duty here. I really appreciate it. So with all those flowers, let's football go.
Appreciate that. Thank you. So then one final time, I will give you the Dan Tanner start here. All right, fellas.
Is Dan back tomorrow?
No, you're going to be rolling with Alan Baca tomorrow, the legendary legend.
Alan Baca.
Yeah, on the ones and twos.
Dan isn't back until the 18th.
Wow. Alan Baca was once my board up at the Fan.
I know that. Yes, sir. Alan's been around for a long time. So Alan, we're done with Steve after. You've done a great job.
Thank
we
you. I
got
appreciate
Alan,
that.
then we got Cole, and then Alan next week. Dan is like taking some time.
He's off till the 18th?
He's off till the 18th.
I didn't even know he was gone.
I didn't know he'd be gone a whole 3 weeks. Where's his parents sending him?
He's up in Steamboat with his family.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. He's catching some trout or whatever.
The whole family goes camping for like a week straight.
It's 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Well, it's
They
one
camp
of
for
those
2
like
weeks?
12 days or 10.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me to camp for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I mean, I enjoy a random camping session here and there, but 2 weeks?
That's rough.
Ooh.
No, it gets cold up in the mountains, by the way, too.
Oh, yeah.
It gets a little chilly at night. All right, what do you got, Steve? First story.
Well, gentlemen, it is the long off season, right? And we're just looking for any scraps we can get our hands on. And you know what that means? It's time to start looking ahead to the 2028 Olympics and who's going to be on Team USA for flag football, baby. Let's go!
Oh, my God.
ESPN has an article out by, let's see who did this, Matt Bowen, where he projected his ideal flag football squad if he had his pick of the litter. And there is one Denver Bronco on that roster. Do you know who he chose?
I would assume it's Pat Surtain, but I don't know. Who else would it be?
Got it in one. PS2 is his pick.
Okay.
And the necessary skills he has are field vision, pattern matching, transition speed, and ball skills. He went on to say, the prototype at this position, Surtain has the speed and high-level technique to match up with the world's best pass catchers. And more importantly, he's a long coverage corner who can pattern match from an off position, as the no contact rule in flag football eliminates the ability to play press coverage. So my question is, if PS2 is on the flag football roster, does that make you care at all? Does that increase your excitement level even a bit, or do you still not care about flag football?
I think like most Olympics in sports, we downplay them until they happen. And then when they happen, we treat them like they're life or death and they're the most important thing in the world. So I think
I don't know about this one, man. I don't know. I know exactly what you're saying, and I always enjoy. Enjoy the Olympics. This one feels a little bit different. Like, I'm not even sure these guys, by the time it rolls around, I'm not even sure they're going to want to do it.
I gotcha. You crap all over the Olympics because it's stupid until it happens, and then we sit here.
Are we really going to have fun watching Team America go up against Italy in football?
I guarantee you, if it's on during our show,
if it's on, we'll watch
we won't just be watching it. We'll be like, really invested in it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Guys, don't forget there were exhibition hockey games that meant nothing.
And we got into it.
That we're watching guys.
But those were awesome.
They were awesome. And they weren't even the Olympics. That meant absolutely nothing, and we were treated like it was life or death. We had like bar remotes for watch-alongs. I mean, it was like we don't even remember a second of those games except for the fact
of the
fights.
No chance flag football gets that type of appeal.
Unless there's a fight in the first 5 minutes.
Hey, we sat here watching Serbia USA for the most part cheering for Serbia. And one hell of a game.
No, I did not. Not for 1 second did I root for Serbia.
Well, you were the only one. We were all pulling for Serbia now.
I did.
Everybody was. Well, you
Scott with his 25 American flags on his truck was rooting against America.
Well, that one was tricky because it wasn't America. It didn't feel like American.
What do you mean it wasn't America?
It felt like every guy who's our arch enemy against the Nuggets.
Well, that's what the NBA is. They're all villains.
Well, like all the villains are the starters for the Olympic team. Like, we can't put Halliburton in there. We can't get,
Tatum.
To play Tatum a little bit. We don't hate Tatum or Halliburton. No, it was Durant. It was Curry. It was, LeBron. It was all the guys. Anthony. I was pulling for Serbia.
I was too.
Anyways.
Had it until the last minute and a half.
The next story, Steve.
Are you guys binge watchers? Have you already binged season 2 of Quarterback, which just dropped on Netflix?
Is that out?
Oh, the whole
it just came
thing's
out.
Like 10 episodes are out right now.
Which quarterbacks?
It's Kirk Cousins.
Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
And Goff.
Well,
I watched the first half of the first one, and then some other things came out.
There has to be some pretty interesting drama in there with Kirk Cousins because this is from last season, and it's when they signed him in the offseason, and then they drafted Michael Penix like 10 days later.
There's drama like that, but Kirk is still Kirk.
Yeah, he's Mr. Nice Guy.
Joe Burrow.
I bet that was the story.
I actually have a clip of Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is so freaking cool, it's kind of ridiculous. Go ahead, Steve.
So in this scenario, this was week 15. Bengals are on the road playing the Titans. This is a game they won by 10 points on the road. But even still, they played very sloppy during the game. And of course, it's late in the season. You're getting ready for the playoffs. Joe was pretty pissed. And so in this clip, he's cursing up a storm. He's mad at how the offense looks. And then Zach Taylor goes over to him on the sideline and tries to calm him down. And Joe is having none of it.
The penalty train rolls on.
What the f*** are we doing, man? Wake the f*** up! Mental mistakes all day. Way to finish the day. That's a great drive to finish it. I know it's a frustrating, embarrassing performance by us. Embarrassing. Listen, we'll address it. But at the same time, let's enjoy some wins. That. We sucked today. That was embarrassing. Okay. We jumped off sides 8 times. I know that.
So my question is, Tyler and Scotty, did you have teammates like that who were going to hold you accountable even if you won, but if you looked bad doing it, they were going to take you out behind the woodshed? And do you like that style of leadership?
You never heard of a dude named Peyton Manning? Hey, you think Peyton Manning was happy when we had a sloppy win?
Tom Brady?
Yeah. I mean, Peyton was a scary dude now. And you messed that thing up. You were going to know. Yeah, the whole world was going to know.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, especially because they with the pitiful start they had to now be in a position to play. He knows they got to be perfect because they had to finish the season out perfect to even get a chance.
It is a tricky spot as a head coach though, when your team is making mental mistakes, but you need to be peaking. You're at the end of the season. You're going into the playoffs. You want confidence. You want to feel good. That is a tricky spot to be in as a head coach.
It is tricky, too, because, like, Cutler was like that, too, and he was just off-putting and didn't bond anybody together. Like, he was chock full of attitude, and it wasn't good. Peyton was. It worked, obviously. I think it's tricky. I think it sort of all depends on the chemistry and the makeup of your team. But that being said, who wouldn't want a guy like Joe Burrow on your team?
Here's the funny thing to me.
Awesome.
When you say Cutler, you're right, he was. But his came off as pouty.
Yeah.
Burrow right there sounds like he's just mad, and that was more Peyton Manning.
Yeah, you would have done anything to hear Cutler have passion like that.
Yeah,
Cutler didn't have passion about anything.
Yeah, and it looks like Burrow, at least very early stage of the show, it looks like his teammates love him and all that sort of thing. Like, and that wasn't the case.
So didn't he come in last year with the full blonde kind of look? Was that the beginning of last season?
He's got a lot of things going on. Never mind, like, his house gets invaded.
That was last year, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. They go through, like, that's a big part of what's going on.
You already watched the whole thing?
That's in clips. No, I've only watched, like, half of the first episode, but there's a clip where he's talking to a coach about being burglarized.
Is it still worth it? I guess my interest in this show is not super high. It was incredible when it first came out.
The first year was great, but you had Patrick Mahomes winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also had what's-his-face who left the Falcons and went to parts unknown.
Mariota.
Mariota. Remember that? He just stopped playing in the NFL, and he was like a core part of it too. I don't know, man. Judge for yourself, but it's all out there. I think it's cool.
I'm shoot. It's summer. There's not a whole lot of content.
Yeah, so there's that. Okay. Thank you, Steve. I do have a couple things for you about the Rockies.
Yay. Have they got 21 yet?
Oh, such a good question. That's all I need. We'll talk about it coming up next.
Well, I love it, Steve. Actually, I don't love it. And I'll make this update really quick for you guys. Rockies update.
I doubt it.
No, I promise.
You know what? I was listening to you yesterday. You said the same thing, and you talked about it for 12 minutes.
Well, that was yesterday. That wasn't today. Today, hey, by the way, as Scott kind of transit, I'm definitely on the off the Warren Schaefer bandwagon today.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
You want to apologize to Bud yet?
No, because Bud sucked, but I'll keep this really brief. Kyle Freeland pitched great yesterday. I'm telling you, he pitched great. And he did give up a run because Trevor Story hit a bloop. Soft contact hit. It drove in a run. Hey, I got nothing against Trevor Story, whatever.
What was
Kevin Freeland?
That made it 1-0 in the 6th inning.
Okay.
So we're going Kyle Freeland from Thomas Jefferson High School for 5 2/3, who was matched up the Ballet, whatever the guy for the Red Sox. He was unbelievable too. Bill?
Frank.
That guy. He had struck out, which of course, is typical Rockies, 7 of the first 9 Rockies, on his way to a complete game. Anyways, 88 pitches in. Kyle Freeland is pitching great. There's 2 outs. There's runners on second and third. And Schaefer takes him out.
So are we back to number 2?
Yeah.
What did we call him? The second?
2.0.
2.0, yeah.
Yeah, Bud Black 2.0. He's 2.0 today. Because they just they should not have taken out Kyle Freeland. 88 pitches.
Wait, you were in the 7th?
6th.
6th.
Yeah, 6th inning.
You had to get a batter in.
They put in Maya. Don't worry about it. He, of course, gives up the cookies immediately. They put in, so now it's 4-0. It becomes 4-0.
And Freeland still gets the loss because it was 1-0.
Freeland gets the loss. Freeland gets earned runs that he shouldn't have got. He gets 1 earned run, okay. He got 2 more thrown on that he shouldn't have had. He pitched great. Not good, great. And Schaefer just didn't hang in with this dude. Like you don't have a great team there, dude. And you got one guy who's balling out. The final score of the game was 10-3.
See, this is what, wow.
It was 0-0 almost
in the 6th.
In 5 2/3 innings. Yes, in the 6th inning. 0-0. Then it was 1-0. Let Freeland finish out the inning, give him a shot to get out of it. And the game blew up, and the game did blow up. And Jake Bird, I think there's a couple guys on the Rockies who are trying to get traded right now. I think it's subtle, and you guys would know as pro athletes how to manage things, like how to try without trying. And I think that's happening with 2 guys in particular right now with the Rockies who want to get the hell out of Dodge.
What are they doing?
It's little things. Like they're
like what?
Jake Bird, I'll just start with him. He's just throwing up gopher balls. He's just trying to get his way out of here. There's no doubt about it. But he's put enough like.
Does that help you get traded?
Well, yeah, kinda.
I mean, don't you gotta to get traded? Don't you gotta be unhappy behind the scenes? But play good.
You gotta put money in the bank. But Bird's put enough money in the bank. He was terrible yesterday, and I think Ryan McMahon's trying to get his ass out of here too. Who played his 1000th game? Can you imagine your entire
I didn't
career?
know Trevor Story was still playing.
Well, he's had a lot of injury issues, but he's back. Red Sox have a really interesting team. Aside from Story, it's mostly young guys, but like really interesting, talented young guys, but not stars, not by a mile. Anyways, it was Warren Schaefer's fault. And
how many times do they tell stories about Fenway?
Oh my God, it doesn't stop. It makes you want to throw up. Like, I get it. It's cool. It's a good place. I got it.
See,
cool.
This is what baseball, they get in their own way all the time, and I don't think Warren Schaefer's the only one. Rather than just reading the room, who's playing good, you've got all these analytics, you've got all these things that tell you how many pitches have been thrown, whatever, and you've got a checklist that you just go through, and then you make decisions based off this checklist rather than reading the room of who's playing good right now.
Then I'm waiting for anybody to ask them, why did you take out Freeland after only 88 pitches? And there's like 2 media people there, and I feel bad.
Well, listen, is anybody still covering the team?
Barely. It was Spilly and some woman who covers, I don't know if it was. There were like 2 reporters covering the Rockies on the road. Two.
Steve, did you pet your dog?
I did.
Yeah.
Is that the reason that the Rockies keep losing? Because I'm petting my good boy instead
I don't know,
of watching.
but I did see your tweet on my vacation that you were petting your dog rather than watching the Rockies.
Because DMac specifically asked me and Rob Trujillo what we did instead of watching the first game of the Rockies Red Sox series.
I don't know. Took a nap.
Well, it's
ate a burger.
Listen, man,
they won the first game.
No, they didn't.
I thought they've only lost two in a row.
No, they played 2 in a row to Boston. They
Scott,
lost both.
He still hasn't answered your question.
What's that?
Have they won 21?
Yeah, they're 21-71. That's the fun part.
21-71.
They are now officially, guys, 50 games under 500.
Okay.
So you've this is pretty funny.
I was holding out hope until now.
You've played. All right, so let's a heat check on being the worst team of all time. They've played 92 games, which means they have 70 games left. Can they win? Can they go 21-49?
No. Basically, every other game, no.
It's not. It's like
I know it's not quite.
All right.
Hold on. And of those 70 games, how many NFC West games?
Yeah. They got more. I mean, this
MLB, the Western Conference. How many of their division
coming in like September? More. In fact, this month right here, they're playing either 500 teams or teams below 500. Like this is the easiest part of their schedule by a mile right now in July. It made me sick to my stomach to see Schaefer make such a dumb move and take out Freeland, who was dealing.
They're 3-7 in the last 10. So if they do that,
they're kind of on track. Yes,
that would put them at 21 games.
You're right. And if they win tonight, it's not a day game. It's another, which is a weird one, but it's a night game as the final game against Boston. If they could somehow win this one, believe it or not, they're kind of on track.
Well, again, if they just go 3-7 in their next 10, so they're
fine.
70 games left.
Right.
They've got so that's 7 10-game series.
Right.
So 7 times 3 is 21. There's your 42 wins.
That's all they got to do. Can they? That's right.
Can they go 3?
That's the question.
Can they win at a 30% clip?
It doesn't sound that hard.
It doesn't. It doesn't sound hard at all, right? And it does go to show you can completely suck like they have for the past 2 nights. But if you do win today, you continue the 3 out of 7 thing.
So if they lose tonight,
yeah,
maybe tomorrow, the next day, we've got to try to get on a White Sox broadcaster.
Yeah,
and have them tell us what last year was like. Because I think they're only 12 or 14 games better than the Rockies right now.
They were 8 games ahead of the Rockies when they played the series, and they won 2 out of 3. So it's something like that.
Now, Scott, what you really want to know is, did the White Sox sell the team after being the worst team ever?
They made big changes.
No, they weren't even the worst team ever.
They made changes. No, they were. They were in modern baseball since 1901.
Yeah, but I said ever.
So they've got 9 more wins than the Rockies
right now. Yeah. Okay. They're second. I'll give you a fun one. Here's a fun stat. And I going into last night, and it probably got worse, and I don't have my computer up here. The Rockies' run differential, like plus minus, runs allowed, runs for, was minus 235. The second worst team in the league had 100 more runs for. The Rockies were behind as the worst team in runs allowed, runs against, 100 to the second worst team.
They're minus 243.
243?
243.
Yeah, and who's second? Look up who's second if you're looking at it.
Well, I'm just staying in the National League first. Pirates are minus 44. Nationals are minus 88. Marlins are minus 57.
It's an American League team. I believe it might be the White Sox. It's like 140 something. It might be 100 run difference.
Whoa. Check this out. The White Sox actually are selling the team.
Oh, is that right?
They actually are selling the team. They are in the process of a potential ownership change right this moment.
The White Sox are minus 93, but the Athletics are minus 131.
That's it right there. So it's more than 100 run difference. It's more than 100 run difference to the second worst team.
Yeah, they're the second worst team, runs scored, and yet they have 17 more wins than the Rockies.
So we get the feedback. That's it about the Rockies. This is not even what we're talking about. Schaefer was just as bad as Bud Black last night.
So he's back to 2.0.
He's definitely back to 2.0 in these past 2 games. And guys are quitting on him. They're taking bad at bats. They're not being patient. Like whatever impact positive wise he might have had is gone because Bird and McMahon clearly want to be out of here, and they're trying to do it.
Nate, I don't know if you heard the stat I had on the Rockies. If they just go 3-10 or 3-7 in 10 game stretches to the next, got 70 games left.
Win 30% of their games.
30% of the games, the rest of the way, they'll have 42 wins and keep out of history.
That doesn't feel likely.
It doesn't sound that hard either, though, Nate.
I think it's very doable. It's not asking too much to win 3 out.
You're not asking too much.
3 out of 10.
They're 50 games under.
Well, right, but we're not talking about that. We're just talking about if they're going to be the worst team of all time.
They are.
And well, that's the question.
So
70 games left. So you got to go 3-7 the rest of the way.
I ain't asking for the world here.
You know what's wild about last night's game? Do you realize what last night's game was? Last night's game was a pitcher's duel.
It was.
And they lost
it was a great
10-2.
I gotcha. They actually showed a little heart, by the way, in the last inning. Tyler Freeman got on base. He's been on base 22 games in a row, which is really good.
He's been good.
Hunter Goodman hit a bomb in the 9th inning.
All-Star?
Oh, they clawed back to within 8.
Hey, by the way, is the All-Star game tonight?
No. It's next week.
Next week.
Oh, next week.
They just played.
They got one more against the Red Sox.
Day
they
off.
got 3 against Cincinnati, and then Hunter Goodman's off to the All-Star game in Atlanta.
Right.
Congratulations to Hunter.
They have I was just looking at some of the advanced stuff. They have 3 above average major league hitters on their team. 3 above average major league hitters on the club.
Tyler Freeman, Hunter Goodman, and
Mickey Moniak.
Mickey Moniak, yeah, he's been good.
Jordan Beck's WRC plus is right at 100, so he's like a baseline major league hitter. McMahon's way below it.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of town.
He's got to go.
He's trying to go.
He desperately wants to leave.
Yeah, everything.
Yes.
His body language is brutal. Like he wants to go.
Yes, and who could blame him?
I don't blame him. And Bird wants to go too. It was pretty obvious. He was proving it yesterday.
He got rocked last night.
I think he was. I think he tanked it. But for Bird, I don't think he's preparing well. I think he wants to get out of here, and I think he's just going to force his way out by sucking.
Well,
which he did.
The problem is that like everybody should be up and on the market to go.
Yeah.
There should be nothing that you say no to. Like if somebody called right now, and I know Chase Dollander got sent down, but if somebody called the Rockies right now and was just like, we have 3 good prospects. We like Dollander. We think he's a future like frontline starter.
That would suck.
The Rockies should do it.
That would suck.
They should do all of it. There's nothing they should say no to right now if the offer is good enough. The thing I'm so worried about, and it was such a smack in the face to see it last night. Trevor Story hits that 3-run home run. Like Trevor Story is so emblematic of what is wrong with the club. That was a dude that you needed to move at that deadline in 21, and they did nothing. And then he walked away. You got nothing for it.
Just like John Gray.
And this club, like they're mired in this hole right now because of things that they didn't do that they desperately had to. And it's, while Dick Monfort complains about market size and payroll imbalance in baseball, it's like there's smaller markets that are better than you. The Brewers are better than you. The Padres are better than you. The Twins are better than you.
The Athletics.
The Rays. Hell, the A's are better than them, sadly enough. By the way, I watched some A's baseball last night. Kavnar was on MLB Network. That was kind
good
of fun.
for her.
Yes, the West Sacramento A's were out there last night. But that's how they got to this place, is because they sat on their hands and watched the business of baseball go on around them and did nothing.
You get nothing.
By the way, DJ LeMahieu cut by the Yankees today, huh?
They pick him up.
Pick him up.
What do they call it in baseball? Put for assignment or something?
DFA.
Yeah. Sent for assignment.
It's you're gone.
They don't want you anymore.
$22 million is what he was getting paid.
Yeah.
You want to bring him back?
They don't want you anymore.
We could bring back DJ LeMahieu.
You could
for a swan song. That'd be great. All right. Anyways,
wasn't he bragging when they came into town? Wasn't he bragging about the fact that he wasn't here?
DJ LeMahieu was?
Yeah,
No,
he was. He said something along the lines of like, I think it ended up okay for me. I'm with the Yankees.
Well, it did.
Yeah.
He got to do a lot of winning and make a bunch of money.
Yeah.
It all worked out fine for Deej. Like, he did great. And he also, I think he was one of the guys that made a comment along the lines of, like, when you leave here, you realize, like, what other major league clubs have.
Look like.
Yes.
Well, the problem with DJ, they didn't even trade him. They just let him walk in free agency.
That was another one. And they got Daniel Murphy to play second base.
Good
and that
memory.
was-
It's KKSE FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Heat check. Where are you guys with as Dan Hyatt rolls in? Nate, you can introduce your guy, Dan Hyatt.
Dan Hyatt is here, statistician extraordinaire. The guy that this is the guy that feeds Scott Hastings all of the good information that you hear on Nuggets telecasts. Besides Scotty's, deep well of basketball life experience.
Then I would just have one question: statistically, analytically, better player, Horford or Valanciunas?
I really want Valanciunas on this team. I think that it fits.
It's a big difference.
Everything they need. I don't need 5 3-pointers from Horford, which he'll put up. 39 years old. I think he's a great player. Valanciunas.
So you see a big difference.
I do.
Okay.
And all the talk that everyone's had throughout the course of the day, last couple days, I really don't think there's anybody else who also fits that mold. If you don't get him, you're not going to get anybody who is nearly as good. I think it's a big deal.
I think the screening is huge. I think that, the dribble handoff stuff that Jonas can do, the banging, the defense, it's the more complete package. Like, again, that's why he was the guy they wanted. He was the ideal. Have you guys, by the way, a thought crossed my dumb brain last night as I was thinking about all this stuff. So Sacramento traded Jonas for Dario Saric to get out of the $10 million that he's due this year, $20 million if they wanted to pick up the team option, whatever it may be.
But they took on, what was Dario's $5? So it was net a $5 million difference.
So they were looking for the savings. If Sacramento just would have kept Valanciunas and bought him out, wouldn't they have gotten more salary cap relief than Dario coming back in their direction? Or am I thinking about this wrong, Dan?
Well, I don't know. I know that Dario.
The cap stuff is so confusing.
To me, it is boring. But Dario, but it's important. Dario, I don't know what purpose he was going to serve there. If they thought he was going to give them what we didn't get,
aren't they going to just buy him out?
Or they buy him out and he's gone.
They don't want him anyway.
Either way, but they've got the cap flexibility to be able to make those choices.
Wouldn't that be amazing though if he went there and it was just unbelievable?
Because it was just a year ago that he was a decent basketball player.
Oh, we were kind of like
not
excited.
decent. Like we were like, that's kind of cool.
He was an actual usable NBA player.
At this time last year, or whenever we acquired Saric, it was kind of like, hey. All right.
It does make you wonder,
Cool.
like, was he really that bad, or did Michael Malone just hate him that much?
Did you see when he played?
The 3 games?
Yeah,
the 3 games
was like 50 minutes total.
He was
but,
when Jokic missed those 3 games for the baby, and he came in and started, they stole a game in Memphis, and he was good. And then he got one chance later, I think a week and a half later, where he got like the second half of the game, and was so horrific in such a short amount of time that all of a sudden you saw Malone. Done.
Yeah. Well, he just looked bad. Like he looked unathletic. He couldn't move.
I don't think he ever looked particularly athletic to begin with.
Okay,
so highly functional for the Warriors.
Yeah, I don't know where we thought he was good, but like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It was like shocking, like watching him try to play in the NBA.
Sometimes guys fall off a cliff, man.
It was weird.
When it goes quickly, especially for big dudes. If it goes very quickly. If they don't maintain and keep themselves in any kind of good shape.
He couldn't move. He couldn't shoot. He couldn't play defense. He could barely take off his warm-up jacket. I mean, it was like bad.
So the decision was then DJ comes in, gets more of those minutes.
Yeah.
And you needed the body. You needed rebounding. You didn't need a facilitator, but you needed somebody to at least play with or through. And DJ was just too old. He wasn't good enough. He wasn't able to move around enough.
Well,
he
it got
couldn't keep up.
complicated late in the season, though, because I gotcha. But why did DJ play so little at the end of the season when he actually was contributing some significant minutes during the regular season?
It's trust. It was trust. They didn't trust him when when the team came apart at those beginning of the second quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, or end of the first, end of the third, the drop off was so significant that there wasn't any other places you could put him and have the boat stay afloat.
He had moments in the Clippers series where it was like, I was honestly surprised at how much of a non-disaster he was.
I always looked at it like, as long as they're somewhat within the range of where they are when he leaves, when he comes in, we're good.
Yeah.
So for like 6 to 8 minutes, we're up by 8. Can we be at least up by 6? Like, is that possible? And he's always good for the lob stuff, you know. Like, I'm like, just throw him like 4 or 5 of those.
Actually, I tell you what, I'm looking at his game log right now from the Clippers series. He made both shots that he took in that series. They were probably both dunks too. Honestly,
They were 2 feet from the rim, and they were lobs.
Yes,
but here's the thing. So Valanciunas plays enough, even when he was on the bad teams. Right, he was trusted to help facilitate the offense. He had a usage rating over 20%.
Mm-hmm.
That means the offense was running through him. He was getting rebounds and he was getting 2-3 assists a game. Those are designed offenses that used him as part of their scheme. DJ was out there to create chaos. Be a big body, let Jokic rest. There was no game plan. Pick and roll, lob it up. But if that wasn't there, there was nothing else there.
Hey, let me ask you another stat question. When guys fall off the cliff at the end of their careers, how dramatic is it? Like, for example, with Horford, like he was pretty good. It was all right.
Yeah.
But in the year where a big guy falls off the cliff, what do you go from? From this to what? Is it slow or is it like ridiculous?
Well, here's the question you have to ask. Can they shoot the 3 now?
Well, you tell me. When they fall off the cliff, can they still shoot the 3 or not?
That's a good point, though. If you're a Brook Lopez and you reinvent yourself as an NBA player, then Brook Lopez is a guy that I wouldn't have minded here all that much. Now, again, he doesn't do the things that Valanciunas does, but like he does knock down threes, and that is one way to stay competitive in non-Jokic minutes is to actually make threes. He's such a floor stretcher that guy's going to have a role no matter where that he plays.
Well, I know if Al Horford's playing in a YMCA game, he's going from one 3-point line to the other if they're playing full court, but I bet you he's drilling most of those threes.
And Horford is
because he doesn't jump.
He's so savvy. He will spread the floor.
Yeah.
I was a little hard on him a minute ago. I think he could be fine. But he's not going to bang down low, and he's not going to get you a lot of rebounds. He's going to hit a couple threes, but he can facilitate. He can pass. You have to have somebody play alongside him, though, that can get in the middle and be disruptive.
Well, he'd play with Jokic then, right?
He could.
Which he could.
There are lineups he could, yeah.
I think he'd be great with him. But you're still not solving the problem.
Can Jonas play with? I guess he would. I guess they'd figure something out to get.
If they could, great. But if they didn't, that would still be okay. Jonas,
right?
He can still be in there and disruptive as a center.
All right. Last thing for me. Do you guys think it's? Do you think it's really anything except for money and getting a?
No.
Okay. It's just. This is all just money.
It's lifestyle. It's money. It's all the things.
Well, hold on. Which is it?
The lifestyle stuff, I think, is big.
I think it's big too.
Yeah.
I don't know him. I think he's just doing due diligence by everybody. I honestly don't care. And I'm not offended, and I don't care for sewer rats or anybody else. I think he fits great here, and I think he's just looking at what options.
When I realized, like last night, and maybe more this morning when I was listening to the morning show and everybody's all personally offended, and I was like, wait a second, this is just a money play. Like any other athlete is using whatever leverage they have for money. So why would I be more upset with this dude for trying to leverage things to get more money compared to like 10,000 other athletes that do the exact same? And at the end of the day, when it dawned on me like that, I was like, oh, I'm not that upset with them. It's okay. He's just doing what everybody else. The only weird part is his leverage is with a team outside of the United States and outside of the NBA. It's just different.
I don't think it's fully just a money thing. I do think the lifestyle thing is big. And, we're going to play a clip. I came across this European basketball analyst on YouTube, and we're going to play a clip of this coming up a little bit later in the show. But he was talking about how for Valanciunas, the draw of returning to Europe is that big, that the draw of going back over there, having a chance to be a star, not having to play in places like Washington and Sacramento. I think he's been traded, like 7 times now in the last 5 years? That there's, kind of the view of it is like he's a little disenfranchised with the NBA. He could go over, play in Greece, and he could be the focal point of a championship team.
He had a home in Toronto.
Yeah.
That's where he was. That's
Right.
where he was. He built everything he had there.
And then what happened? They traded him, and then they won a title.
Right. And then it was New Orleans.
Yep.
And Memphis.
He was in Memphis.
And places you don't want to be.
Right.
Places you don't want to end up and live. Right.
Theoretically, or it's just like you didn't choose to be there and you're bouncing from city to city every single year. There's also obviously the family stuff, which we'll delve into a little bit coming up a little bit later in the show. We want to play this clip again, kind of breaking it all down of everything that Valanciunas is dealing with. That is Dan Hyatt, everybody. He is here filling in today for Andy Lindahl, the vacationing Andy Lindahl.
Where is Andy?
We
know.
I don't know.
We care
at the moment. I mean, I care in like the large sense. Like I'd like to know that he's okay.
It feels like
I'm sure
your responsibility to put a Life 360 on him like an air tag, just to make sure that there's still, after 3 days, there's movement, right? He's moved somewhere.
That I cannot guarantee. There is a possibility that he has worn a groove in his recliner in his basement that is so deep that he can't physically remove himself. Which, again, quite frankly, I hope that's what he's doing.
Lifestyle. We just talked about it. It's important.
You got to be as happy as you possibly can be, and that's probably what he's doing. I hope he has a tub of queso dipped to one side, and I hope he has DVR'd preseason football from NFL Network on the television in front of him. I hope that Andy is doing all of his favorite things right now. That's actually, you know what? 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925.
What's Andy doing?
Yeah, what do you think? We want theories. What is Andy doing right now? Shop Mazda text line. Give us your best theories. What is Andy doing right now? Again, my prediction is that he is form-fitted into his recliner. And I don't think he could get himself out even if he needed to. He's like George Costanza just eating a block of cheese in his home.
With his hands. I think he's sitting there and he started a bunch of crossword puzzles, but got 3 or 4 on every one, and there's 20 of them. And he can't finish them. And he's sitting there and he's screaming at him.
Just raging at Will Shorts. Oh, you're so clever, huh? I get it.
He's got to yell at somebody.
Sure. It's, you know what it is? It's those clues with the question mark in them. Those are the ones that make you insane, where you're just like, what is this? What is this word play that you need me to solve right now, Will? What is happening?
Or 2 answers that combine into one long answer. It's not a real word.
Those drive me nuts, too. No. Yeah, I did. Whatever. I don't need to get into crossword stuff right now. We got a lot to do on this show today. Dan Hyatt is here. Dan Hyatt, as you guys know, anyone that has heard Dan on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and during the basketball season, we talk to him every Friday. We do one of my favorite segments of the week. It's called 2 Nugget Stats You Need to Know and 1 You Don't. Well, today it is basically, we're going to do 3 hours of this. All right?
All stats you don't need to know.
All
3 hours.
Some of them you're going to want to know.
I'm a preparer. I have stuff.
There's good stuff here.
Yeah. We'll
I got a text message from Dan this morning that was loaded with his ideas and information. And you know what? Like he's the DeAndre Jordan, and I am the Jalen Pickett. I am just here to throw lobs.
And I'll make most of them.
And let DJ.
Even though I'm 7 feet tall and standing under the rim.
But if he
missed so many dunks.
If you get clobbered, you're going to miss the free throws.
It's true.
The free throws aren't going in today. All right? But some of the dunks will go down. We assure you of that. We got a ton of baseball stuff we got to do on this show today as well.
Which hasn't been said in a long time.
They are 50 games under.
So here's your one stat before we go to break.
Okay. All right.
21-71, 50 games under 500 through 92 games.
Yep.
That's the first time it's happened since 1920.
It's
the
never
live
happened.
ball era, not since 1920.
Wow. 50 games
50 games under 500 through the first 92 played.
Since 1920?
And remember, people forget why that's a thing. The modern era, the live ball era started in 1920.
Yeah.
Before that, when it was the dead ball era, they would use the same baseball the whole game. If they had a baseball that was unraveling, they would still use it. If there was a foul ball, they would still use it. There were all these rules that just kept the game as part of what baseball was then.
Yeah.
Then Babe Ruth and home runs and balls in play became more fun. They realized we need to take care of the baseballs, maybe have a couple extra in stock. And that's where we see all these since 1920. That's why it's there. In
my little league that I played in, the Lakes Youth Athletic Association there in Wakanda, Illinois, there were 2 parks where you could either play your game or have practice. Okay, one of them was Larry Harefield in Island Lake, and it was nice. There wasn't a tree in sight, so it was hot as hell, but it was nice. The other one was this like crappy neighborhood park. It was called Lagoon Park. Okay, and it had this giant creek that ran right behind the field. So if a foul ball went over the backstop or at the wrong angle, it was going down into the creek.
You're in the drink.
And you had to go get it.
Yeah.
Because it's Little League and we didn't have any extra balls. And so like you would have to sometimes play games with waterlogged balls. By the end of the season, remember the little bag, the white bag of the practice baseballs for practice? Those things, like by the end of the year, every one of those balls weighed 4 pounds.
Just a bag of rocks.
Yes,
from
because
the creek.
they had just absorbed so much disgusting, dirty, mosquito-infested creek water, and then you would still have to play with them. And I am assuming that every kid that was in that Little League now has like lifelong shoulder injuries as a result of having to throw those things.
Not a lot of major leaguers from your area, as far as I know.
I can't think of a big leaguer that came through the Lakes Youth Athletic Association. Jeff Gertz was the catcher for the Illini. Yeah, that's about as good as it got, right? We had some D1 dudes, but again, not a... we weren't exactly Texas and Florida.
Not a hotbed?
Not really, no. It was just a bunch of kids going out for Little League because their parents made them, and then eventually they discovered, girls and pot, basically, is the way it worked in our hometown.
We just took our 12U team here, which I'm one of the coaches. We went to Cooperstown, which is an amazing trip. You get to go play. You get paired up against teams from Texas and Houston.
Yeah.
There was a team from Delaware that was the number 1 seed. They won all 5 of their pool games, and the pitcher was 6'1", 12 years old. You had to have a birth certificate. So no matter how you looked, you were 12.
So it wasn't Danny Almonte.
It was not, but this was it was a bigger, really well-built 12-year-old. And at one morning for breakfast, we all walked through, me and my 12 guys, and they're normal-looking kids, right? A couple bigger than others. This kid is sitting there with his shades on. He's got a plate in front of him of just sausage, and he's just pounding. There's like 12 of them. And they told you, if you asked for more sausage, they would say no. You got 3. That was the allotment.
Yeah.
This kid found a way. I looked at my guys. I was like, you guys want to throw 80 at 12 years old? That's what you do. Plate of sausage. And this guy threw 130 pitches in one of the playoff games.
Did he have a beard?
Just built differently. He got in his car after the game and drove home. But these kids from Texas and Florida and California and Georgia they're so good.
Picked up one of the other dad's wives.
A couple of them.
Sweetie, you're going home with me.
I just beat West Boca. Let's go.
That's right. I am the future bonus baby. Why don't you get rid of that loser? Guy that just got off the golf course this morning. Nah, I'm going to the Yankees, kid. Yeah, I'm going to be playing for the Mets. I'm taking Steve Cohen's money one day.
Some of these guys are studs.
Yeah.
The team that won, their pitching coach was Juan Rincon, former Rocky.
Very cool.
So as the pitching coach, essentially for our team, I was like, I'm pretty good at what I do, but that's a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, probably. Although I bet you've watched way more YouTube videos than him, I'm
100%,
sure. Yeah.
100%. That helped.
Dan Hyatt, always prepared. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Dan's filling in for Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl show, Wednesday afternoon. Hope you're all driving safely out there. I hope you're all staying cool. It is oppressively hot outside today.
It's spicy. My daughter used to say it was spicy.
I would agree with that assessment. It's pretty bad out there right now. So stay cool and listen to the Kreckman and Lindahl show with Dan Hyatt filling in for Andy Lindahl today. All right, Dan, you now step into the seat. It's time to meet a fill-in here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Been doing this all week. We had Matt Moore on Monday. Matt Moore, very smart.
He's really smart.
Really smart. Knows everything.
Remembers a lot of stuff. My retention's not as good as his.
Mine's atrocious. Yes. And Matt Moore, he remembers it. He knows it. He knows the most obscure arcane things. He's great. We had Katie yesterday. Again, that's the tough act to follow for you. Okay,
I caught a good amount of Katie. And I'm a big fan.
She was great yesterday on the show. Very fun. She's off to summer league today, by the way. Katie's got real work to do. So here we go. It's Dan Hyatt time. People, and by the way, I'll give a little bit of background on this, and we'll fill in the blanks as we go. I have known Dan Hyatt longer in this business, in the radio business. I have known you longer than anyone else. You were, I interned for you in the year 2004?
That was when we started.
3? Whatever. I was studying broadcast journalism at Metro State, pursuing my second bachelor's degree. I already had one, and then they were like, well, if you get 30 hours in broadcast journalism, we'll give you another one. By the way, I should note, I didn't finish.
What was your first one?
That was my speech comm degree from Illinois,
Gotcha.
Which I graduated in 2002, but because, whatever, nobody cares, but it was just like, because it's the same course of study, basically. It's just a different specialization. So they were like, you have senior standing, you just need 30 credit hours, and you'll get another bachelor's degree.
Sure.
It should be noted, I didn't finish.
Oh.
I'm a Metro State dropout.
Yeah.
I'm kind of proud of that.
Yeah. You're still here.
And here I am. Mm-hmm. Illinois graduate, Metro State dropout. So Andy's got that on me. He's a Metro State grad. So I was your intern for, like a year, probably?
About a year and a half, almost 2.
Yeah. It was a lot of days of showing up to work at, I think I was supposed to be there at 5:30. The show started at 6. Let's be honest. I was there at 5:59. Most days. Sometimes after 6. But that was a lot of free labor that I was giving you.
The best story that I've told is that it was around that time when Wayne Hagen had said some things about Todd Helton and had accidentally alluded to the fact that maybe Todd Helton had taken something.
Yes.
And it was very controversial and everyone got upset.
Where did he said it on like a radio show or
something? It was kind of tongue in cheek,
yeah.
But it was said and Todd got word of it,
yeah.
Who didn't pay a lot of attention to the media, or at least we didn't think he did.
He was mad.
He was mad, and rightfully so. And Jim Armstrong wanted to have him on.
Mm-hmm.
We got him on, and I had, in the little tiny facility where I was the producer, and I had 2 interns, which was you and some other gentleman.
Some other dude.
Whose name I do not remember. I don't remember what he looked like. There were just 2 of you. And we put Wayne on the line, ready to go. We teased it. We went to break. We came back. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure I dropped him. But I had tried to get you guys to put him on, and something had happened. And it was totally on me.
Someone hit the wrong button.
Yeah, it was totally me. But I absolutely threw you guys under the bus. And Armstrong, we couldn't get him back. I think he was in an airport. There was no reception.
Yeah.
So he came back in. I did one of these. You can't see me on radio, but I kind of pointed behind him. I was like, interns. Screwed this. He came in and undressed both of you, ate your lunches, screaming. And he had a temper. Very nice man otherwise. But if you got on his wrong side.
All-time great guy.
And the next day, only one of you came back.
Hey. I guess I was the loser with no self-respect. And I showed up again the next day. I do remember that.
It was...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Armstrong was a scary dude when he was pissed.
He came in every morning and would say, I'm only here. I hate all of you, but I'm only here to pay for my daughter's college. And at some point, it was like, I don't know, 8 years later, and I remember hearing him say that again. I'm like, what college did she go to? How long has she been in college? What is still happening?
Armstrong, one of my favorite Armstrong-isms, and there's thousands of them, but one of my favorite ones, and I know you and I always laughed about this, was so back then, all of our music was stored on CDs, and Armstrong, he used to do a bit where he would pick like a song to end the show with, and it was always like a theme, and it was a Case Logic. This is, again, very of its time.
I have every single CD still.
Yeah.
Because I burned them all from the library.
So this Case Logic binder full of CDs, and Armstrong would go through it every day and pick out his song, and this was his bit or whatever. But he referred to the book of CDs as his, quote, tapes. Hey, will you hand me my tapes? What?
Look at each other. We get you, Boomer.
That and the other weird thing he would do, and by the way, just want everyone to know, Jim Armstrong is like one of the great guys in the world. But
He took care of us.
The other funny thing he would do was because we did morning radio, if we had a box of donuts, he was always on a diet. He was always on some crazy diet. But in order to make sure that he checked the box, if the box of donuts was sitting on the desk, he would walk over, he would put his face right over it, and he would smell it. like the deepest inhale
I remember this.
possible. And then he would just stand up and be like, and then he would just walk back into the studio.
And then later he'd eat two of them. He thought no one was watching. I remember that.
My wife's not here right now.
Yep.
I can do this.
Yep.
All right. So that's a little bit of our history right there. Way, way back in the day. The press box with Tim Neverett and Jim Armstrong. Kiz was there for a while,
We
too.
crushed the morning.
It was
We were
good,
great.
Good times. Good times. So, Dan, let's meet a fill-in. First off, who are you and what's your deal?
What's my deal?
What is your deal?
I don't know. Denver born and raised.
Uh-huh.
I went to Denver East. Went to CU Boulder.
Ooh, an East Angel.
I'm an East Angel.
All right.
Went to CU Boulder.
Yeah.
Did the journalism thing for a journalism school that doesn't exist anymore. Was doing the radio. Was one of the first interns ever at Altitude Television. Summer of 2004, I graduated.
Nice.
I was watching the morning show with Tim Neverett, watching the board op, not getting paid, just learning it in case the board op left. And eventually she did. And then the afternoons, I went over to Altitude TV. They were going to launch in September. And my job was to organize all the CDs in alphabetical order, all the royalty-free CDs, and help edit the Nuggets dancer tryout video, which at first, for a 23-year-old guy, was fine.
Cool.
The second time I had to do it, it was bad. And the sixth time that day was awful. It was hours of interviews, the questions, and there were some struggles. But they needed to run that programming nonstop because that fall there was hockey strike.
Yeah.
So there was no Avs.
Right.
And the Nuggets had just gotten Carmelo.
Yes.
But were not particularly good. Interesting, but not good.
I think they won 43 games that year.
Yep.
Playoff team.
And it was Melo, and that was
killed by Minnesota.
Yep. That was your drive. So but then I got the job as a producer, did that for a couple years.
Yep.
Moved to St. Louis in 2006. Tried to get in radio there. I was hired to be a producer for a morning show there. They told me I was hired before I moved out. I got out there, and the program directors was KFNS out in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Now, again, all my family's originally from St. Louis. Diehard Cardinals fan, born and raised by my parents, who were from there. So I knew that that's what I wanted to do, was cover the Cardinals in some capacity, but radio is where I had lived.
Yeah.
So I got this job. They called me out 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm there really early. My luggage had not quite made it there yet. So I had to go buy a button-down shirt from a local general store. It was yellow, and I was still under the impression that you had to dress up a little bit, right?
So you rolled in a yellow-ass button-down shirt?
Yep.
That's why they didn't keep you.
And not only that, it's amazing I made it through that first day because the guy who I replaced had not yet been told he had been fired.
Hey, that happened to me one time.
And he was like best friends with the hosts. There were 3 of them. So they call me into a room 5 minutes after they just told the producer who'd been there for years and was a staple of the show that he was fired. They bring me in. I'm wearing the stupid yellow shirt. I'm not from St. Louis, which is a pretty big deal. And everything went downhill from there. It was awful. It was an awful station to work for.
Yeah.
The hosts were not particularly nice. One of my first assignments was to go across the river. The last Missouri exit takes you over to East St. Louis, which is in Illinois. That's where the clubs are. And my job was to go find a dancer, bring her back, and ask sports questions to her, and do that as an interview.
One of those bits.
Yep. That was my first assignment, and that was nothing about this was good. One day I snapped. I took my resume over to the Anheuser-Busch Brewery.
Okay.
So Anheuser-Busch was managing the Cardinals TV production at that time. I walk over to the brewery gate, the guard gate, where literally trucks would drive in to pick up and drop off. And I handed him my resume. He looks at me and goes, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And I was like, "Give it to somebody. Let's just see if it goes somewhere. I can't keep doing what I'm doing." And 3 months later, I got a call from the head of Bud Productions who said, "Why do I have your resume?" I said, "Well, here's what I'm trying to do." And Dale Earnhardt Jr. had just signed a big deal. So they said, "You know what? We need a little bit of help on the Cardinals side. You can go down in spring training and book some satellite feeds." And that's how I started doing Cardinals baseball. When I'm down there, I said, "Oh, I know a little thing about the team and some statistics." And I got in. That's how I started. And I've been doing that ever since.
So you've been stat guy, but that's how it started at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery.
And then out there, the games were still run through Fox Sports. The Pacers were still in that same building.
Okay.
So I've been working for the Pacers ever since too. So I had MLB, I had NBA, and these were just stat packets. I basically prepare all the things you'd want to know for a broadcast, for the broadcasters, for the producers. And I've been doing that ever since for a lot of different teams. Was in St. Louis for 7 years. I traveled with the Cardinals as an AD for 4 of those years. Moved back to Denver the second I could. Missed the hell out of Denver. Did not like living in St. Louis. Got back here in 13, started working for the Nuggets, got back in with Altitude, worked for the Rockies for 8 years. I bounce around from team to team sometimes, but the Cardinals are still kind of my bread and butter. Nuggets for about 10, 11 years. My first year was the last year of Brian Shaw.
Okay.
Before Malone and Jokic came in. And that's my deal.
Anybody that has ever had Dan work for them or with them swears by Dan. And I'm not just buttering him up because he's my friend. Like, the first time you ever sent me a Nugget stat packet, I was like, this is the greatest thing I have ever seen. Like, I did some college games last March. I called Dan and I was like, dude, do research for me. And phenomenal.
It was fun.
The stuff that you did, like Chris Marlowe, Katie Wingy, they reference you on the broadcast all the time because how can you not? Like, if you're saying something to some of the obscurity or specificity or real usefulness that you come up with, and not always the most useful, but the stuff that you come up with, it's just like, hey, this is from Dan Hyatt.
Matt Moore on Monday.
Yeah.
You can tell. X's nose. Some of these guys who are in that Nuggets press room and cover the team, they're way smarter than I am.
Sure.
Whether they played or not, they know the game. They know the nuances. They could have given a better answer to why Valanciunas is a better fit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a C's guy, right? Like my grades in high school.
Yeah.
But it's character, it's creativity, it's thinking about the game through a fan's perspective. What things are interesting to me or what things are fun to talk about? Because it's still sports, right? So that's been a lot of what I do is I know what they're going to talk about. I know how they're going to break down the matchup. I can do a lot of X's and O's. On the baseball side, I'm a lot more advanced with the stats, the advanced analytics. I grew up in that era where StatCast came into being. So I grew with all of that. And, in St. Louis, they don't want to be made to feel dumb, so you got to give them all the good analytics.
Well, it's not hard.
We got to know, especially those fine folks in Arkadelphia with the rabbit ears. I love those people. They are the best fans you'll ever come across.
Sure.
But they don't understand exit velocity and bat path. So my job was to help them talk about these things because the team was, but in a fan-friendly way. And even with the Nuggets, Katie knows. I'll sit next to Katie and she'll just break down a play. I'm like, that's really good. How do we make that come across to the fans, right? How do we really show that was a changing, pivotal moment in which the Nuggets realized they could do something inside the game?
Mm-hmm.
I can't see a lot of that stuff because I didn't play at a high level.
Sure.
When I got to Denver East, I realized the little white boy ain't not going to make his team for sure, getting dunked on by guys who got D1 scholarships. But these guys all know the game. So how can I help support them with fun statistics that make it so they have what they need?
So we're going to do that coming up here on the other side. That, by the way, was the longest answer to what's your deal that I've gotten so far.
You know what?
Week.
I have a deal, and I'm thankful for that because otherwise I don't know what would have happened if I was like,
It'd be pretty lame if we had you here and you had no deal.
I'm just a dude. I was at the front door. It's hot outside. You guys let me in.
Let me in and give me a microphone. I want to take a break. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about Cam Johnson. I want you to tell me why Cam Johnson is going to be such a good Denver Nugget. Let's start to dive into this a little bit when we come back. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's Dan Hyatt. He's filling in for Andy. Again, we'll take your text 303-504-0925. What do you think Andy's doing right now? Keep it here. By the way, everybody, public service announcement, watch Becoming Led Zeppelin on Netflix. It is fantastic. Some of the old footage of these dudes, just unreal. They were like, within weeks of being together, they were already the tightest band on the planet. Can't beat Led Zeppelin. Kreckman and Lindahl. Dan Hyatt is in for Andy today. All right, Cam Johnson, it became official yesterday. By the way, Bruce Brown officially became a Nugget as of today. I got that email into the inbox. But more importantly, as importantly, Cam Johnson is a Nugget, and he's going to be in this starting lineup. MPJ is off to Brooklyn. We wave bye-bye to the 2032 first-round pick. That's 2032's problem. It could end up being a great pick, and we'll probably miss it at the time. But for now, F them picks. We have got Nikola Jokic in his prime. So, Dan, Cam Johnson is now here. Give me a little bit of insight as to how Cam Johnson is going to be different for that lineup than MPJ is going to be.
I don't know enough about Cam's game to definitively tell you how he fits in with the other Nuggets starters.
Sure.
But with Jokic, one of the things that I'm excited to see is that when MPJ spent all this time, every year, the majority of his minutes, the majority of his touches were with Nikola Jokic. And what Cam has been shown to be able to do is add a little creativity, a little bit more movement. When you break down some of the advanced stuff in terms of ratings, his team wasn't particularly good around him.
No.
But what he did in terms of his ability to catch and shoot, his ability to come off screens, and again, the X's and O's guys can tell you some of the better schemes that fit his game. What I saw from him was a lot of athleticism. MPJ fell into the trap of finding that space that he knew he could have or that the other team would allow and wait for his pass.
Yeah.
And he'd shoot well.
He was a dependent star.
The majority of the shots he made throughout the course of his career were on Jokic outlet passes to him or swings around the side. That was it.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of creativity in the mid-range. He was at his best, MPJ was, when he would crash and create and the chaos was happening and he could use that height with good health to make a difference. Cam can't get as deep, but Cam drove this last year, which MPJ did not do.
He's got handles.
He's got handles and can create space for himself,
right?
Which benefits everybody because there were too many times last year, and Malone would talk about this at every single game they lost, that there was a system that stalled because the ball would get into Jokic and either he'd get swarmed,
sure,
or things would just kind of die out and the energy wasn't there if you weren't running in transition.
It's like Porter became, and again, like some of this is by design. He's an excellent floor spacer. You saw the way that the Nuggets floor spacing suffered when he was out of the game. He created space for other guys by camping in the corner, camping on the wing, and all of that. And that's all well and good. One of the problems there, though, is unless he had an open look and a catch and shoot opportunity or that kind of single dribble sidestep three that he could knock down, and it was a fantastic weapon. He made a lot of those shots when he was here in Denver. When they weren't there, though, that would basically amount to empty touches within the possession. Like there were, if Porter didn't have space to get his shot up, you could almost count on, this possession is going to go down to the wire in the shot clock. And this is either going to be Joker having to play hero ball and shooting a step back, Sombor shuffle or whatever it is, a shot that he makes them. I don't think he likes taking that shot. He knows it's not the best shot for the offense. Or it would just be, all right, Jamal, just go and ram into somebody and put up a mid-range shot at the end of the shot clock, and that would result oftentimes in empty possessions. If you got a bucket, great. And those guys are world-class shot makers, great. But Cam takes some of that away because if he catches and doesn't have space, all right, well, now in theory, there's creativity that can go. He can put the ball on the floor. He can get his own shot, be it a jump shot or a drive and kick situation. To me, he just adds more movement within the offense because of his ability to be able to handle the ball.
Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown create from the chaos. That's what I like to call it, right? So if you have another player on the court who can catch the ball and create that, especially late in the shot clock, the Nuggets had a particularly good field goal percentage when the shot clock was down.
Yeah.
Because they can make Sombor shuffles driving away. Murray was great when he had a hand in his face, and MPJ could hit threes from anywhere, anytime.
Sure.
He sometimes lacked the confidence, especially late in games if he had missed a couple before.
He got better. I thought last year he was better at that. Like, do you remember, and this, I remember this in particular, the Minnesota series 2 years ago. I called it the record scratch, right? Where he would catch, he'd go into his shooting motion, and then whether it was McDaniel or Alexander Walker, Naz Reid, whoever it was, they would close out, and you would just watch him. He'd think, and then he wouldn't shoot.
Yep.
Sometimes he'd leave his feet and put the ball on the floor. It was that bad. He was better at that this year. I think that's honestly something that he put in a lot of work in the offseason to improve on it. But again, like, did he ever fully get to that place where I will just be the unconscious, in rhythm, catch and shoot guy? You'd see it sometimes, but I don't think he ever consistently became that player.
And in those sometimes he'd make 5-6 threes in a game, and it was the difference maker. He took just over 6 threes a game. That's not a lot for an elite three-point shooter. Cam took 1 more per game, was up over 7. They shot the same. They both shot just under 40%. And that tells me that Cam not only can hit those shots, he's not relying. They both were about 40% on how many of their points came from the three-point line.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of difference there. Cam, but if you had said, MPJ, we want 10 per game, right? Because the Nuggets shot very few three-pointers as a team. They were always down towards the bottom, closer to 30, whereas Al Horford's Boston Celtics were up towards 50. And you hated those games where all of a sudden they're just hoisting everything up, especially at home, when you're like, just bang down low and figure something out, like create. But at the same time, MPJ is a world-class three-point shooter. One of the greatest thrills of covering him was going down in the game and watching his warm-ups, because he was beautiful to watch. He still is.
Yeah.
Durant was another guy. They wouldn't miss in warm-ups ever. And it was one of the most amazing things. I'll go and watch most guys take BP if I get that chance down the field. Watching MPJ shoot during warm-ups is amazing. Then I'm thinking to myself, there are a bunch of bums this year that took 7, 8, 9 three-pointers per game,
That's the NBA.
made 34%, maybe 32%. He's up close to 40, was up over 40 for a good chunk of the season. And in one stretch, I think it was in March, he was like up over 50 for a 10-stretch game. What would have happened if he had just stopped thinking or caring about anything else? And maybe it's by design, right? And just started shooting.
And maybe I'm really curious to see. I'm going to pay attention from afar. I'm going to be a Michael Porter fan forever. I'm going to pay attention from afar of what he's going to look like in Brooklyn. It's a terrible team, and they're trying to be terrible. But in a world where he's the not lone competent NBA veteran, but kind of one of the only ones.
Right now he is.
And he's going to be counted on heavily to take a good volume of the shots. What's he going to look like in that system, and what is life going to be like for Michael Porter without Nikola Jokic, and whether or not he's going to be able to rise to that role now in Brooklyn, because they're going to. Again, I know they're not actively trying to win games, but when they go out there, every single Jordy Fernandez is going to have a game plan, and they're going to try and win the basketball game. And what kind of player is Michael Porter going to look like?
I'm excited to see Cam jump in with a group that knows each other.
Yeah.
And when you've got depth down low, when I talk about AG and Jokic playing together, you've got Jamal, who doesn't have to have as much pressure on himself. There's just going to be, I think it's a great fit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited to see what they can do with that. He will run. He will also set up a half court. He can do either of those things at any given time. Did not play as much as Porter.
Sure.
But I think he's going to be in a good position to take on more of those minutes coming up this year.
Isn't that the wild part of this? You trade Michael Porter and you got a player that's less durable than him. But that's the thing. Most guys are less durable than Michael Porter, which is crazy. but it's true. I think he missed 5 total games over the last 2 years total.
And I wonder how many of those games this year he probably should have rested based on how
didn't.
banged up he was in the postseason. But
played 77 games this year.
Yeah.
Incredible what that guy was able to do. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I got a piece of Broncos audio you absolutely have to hear. Something special is happening right now over at Dove Valley, and the Broncos are at a very cool part of the build. You're going to hear from a Bronco when we come back that's got some great insight on what's happening right now with Sean Payton's crew. We'll play that audio coming up next. All right, it's hour number 2. We're getting a lot of texts on, by the way, what is Andy up to today? From Lance, Andy is working out, and by working out, I mean he's getting the meat sweats down at Joe Willie's on Broadway. Yeah, I would hope that he is consuming copious amounts of meat right now. That's a big thing that I think he regularly does. Somebody said Andy is at pickleball camp. I don't see Andy as a pickleball player, but I would like to see it. I would just like to see his rage at the first time somebody smacks the wiffle ball off his head when he goes to the net. I like this idea, though. This is from Tim. Andy is in a kiddie pool drinking some type of cocktail that has one of those tiny umbrellas in it. It's just a glass of Kool-Aid, but he's...
Just a neighbor's kiddie pool, not his own.
Exactly.
The kids are in there.
Just crashes, hangs out with them for a few hours.
You guys got any sports takes?
I'm looking to get angry about something this afternoon. I'm too relaxed right now. Andy would like this. I'm sorry he's got to miss this. So Marvin Mims goes on Sirius XM NFL radio. I have got the highest of hopes for Marvin Mims this year. This dude is an all-pro punt returner, and last year, basically from week 10 on, Sean Payton realized how to use this dude, how to get him the ball. That Cincinnati game was something else. We started to see how good this guy could be, how good he could be with the ball in his hands. To me, Marvin Mims is the perfect dude to talk about this stuff because Sean Payton used a second-round pick on him, didn't really fully, I think, know how to utilize him for a while, but he has figured it out. Marvin Mims goes on Sirius XM NFL radio and kind of gets asked about where the Broncos are at right now in the build of this whole thing. This is about a minute plus. This is a great answer from Marvin Mims. Broncos fans are going to like this.
What has been Sean's message to you guys as a group as you've gone through the offseason, especially OTAs and the mini camp as you head to training camp?
You know, the funny thing is I don't think Sean's really spoke on it much. I think most of it's just like offensively, but with the guys that are here last year and the guys that are coming, I mean, you can kind of like feel throughout the locker room that everyone's hungry, especially the guys that are here and played in Buffalo last year and got a taste of the playoffs and know what it's like, know what it takes to get there. And then we bring in Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram, we bring in some more guys and Sam Franklin, Trent Sherfield, guys that are going to be beasts on special teams, beasts on defense, guys that will contribute offensively. You can just kind of feel that you can really feel that like the times are like changing for us, you know, and we're kind of like, people always like to say like a win now mode. And, you know, with the way things went last year, I mean, we were projected to be last in the league last year and ended up making their wild card. So the guys that are here last year, they believe, and the guys that are coming in, they want to make an impact too. So I think everyone's hungry. You know, the coaching staff knows what we have. Coach Payton, I mean, you've worked with him. You know how he likes his guys. You know how he likes to construct his team. And I feel like we're really poised and we're really level-headed this year and that we're going to, you know, make something happen as long as we just keep it going on each other, you know what I mean, and just, you know, striving to get there.
So Nick Kosmider told us 86% of the roster from last year is back. The Broncos have less roster turnover right now than any team in the NFL. So Mims right there is talking about, you know, the guys that were here last year, the guys that were up in Buffalo, like, you know, you can feel the change. I'm over the moon on this Broncos season. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm so eager to watch it. I'll raise my hand and say I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender right now. I think they're one step away, but this is a really cool part of the build that they're going through. And we watch teams do this. We watch the Nuggets do it. We watch the Avalanche do it. Of like it's early on in the process, and the group is gelling and coming together. And this isn't, you know, Peyton Manning parachuting in and changing everything for the team. This is youth that is getting built up right now, led by a quarterback on a rookie contract and led by a bunch of dudes that are just kind of building this thing up right now. I love the way that Mims talked about all of that. And it just, again, it takes me back to, you know, Denver's the Nuggets' first trip to the playoffs and playing San Antonio and going to 7 against Portland. Like, it feels like we're in that time right now with where the Broncos are at.
Calling a rebuild.
Yeah.
Right? But so my question to you would be, if 86% of the roster is back, is the excitement for you that the hope is everybody who did those things well last year does them better this year.
We're looking for another big step forward. I mean, you think about let's use Mims' position group as an example, okay? Cortland Sutton he's going to be back, and we know what he is. Cortland Sutton is a star. He's a number one receiver in the NFL. He's a really good player. We had great numbers the other day on the security blanket that he is, safety blanket for Bo Nix. We know what he is capable of being. After that, like Mims and Troy Franklin, that was your top three receivers in OTAs. Devon Vele wasn't even out on the field. They draft Pat Bryant, but like Troy Franklin caught that bomb in the playoff game against Buffalo. Caught that, what Jim Nantz was pumped about that thing when that thing went down. Devon Vele, like we saw the kind of player that he is capable of being. He's 27, so how much better is he going to get? I don't know, but he's already pretty damn good. Like, use that position group as an example right there. That's another year in the system. That's another year of playing with Bo Nix. And all that we saw in year one was them get better all year. Well, now, in an offseason in which Bo Nix doesn't have to win a fake quarterback competition, he just gets all the work right away in OTAs, where Bo Nix has a rhythm established with his wideouts, with his group. You add Evan Engram, who answers so many questions for this offense. Clearly, you need everybody to stay healthy. You have one of the best offensive lines in the game. You address your running back position with Harvey and Dobbins. Like, this thing should just keep getting better. I know progress is not always perfectly linear. There's going to be defenses that make adjustments and all those sorts of things, but like, I trust in Sean Payton, and I trust in him to design an offense that is going to fully take advantage of those weapons. And one of the biggest things that I liked about last year was Sean's adjustment and evolution as the year went on and using his weapons.
Well, looking at Mims' numbers, and again, I don't watch enough film to know what the adjustments were made.
Yeah,
it's not what I do. But looking at the numbers for Mims, first of all, at 22 years old, the differences in yards per catch and the percentages of plays that involved him and the runs, how many yards you get to be that creative was what you assumed Sean Payton could do. The question was always, do you have a guy who can see it the same way and then practice it and fulfill it? And with Mims, you hoped so, but boy, there are some significant jumps here between 23 and 24 in terms of how he was used, and it wasn't your typical wideout.
No, it wasn't. In one of, like, Mims is ranked very highly, I think number one amongst wide receivers in percentage of his yards that came from YAC, yards after catch. Yeah. And he was so high in that metric. And again, it was like, okay, how do we get the ball in his hands? I don't think Marvin Mims is an elite route runner. I don't think that's what he does well. That's okay. Mm-hmm. I don't need him necessarily to be that. Like, I think that Cortland Sutton is a tactician, okay? I think that Troy Franklin is getting better. I think Devon Vele already is pretty good in that regard. Like, you've got those guys. Mims is that other weapon where it's just like, let Bo Nix play that point guard quarterback thing. How many of those plays? He had one against the Chargers. He had one against the Raiders. Like, long plays, 40-plus yard plays where he caught the ball oftentimes behind the line of scrimmage, but then was able to create. Okay, they use him in motion stuff. They use him out of the backfield. Sometimes he would line up next to Bo Nix in the shotgun. How do we get creative in the way that we get him the ball? And again, going back to like my optimism for what the Broncos offense can look like this year, this is now Sean Payton with a full offseason.
They were top 10 in offense.
Yeah.
Just overall offense produced, right?
It was a good offense last year. It wasn't a great offense, but it was a good offense with another full offseason of how do I best utilize my weapons that I have in place. One of the things that I think Sean Payton realized when he first arrived with that 23 roster with Russell Wilson looking around was just, ooh, the cupboard is more bare than I thought it was going to be. And he tore it down to the studs, but he has very quickly found guys that are good pieces that fit into what he wants to do.
He had versatility in New Orleans.
Without a doubt.
He had a quarterback that could manage it, but he created a lot of pieces, especially out of the backfield, that were just versatile athletes.
Right.
And then he gave them assignments and would allow their athleticism to just kind of play. Right?
Yep.
With Mims, so what's a good comp for the ceiling or for the expectation Mims can be this year watching his progress year 1, year 2. If year 3 goes well and
Yeah.
he progresses again, what kind of player, what's a good comp for someone like me?
I mean, my ideal is that Marvin Mims turns into Debo Samuel.
Yeah.
Different body type, like not as physical, but also like, you know, when I say that, he's a punt returner. Those dudes are physical by their very trade. Mims is fast as hell. Like, he took off last year when it was, what if we just line him up in the backfield? What if we gave this guy carries? I don't even know if he had a dozen carries last year in total, but they started to use him in that way and force defenses to have to think about him to do that job. That's the way I view it, is like that ceiling kind of stuff, is that he could be a Debo Samuel type of weapon. And I don't think it sounds that crazy. The dude is an all-pro return man. Like, he is very good at getting the ball in his hands and then looking upfield. Yeah, he had the 91-yarder, 93-yarder, whatever. 93 against Cleveland. Okay? One of the best throws of the entire NFL season. Bo just threaded the needle on that thing. Unbelievable play. Yeah, I think Mims is going to do that every now and then, but the plays that excite me the most are the ones where Sean puts him into some kind of crazy motion and then gets him the ball in space, gets him the ball with green grass in front of him, and looks out and says, okay, dude, you're going to have to make somebody miss, but you're already really good at that. Just go create and be devastating for this offense.
He had a top speed on one of these runs I'm looking at.
Yeah.
A reception. Right, so this is a reception.
What do we
so he's caught the ball and looked up. 21.3 miles per hour.
Was that the Cleveland?
That was back in 23.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got those kind of wheels.
But he's a 4.4 40 guy.
Yeah. Oh, he can freaking fly.
It's so cool to me to think that we've got a coach that can utilize that and not just hope it happens, but actually create a game plan in which that's not only a weapon, but even when it's not, it's something that the defense has to adjust to.
Somebody on the text line says Percy Harvin. That's a fun one.
I remember Percy Harvin.
Tavon Austin? Rams guy?
Yep.
Tavon Austin, like peak Tavon Austin, that kind of weapon in this offense. Again, we're talking about dudes that they were. I'm not looking for Marvin Mims to always, win on a intermediate route. He might not be the best guy to throw it to on 3rd down and 6. Right. That's okay. That's what Cortland Sutton and Evan Engram are on your roster to do. Again, with Marvin Mims, you're hoping, okay, hit a few doubles to the gap and then boom, break one and take it to the house. And I think that's the kind of weapon he can be this year. It's fun. It's fun to think about what this team is capable of being this year, the kind of additions that they made. Man, I'm letting myself get excited about what these Broncos can do.
All the talk at this time last year was about Bo and the role.
Is he going to be any good?
And you knew he'd get it, but until he got it, you still questioned it. And all the radio heads were like, what are we doing?
I mean,
but
the win total was 5.5 last year.
Yeah, but you assumed that once he got this, it would take that time to build a winner or have a guy that the following year, his receivers, his players are talking about the confidence they have in him.
Yeah.
It's different.
Things are good these days. All right, quick break. When we come back, we have got a dispatch from Europe. What exactly is going on with Jonas Valanciunas? We'll dive into this a little bit when we come back as time goes along. And Dan, I'll have you chime in on this as well when we come back. But it's starting to feel like he's going to be a Denver Nugget.
I've got some numbers that I was looking at
because
I want him to be on this team.
Yeah.
I know some people in the station have been very dismissive.
People should want him.
Yeah, but I would like for him to be a Nugget.
To be on this team. We're going to find out what's going on coming up next. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Our buddy Dan Hyatt is filling in today for Andy. You hear him every Friday during the Nuggets season here on the show. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. I have not heard enough stuff I don't need to know by. I've got nothing but good content out of you so far. I'm quite frankly a little bit disappointed.
Nope, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. So
this needs to get way more stupid.
Let's get stupid. Oh, yeah, here you go.
Yeah?
Here you go. So I think it was this morning, Moser was yelling about Valanciunas.
Still mad about it?
Yeah, said, he can go somewhere else and play. He can go to Antarctica and box out a penguin. Thought to myself, emperor penguins get pretty big.
Yeah.
So not 3 years ago, they found right off of New Zealand's coast a penguin skeleton that was pretty prehistoric, about 57 million years.
Okay.
340 pounds based on the bone structure of what this penguin was. It was
a 340-pound penguin.
It was still a flightless bird at the time. It would be more in the water than the land, but it was a penguin classification, and they found bones for 2 of them.
Okay.
And it just made me laugh because that penguin would beat up on Valanciunas. So, but a normal emperor penguin, big ones are, 75, 80, maybe 100 pounds max. He could probably get a body in one of those.
I saw this story, and I could be fudging some of the details on this, but it was about one of those emperor penguins, and it was found alive off the coast of New Zealand, like in the last year. It had made the swim. And they scooped it up and they took it back to Antarctica. And my attitude on that is
after all that,
he's made it clear he doesn't want to be there. Let him live out his life.
I just came all this way.
Let him wander the green hills where they filmed Lord of the Rings, like he wanted to do all of that. And yeah, I think the scientists were just like, oh, he's so far from home. Yeah, he's made it clear he didn't want to be there. I don't know if he had a bad breakup or whatever it was. Family disowned him. I have no idea, but leave him be. I was really disappointed when I saw that story.
Yeah, that's hard.
Jonas Valanciunas, is he where he wants to be? That's what we don't know. So I got this clip. Our buddy Ryan Blackburn turned me on to this, tweeted this YouTube clip. This is from a podcast YouTuber. The name of the show is Outside the NBA. By the way, Spring, we looked through the credits. We can't find this guy's name. We don't know.
Bob.
Okay? Nonetheless, there's a lot of interesting information here about Valanciunas and some background on why he may want to be playing in Greece this year. Again, we got the quotes yesterday. They're cryptic, and they didn't really answer any questions as to where Valanciunas wants to be. So let's listen to this. This is some European basketball coverage. What's the deal with Valanciunas, and why does he want to be in Greece and maybe not be a member of the Denver Nuggets? Roll it, Spring.
Now, apparently in this whole story, the most important piece is lifestyle. It's not just my opinion, but rather something that I've been hearing from the first sources. I know this isn't something you hear in trade analysis videos, but here's why it matters. Jonas is 33 years old now, he's been traded 4 times in 6 years, and that gets old. Just a quick recap, after spending 7 years in Toronto, he bounced from Memphis to New Orleans, then to Washington, Sacramento, and now Denver. That's 5 cities in 5 years. At the center of all of this is his family. When he got traded to Sacramento, he didn't even move his family there. They went back to Lithuania so the kids could go to school and learn the language. And now, after bouncing around the league, it makes sense that he would want to be somewhere much closer to home, not an ocean away. So a 3-year contract in Athens with no more trade rumors, no more packing up mid-season, and a 3-hour flight back to Lithuania? That's a peace of mind. And I'm not gonna lie, Athens is a vibe. 300 sunny days a year, some of the best food in Europe, and a lot of passionate basketball fans. I'm sure that also looked pretty damn appealing compared to flying to, let's say, Salt Lake City on a Tuesday night. And then there's the money. That $10.4 million salary in Denver, well, after taxes and all the agent fees, JV could take home about $4.5 to $5 million. Meanwhile, the Panathinaikos offer is 4 million euros per year for 3 years straight. So it's not like he would be leaving a lot of money on the table. If anything, it's actually opposite. Denver could potentially just decline their team option next year. So all in all, the money he would be getting in Europe is great. Finally, there's the atmosphere. This past May, Jonas attended the EuroLeague Final Four in Abu Dhabi. And since I was there too and saw him in person, he wasn't just watching the games, he was actually feeling it. The packed arena, the intensity, the fans singing from start to finish. Afterward, he told the reporters that just being there made him want to return to the EuroLeague. That says a lot, and I wouldn't even say it represented how great EuroLeague fans are on a nightly basis because the event wasn't even happening in Europe. And then a couple of weeks later, he was courtside at the Lithuanian League Finals in Vilnius. That series was crazy, and this game winner to force the decisive Game 5 is one of the better ones you'll see all year. After the game, Jonas told Lithuanian media he was jealous of the crowd. I really think that the atmosphere stirred something inside of him. I mean, you grow up with that level of passion for basketball, it never leaves you.
Okay, so
that clip, by the way, with
Yeah.
the really enthusiastic call,
phenomenal.
It was a layup.
It was still good.
But what a layup.
It was still good. Sounds as though the crowds in Washington and maybe Sacramento, as they were going for the play-in this past year,
weren't singing the whole time.
Not as fiery necessarily. He wants to go live in Greece. Again, Greece sounds nice. Athens is a vibe.
Athens is a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Thanks, guy. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay. Yes, he's European and he wants to be back in Europe. Makes sense? I get that. 33 years of age. He's been in the NBA for 13 years. Okay, fair enough. I understand all that part of it. To me, the part that jumped off the page is he didn't move his family to Sacramento. The family is back in Lithuania. The kids are there going to school and learning the language. And it's going to be tough for him to be that far away. If he could play professionally in Greece and make essentially the same money, perhaps even more because it would be over a longer term and it's a 3-hour flight away, rather than what's Denver to Lithuania?
Quick RTD
Long.
ride. It's fine.
Exactly.
It's fine.
So I get all of that part of it. It makes sense. I get the lure of it. You signed a 3-year contract, dude. And I'm sure that life had unexpected turns because it always does. But you signed a 3-year contract, dude. And where were his agents to explain to him, you can't just get out of this stuff? Instead, the agent was going over to Panathinaikos and being like, hey, yeah, you can sign him. By the way, the club has not put out anything because the club, I think, doesn't want to step on the Nuggets' toes in all of that. But there's, again, I think it's really easy as sports radio hosts to say it's about money, it's about role, it's about don't want to live in the U.S., all those things. Dan, I think it's column A, column B, column C. I think there's a lot of reasons why playing in Greece right now is so attractive to Jonas Valanciunas.
When Panathinaikos plays Olympiakos,
yeah,
right, their rival,
huge rival in Athens,
they call it Derby of the Eternal Enemies. That's the name for when those two teams match up.
Derby of the Eternal Enemies.
That's how it translates. That's cool.
That's awesome.
I get it.
It sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't speak to any of this. I have no idea. The only thing I know personally from watching a professional athlete battle the long distance relationships with your family and professional career is, I don't know if you remember Peter Mueller.
Sure.
Former super top draft pick, got concussions. I become good friends with him because our kids are the same age and they played some sports together. He's one of the best humans on this earth.
He's that, it was a shame what happened to him.
Right.
A ton of concussions.
And he tried to get back here and couldn't, but was playing overseas and now plays in Brno.
He was playing in Germany,
They just won their championship.
Yeah.
And he has now revitalized his career over there. He's a big deal over there. And he was able to go and forge the second part of his career, but his family's been coming back and forth. It's been hard on everybody. And I'm watching this family fight so hard to stay together and to allow him to continue this career because he's still an exceptionally good hockey player. And he proved that over there. And he said those crowds are unbelievable. The lifestyle over there is just so much different. But watching that, he didn't want to give up his dream of playing hockey. And he couldn't find the fit here, so he went there. Valanciunas still has a chance to do that here at 33. There seems like there's the ability to come here, play with Nikola, which to me, that's the one part where I say, how could you not want to do that?
Sure.
If everything was aligned money-wise,
he knows
family-wise.
how good Denver is. He knows.
Just looking at his basketball career, taking
real
the personal
chance of
stuff out of it.
contending,
Right.
yeah.
Looking at that, why wouldn't you want to do that unless you were so stuck on being a starter? But last year, he was able to put up numbers that no one else did. You're talking about 18 points and 7 rebounds per game in basically less than a half of a game's worth of minutes. I went back and looked at that. The last guy to do that, right? Those points, those rebounds in less than 24 minutes per game while playing 81 games of the year was Jokic in his rookie season.
No kidding.
It's just something that's not done, that kind of production that quickly. That's why I want him on this team so bad, is because you stick him in there and you can have all the weapons around him, but he still clogs the middle.
Instant impact.
He's a rim protector.
Yeah.
He's a big body. And again, he gets 2 to 3 assists per game. The usage rate is up over 20%. That means he is trusted to help facilitate the offense and the players around him.
Yeah,
which was not the case for Saric, Jordan, and a couple of the other backup centers we've had here.
Between Washington and Sacramento, last year, like you said, 81 games played, 10 points, 8 rebounds per, and a couple of assists. Didn't average a full block per game, but he was efficient, 55% from the field. Did make some threes, not a ton, but he has made them in his NBA career. It's not going to be a big part of his role here in Denver. You don't need him to do all of that. In so many ways, though, and it's funny, we brought up the name Al Horford. And again, Al Horford, Brad Stevens, by the way, saying it's unlikely he's going to be in Boston. Al Horford, I think, is looking at this Denver situation and saying, well, if I can get almost all of that $14 million mid-level exception, hell yeah, I'm going to go play in Denver and have a shot at winning a title and go play with Jokic. Like, I get why Horford hasn't signed with anybody yet, or at least that I haven't seen in the last, I don't know, half an hour or so. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong about that. But yeah, right now, like, Valanciunas is the best option that Denver could possibly have. What's so crazy about this story, more than anything else, and I get it, like, again, we jump to conclusions and we point fingers and all of that. I think one of the overarching things that I'm taking away as the more that I hear about this story is it's riddled in confusion. It's, and I don't know if it's language barrier stuff. I don't know if it's information that was withheld intentionally, unintentionally, whatever it may be. This whole thing is just freaking mired in confusion. And I believe if Valanciunas knew, I have no choice but to be a Denver Nugget this upcoming season, I don't think he'd be barking up this tree, because the guy's been in the league long enough to understand how this all works.
Yeah, he's been around, and that's part of the narrative now we've created because of the confusion. Is he's been traded so many times he doesn't want to do that anymore. I don't know that bothers him as much unless it's the family dynamic.
Sure.
But he understands the business of this. He's been around a while, and
Right.
he knows that role is not the minutes that we gave our backup centers last year. They had 11 minutes per game.
Out of backup centers last year?
And then in the playoffs, it was more like 6, which is not sustainable.
No, ideally,
Jokic's numbers were crazy high.
Okay, so Jokic played career-high 37 minutes a game last year in the regular season.
Yep. 40 in the playoffs.
Ideally, Dan, where do we want that number to be? I peg it around, what, 32 is what I'd like to see Jokic playing every single night. Is that how you view it?
Anywhere between 32 and 34. And you think, is 37 that big of a deal? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. That's a quarter.
That's
a quarter
mileage.
of a quarter. And that's enough minutes
Right.
that you need to be able to not watch your lead sink every single time
Every
you
week.
step off the floor.
That
The
adds
guys
up.
who put up the minutes that he did last year and the amount of games he played were all guards and maybe a forward, a swing man or two.
Yeah.
Centers don't do that. The last center to put up those kinds of numbers throughout the course of a season and have that high of a usage rate involved in all the plays, didn't just sit down low while they hoisted up threes, was Shaq in 2001. But Shaq had Kobe, who took 20 shots a game and was Kobe.
Yeah.
Right? Jamal wasn't Kobe. Jamal at his best can't take on all of that weight. And Jokic needs to get down to 32, 33, 34. The big comparison I made when I was looking at his arc and where you want him to be now that he's on the other side of 30 is kind of that Tim Duncan. Their first 10 years are pretty similar. A lot of good production. They have different games, but there was a lot of success. Duncan had 2 MVPs. Jokic had 3. But Duncan was a premier defender, getting about 32, 33 minutes per game and never exceeded that. When they got to the playoffs, that system stayed the same. Maybe you saw a couple of years or a couple of series where he'd up it.
Yeah.
But that was it. That system in San Antonio with the same coach, and Popovich managing Tim Duncan's health was the biggest reason why Tim Duncan says, I'm a Hall of Famer because I stayed healthy. I stayed healthy because of good luck, my training, and the coaching staff that gave me all the tools I needed to be healthy and productive.
If I'm not mistaken, Tim Duncan's the only guy in NBA history with a DNP old, right? I think he's still the only one.
Yeah. He played, I think he those last couple of years, like the 33 to 39.
Yeah.
He was still averaging almost 30 points per game.
Incredible.
But was under, still putting up close to 20 points per game, was still a difference maker.
And how do you get to the postseason and still maximize
and
what he
that was
is?
the thing.
Right.
They just knew how to win enough in the regular season to get him to where he needed to be.
And it's a good comp to bring up. Like Calvin Booth may not be the GM here anymore, but in all seriousness, like his legacy plan for Jokic and having it look like San Antonio, not the worst idea in the world. Repeating is really, really tough, but can you do it every few years? The Nuggets have to be able to get it done this season. By the way, Navy vet Mike says Peter Mueller, greatest number 88 in Avs history. Yeah,
That's
he
awesome.
was. Spring, didn't we do the greatest number 88s in Denver sports history? Peter Mueller was absolutely on that list. Who was the Rocky that was on it?
Josh
Spring?
Outman?
Josh Outman. Yes, thank you very much. We did actually break that down one day.
Here's a number for you.
Yeah?
23 is going to be Cam.
Yeah?
Right? He was a Jordan guy growing up. Watched VHS tapes of Jordan as a kid.
Sure.
Went to UNC, obviously. Last Nugget to wear it was Alexander this last year with a couple of games. But the last main Nugget, Marcus Camby.
To wear number 23.
Yeah, and Bryant Stith.
Good piece of info right
Two
there.
guys who wore it for a long time. But since Camby, we haven't had a good staple 23.
Was Cam a big come fly with me guy, or was he a later like hang time guy?
He was born in 96, so you're talking about 3 titles were already gone before he was born. But that's why I'm saying he would sit and watch, his dad would say, sit and watch VHS tapes in his room.
Sure.
Of Jordan highlights.
Come Fly With Me is the best Jordan highlight video because it's pre-titles, so you don't get the greatest era of his career.
Yeah.
But young Jordan highlights, you can't. It's the best. Like those are the shots where he just freaking hung in the air. He was incredible. And again, it was all pre-title stuff, but it was him in his 20s when he was just an absolute freak of an athlete. Plus, he still kind of had hair back then. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If anybody wants to break down MJ VHSs, I'm here all day. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Quick break. When we come back, I'm sorry, they're what? They're how many games under 500? Rockies and Red Sox coming up at 5:10. We break down what the hell's going on.
Baseball talk it.
20th and Blake coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and check out the auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now. For example, closing tomorrow, you've got roughly 20 hours or so to still go and bid. Larkspur Outlet, Auction, home improvement store located in the Springs. They're clearing out excess inventory, and it's getting sold at public online auction. Roller auction is the place to go. Structure wood, fencing, decking. My God, if you've been in a lumber yard recently and seen what the cost of lumber is, I just bought some cedar 1x6s, stunned at the price. You're going to get some great deals right now at Roller Auction by staying away from the lumber yard. Kitchen and laundry supplies, light fixtures, contractor tools, so much more. Again, this auction closes tomorrow. This is the Larkspur Outlet Auction, which is available to bid right now at Roller Auction. That is roller.bid. Go ahead and check it out. Go bid on some great stuff. And by the way, sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You'll be eligible to win concert tickets, sporting event tickets, all kinds of great stuff. By the way, they got storage sheds right now, $100. Some of them less than $100. Go to Roller Auction right now and check it out. That's roller.bid.
Swinging a shot back toward the wall, high and deep, and gone! Trevor Story with a one once again at Fenway. Number 15.
Yeah, that thing got away from the Rocks last night. They lose 10-2. They are now 21-71. 50 games, sub 500. Brian Bayo with the complete game last night. Got the shutout spoiled by Hunter Goodman late last night, but he did get the complete game. By the way, quick count, 22nd complete game in Major League Baseball this year. There have been 22 of them now after Brian Bayo did it last night. Not Scott Baio, but Brian Bayo did it to the Rockies. And yes, Trevor Story did hit a three-run home run in the 7th off of Jake Bird. So
MLB Network's recap of the game.
Yeah.
The headline specifically said Trevor Story hits big home run off former team.
I mean,
and those we're sitting here like we know that. Why would you need to point that out? Like what difference does that make to anybody?
You're falling to 50 under before the break on a 3-run bomb by a guy you did not trade at the deadline back in 2021 where you desperately needed to. Kyle Freeland actually pitched well last night. Tough luck loser.
Kevin Freeland?
In that game.
Jake Bird had been pretty good.
He
picked a bad time to have his worst outing of the season.
Awful.
Because that game was a well-pitched game.
It was a 10-2 pitchers duel. 10-2 pitchers duel. Again, I repeat. Bayo, by the way, that changeup that he was throwing last night, they were whiffing on that thing all night long. That is a good weapon. That dude's a good pitcher.
He spends his offseason with Pedro Martinez. Yeah. Like they just work together. And he just learns from him. And that's the Red Sox thing, because you've got guys in an organization who care about the success of these young guys, especially a Dominican to a Dominican. And who's helping Kyle? I want Kyle, especially being a DPS kid, I want Kyle to figure this out. I want him to be so good, so badly it hurts.
I want to help Kyle Freeland by having him get traded. That's how I want to help him.
New.
So right now, Dan, I looked this up today. Right now, the Rockies have 7 players in total with an FWAR above 0.
They're well below average as a unit.
Yeah, by park adjusted offense, WRC plus, they have 3 above average major league hitters on the team right now.
So they're 4 games behind where Oakland was 2 years ago when that team lost 112.
Right.
Okay, they're 5 games behind where the White Sox were last year. They lost 120.
Yeah.
I said earlier, 21-71, 50 games under 500 through the first 92 had not been done in the live ball era since 1920. The craziest thing to me was being a Rockies fan here when they came and watching all the years of home success with road struggles being the overlying theme for this team, this franchise. They are 10-36 at home through the first 46 home games. And that has not happened in the live ball era either. So you've basically found this franchise that used to just rely on hitting home runs at home and scratching together runs in a weird ballpark where no one could pitch. Now they found a way to lose at such a rate that no other team has ever had such a poor record through 46 home games to start a year since 1920. Over 100 years.
I mean, I saw today they're hitting 230 as a club on the year, which is I think it's bottom 5, bottom 6 in baseball, but they're hitting 230 as a club. They play half the games at Coors Field.
You could always hit.
That's hard to do. But again, like it's not a stylistic choice as to how they built the club. That's one of the things that I think sometimes gets lost in the conversation of why don't they just go back to the Blake Street Bombers? They would have to have major league hitters to even consider thinking about doing that right now. They're this bad because they don't have any talent at all. That's how they got to this place right now. And today, Ken Rosenthal wrote kind of the latest dispatch from the deadland known as 20th and Blake. And okay, I think Bill Schmidt's going to get canned. I don't think he's going to get fired before the deadline. I don't think he's going to get fired before the draft. Draft is first, deadline coming up on the 31st. He shouldn't be allowed to do any of those things. I'm assuming he's going to, because I don't know if anybody
What pick does Colorado have?
They have the 4th this year. They have the 4th this
year. Right
year.
before the Cardinals, who have the 5th.
I believe the they can't have, what is it, Spring? They can't have higher than the 10th next year.
Correct.
Because of parity rules. Yeah.
They had third last year.
They've been too bad for
and
too
ninth,
long.
yeah.
And last year was Charlie Condon.
Yeah.
And he's in high A right now, and like I have a lot of hope for him. Like I have hope for Chase Dollander, but Rosenthal had this in his piece today. The Rockies have had 5 top 10 picks and 9 others in the top 42 of the last 9 years. Those 14 picks have a combined negative 1.7 B WAR. Like that's what they've done with their first round picks, and they will tell you they're a draft and develop organization. The problem is they don't draft nor do they develop, and so that's how you end up in this place right now. A couple of other things from this piece that kind of drove me nuts were, as Rosenthal writes, I'm just going to read this directly from his piece, okay? The Rockies need to be completely open-minded, willing to trade anyone and everyone. Such is not the case, according to sources. The Rockies remain unwilling to move younger players such as Chase Dollander, shortstop Ezekiel Tovar, center fielder Brenton Doyle, right-hander Ryan Feltner, reliever Seth Halverson, and Zach Agnos. Tovar, signed through at least 2030, might be a building block. Doyle might be too, but goodness gracious, the Rockies are only 14-36 under Schaefer after going 7-33 under Black. If some team wants to give up a monster package for Dollander, whom the Rockies option to AAA on Monday, why not listen? Neither the team's major league roster nor farm system is teeming with talent. After crushing 2024, in which many Colorado prospects were either injured or underperformed, Keith Law recently rates the system 23rd out of 30 in baseball. So really, like, the answer has to be there are no wrong answers over there right now. Like, they just need to throw quantity of prospects at everything that they do. I like Tovar, too. I kind of like Brenton Doyle. I like what he is defensively. I don't think he's a great major league hitter, but I like what he is defensively, and you have to have outstanding defense to play center field at Coors Field. I like Chase Dollander an awful lot. I think his stuff is there. I think he's, not surprisingly, a young pitcher that got to Coors Field and got his eyes crossed a little bit. That's going to happen. That happens to the best of them. I still think there's a good major leaguer in there, but again, take calls on freaking everybody right now. You are so far from even being competitive, let alone like being the slightest bit dangerous inside your own division.
The thing that worries me, not knowing a lot about those guys in that organization that would be the ones to say, hey, we got a call from X.
Right.
X has this. These are the prospects. What reason would I have as a fan to trust that the people who are seeing the prospects that would come back are the right ones to get? And that's where the drafting is going to be there. You have to draft.
Yeah.
You have to draft studs. You just do. That's what they've been doing. They've been drafting great college players mostly. Some high schoolers a couple years ago, but mostly college guys. But they're not developing. So there's something broken in that chain where these guys like Beck and Veen and Romo, top picks that are, it's taking too long. It's taking longer than these other organizations. So that was my research. I was looking back from 2015. You've got 17 first-round picks, and the only one with a positive WAR,
it's Jordan Beck, right?
Is not Jordan Beck.
No,
is Brendan Rodgers, who's gone.
Yeah, he's in Houston.
So the only other guys of those 17 that have even made it to the majors so far: Tyler Nevin, Riley Pint, Ryan Rollison, Tolia, Romo, Veen, Beck, and Chase. They're all negative WAR guys.
Yeah.
It's some of them short, small sample sizes. But when you look at other organizations, they're taking 2-3 years to turn around a first-round pick, maybe a second or third who developed quicker, giving them a chance at a major league level and getting production back.
They're getting that, and then also like in markets of this size, they are usually. They're getting 4 or 5 years out of those guys while they're still on club-friendly rookie deals, and then they're flipping them, and then they're collecting prospects on the like. It's a part of the game that the Rockies have to play at this level, and like Dick Monford's complaints about payroll inequity in baseball, like fine, okay, that's all well and good, but like while you're complaining about that, you're ignoring the fact the dumpster fire directly behind you of like, you still have to participate. You still got to play the game. It's your only shot at being competitive. And there are plenty of markets that are this size or smaller that are competitive playoff bound baseball teams right now.
When you get as someone who was 12 years old when the team came here and have watched now 5 trips to the playoffs, no division titles in 32 years, and you watch when they got hot and you watch when they made their runs, homegrown talent kind of all worked out at the same time. It did. They didn't go out and get free agents. They had never been able to do that. Then you thought, oh, there's a window there, maybe 2007. Like they made this incredible run. They got hot at the right time. But in 2009, they went back to the playoffs. You thought there was a window there. 2017, same type of thing. Arenado, Story, LeMahieu, Blackman. They'd all been there, but they all clicked at the same time. They now have this history of getting these guys who are your kid's favorite player. He's got posters of them on your wall. You've watched and grown up with these guys. Then they get sent off, and it hurts, and it's hard. When they're prospects, you can flip them before you develop the relationship, get more prospects back, and have bigger and deeper pools to choose from.
Yeah.
But you got to have the right people down on that farm assessing your actual farm and seeing which are the animals I can run with, which are the guys that can come up and produce and fill the spots that we need to help us not even win right away,
Dan,
but at least be competitive and get the fans on board.
What drives me nuts is the quotes from Dick Monfort in the Charlie Monfort story that Patrick Saunders wrote, and it was great, okay? And Charlie Monfort speaks with a blunt honesty about what this club is right now, better than anybody that is currently employed in that front office. And while Dick Monfort in those quotes in that story did acknowledge like change does have to be made, I get all of that. We need outside eyes in the organization, but again, he always goes back to you got to know baseball at elevation, though. You got to, and that's his big thing. Which like, okay, go hire Thad Levine right now if that's all that you have to do. But like, you box yourself in so hard with their obsession with baseball at altitude, like. Why are they this bad right now? It has nothing to do with elevation. It has everything to do with the talent level in the organization. Right now, the people that you're employing, they're not picking good baseball players, and then they're not developing good baseball players. The altitude thing, to me, it's not immaterial. It's always going to be a thing here. It's always going to be tough to build a staff. I get all of that. But you don't get this bad if it's just elevation that's your problem. There's no frickin' way. And quite frankly, right now, they could fire Bill Schmidt. The problem is I don't know anybody else that works over there right now that's going to do a better job.
When Nolan came over to St. Louis, and I've had the pleasure of covering him when he was with the Rockies and then with the Cardinals, he talked about the biggest issues were what the body goes through when you are bouncing in and out of elevation, trips back in, trips back out. He said the game itself didn't seem to bother the guys around him that much. Mm-hmm. It wasn't about pitches with elevation. It wasn't about, ball and flight. Those things mattered, but they were able to win games because they found rhythm in coming back and forth. And he said that was the hardest thing to do. And he wasn't able to always do that. Then he was excited when he got to St. Louis, and it was always kind of, you never had to go, up and down and up and down. He got older, and that was basically what he's been dealing with. But that was more of the issue rather than how do we find the magic formula for elevation. It was get me great athletes that can go compete and not worry about the elevation.
I would just start with get good baseball players. Call me crazy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Dan Hyatt's filling in for Andy. We'll take a break. When we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA, including we have got quotes from Michael Porter Jr.'s introductory press conference in Brooklyn, reflecting on his time in Denver. You have to hear. That's coming up next. All right, let's dive into it right now. Wednesday, Tesh. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. Nate Kreckman, along with Dan Hyatt, who's filling in today for the vacationing Andy Lindahl. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, let's do the high five. And this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Vic Lombardi said that he had some big news.
Big news.
He's hearing some stuff about what's going on with Jonas Valanciunas and the Denver Nuggets. We'll play that audio here in a second. It prompted the @EuroHoopsNet Twitter account to tweet out that the Nuggets and the Lithuanian center have reportedly agreed on securing the player's second year with the franchise, picking up that team option, citing Vic Lombardi as the source. Vic saying, ha, 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 this is false. Never reported that. Well, let's hear what Vic did say on the morning show.
All right, here's what we know. Jonas spoke yesterday, didn't say anything. He spoke in a coded language. Basically did not want to upset the apple cart if he were to come back to Denver. I have spoken to some Nuggets officials. They are confident, beyond confident, that Jonas Valanciunas will find his way to Denver, where he will meet with the media along with their new members of the team later this month.
That'd be awesome.
He's already been in contact with Coach Adelman and different members of the front office. He's talking to them. They're talking to him. They understand his plea. They understand his situation. Now they want him to understand theirs. He's under contract for 1 more year. At the end of the day, I think he plays for the Nuggets. And next year, if he wants to pursue this Greek fling, more power to you, because it's a team option next year. However, let's say he has a great year. Let's say he plays beyond his salary.
And they pick up his option?
The Nuggets can pick up the team option next year.
Beyond confident. Yeah, I agree with that. We're good to go. Okay? Dude's under contract. He's going to have to come and play here. I understand the dalliance with the Greek League. I understand wanting to go play in Athens and be in Europe and being closer to family. Like, I get those draws. But
being a star in the Derby of Eternal Enemies.
The Derby of Eternal Enemies, by the way. That was Dan's stat that you do need to know today, was that the rivalry between Panathinaikos and Olympiakos, the two top clubs in Athens, is called the Derby of Eternal Enemies.
Evan Fournier is on the Olympiakos.
He's on Olympiakos?
Yep. Former Nugget.
It's a good squad over at Panathinaikos. Kendrick Nunn, former Illinois guy, is on that team. Juancho's on that team. Chetty Osman's on that team. There's some talent. Jerry Grant, younger brother of Jeremy Grant, is on that team. Yeah. Rick Pitino coached there for a minute.
I did see that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't like the green.
No?
No. And the clover thing.
Yeah, they're like the European Celtics.
Yeah, but the clover's not the right clover. It's only 3, not 4. It's about one every 5,000 clover leaves in Europe is a 4. That's better. That's where the luck comes in. Not the 3 is like a weed.
1 in 5,000 clovers in Europe.
Your stat you don't need to know.
Are 4-leaf clovers. I know you looked it up. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Michael Porter Jr., he posted a YouTube video today on his Curious Mike YouTube account.
All right.
So it's like 11 minutes of him in one take, just giving
we got time.
All of his thoughts on getting traded to the Nets, saying his thank yous to the Nuggets organization. I'm going to play one clip from it. And there was a lot of interesting stuff in it. I thought this was the most interesting. Michael Porter Jr. saying he's excited for his next chapter in Brooklyn and that his ceiling in Denver plateaued.
So I'm really excited for this next chapter out here in Brooklyn. I think over there in Denver, I felt like my ceiling had kind of plateaued. We have a very we just have a way of playing, and how Joker plays, how Jamal plays, that two-man game is very potent, and that's how we play. And I'm so appreciative of the way we play. We end up winning a championship, but I do feel like my ceiling in Denver kind of plateaued a little bit, and I'm excited for this next chapter in Brooklyn for sure. It's crazy because me and Cam are actually boys. pretty cool. You know, we're even having talks of swapping homes. You know, he might stay in my crib in Denver. I might stay where he lived in Brooklyn. But anyways, obviously Denver got a great player and a great dude, and I'm excited for him to be able to finally, you know, compete for a championship over there. And I myself am excited to expand my game and be able to do what I do.
I appreciate the honesty out of Porter right there. And if you want to, in a Twitter world, Dan, you can hear those comments and take those as shot or something like that. I don't think that that's the case at all. I think Porter is appreciative of his time, but also whether because of his own limitations that he's recognizing or not, or simply because of where he stood in that Denver system, he's kind of right about it. Like, he did kind of plateau, and there are only going to be so many looks for Michael Porter in this offense because he is a player that the ball has to find. And as a dependent, I call him a superstar role player, which is really what Porter was. It does kind of suggest like your skill set fits exactly in this system, and this is what we're going to need you to do. And I do think he gets a chance to do some other things in Brooklyn. Whether it will go well or not, I think there's a lot of conversation right there, but he is going to get other chances now.
I think it'll depend whether or not that house in Brooklyn's a 2-story or if it's like more of a loft situation. The thing that I always went to with MPJ, and again, those games in which he went out of his comfort zone and crashed boards and drove, every time he would have a game where you're looking at 6, 8, 10 points in the paint.
Yeah.
That's where I'd be furiously texting Katie or Vic and saying, hey, this is unique. This is rare. Those are the games when he's in the upper 20s in terms of point production because he's doing other things or there's some transition. It's not just the threes. This was the stat that I followed throughout the course of the year that makes me feel that he is really excited to try to grow his game. Because basically you're talking about this last year, 793 passes he got from Jokic as opposed to about 1,400 from everybody else. So 1 out of every 3
passes essentially
on his shots.
Yeah.
When he got passed to by Jokic, took 166 threes, made 48% from beyond the arc.
Pretty good.
Everybody else, he took 323 threes, so a very significant drop down, 34%.
Yeah.
So the creation, the space to, and then the challenge to what else can you do to create shots for yourself, not just wait for one of the best passers, not passing big men, passers of all time to find you. How are you going to get those open looks? Granted, a lot of his looks weren't open and he still made them, but you're not going to see that same kind of volume with shots where the defender's off because they had to go double Jokic, and you're not going to see as high of a percentage. I just don't think he will.
No.
I hope I'm wrong for his sake. But with Brooklyn, that's tough.
Yeah, without the elite creation off the dribble, and this is one. Cam Johnson, I think, is going to take such a huge leap forward now because he's not going to have to do all that facilitating that he had to do on a young team in Brooklyn, and he's going to be the beneficiary of Jokic creating for him. It's going to be really educational to see what happens to Porter now. I will say this: I'm excited for the guy. Okay, if he's excited about the opportunity to expand what he is as a player and maybe try and realize what he was going to be coming out of high school, coming out of college, I hope he has a chance to be able to do it. Spring.
High five. All right, speaking of Cam Johnson getting to play with Nikola Jokic, he and Tim Hardaway Jr. went on the Young Man and the Three podcast, and they were asked about why they're looking forward to playing with Jokic. In this chunk, you will hear from Cam Johnson first, and then Tim Hardaway Jr.
Honestly, a big part of it is not having him no more. Because he's a problem. He's just a problem. That's it, period. You know, and he can pass, he can rebound, he can score, he can come, you know what I mean? You don't know what you're going to get on any given day, like kind of what mode he's in. But, man, just it's an uncanny ability he has, spatial awareness, just how he feels the game, how he understands the game. Like, he does it in a way different than anybody else in the league. It's made him, you know, one of the best players in the league and one of the best players in league history. From a pure numbers perspective, you're not really touching his output over the past couple of years. Mm-hmm. And it's not accidental. Like, he's just that good. So to be able to play off of that, to be able to make those reads, like me and Tim both, will really enjoy playing off these high-level players where we're able to cut, find open spots, get up and down the court, make the right play, and it can just be simple. It can just
not force the issue as much.
Exactly. It can just be simple, knowing that everybody who's on the court, they're going to make the right play, they're going to make the right read. And I think that's the kind of basketball that the front office is striving for. And that's really how they've played for the most part since I've been in the league, and they've been really good at it.
So for us, I really do think that just walking into this situation is we're going to strive. It's going to be great. But a lot of that's going to come to just like getting stops and getting easy buckets and going out there having a good time.
How is Tim Hardaway Jr. going to adjust to his role, do you think, Dan? He started 77 games last year in Detroit. He's back to the rotation guy now here in Denver. And THJ is one of those players of just like sometimes he's awesome and other times he's not. And I could see a lot of fluctuation in his role here in Denver.
When he was at his best 2 years ago, 3 years ago, he was a role player for those Mavericks teams. He was part of those deeper playoff runs. And you're talking about a guy who also loved to be able to take an open three and create, but it was off the bench. You're talking about 18, 20 points or 20 minutes off the bench, but would still shoot a high volume of threes. Last year he was in Detroit, and as a starter, there was definitely obligation there. Cade ran the show, but Hardaway's three-point percentage shot up because Cade took a lot of the energy, would drive and then kick out. And Halliburton with the Pacers found those guys too. With Jokic, ball goes in, kicks it out. How much he plays with Jokic remains to be seen, but he's been both roles for two different teams that have gone to the playoffs, helped Detroit get to the playoffs last year, which was a big deal. And I think he's got enough savvy now with 12 years in the league to know that if he's coming off that bench, his job is to keep that positive point differential in the positives and not let that fall off. And I think that's through creation, passing, and shooting. And he shot 35% from three last year, and that was with a much higher volume in times he didn't want to. You scale that back when you look at him as a sub in Dallas, it was way higher. Way higher.
Yeah, better looks in that situation. Chet got his rookie max extension, so he got paid big time. And want to add as well, we do have our groups for the Emirates NBA Cup next year. Denver is in West Group C. Oh, my God, the proud history of West Group C. Houston, Golden State, Portland, San Antonio, and Denver. Tough group that the Nuggets find themselves, but let's be honest, in the Western Conference, they're pretty much all tough. Actually, and I say that, and I'm looking at West Group A.
West Group A's.
I mean, OKC and Minnesota, sure.
Right. A little top heavy.
Sac, Phoenix, and Utah.
Also, who cares?
I do, Dan.
I know.
I do. In-season tournament for life. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Dan Hyatt is going to wow you with Nugget stats. You're going to empty the notebook when we come back, and we got some baseball nickname stuff that we got to do before we get out of here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a lovely Wednesday afternoon. We hope you're all staying cool out there. It is scorching hot and miserable, yet kind of nice.
Here's how you make yourself feel better about the Heat.
How do I do it?
5 years ago today,
Yeah,
the NBA teams that were participating at Orlando in the bubble, this was the day they went down there and met.
This was day number 1 of the bubble. I loved the bubble because COVID sucked. And then suddenly we had sports to watch, which I really, really enjoyed. And the bubble was weird, especially now when you look back on it. You're like, that's dystopian and bizarre. It even kind of felt like that at the time, but also as something that I just like craved and needed in my life at that time. I watched so much basketball that didn't matter and that I didn't care about, and I was just happy to sit there and watch it.
It showed you that we were willing to try to make it work,
right.
Even if you had, virtual fans and, jerseys with weird messaging and
whatever it took. Jamal going for 50, however many, what twice in that Utah series? Him and Donovan Mitchell going head to head. Hearing the stories afterwards about, Utah loses Game 7 and the Nuggets are celebrating and they walk outside and Donovan Mitchell's just sitting at a picnic table, like checking his texts. Having to watch the team that just beat him because, again, there's no bus to the airport right away. You are stuck in the bubble. Yeah, it was such a weird friggin' thing, and yet I have this reverence for it, for what it was in my life at that time. That and Bundesliga soccer, which I got into during COVID.
Got you through hard times.
It was the only live sports. Mm-hmm. And to this day, I still watch the Bundesliga, and I never cared about German soccer for 1 second in my life before COVID. And suddenly, again, it came into my life, and somehow it still exists. And here I am. All right, Dan, it's time to empty the notebook, okay? You do all this prep. You come up with all these good numbers. Tell me something about this Nuggets group that I need to know right now. What do you got for me?
Well, I don't – when I'm thinking about the Valanciunas and Hardaway and Cam – and it's just the idea that watching the trajectory of this team, as a fan growing up, I was born in the early 80s, but I didn't watch the Nuggets during the Doug Moe years. So my fandom started in the early 90s.
Yeah.
The Nuggets were not particularly good for a couple of years there. I gravitated towards Seattle because I just liked them. I was a Sean Kemp and Gary Payton kind of guy. Then 93, they knock them off. I'm thinking to myself, the Nuggets are the team I want to follow. And then they didn't play particularly well again until the Melo. And then that's when you and I started our careers.
Yeah.
So then I've been more of a fan. But watching the 7 straight trips to the playoffs, all of which have seen a second round, except for the one Murray missed, the Golden State year.
Yeah, lost in 5.
It's just amazing that we've gotten there from where we came from, how few teams get a chance to do this. And that's why when we talk about Valanciunas and the moves they're going to make, and we say goodbye to MPJ, we're doing these things because this window exists. And to have a window in the first place is such a big deal for those of us. And Vic talked about this, I think, a couple of days ago, where it's like there were years when you had a house with no windows. There was no window.
There were no
open,
windows, right?
And when are you going to build yourself a window?
So I've been thinking about this part of it, okay? The window part of the conversation. Oklahoma City won a title this year with an incredibly young team. You would look at them and say that's your classic ahead of schedule championship team. Denver didn't get theirs until 2023. Jokic was 28 years of age. He already had 2 MVPs by the time that he won the thing. And yet, the thing that I can't get out of my head is, like, speaking of windows, did the Nuggets miss a championship in there because of the Murray injury? Because of the Suns in 4 series, because of that loss to Golden State? Did Denver lose a championship opportunity coming off of the Western Conference Finals run in the bubble, which we just spoke about, 21-22? If they have a full complement, including a healthy Jamal Murray, Are we talking about a Nuggets team that has 2 championship rings right now?
We could.
Yeah.
We could.
I wonder about that sometimes because now it's like now you're hoping to be able to capitalize on the back half of what Jokic's prime is, which I don't know exactly what an NBA prime looks like, and I don't know exactly what a Jokic prime looks like. I remember like it was always said the baseball prime is 27 to 32. Okay, and if a guy really took good care of himself, you could extend it out to like 33. But that was generally considered to be the baseball prime. If you're applying that to the NBA, and it's kind of fair, LeBron didn't win till he was in that window. MJ didn't win till he was in that window. Kobe didn't win again until he was in that window. He got to team up with Shaq early on in his career. Steph didn't win until he was in that window. Most guys don't win their title until they're able to do that. OKC kind of bucked that trend, but would Denver have been able to do it had they had the full complement? And it doesn't have a good answer. It is one of the things, though, of as this thing now evolves on the back end of it, it's like, yeah, we got the one title, but God, wouldn't it have been cool if Jamal's knee had never exploded?
You know, Cam Johnson was on that Phoenix team.
Yeah.
For 4 games.
He was.
Yeah.
He made, I think, 5 corner threes in that series.
You've got to look at the history of the game and look at the different teams that have gone through this.
Yeah.
And really respect the fact that it is hard to win consecutively. It's hard to win 3 out of 4. It doesn't happen a lot. The Spurs, to me, are still the blueprint for Jokic. With Duncan, I don't think you need – Malone's not there anymore. You've got Adelman. I don't think that's big enough difference to sway this thing. I think Jokic can follow that blueprint and that prime like Duncan. The way he plays his game, he takes a lot of abuse. The minutes racked up too high. It was higher than Duncan had seen at that age. But around this age, Duncan was about halfway done with his career. They started about the same, 20 and 21. They hit that 30 mark. There was a couple MVPs in the bag. Duncan had won 3 titles. Jokic has won once. And you can make an argument that if things go differently, he's got a second. Okay. There's no reason to believe that his game, based on the way he plays it, if the team and the organization does right by him, which they're doing, he can't be in competition to win 2 more titles.
Yeah.
Those are the things that have to happen, or everyone stays healthy, you make a run. Maybe someone gets hurt on the other end that would have knocked you out. The Pacers, when I was covering them in 13-14, Paul George, Roy Hibbert, those teams were great. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years in a row. LeBron was with the Miami Heat. It was on fire, knocked them out. And you get those times when you face somebody that is just in their prime and they end your runs.
I don't think that's what happened at Denver in those
either.
years. Yeah.
I don't either. There's been more parity. There's been some teams that have popped up. The Bucks won, right? When the Warriors won again, they were a little bit of a different team than they were when they were the dynasty team 8-9 years ago. So OKC's window is pretty large because of how young these guys are. They're eventually going to get paid.
Yeah.
But right now,
paid Chet today.
Yep. And he's an elite defending 3-point shooting unicorn. He's worth that money. And they're going to be good. Does it mean a title? We've seen a lot of teams be unable to bring it home during that window as often as they probably should have.
So look at what happened to Boston. Okay, to me, Boston is a prime example of this, of injuries besetting them on their path. Again, yes, they broke through and they won a championship. They had that bizarre series against Miami when Denver won it all and they find themselves down 3-0. That Celtics team was better than the Heat. We know that. They come back, they force a Game 7, and then they get their teeth kicked in Game 7, and then Denver just gets to run all over a pretty mediocre Miami team, okay? I know they were in the NBA Finals, but that team was nothing special, okay? The best team that Denver beat on that run was Phoenix. And that was kind of the peak of Phoenix's window that they were able to get right there. We saw what Phoenix was back in 2021. You're absolutely right about that. With the Thunder, like, are they the obvious favorite to win the championship next year? The betting odds and everybody with any common sense would say, obviously, of course they are. But nobody does it anymore.
No.
Maybe they buck the trend. Maybe all their dudes stay healthy. Maybe all of that depth stays healthy for them. Okay? Maybe they're able to do it. They got a better Denver team that they got to be able to get past this time. And the Nuggets pushed them to 7. Not being particularly great. And if Lou Dort doesn't have that one crazy, fourth quarter in Game 5.
It really is amazing. That's the most amazing takeaway for me for this year was the fact that they made it 7 games.
Yeah. that they pushed that thing to 7. And it goes to show you what that team was capable of. But AG breaks down, and you're not able to be competitive in a Game 7, so that sucks. But in many ways, like Denver looked like they were the matchup that could give the Thunder those kind of problems. Denver with actual depth next year that OKC now has to deal with. And you're right. I think Chet's elite. I think Chet's only going to be better. I think Chet is what makes their defense as great as it is. And that's as excellent as Dort is, as excellent as Caruso is, as backcourt defenders. And those guys are absolutely special. To me, Chet is what makes that team elite on the defensive end of the floor, that they always have somebody that is that huge.
This is 8 straight years in which a different champion has been crowned in the NBA. That's never happened before. You're seeing it. You're seeing a different time and a different way the game is played. That's not going to result in a dynasty of win 3 in a row, 2 out of 3. When the Spurs dynasty, we think about that was 5 titles over the span of 14 years. There were years in there when things didn't go their way, but when you have the anchor, right? When you've got the big fundamental, right? Speaking of great nicknames, that's. You just keep building around that. And if he can still stay healthy and still produce at that level, you just keep building the pieces around him and letting him go.
And why did they get that last title? Because they rebuilt the core, and they really, like, Kawhi was the Finals MVP that time around. That's where I'm very eager to see this version of the Nuggets, because it's okay. You're now starting to turn over the core a little bit. It happened to Dirk in Dallas. It happened with Duncan in San Antonio, of dudes that made, basically trips to the finals with different groups around them completely. Jamal's locked up, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. But I firmly believe, like, Jokic's next trip to the finals, and hopefully it's this next year, it's going to look incredibly different than it did 2 years ago. And that's kind of how it has to be. And this new CBA only forces that upon you more. So the Nuggets in a pretty good place right now. We'll take a break. When we come back, yes, we're talking about great baseball nicknames, including audio you need to hear of a baseball broadcaster that's not interested in seeing a big dumper. That's coming up next. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday afternoon, along with my dude Dan Hyatt, filling in for Andy today, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, the Rockies are in action right now. Series finale, trailing 1-0 in Boston, trying to avoid a sweep at the hand of the Red Sox. Day off tomorrow, and the Rocks will play 3 against Cincinnati before the All-Star break. Again, they are 50 games below 500 right now. By the way, is there a single good nickname on the Rockies right now? Do they have anybody with a nickname? Ryan McMahon is Rymac, but those aren't real nicknames. Like just taking a part of a guy's name and then mashing it together, that's not a real nickname. I don't even... Like Michael Tolia, I feel like Drew Goodman calls him Big Mike. It's not, it's not a nickname.
No.
Just size and the guy's name. We need something to be happening right now.
The best, the big dumper thing with Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh is the best nickname in baseball.
But that the reason was because it came out of a good place, right? Jared Kelenic was a teammate.
Yeah.
At some point when Cal got the boost to the major leagues, he said, "Oh, big dumper's coming." Everyone's like, "Wait, what?" Well, you look at him and he embraced it, and his mom, gets on social media. I was like, I don't think I like that very much, but I appreciate he's got fans. And Cal was like, yeah, I've kind of, been like that my whole life.
Right.
So he was on Mookie Betts' podcast, and Betts was like, what? Because you got, a big butt. He's like, well, I am who I am, and now I'm hitting tanks. And he's like, great, that works for you, but he embraced it. And that's what made it funny, was because it wasn't the thing he was like, oh, that's my nickname. That's what I want to be called.
Yeah.
Now it's like he can't escape it. That's how fans know him.
Well, it's a moneymaker.
Yeah. And now it's his identity.
It's branding opportunities. It also doesn't help, hurt that the guy is well on his way to an American League record for home runs in a single season.
He's at 36. A couple guys hit 37 before the All-Star break. Jackson, McGuire, Chris Davis of the Orioles.
He broke Griffey's
Bonds,
record.
He broke Griffey for Mariners.
Yeah.
And Bonds has the MLB record at 39.
Yeah.
He could get there.
He very well could. He's having an unbelievable season.
He's also an elite catcher. No one realized. He was the Platinum Glove winner last year. He's the best defender in baseball in the American League.
Not for Aaron Judge, he should win the MVP.
That's the
But the
problem.
problem is that Aaron Judge. So, of course, this week, Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh are going head-to-head. The Mariners are in New York to play the Yankees this week. 10-3 Yankees victory last night. But naturally, the Yes Network, with Michael Kay as the play-by-play voice of the Yankees, they had to go in on the big dumper conversation. And if you haven't seen the clip, it's pretty good. It's very funny. The camera shot, not only do they get a close-up of the big dumper itself, that being Cal Raleigh's backside, but they slow zoom in on it and then freeze just on the ass for easily 30 seconds.
Those are the dramatic shots you usually save for the World Series.
Yeah.
But this was pulled out. This camera operator was in a good place.
And as you will hear in this piece of audio right here, noted weirdo Michael Kay wasn't the biggest fan of this bit coming from the camera guys and the guys in the truck. Roll it, Spring.
His former teammate Jared Kelenic said he hated it. I just said, just wait, it'll come around. Then they're making T-shirts about it, and then it did come around.
We're getting a close-up.
I don't know if we need that, guys. Goodness.
We don't miss a thing here, Michael.
Yeah, they say in Seattle they sell number 29 jerseys with the name Big Dumper on the back.
He went. He called out the director by name later in the clip because they went back to it. They were just like, "This is too good," and they just showed Cal Raleigh's giant dumper. Andy and I have discussed this before. It's a big dumper. Like it's not a waste of a nickname. It is captured so beautifully, and also, and I dropped this term on Katie yesterday. I don't know if she appreciated it or not, but as I learned from Mike Sanford, like you do when you scout athletes, you do have to look at their backside because it tells you a lot about athleticism, power, leverage, everything. Like it comes from the dumper, right? And so Sanford, he informed me of the term that I had never heard. This guy's got a case of Nasitol.
I've heard this.
Yeah. I had never heard it before.
Yeah.
Sanford gave it to me, which means no ass at all. He's got Nasitol.
I've got these U12 baseball players.
Yeah.
And they're all at various stages of puberty,
Of their
essentially, right?
development.
And some of them throw hard and have little mustaches growing.
Yeah.
And some are, 85 pounds soaking wet.
The Nate Kreckmans of the
That's
U12
right.
baseball
and
team.
I was no different.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at these guys, and it's just like when you're hitting, when you're throwing, that backside, your legs are your power.
It's everything.
Your core is your power. That's where you want all of this stuff to go. That's where you want your muscle, and that's where your explosiveness is going to be. And I was like, my catcher's got the smallest butt on the team. I'm like, where are we going to go, guys, as a team? We're not going to get anywhere like this. We've got to get better. We got to eat giant plates of sausage,
Yeah.
right, like the kids from Delaware, and we got to get thicker dumpers.
So wait, you got the little dumper behind the plate right
He's
now?
great. I love him. He goes hard. He plays football, but it's not big enough for us to be an elite AAA majors team.
You got a NASA tall catcher.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Squad goals.
But by the what is the best thing to feed if you're trying to develop a dumper? Like what is the best diet to go with to get the dumper going? I think it's all genetic, right?
I think it's a big part of it. I just live in St. Louis for 7 years like we did. Just go Midwest. Go Milwaukee.
Fried food and mayonnaise on everything that you eat for a while.
Can't live here in Colorado.
Big Dumper's the best. It's the best nickname in baseball right now.
It's the best one going now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. What's your favorite baseball nickname of all time?
Of all time, the Big Hurt or the Big Unit were some of my favorites growing up.
Frank Thomas and Randy Johnson. Pretty good.
As a Cardinals fan, the Wizard was one of the best.
Yeah.
Cardinals nicknames are much more classic. Stan the Man.
The Wizard, yeah.
I liked Chuck Nasty is probably one of my favorites of all time.
Chuck Nasty was
we
a
were pretty
good
lucky
nickname.
to have him.
Yeah.
And have that nickname. But the old ones where it was just descriptions of players. Gabby Hartnett was a great Cubs catcher. He was Old Tomato Face. And it's like, and newspaper articles would refer to him as such.
Right.
And it's like, his mother probably didn't love that either.
Old Tomato Face.
And I don't know if he could market that very much back, in the 20s and 30s, but it's a great nickname.
Oil Can Boyd.
Great one.
For Dennis Boyd. Because, by the way, he was referred to that because when he was in the minors, they referred to beers as oil cans, and that dude could put him back.
That was his game.
By the way, he was also a teammate of Wade Boggs, infamously one of the famous drunks. I don't know, drunk's the word, but he could put him back as well. So that fantastic nickname. Dustin Pedroia was known as the Laser Show. It
was good.
I loved that
guys.
nickname. Yes, very, very good.
I covered the Royals for a while, and Billy Butler was a big, hard-hitting, not really a fielder.
Yeah.
He was Country Breakfast, which was a good one.
I remember that.
He was just a big old hoss.
Yeah, he was
and then
huge.
Now, Vinny Pasquantino, their first baseman, they call him Pasquatch also, but he's Italian.
Yeah.
Italian Nightmare or Italian Breakfast. It's pretty good.
That's very good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Charlie Hustle for Pete Rose. Yeah. Not somebody I wanted to hang out with, but great nickname, clearly. I didn't realize Satchel Paige was a nickname. I didn't know that.
Leroy?
Yeah, Leroy Page. His name was not actually Satchel.
You asked Katie what her favorite book was or sports book or something. When you were getting to know the host.
Mamba Mentality.
We skipped it. Mine, Bingo Long, Traveling All-Stars.
Okay.
Was a great Negro Leagues barnstorming book that was based on Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson and all those guys. They made it into a movie, which is great. Richard Pryor, James Earl Jones. But it was based on Page and his, they were trying to break into the major leagues, but they couldn't. And then when the Negro League started, they still had ownership problems where they still felt like they were someone else's property and they wanted to just go play baseball and try their thing. It was all based on Satchel, and Satchel ended up helping this guy write the book. And it was phenomenal because he was just such a character. He was so different than everybody else. That was one of the best books I've ever read.
By the way, speaking of Negro League nicknames, Cool Papa Bell.
Yeah.
That one's pretty damn good. What is Jokic's best nickname? Like, we know Joker is the one you most commonly hear. But between Big Honey, the Big Tipper, I feel like that's a Chris Marlowe special right there.
He likes
Big
that.
Tipper. He does go with that
Because he does
one.
that in the games.
Yes. He is the Big
Big
Tipper.
Honey's pretty good.
I always love Dad Bod God, which I think is a very funny nickname. That one's a little bit more derisive. But Will Barton was the one who named him Big Honey. That one's too good. I still have
Thrill was good.
Yeah, Thrill was a good
There was a
nickname as
lineman
well.
when I was in St. Louis. There was a lineman for the Rams, and I don't know his name. Big dude. Didn't look like a football player except for the size, and his
Yeah.
nickname was the Big Grease. And I like that one. And then also from the NBA world, Perkins. Sam Perkins, the Big Smooth.
Yeah,
Was
Big
one of my
Smooth.
favorites.
We can be honest about it. Sam Perkins just looked really, really high, didn't he?
Hell yeah, all the time. But the three was just so, like
It
he was
was
the
smooth.
anti-Nick Batum, right? It was just so smooth.
Uh-huh. Yeah, pretty damn smooth out there. And yeah, I think he was high out of his mind. That Seattle team had some characters, by the way. They had the X-Man, Xavier McDaniel.
Those are my guys for a little bit.
Sean Kemp, the Rain Man, another good nickname. Gary Payton, the
Glove.
Glove. George Karl had some good nicknames.
They were a good team.
Should have won more, George. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show this afternoon. Everybody, Dan Hyatt, who, by the way, is not on Twitter. You got
still
kicked
off for no apparent reason.
How have you not been able to get back on?
It's a relief. I don't know. I'm fine with it. Honestly, it's more work, and I'm at the point where I'm good.
Okay.
I want to keep giving the stats to you guys, to Katie and Vic, to Chris. They are fantastic to work with. I'll let them take the credit. I'm good.
What's your baseball team doing this week?
My baseball team?
Yeah, you guys off? You got a tournament? You playing? What are we doing?
We're playing in Boulder. We got a three-day tournament in Boulder, and then next week we go to